Hello, stand by. Technical difficulties. All right, can you hear me?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Audio.
What was that? A little cartoon voice. Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. And welcome, Joel.
Hi. Awesome to be here. I'm
Thanks,
still trying to
awesome
adjust
to have
my... Yeah, thank you. My favorite channel on YouTube. Second favorite, I'm sorry. There's one more that's slightly better, but not much.
What should I be subscribed to?
He's an Army guy named Fat Electrician, and he gives excellent, I wouldn't call them documentaries, but he expands on military history events,
Okay.
past, present, and some future, and he is just, I die laughing every episode. The guy is phenomenal. It's a little vulgar, but he's an Army guy, so.
Well, it's not exactly my wheelhouse. And yes,
Right.
I know my camera is really messed up and I look really pink and color saturated. I'm having trouble finding it again once I was messing with something else. And also, yes, I'm aware that you probably can't scan the QR code because on YouTube it has this little picture in the way. And I'm working on this stuff, guys. But I'm this close, just about one generation or a half a generation away from being a boomer, and I'm just not good at this stuff. It takes me forever to figure it out. It's not intuitive.
I'm on the tail end of Gen X too.
Yeah. 1968. When were you born?
74.
74. Oh wow. Yeah, you should be way ahead of me then.
Well, being a supercomputer geek helps a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't happen.
I'm sure you've got the skills to edit that.
By the way, Geo is not Geo. Not Geo Sam. Geo is George, where Geo Sam is, Geo Sam. And yes, Geo Sam does great graphics. There is a link below to contact Geo Sam, and he can do the same for you at pretty reasonable rates, compared to the going market and stuff. If you want an opening drop like this, or actually, it could be nothing like this whatsoever, just only the same style. All right, so do we have an opening topic, Joel?
I've got probably 1,000,001, but I learned the hard way that most people don't like my topics. So last night,
well,
I like to avoid conflict first of all.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So I guess that's the potential rail or caveat. Is there a good topic that we can avoid conflict with?
You and I aren't going to have that conflict.
I agree. But
I'm going to consider what you say, and we're going to talk about it and see if it makes sense biblically and in the original language, and talk about it this way. I'm not going to say something like, I really don't like what you just said because your view of whomever you're quoting.
Well, yeah, and I mean that's one of the biggest reasons why I love you and your channel is because you've challenged me on a number of things, and that's what I really love. I love to check my own biases and learn new things, and you're an expert at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really harsh on myself, harsher than I am on anyone else.
I understand that, really.
So if I say something related to sports, that's not what I'm talking about. But if I say something related to ancient religions, you can bet I have really looked into it. Like, not kidding. Yeah. So let's do one of those. Either one of us could just make some kind of a religious assertion, and that'll strike up a conversation. Works every time.
Well, as you probably know, my favorite topics on that, on religious stuff, is how modern science confirms everything in the Bible, not just with stuff that you teach. Regarding like Jupiter and things like that. I like to go into the depths of that.
Give us a for instance.
Yeah, every range, every field, every topic of science from Arnold Penzias's cosmic background radiation. How he said that basically all he had was the Bible. He would have made the same discovery. Jastrow's astrophysics. He said Genesis and the work that he did. He started NASA's Goddard Space Science Institute. The work he says that they do in Genesis are identical. Stuff like that. Stellar nucleosynthesis, Hoyle's theories from carbon-12 to even his pangenesis theories. It just goes on and on. Mendel's genetics are talked about, or at least there's good references or inferences in the Bible. Not just
that one I knew.
Yeah, well, not just Jacob's, striped sticks things and a lot of people. There's a lot. Yeah, it's huge. I think every field that would be a challenge if there's a field of science that's not covered in the Bible.
I really wouldn't know. I guess I don't even know all fields of science, actually.
I try to. I try to.
Here's an interesting little one you may or may not be aware of that is biblical, and it's really a translation problem. I don't think the translators were being dishonest in any way. Peace and respect and welcome. Theological introspection.
Yo.
How you guys doing?
But I think they had a flavor, an oral tradition before the New Testament was written, before the Old Testament was translated into any kind of English, of course.
Or before they had modern science. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. But that's more to my point, is that these things are true when you look at them from their original definitions without the Christian bias. And I think they're just obviously true. Like, actually, the word, when you read in the English that God made man of the dust of the ground. Well, actually, that's not so great, because that word dust right there can also mean salt or ash. Well, what do they mean by something? You're getting in there. It's more like the idea of chemistry, actually.
Right.
So if I take it literally into our modern language, I wouldn't want to say either ash or salt or dust, but literally what it means is pulverized material.
Yeah.
So it's the idea of something. It's the particulates of it are so small you can't see any singular particulate. It's that kind of an idea.
I would argue that the abiogenesis and Genesis are essentially, if not exactly identical, minus the philosophical or religious viewpoint that either God did it or some random magical acts of miracles more phenomenal than God doing it. Did it.
Okay, okay. Let me just tell you, because you're my brother and you're not a weak man. It's when you say things like magical that people get offended.
That's okay.
I'm just saying it's okay as long as you know.
Well, and I don't see. Okay, in every good debate, you need a little drama. You need a little criticism, and that's the joy. That's the beauty. You're in a good debate group if people can handle things like that and still be friends and still have fun with it. You gotta take little jabs. Yeah.
Okay, so micro jabs. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So when I consider that mankind is literally made out of pulverized material, I think, yeah, that's accurate. That's true.
Yeah, that's all biology is. It's material. How did it form is the question mark.
Yeah, we can't digest things unless they're essentially pulverized.
I'm sorry. You just instantly reminded me of something that I was actually, praying and talking to God about just yesterday. How in the heck does the digestive system itself, I was looking at some things about intestines and stuff. How does that evolve? And how does a macro scale organism that uses intestines?
Yeah, if you want to get from a simple plant-like animal to a trough running through it to a gut tube, and from that gut tube you get to lower intestine, upper intestine, bladder, and all these different specialized parts of it. I'm not even going to try to list them all.
All the chemical factories involved. Yeah, it's a literal factory, multiple factories all in sync.
Yeah,
it's not. Yeah, it's just unfathomable that it just happened. accident.
let me say that the chances of that ever happening in like an abiogenic process into some kind of thing that we could say is the beginnings of animal rather than plant, highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Highly unlikely. But then I also have to say how many chances are in the universe.
Well, and like Sanji, like Sanji just mentioned. So when an evolutionist, whatever atheistic evolutionist says stuff like that, oh, you just don't understand. That's actually their religious statement saying that, because I think I understand evolution theory better than this guy and most people ever will. Because I mean, I would love to go into the details. For example, not just the bioinformatics side of things, the genome itself. You know, how liver cells. So in all humans, you and I both, our body, every single cell from our brain cell to our toenail cells, all have, well, not toenail, but the toe cell, have identical DNA source code, literal source code, right? But they're still specialized using the same source code. That is by itself is just mind blowing. The liver cell specifically is very chaotic, so to say. If it wasn't designed to use a very highly specified and specialized literal server to client type archiving system. So what the liver cells do is they've got a normal function, normal, everyday source code filtering process primarily, but it's designed, and you have to use that word because there's no way this can ever happen by unknown natural. Because if it was natural, we'd see examples of it everywhere. We don't. We only see it in liver cells, where the liver code, again, sharing the same genome as your brain cell, identical, knows how to unravel and to search into a literal backup archive system in the histone group to unravel a certain part of it, what amateurs call now inactive genes. Used to call it junk DNA. It's no longer called junk anymore. They call it inactive.
Right.
It can literally scans and locates specific code that's archived. It's not inactive. It's just archived. It's a literal database inside each of our cell, all identical database and all of your cell. But the liver cell, the whatever you want to call it, the microprocessors in the liver cells know how to scan that code, find an old archived specific piece of code that'll fight a specific piece of poison or specific piece of thing that it needs to filter that it doesn't regularly use. So if you ingest something that causes like food poisoning or other types of poisons, our liver cells are specifically designed to try to search its own code, which again the code is in every cell shared, to find the correct algorithm to attack that whatever it is. Usually it's a protein, some sort of maybe other organism, and attack it and filter out for it, try to capture it within its its network of cells, and then filter it to the other coprocessors like the kidneys and the endocrine system, the cardiovascular system. All these fluids, all these different mechanisms are all designed to work together to identify, filter, and excrete these things that could harm the system.
Okay, I think that's a complete idea, and I think theological introspection is dying. So man, let's hear the opposite argument. This will be fun.
Okay, so it's not an opposite argument. A lot of what he's saying is obviously along the right lines of true. There's a couple of things that kind of, when he said that they're painful. So yes, the liver cell is one of the most unique in the body. That is 100% true what he's saying about that. And the way it deals with poisons is amazing. But horse livers are better for that, just so we don't confuse anything there. But one of the main things that actually makes the liver cell so amazing is its resemblance to what stem cells can do. So when you have your liver, you can get like 70% of it removed. The liver can grow back completely. There's no other organ in the body that can do this. All of them will end up giving you scar tissue rather than actual recreating the organ. The liver, however, will recreate itself from nothing. And you could even put your liver in somebody else's liver, as long as the blood type and some other things line up, and it will grow back and give them a full liver. There's only one other cell in the body that does this. That's the stem cell, and the stem cell does it better. The other thing that you were getting at, the unraveling, so that's to do with proteins. So it unravels proteins better than anything else, and this is why they're starting to think, like he's saying, that it's how it deals with the poisons and the toxins and the yada yada, all that sort of stuff going down there. But to say the way you were phrasing it was kind of mischaracterizing what it's doing. So there's no algorithm, there's no mathematical formula. No.
We can reverse engineer it.
Wait, Joel, you have to let him finish, and then you can slam him. Okay?
I want him. I'm letting him finish. I'm just interjecting small points.
Okay, but you're going down the wrong path. So,
no. I want you to refine your own challenge based on the details.
Let me get to what I'm having a problem with. It's not that what you're saying is wrong. It's that when you say it like that, it frames it to certain people in a certain way that makes it, like you said, the way you say it's designed, that's framing this wrong. You can't, that's an assumption, because algorithms are mathematical formulas. Math is just a descriptor of reality. You can't say that the thing in there is doing the math. It's not. No, you can't.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and finish, and I'll explain it to you. Go ahead.
So viruses have a consciousness. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, but they have a mathematical algorithm of how they function.
No, we represent it. We represent what they're doing with a mathematical algorithm. We came up with math. The thing doesn't know what math is.
Right. The thing doesn't, but the designer does. So if I may go ahead and just help cut to the chase. If you've ever done any kind of machine learning program, no, it's not an assumption. It's a repeatable fact. It's a repeatable hard fact. It's scientific. No. If you get into machine learning languages yourself and learn how to program stuff like that, we in fact, biologists, bioinformatics like myself today, we have to use machine learning to be able to read God's language. So the same exact algorithms in mathematics that we use to design machine learning models and codify things to make self-adaptive model routines for our own computer networks, we use those same exact methods to be able to read and understand, to not only read and also to write. We are now uploading our own code into God's designs. It's all interchangeable. It's all math. It's all computers. It's all, in fact, my summary in the last year or so, biology is literally computer nanotechnology, literal. And I go to the extreme details.
No, I would say it's the exact opposite, and computer technology is representation of what they were doing, and we stole it from that. Not the other way around, but I will agree with you. We take what we see in nature, we work with it, and we make it, we make our machines out of that. So we represent the brain with a computer. We tried to make a brain, we made computers, we made AI. We're getting there. I would disagree with you because I've looked into a lot of the top AI dudes, and he would disagree that you're getting even close to consciousness, but that's debatable, right?
Well, Richard wants to make a point, but I would ask if you've ever coded before. If you don't know how to do the language yourself, then
that's
appealing to other people. Yeah,
that's not my point. My point is that all code, all math, all of it is human made, right? And
no,
yours,
there's code in biology. It's not human made. That's the point. The literal code.
What you're saying is wrong.
That's not wrong. I can prove it.
Do you know what a code is?
I do. I'm a master programmer. I've been coding for literally 40 years, 41 years to be exact. I am an information scientist. I am an automation engineer today for a major medical research. I'm just telling you, yes, I know exactly what code is. I love this. This is my topic. This is my wheelhouse.
The mighty coder.
No, don't be stupid. No, I'm being friendly. Let's not be stupid like that. I'm serious. Don't hail me.
Calm down.
I was patronizing.
You were patronizing me by.
I was answering your question. I am a literal coder, and this is my professional. This is my profession. I've done it
say it as many times as you like. It's going to seem more like flaunting.
No, then don't you misunderstand on purpose.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Richard.
Let's be fair about it. If you had asked for his credentials and experience to make those statements, would his statement have been acceptable?
No, because it's an appeal to authority. It has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
It's not an appeal. An appeal. Hold on. An appeal to authority is citing someone as an authority when they're not.
Yeah, he's citing. I'm not
Or
saying
saying
he's not
something's
an
true
authority.
because an authority says it, right?
Now,
He's
unless
citing himself as the authority. Is what
right.
I would
No,
say.
irrelevant.
I know that. I know that, but that's not fallacious if he actually has the education and experience.
I'm recognizing his authority. I'm
I would just
recognizing.
I would disagree with that, Richard, because an authority can be wrong.
Of course.
No, no,
that's
no,
the
no.
fallacy.
It's you. That's before you even get into the argument as whether or not an authority is right or wrong. The
Yeah.
question is, do they have the education and the accreditation? Do they have that to start with?
Well, okay, so let me back this up a little bit. I asked if he could code, and he asked me as well, and I said, "Yeah, no, heck yeah, I can code." And that's what I think everybody,
didn't.
not just us. Yeah, you did. You asked
I
me
just-
if I could.
No, I said I couldn't. And then you
Well,
said,
no,
well, I
you
can.
asked me a question, and that's what I responded to. But
Yeah,
my larger
that's
point, though, is going to be that that nobody, you and I, nobody, and anybody, and from any whatever walk of life, we cannot talk about a subject unless we know about it. So
No,
you
not
can
true.
pretend to talk about it. No, you can pretend to know about it. You can cite all those appeals to authorities. But if you don't understand
Well,
the
then why are you
fundamentals,
talking about biology?
because I understand it, it's my profession.
So do I. No, you said
Well, let's
coding
talk
was your
about it.
profession.
Let's-
Do you have both?
Let's talk about it. Let's explain to each other this is what I would need to be able to have a fruitful conversation with you or anybody. Have you used adaptive machine learning languages to read and write biocode?
No, but I've watched and
Well-
listened to many other authorities on this. I'm just like a lot of what I'm saying isn't coming from anything I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just reiterating from what other people have said, other
Okay, great,
authorities on the
great.
subject who disagree with what you're saying
Then let me-
vehemently in some cases.
Well, then they're basically going against their own profession. But so I would ask you
They're
next.
the
Then
consensus, bro. You're the one
Okay.
going against.
you just proved that this is not a scientific discussion for you. Consensus is what church cults
No,
do.
I was making a philosophical point.
No, you said consensus, so you just lost all debate. But my next question to you would be:
No, I
do the
didn't.
authorities? Yes, you did. You just said consensus.
This,
Which is
this
anti-scientific.
point is unrelated to the first point in the beginning. You're
You're
continuously interrupting me and over talking me repeatedly, even though I
That's
do
what
wait
you're
for you
doing.
to finish. No,
Now you're a hypocrite. All I want to do is ask this: the authorities that you appeal to, that you say have a consensus, therefore they're right and I'm wrong, according to your
that's not what I said.
argument. That's exactly what you just said. Do you listen to? Do you know the machine learning language that they talk about? That you say they say I'm wrong about? Do you know what they talk about?
Authority
So
on
can we-
AI. It was
so
the
can we-
authority on AI.
So can we talk the machine learning language together?
You can talk about machine learning language at all.
Yeah.
That doesn't have anything to do with the fact that a code is representative of DNA and a biological mechanism which has no understanding of the mathematics and the codes that you were
Okay.
speaking of. That is
That
my
isn't it.
point.
Okay.
Nothing to do with
I
anybody's
understand. Thank you.
aptitude in any of those classes. It's
Okay,
a
so
philosophical
in my professional opinion, you are an extreme amateur. Not to be offensive, that's a professional opinion, and we cannot have that conversation. You don't know the code.
It's a philosophical argument. You have no idea
It's not.
how to debate,
That's-
and you keep arguing fallacies at me.
No. You're pushing your religious bias on me. I'm saying that it's literal code.
I'm
You can-
agnostic.
You just interrupted me. You're a hypocrite. You're a religious hypocrite. I'm saying that it is code. As a professional coder, as a professional information scientist that does this for a living, we can, and me and everybody else in my field can look at it. We can show you the machine adaptive programming that we use to read and write into God's code. We can show the example. See, he's got to close his mind. They're not
What
interested.
God's code.
Information
What the
transfer.
fuck is God's code?
Now you're getting angry. We can't.
No.
This is what I mean, Richard. We can't.
You keep
shouldn't.
basically
You
telling me
shouldn't.
what I believe, what I think, what I'm trying to say, all this sort of crap.
I
even though
repeated
I
what you
directly
said.
told you this. Do you know what an agnostic is?
I'm repeating what you said. You said that your authorities say that I'm wrong. You don't know the code, and that there's a consensus. Therefore, I should shut up. That's all you said.
What is
It's religious. It's irrelevant to the conversation of DNA code.
Richard, can you please tell him what an agnostic is?
You're changing topics because you lost. Okay, so-
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me
No,
let me
this
try
is-
to build a little bridge here because
This is
I
okay.
see an impasse. Let me try to help.
Sure. Oh well. Good luck.
I mean, I'm glad to see people passionate about what they believe. Theological, when Joel says that you are being religious about something, he means that you are being religious about your scientific beliefs.
It's not scientific. Yeah.
He's not under the impression you're a theist. He's not under the false impression you're a theist. He's accusing you of thinking dogmatically about the science.
Right.
Is
Well,
science philosophy?
Well,
Yeah.
there is an overarching
Really?
philosophy where
There's an
science is a
overlap.
section
No, there's an
of
overlap.
philosophy.
There's
Yeah.
an overlap.
Yeah.
Well,
I made a
more
philosophical
importantly, we're trying to talk about the empirical evidence, not the philosophy.
So let's stop putting words in my mouth.
Well, so, okay, so you're emotional. And if you'd like to make corrections and be friendly,
Words, beliefs, feelings, and things in my mouth.
No,
that
no,
I
I'm not.
am not
I'm
saying,
reading-
Joel, you have done it repeatedly.
I'm giving you feedback based on what you said, and we can correct misunderstandings if you like. But right now, your emotions are in the way, buddy.
Because, like I said, when people put words, feelings,
I'm not putting words in your mouth. If I made a mistake, tell me. Just tell me.
If I may interject, if I may,
Hey, Brick. Hey, Brick. I want to make some coffee, but I can still hear you guys. Go ahead.
Theo, I can't hear your mic. Something's
I muted myself, man. He's
yeah. No, so what I see, because I was watching from below, and I just I know that D-Doc knows my mind a little bit better than some other people. My view of things is this: if you're not at peace, you're not right, and it doesn't matter whether you're wrong or right about the subject matter.
I disagree entirely. That is not correct. Some of the most angry people in the world have been right about what they were angry about. That is a foolish statement.
Well, and Brick, I would like to agree. I mean, if we're just going to talk about the data, we're going to talk about the actual science, then yeah, you don't need emotions involved. I totally understand.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
The way you use words, Joel,
Hold on.
are wrong.
I disagree. The data of the code.
What does code mean?
Hold on. Please, if I may, please. Please have understanding, grace for me. This is what I am asking for, okay? So the reason that I find myself at peace quite often is because quite often I have to accept correction. Quite often I am wrong. I have been wrong so many times in my life that it is
And I've
absolutely...
been wrong multiple times on this stream and have admitted my wrong. I have even got a comment in the last one where I admit something that I said wrong in the last stream. I'm not here to be lectured on what's right and wrong. I'm not here to be told what I should and should
Really not
be
what he's saying.
about.
Yeah, that's
Theo,
what you did to me, though. Yeah.
That's
Theo,
what it's coming across at
Theo,
like
it's
that.
really not what Brick is saying.
But that's what just to help that. Wait, just to help Theo. That's what you did to me earlier. You told me I was wrong.
I can do it. I can do it myself. Okay, I can do it myself.
Brick, you're reminding me of the scripture, if you don't mind me sharing.
So listen, just for a second, okay? There are many times in my life where I have been right. And because I have been right, I have adamantly made my point to people that I love and care about. And because I have adamantly, angrily made my point that I am right in this, I have lost relationships. Therefore, I have lost peace. And therefore, I am wrong. It didn't matter how many times I was right, how much I was right. I was wrong for not being at peace.
Yeah, that was well
You
said.
understand now?
Yeah. Brick, I posted a Proverbs 7-9 scripture verse you reminded me of in the private chat. If you guys want to look that up, that is exactly what you just reminded me of. Too.
Yeah.
Next time, put it in the public chat. Are you not a moderator here, SB? I know you are.
I am. I'm trying to make some coffee. So I'm bouncing back and forth.
Peace and respect,
I'll do it.
Isaac.
What's
Welcome.
good? What's good? Much love,
Let me
everyone.
say something for a second, just so everybody understands. Don't confuse my what is it? Stoic rage, because there is a stoic form of rage
Yes.
with uncontrolled anger. Yeah, I've
I
got
agree with
children
that.
here. If he needs his nappy changed, you'll see my mood change in half a snap, right? In the end, this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But
Some
Well, and
people
if I make it back to the topic, and Theo, I love you to death, not just because you're a child of God like me, but you seem like the guy that wants to know these things.
Just so you
Talk
know,
about the details.
Joel, I wasn't just referring to Theo on this. It was
Sure,
you
no,
too.
I know.
You might be 100% right in this. He might be 100% right in this. But does it matter if you're not at peace?
No, I agree. And the Proverbs that I referenced was about fools versus wise people. The fool does not want to be corrected, and they'll just mock you. But the wise person loves critique. They love correction.
Yeah, you
Like
guys should be here correcting me. It's my channel.
See how wise Richard is?
You're a terrible person.
I mean, I hate to be selfish about it, but I'm here to be corrected.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, Theo, I would love to talk about this if you want. If you'd like, if you don't want, don't tell me I'm right or wrong. Let's talk about the details. Let's just share the science.
Well, can you answer my questions? All right.
I always do. I always try to.
All right. What does you mean when you say the word code?
The exact same thing everybody means. The exchange of information and processes of functions. DNA or the genome is exactly computerized functions. It is computer. So it is literal.
This is wrong, Joel. It is not.
Okay.
There are two different
It is. I can go into extreme detail. Go ahead.
Let me speak. Right.
Yeah.
So what you're explaining is a relationship between two entities. One is passing information to the other. That is what you've said. What is passing the information and what is reading the information, and how can you say that it is exactly the same way that is this passing of information, say, of the me talking to you right now? Because I do not see any even remote connection between those two.
I can explain in detail, but Richard wants has his hand up.
No, I'm gonna let you.
Okay, so yeah, information by itself is the exchange of data from sender to receiver. Code is an exchange of information to do a function or a process. So every single cell in our bodies, every single cell in all bodies, plant, animal, microbe, all exchange information internally and externally as well. There's external communication and code process exchanges between the cells, between organisms, between ecosystems. The whole ecosystem of biology in general is all one big giant information exchange.
I understand exactly what you're saying. However, that is not the way biology works. Do you understand what rebellion is?
Rebellion?
Yeah. Do you know what rebellion is?
That sounds like trying to fight against the code or fight against law. What?
Right. Rejection, right? So rejection of what is. Now, biology works that way all the time, whereas mechanics of computer technology do not.
Well, and so so what I would challenge you with that thought is that there is the mechanical, again, the computer nanotechnology, the bioinformation machines of our of everything biology, and there's a duality. So then we're talking to the science of things like the Lazarus syndrome, the thing where the mind, the decision makers, are not part of the machine. The ghost in the shell is the famous anime.
What that suggests is that there is an outside force, and that the code that we refer to is something different. It's not the same code that's in the mechanics of the machine.
No, okay. So the machine is managed by computer code, but the decisions makers, the rebellious nature, whatever you want to call it, that is not code. That is an outside. That's the driver of the car. The car is managed by computers, but the driver gets in and out of the car.
Right, and you have full autonomy over your own body within the physical realm.
Usually.
Whereas, well, yeah, because bad things happen to people, correct? But when it comes to computer mechanics or technology and that sort of thing, there is no ability to function itself, right? saver
Well-
robotics that we've already programmed. It's still within the bounds of the program.
Like Theo was hinting at earlier, there are automations. There's literal AI within biology, and again, we have to be. And I was going to disagree with something he said earlier. We didn't learn computers by studying biology. It was the other way around. We started to understand that there is computer technology already embedded in biology after software engineering and information engineering got to that level of God's design. So now we can start seeing the parallels. So now we have to actually it's mandatory. You have to exchange human technology, human information technology has to be utilized to understand, again, to read and write into God's technology, biology.
Wait, for a second. Okay, so when I said technology, I wasn't just referring to computers. I'm talking about all technology. To say that we haven't taken influence from the animal kingdom to build wheels and wheelbarrows and
Aircraft wings. No, I agree, but I'm talking about specifically DNA. Yeah.
So again, you kind of. So I got your answer to the question, but it doesn't. It you kind of, I think, going past my point again, which is, so the two things that are reading it, which is the gut flora, we'll take for example that the other things, that 50% of you that's like germs and stuff, right? Reading your DNA and doing whatever the hell it wants with it and living a symbiotic life that it does with you and taking it back and putting its information into you. Yeah, there's all that going on, but none of them understand what a computer is.
They don't need to.
No,
They are the computer.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so my point is, that's all a natural process.
I disagree. It's very artificial. Your computer that you're talking to us through right now does not know it's a computer.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, the only assumption I'm claiming he's made from the beginning at all is to posit the God as the designer. That's
somebody designed it. If I was like Richard Dawkins confessed on Ben Stein's movie, if aliens did it, who made the aliens? So who do you think designed it?
Okay. Like, and I know where you're going with that. But it's just like
It's not natural. Code is there.
There's the appearance of design, no matter how good it is, because I will admit to you, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Is that proof that it is designed?
It's not necessarily proof, but if natural processes designed it, as a scientist, especially as an information scientist, I would demand to see other examples outside of biology. We don't.
And so this is actually where belief comes in, right? Mm-hmm. So there is a degree of belief, no matter what. You cannot guarantee. You can put it on the evidence, but it's not a specific guarantee. You have to have the faith of a mustard seed.
DNA is light years. I mean, infinitely surpasses the best code guys like me have ever even dreamed of coming up. We are still in the dark ages, the stone ages of code design. All the advanced stuff you can talk about, and I can talk about. That's again, this is my profession. We can talk about Microsoft's AIs from Watson to Copilot, all that junk. Google's AI, we can go to extreme detail. All the advanced technologies people barely pretend to understand it is nothing. Is a shoe compared to the technology God's designs. We're still learning. We have to literally reverse engineer the designs. Whoever you want to claim designed it or made it, wrote it. In life, in biology, we have to reverse engineer it to advance our current level of technology. And that's how phenomenal it is. So if that's not designed, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It takes a lot of faith.
Well, I agree with you because, like I pointed out before, I believe we've done that all throughout the history of technology. We've taken so much inspiration from the animal kingdom and the things we learn, and then we use that to learn more. It's just an endless cycle. And yeah, that's what I meant. Is when I accept you as an authority. When I said you were making the pill authority,
no.
I do accept you more than me, right? So you are qualified in these subjects. So I would take your word over mine. I did, and that's what I meant. My point, that didn't mean anything because it wasn't really where my argument was coming from.
All right. Well, no, I appreciate that. Let me say that I would never want you or anybody to ever take anybody's word, much less mine, by faith. Never. No. We all. In fact, the true goal of a scientist, in my professional opinion, is that, like Einstein would say, if we can explain it simple enough for anybody, for a kindergartner to understand it, and to teach us something from it, that's our success. we don't understand it unless we can explain it simply. And it's the layman that's going to think of something that we don't think. In fact, I can give you countless examples of the best technological breakthroughs in human history are because people that had no clue what they were doing discovered something basically by accident. But regardless, never, yeah, no, I appreciate that. But I literally want to share the data and I want to hear people's ideas that can, understand the concepts and challenge it. Because otherwise, guys like me, I can't improve. Even advanced coders, whatever you want to call me, intelligent information scientists, we get biases. AI gets our AIs. That's the biggest problem in the AI world right now. Is the AI gets extremely biased, and so we need input to break that.
That's what the guy that I was watching was saying, is that he thinks we're too far off it because there's no way we can't leave our own imprint on it.
Well, so my argument to that is that, and I've worked on projects where AI writes other AI. We have different AI levels of managers, where the basic, simple, AI that most people can work from, from a Python script or whatever from an online tutorial. Those are data miners, and then data miners can be managed by middle level managers. And I've seen projects where we've got almost near cognizant, like the general AI that Google and everybody's trying to work on right now. That manage the middle managers. Those guys can literally think. They could be creative. They're not conscious, not necessarily. That's a whole other oblivious term. But there are multiple levels of AI that consume other AI. And the theory is eventually there will be a super intelligence that kills us all.
Well, there's three possibilities from what I know. Two of them involve killing us all. One's they intend to. The second one is that they'll just pave over us like we do with ants. We'll just be in the way. And the third one is that they'll like us, and that's the one we hope for, but it's also the least likely.
Turn us into batteries, like what's it called, that movie, The Matrix? But yeah, no, the point though is that there are multiple levels of AI, and AI does teach itself, basically, or tries to. And so the more larger the point, I guess, to simplify it, is that there are AI, ML, BI models that have an origin in human biasing, but they do, quote, evolve or adapt past regular human influence, so to say. In fact, that was the biggest problem I had when I was at SpaceX, for example. I actually left the company to get my master's in information systems management, because the AI there, the Borg collective, they called it, I loved it, was just consuming too much data, and they didn't know what to do with it. We had all these data warehouses. Go ahead.
So when you say that the AI, quote unquote, evolved, isn't it really just doing what it's programmed to do?
No, it literally does things it was not programmed. I'll give you examples. So what I was starting to go into, there's data streams that there's different levels of data hubs, data warehouses, different levels of data consumption, basically. And so the big warehouse where just all the DCS, all the data just gets funneled, petabytes a second of stuff that no human can consume that. It's beyond human recognition capability. It would take, hundreds of teams of engineers to go through it for hundreds of years,
Well, if the directive is to take in data and learn from it and to apply it, which is actually the directive, to apply,
right?
Take in the data and apply it, right?
Yes.
That is the directive.
That's the point, yeah.
It's just going to take in any data that it receives and apply it. So really, the program is written for it to do exactly what it was doing.
Well, so let me give you the specifics and see what you think. So what we'll program it for, what the information flow and the streams are designed to do, what the human designs do, is to just teach the computer to self-optimize itself to be able to make those information transfer. Because what it does is it starts the big pool, big warehouse, the data pool, if you've heard of that, and tries to understand and cipher and filter and condense the data to find the most relevant stuff, whether it's compressed or not, into smaller pools, so the humans, the poor engineer teams, can make sense of something, right? So that's where the real goal is, to funnel it down. Yeah. And so the AI, the algorithms are designed to maximize that efficiency. So as the information streams get more and more complex and more chaotic, more whatever, the AI will self-adapt and it actually invented its own languages. And there's all kinds of Shannon noise and details we can go into of how it self-optimizes itself to the point where it goes way beyond anything guys like me can dream
Right.
to develop.
Yeah, and that's by design. I mean, that's literally what it was designed to do. Therefore, basically, what I'm saying is by logic and deduction, it is coming to a final answer, and every single time new information is put into the pool, it's not going to magically change.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that it exceed the abilities of its designer. If that makes sense.
No, because the designer had the
Trust
intent
me, it
for
has.
it to
Sure.
actually go outside the like
Well-
unless you put like a block on it. If you put up a gate.
Well, so that was the reason why I went back to school and got my degree in this, was because it's actually very difficult. Because AI, it's not perfect, and you're arguing, and a lot of times you have to stop it and because it's eating itself, corrupting the data, whatever. And so yeah, there's lots of resets, there's lots of retraining, there's a lot,
Yeah.
Another topic. But the point I'm trying to make though is that the steps or the thinking processes, the decisions it's making, literal decisions, are more the decision trees themselves, the heuristic layers themselves are more advanced than any group of humans could ever think of.
Right. And it's pretty wild how much information can be deciphered and by lieu of deciphering developed further.
I have no idea, much less anybody. Yeah.
No, it's
Crazy.
it's quite amazing. But again, going back to that is exactly what it was designed to do.
Well, so the concern though is that as these decision machines continue to quote evolve, there is a very plausible, if not already achieved, outcome where it will start to go out beyond its design.
Right, that is a fear. I would say I wouldn't put too much fear into it. Ultimately, there's only so much that it's going to be able to do. The only real fear that I would have is if it's going to be able to, like Skynet, access the button.
There's been a couple projects I've worked on. I've had that fear. Yeah, good.
Yeah, but other than that, like, do I see like the 1980s movie Trucks coming to fruition? I don't.
Or war games. Remember 1984 war games?
No, I never saw that one.
Hello, was it Jeremy? Would you like to play a game or something like that? It almost caused total nuclear weapon. Yeah.
Or what is it? HAL?
No, that's Space Odyssey. That's Space Odyssey C-2010.
Yeah.
No, anyways, if you follow the industry, and Elon Musk, he's kind of helped lead the way on this. The concern is that intelligent AI or general AI, eventually, self-thinking AI, will, no matter what the speculations might be, whether they have like Theo was talking about, good or the benevolent or malevolent, beyond that even. And I had a point that I'm starting to lose already. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, yeah.
Whether
Go ahead.
Whether benevolent or malevolent.
Yeah. So, well, if you follow guys like Elon and those that are trying to, with OpenAI and stuff like that, trying to create regulations, they're sharing fears where super intelligent AI is literally more dangerous than nuclear weapons. And so they advocate for government regulation of AI, just as there's government regulation for nuclear warfare, capabilities. I think it's worse than that. The capabilities, not just in the ideas of that they'll take us over, pave us over like ants, like he said, but just in the economic destruction alone. There's all kinds of concern that just massive automation. And this is the stuff I work on for a living. We can go into details if you guys would like, but automation will take over basically everybody's job, including my own. I'm literally working with tools that code for me and put us a lot of work.
So in regards to that, I definitely feel like I need to retract my statement because this is the field you're working in. So you're actually hands-on with it. You're doing the things. You're coding. So technically, even though I said I wouldn't put too much worry into it, so that's just me. But as far as you you're coding, you're creating this monster. So maybe you
Well-
might put a little bit more worry into it. I understand that. So let me
Yeah.
retract
So no, don't retract it. Let me ask you, what, if I may, if you don't feel comfortable sharing, what do you do for a living? What is your profession?
Well, I don't really share a whole lot about my personal life.
The only reason why I ask, I don't want to get pry into your personal life. I just want to give an example of what it is that you do, or some whatever other profession you want to discuss, that's being automated right now. It's about to be automated.
Got you. Yeah. So I could talk a little bit about what I have done in the past. So I've done lawn maintenance.
Mhm.
And in regards to lawn maintenance, that's a good point. The machines that are used in lawn maintenance, the dangerous machines,
Hmm.
there is training that's involved. There's also guards that are used. Um, the walls that I was kind of describing for your AI technology, your computer technology. Obviously, you're going to want to put up guards. You're going to put up fences, gates within the code, within the technology, so that it doesn't get out of hand, right? So again, like going back to the point that you were making about the AI was learning so much that it was out of control. But that's because there was no gate, there was no guard set up for that. That
No
was the
limits, right?
program. Yeah.
Right. No limit. Well,
So
and not just so much that it's learning and teaching it itself, but I mean, there's all kinds of crazy people out there like me that get hired to automate lawn care.
right. Yeah.
You know?
Hey, Brick.
Yeah. What's up, Batman?
Hey, man. What do you mean?
How you guys doing?
Having a good conversation.
I do have a question for Brick. Were you ever part of a wall?
Are you a
Oh,
brick in the, are you a brick in the wall, Brick?
Were you a brick in the wall?
so the analogy, I've always told it this way. Um, only one person has ever really truly guessed it, but I am the brick that cries out for the destruction of their temple. Does that make sense?
Damn.
Kind of. In a
I'll
religious
think
sense?
about
Or?
it. That one sounds interesting. I'll actually think about that one. So what do I do? So I do a few, well, so I'm trained in a few fields. Um, so I've been trained in HVAC. I worked in that field for probably like around 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
And then I went to school for business. I worked in HVAC. I love things that are technical and that are hands-on.
Mhm.
Um, and I became a IT technician and a systems administrator for a couple companies, but the longest one I've been a part of was a real estate company, basically one of those big corporations that buy up everyone's homes and fixes them up and sell them for like $1 million. I maintained their systems and uh, and the softwares that they use to essentially like scrub the internet and get people's financial situation somehow. Trade secret, and be able to tell whether or not someone might need help, like a loan, or whether or not they're going to be going in foreclosure and stuff like that. And right now, I do that, and I work in printing and proofing and graphic design. So I do graphics, and I do like basically like, I don't know if you ever seen those like super large high quality prints on buildings and stuff like that. So I'm the guy who like designs and prints those basically.
Cool.
Um, so that's basically what I do. There, what can AI replace my job?
Which one?
somewhat part of it, maybe part of it, right?
You're
Maybe
talking about the graphics job, or
part of the graphics job, and I say part of it mainly because a lot of what I do is essentially people write things down. People are very specific with what they want, and I have to write it down, create a image or whatever, right? And I have to make it a certain size and resolution, right? The medium, the print medium is also super important because the surface that the print is going to go on, it has to be taken into consideration, and the machine that it's going to be printed on has to be taken into consideration. And I have to make recommendations based off of the information that I got from the client, right?
sure. So yeah, unfortunately, I've seen products already that take that in consideration. Of course, there's plenty of AI generated, pictures and advertisements and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
In fact,
I
most of
even use
the
that sometimes.
yeah, yeah. Even I was going to say the majority of the advertisement business today is AI driven, but yeah, it's just a matter of giving an out, whatever software the parameters. Usually things like what you're talking about, size and resolution and stuff like that, are dictated by the size of whatever billboard or building that you're trying to paint on, and then cost. If the client project whatever has a low budget, then it's going to be low resolution. If it's high budget, high resolution, things like that, computers can
Yeah,
figure that out. Yeah.
yeah, you can. That's already actually a thing. There's a lot of software suites that allow for that. In terms of in terms of like the stuff that I do to set stuff up, right? Like for example, I've done concept art, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the problem is with concept art is that the people who want it a lot of the times they want variations, and I mean like
Yeah.
wild
Unique.
variations a lot of
Right.
the time, right?
Creative. Right.
Yeah, so there's like a creative part of it, and the thing is too is that like again, the surface in which you're going to be doing the print, for example, matters, and the layers matter because a print job can have multiple different types of material, right? And if you have to set all of that up to be able to print everything perfectly in the image as you've layered it. You have to make sure that the blade and the ink is necessary in order to be able to pull those things off. So it's very
Okay.
complicated, um, or it can be very, very complicated at times depending on how
Okay.
big the job is. But
So
I think
if you're asked, Mhm. Sorry,
so.
go
I
ahead.
think that's the only part that'll like that AI would have a problem with, the layering part of things, right?
Well, and I was going to respond if your question is how would AI adapt to that, and Marty, I think Mike is.
Oh, I didn't know I was on.
Yeah, I hear your background fan. So a lot of that it can be simulated. So background, the textures, the tessellation, even good old fashioned ray tracing can simulate how light reflects off of any surface, and you can computer automate exactly what you're trying to do, including with the textures of paints, spectrums, things like that, palettes. That can all be simulated. The hard part, I would imagine, is if it just had to be, ink strokes. That you can probably get a robot to do it, but that's probably much more currently not as cost effective as hiring somebody. But the ultimate answer to how AI would take over that job is electronic billboards. Which we're already seeing plenty of that.
Yeah, that's easy stuff.
Yeah,
An
yeah,
AI can knock that out, but it's
yeah.
like for example, a person comes to me with an art piece and it has let's say 10 different layers and requiring 10 different types of material that
Hmm.
all has to be on that one piece of art, right, that they want to showcase.
Hmm.
And a lot of it is like very specific hands-on work, right? Because
Yeah,
sure, some materials you can cut with a blade, some you just cannot. You have to hand cut it, and you have to make sure it is Precise.
Well, and so you actually bring up a really interesting topic in the AI world. What the ultimate answer to what I think fields like yours, like art fields, whether it's actor, the acting business, painting like that and stuff, kind of stuff like that, even music. The one of the big conversations is that even if AI or computers or whatever can automate and make better stuff, make better art, can do all of that better than any human. The HI, the human intelligence itself, will be its own premium. There will always be some customers that will specifically want a human's touch. They'll pay
Yeah.
extra premium to know that a human being did it. You
Yeah,
can't ever automate that.
a buddy of mine wrote a story. It was actually pretty good. He hasn't finished the book yet.
Mhm.
But I read the first couple chapters, right? And so he decided that he's going to essentially use AI to rewrite the story. And first of all, the AI didn't do like a super terrible job, but it was
Especially if
like
it's ChatGPT, yeah. Go ahead.
a super generic, young adult, dry
Copycat.
copycat story
Yep. Yep.
where I can see multiple different elements from multiple different like movies and ideas and character tropes,
Mhm.
right? The character has like no depth to it. It's just a character made up of tropes,
Mhm.
right? Like what the hero would essentially look like and the villain and what motivates them and
Right.
what makes him a bad boy, like stuff like that, right?
Popular
Because
themes, right?
yeah, popular themes. Whereas in his original work, the character is pretty complex. The motivations are there. Um, he doesn't have like weird, inconsistent behavior. Like if he's kind of a hard ass who's had a tough, traumatic life and he's mentally emotionally unstable, right? Chances are he's not gonna go around trying to be a hero to people, right? Maybe for his friend, a close friend, but a random person, no. The AI wrote him that he's like a kind of a bad boy who likes to get in trouble, and he uses uh, being a hero to kind of get in trouble and beat other people up. Sounds
Hmm.
familiar? Sounds like Batman. Anyways.
There's an ancient old quote that says, "To be yourself, unless you can be Batman, then be Batman."
Right?
Well, I thought that AI is writing books for people, or people are using AI to write books. I wrote my 2 books.
You're very soft.
Huh?
No, don't stop her from talking. Let her talk so I can try to fix it.
Oh, my
Okay.
mic again? What's going on with my? How come I don't?
Richard's tweaking your input.
I don't have
Yeah, I've
fun.
got it up as far as I can go, Marty. You're still a little bit quiet. If you can do something, please do.
That's weird because I don't have problems when I play Dungeons and Dragons with this.
Perfect.
That's
That's
perfect
good.
right there.
Yeah, but I don't want to sit up like this. I'm tired.
It's
Sorry.
not. I don't think it's your end, Marty. It's again Richard suggesting it on his panel.
No, it is her end. She's
Lean
talking
back,
mic
lean back
sensitivity.
into it.
How about this? Is better?
worse. Make it go the other way.
This? Hello.
I don't know what you
No.
did, but it's way worse.
Go say test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Turn off the noise, the background noise canceling.
Fan. You probably hear my fan.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, the
Oh, way
automatic
better.
volume and background noise is already done. The only thing left is echo cancellation. That doesn't normally help this.
Does anybody else hear someone breathing? Almost sleeping?
Yes,
That's probably.
Yeah, who's Darth Vader?
I think it's Brick.
No, it's.
He's
No,
muted.
Yeah, it can't be Brick.
Can you guys still hear it? Nah, that was me.
It was you.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marty,
What do you have? A snoring
Right.
dog?
what were you going to ask about AI or say about AI? What were you going to say about AI?
Oh, that's lame that people are using AI to write books, and meanwhile, I wrote both my books with my own brain by myself with no help from AI.
I hope you did better.
from
Yeah.
scratch.
Yeah, I was going to go
The
ahead.
interesting thing is that because there's a guy who actually tried to get his book written by AI copyrighted, and they denied him.
Good.
Good.
In order for something to be copyright, it has to be written and created by a human, not a
I was going to
machine.
explain, if you guys haven't already heard, there's a extreme amount of fraud out there. There are thousands of peer-reviewed, accredited, whatever you want to call it, scientific papers out there, research papers that passed the peer review process that were made by AI. They cheated the heck out of it. They get past the peer review process, and it had to be retracted, like for the same reasons you said. People just don't know, but
Sure.
it sometimes takes years for someone to go, "Hey, I've seen that before," and they go and ask ChatGPT or somebody, and it comes at the same exact answer. I was like, "Hey, you cheated,"
So
It's just
I have used
incredible.
AI for a couple of different projects, and every single time I've had to fix it. It
Mhm.
doesn't work.
Ask me
If,
about my job.
if AI is so good, Joel, why can't it tell me how many R's there are in strawberry?
It probably can.
No,
If,
it can't.
I mean, R's are in strawberry, like the word. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't. It can't. It always says 2.
That's
It
because
gets it
people don't know
wrong.
how to spell it.
I was
No,
going to
no,
say,
no,
you
no. It's
need a better
because
language
so
library, but
from what I've heard, the explanation being, because it is a common phenomenon, the explanation is it's because it doesn't see the word; it sees like numbers and code.
well, to me, so there's a huge. That's what Google's main bread and butter is language libraries. So I have not heard of that before.
Marty, links.
Oh yeah.
Show your
Yeah,
stuff, girl.
Yeah.
I need to hurry up and finish writing my damn 2 books so I can put them out there.
I'm seeing that OpenAI is pointing out ChatGPT's mischaracterization of it. Is it more than that?
Yeah, it is other ones, but it's obviously the one that Google's focused on.
Well, another seldom well-known fact is that ChatGPT is not only old, but they stopped allowing their training models to improve since like 2020 or so. So that's why there's a lot of repetition as well as a lot of errors and so again, as an AI developer
Sounds like
professional guy,
Gates.
huh?
Said that sounds like Gates. They put
Well,
Gates. Nice. That's a
I
good
thought you were talking about Bill Gates.
No,
Because
no.
Microsoft bought ChatGPT.
Fences.
But yeah, even the guy who programs this stuff, we don't rely on. So we try to make it better, but it's not perfect.
Hey,
Well,
Richard,
the same thing
the
is
inside
human
chat.
intelligence. Human intelligence is probably much worse, but still.
Say that again, Odin.
I was saying check the inside chat. Hopefully you get the reference.
Richard the Red.
And instead of what was it? What was the original? Something the
Viking.
Red. He was a conqueror, a Viking. Yeah. What was
Yep.
it? Something the Red.
Yeah, I don't remember what exactly it was. And
He's back.
for the Skyrim folks out there, Ragnar the Red.
Oh, that's where I got
Rorik's
that
dead.
from.
I was wanting to assume Richard's glowing in the basking of Jupiter on fire, but I'm weird.
I wish end times were here, but it is not.
Yeah. I feel like I've taken way too much air in the room. I love this topic, but unless you guys have more questions,
Well, I was gonna query Batman on something. But,
Okay. There you go.
So like it's kind of for all the religious people here, right? So something I've noticed that the atheistic sort of lifestyle does miss out on, no matter how much they say they don't, is the community that's developed through going to church. It's nothing to do with the faith. It's nothing to do with that. It's just obviously there's this sense that people have become more drawn into their own house in the individualistic sort of sense, not even by fault of anything except for the lack of community, which I feel comes from the church. Yes, there's other pathways out of it, but none of them seem to capture that same level of community that religion once brought.
You may be pleasantly surprised, then, Theo. There is a huge, growing number of atheist quote churches and communities that do exactly that.
Well,
For
I
that
want to
reason.
answer that too before Batman goes, because I know it was more directed towards Batman.
Yeah.
I do notice it as well, and my view of it is that there is a debauchery, a hedonistic lifestyle that most religious folks, what we would call a debauchery, hedonistic lifestyle, that does not exist within those communities. So we're pretty much guaranteed that it's not going to happen to us and the people we care about. So it makes it easier for us.
And the correct
You
form of
know,
the word is debaucherous.
I like
and
it.
you just reminded me, Brick. So yeah, it's true in the original Christian cultures, but there are theist religions out there. My wife in the Philippines was sharing yesterday that there's some quote pastor that was arrested. And he's being held on charges that, and I forget the name of the quote church, that they pretend to be Christian about, but he's being arrested for rape. Something about their teaching is that they have sex with the Holy Spirit. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff out there.
Yeah, obviously, I am going like out of the way to ignore anything, all the bad points that religion would obviously bring with it. Just highlighting one of the few good things it did actually bring towards humanity.
Science.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that have come out. Well, everything's come out of religion. Religion was school. That's the argument I make. Once upon a time, they weren't the separate things back in the day.
Well,
But,
they still are. Yeah. So I'm one of the scientists that makes the argument, like Einstein and others make, that even atheism is a core of religion. It's just in different worldviews, different premises.
But if what you're saying is true, and now atheists are doing their own church, then what else does religion have left? What good? Because science is gone. You've lost that. That's an opposition with.
Not at all.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
No,
let him finish anyway.
Yeah, sure.
in your opinion, Joel, maybe. In the colloquial sense, no.
If you want an argument, let me know. I'll prove you wrong if you like, or give you counter evidence, I should say. Sorry.
Most of Tom MacDonald's songs, which refer to the fact that I give you the word of Christ and then I give you a religion to oppose it. This is a colloquial cultural thing, and if you're denying it, I think you're a bit foolish.
Well, no, see, that's a different topic to me. What I'm talking about is that in the what I would call the professional sciences, where we actually develop.
I said you were talking past me at first.
No, just different opinion. So in the professional sciences, where we're actually researching, we're doing actual development, mostly, if not exclusively, the private sector today, you won't find an atheist in professional sciences. The viewpoints that you're talking about, where people pretend that science and religion are separate, that's almost, if not exclusively, in academia, when they don't actually develop new things.
Yeah, not only is it academia, I mean, you're right, because the majority of people are not atheistic or agnostic. The majority of them on the planet are more of the religious type. However, it's also a piece of propaganda that's being portrayed by various different governments that it just simply isn't a part of religion, whereas it is.
Yeah, and I try to further share. So guys like me that are religious, that are in the sciences, it's very rare for guys like me to want to be social, much less get out on social media like this and be attacked. I think I attribute my military career to toughen me up a little bit. Most of my coworkers, they say I'm crazy to go on social media, whether Facebook or YouTube or anywhere. They avoid it. They don't like this kind of conflict. But so you most people, I think, generally won't get the sense of what the science fields actually are unless you work in them. There's just I don't know any. I used to know a few, but I don't know any atheists today in any of the fields that I've worked in. We're all theists of various kinds.
And actually, that's a big problem in a lot of the sciences, like archaeology, ancient Near Eastern studies, and which brings to mind. I really recommend Digital Hammurabi channel. They are very educated. They are great communicators, and they bring specialists in archaeology and ancient biblical studies Egyptology, all kinds of great stuff on their channel. Check out Digital Hammurabi if you have the notion.
I've heard the name before. Can you spell Hammurabi, please?
Yes, Hammurabi.
Got it. Thank you.
So it's funny because I see. So first of all, I will be the first to admit that I am not a religious man, right? I
So
don't.
you say.
Everybody's religious, even atheists. Go
Yeah, I don't engage in the types of veneration that a lot of people do towards, like, towards a lot of stuff. To me, it's just not me. It's never been me, right? Yeah, I consider myself a stoic Zen Jesusist? Of course, right? But my practice is more so has to do with my lifestyle, and more so a fostering a good relationship with God, right? Under the understanding that everyone has that God spark, and if I'm supposed to love God and everyone's made in His image, me hating people or treating people like garbage is essentially, me treating God like garbage, and and me treating God badly,
First
right?
John 4:20. Yes, sir.
Yep.
You reminded me
Okay.
of my brother's old license plate cover. So I'm not religious. I just love the Lord.
Yep. So you won't.
I got a question for you there before you go on, if you can hold the thought, Odin. When you say veneration, do you mean ritualistic acts, or do you mean holding in high regard?
I would say doing both at the same time, because obviously I hold Jesus in high regard,
So
right?
you do hold something in higher regard than yourself, but you
Yes.
don't you don't do acts of ritual. Is that what you're saying?
No. Not on. I mean,
Well,
if
you're being biblically sound if that's the case.
I agree. Jesus was against rituals.
Yes, very much.
In fact, he
um,
said, "Don't be like the pagans."
Hey,
Yeah, don't do that.
Sorry, Marty. This is what Jesus
The
said. Sorry, it's not
the
me.
pagans of the day it was written, and in that part of the world, Marty, you're not even the same kind of pagan.
There are Christian pagans, by the way, apparently. But that's
yes,
the
there
topic.
are. There are Christian witches actually that use the
Yes.
Bible for in their practices.
Yep, I've met them.
Kabbalah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
They don't like to be called witches in my experience. They're Wiccans, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with the word witch. I'm a witch. I practice and study witchcraft, even though I haven't really been practicing or studying as much as I should be lately. I've got too much going on right now.
Well, if I may, every good Christian would warn you to be careful because a lot of that is demon craft. But yeah, you probably
Yeah,
already know.
it's really not.
The black magic.
It's really
Well,
not.
I think it really depends on whether or not it's true in reality. That should be our deciding factor. So Marty, when you say you practice witchcraft, that's really vague, and I've heard you say it several times, and I don't really know what it means. And I've heard you mention the expense of materials before, but I don't know what the materials are for. And maybe you're not, and you've expressed to me before, you're really not open to discuss those kind of things in details in public. And I would have a private conversation with you just so I can improve my map of who Marty is at some point, because those kinds of terms don't tell me anything.
Sure. So, well, there's things that I can answer, and there's things that I can't because I took an oath on my initiation, so I can't really talk about certain things. Because my coven back in Jersey is oath based, so I'm still oath bound to them. So when I say I practice witchcraft, I'll take, like, let's say, just for the hell of it, because everybody can identify with this. Let's say I want to do something for money, right? I will find some stones that are associated with money drawing, and I'll put those maybe on my altar. And then I'll find some like incense scents that are associated with money drawing, and you light those, and I'll light maybe green or brown candles to those colors. The brown would be for like the earth, like being able to grow things like prosperity, because the earth can plant plants.
Oh, I was going to guess that green meant prosperity, but go ahead.
That too.
Okay.
So I would find a ritual, find a spell, open the circle, do my ritual, close the circle, bada bing, bada boom. Be as specific as possible with my intent and how I want to get said increase in cash. The details of ritual, like I said, I'm not allowed to describe.
That's okay. So after you've done all of that, you've spent that amount of time, I would say that you definitely have some kind of an emotional investment in it, or you wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. And is there anything that you need to do to make that happen after the fact?
No, I just let it do its thing. Actually, we're not supposed to talk about, I'm not supposed to tell my coworkers, well, I did a spell the other day so I can get a raise. We're not supposed to. Yeah.
No, I can understand why, because you'd be.
We just let it do its thing.
You don't want to tell your boss, I cast a spell on you. Give me a raise.
Yeah, pretty much. We're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, that would not be good. That's actually like terroristic threatening.
Manipulation.
Or manipulation of some kind.
I like to ask questions too.
So I'm curious. Have you done? I'm sure you've done an internal, like informal, mental set of mental notes, saying how successful this kind of work has been.
Sure. Oh yeah, I've seen things and then like work, and I've seen things not work. So
So obviously you're an intelligent lady, or at least I'm persuaded to think you are. I could be completely wrong, but I'm convinced of it. I'm just being honest. I could be. You could fool me. I don't know, but you seem intelligent to me, and it seems that you would have already, by the time you're past 20 or whatever age you are, that a person would have heard of confirmation bias. And I'm sure you know what that means. And I'm sure people have challenged you before and said, well, how do you know you're not just counting the positives and things like that? So what is your standard response to that kind of a challenge?
I actually just kind of say, I don't really have an answer to that. I do what I feel it works. And I've seen sometimes it doesn't work, and I can't explain why I've seen something work and what I can't without getting into the details of ritual.
I understand that. That's fine.
Yeah, so I can't. Well,
Christian religious people, they have the same issue. Because the text of the Bible strictly read without the idea of an intended reader, which this is one of the reasons I contest that there must be an intended reader, because these things don't happen for Christians. That wherever someone prays something earnestly in Christ's name, it will be done. Well, it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't. And so the Christians will say something like, well, God always answers. Sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes the answer is wait. And sometimes the answer is yes. To me, this is exactly confirmation bias. Because if your God can answer you no when the text you read says the answer will be yes, or if God can answer wait, then you're just putting it off. A person's just putting it off and saying, well, I got my answer. The answer is no, which is the same as I don't grant your prayer. All right.
Right.
So that should be counted as a negative or a failure.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I've seen things fail. Like I've done things and I've seen them not come through. And I said, all right, maybe I wasn't supposed to. Maybe I'm not supposed to get that raise right now.
But how's that different from what the Christian says?
because I'm putting I'm putting actual work and my actual energy and my actual self into the rituals, and I'm not just like leaving my whole life up to the divine. Like I have to do things in the mundane world in
Right.
order to kind of get, maybe I ask my boss for a raise. Maybe I, if I need more money, maybe I try and find a second job. Maybe I try and take out a loan. Maybe I try and sell stuff on eBay. And my magic, the spells are a last resort. I see a lot of Christians just pray without trying to figure out stuff in their own life, because they just think, well, God answers prayers. So if I ask for, a raise, I'm just going to get it. Like, I don't think it works that way. So,
So in regards to that, you do understand that actually is what Christians do. That typically Christians do understand. Most of them are genuinely understanding that they actually do have to put in the work.
well, not the
Well,
Christian.
you can have the whole argument of works-based salvation and grace-based salvation. You can have that, which has been going on for I don't know how long, thousands of years or something.
Well, I wrap that up into Hebrews 11:1, that evidence must be there. So if you don't put in the work, you have to have faith of the mustard seed. Yes, this is true. But works, it says works not alone, not works alone. That means you need both.
I don't really have faith. I have faith in myself that whatever I'm doing at that moment, whatever work I'm doing, like spell work I'm doing, is going to work. And sometimes it doesn't. And I just go, all right, well, it didn't work. Maybe I'm not supposed to have that right now.
Well, what I was saying is that Christians do understand that work is a part of it.
Do you mean work like I was saying, like maybe talk to your boss for a raise, maybe see if you can get a loan, maybe look for a second job, that kind of work?
Yeah, and prayer. Both. Yes, both. Yes. You have to put the work in. You have to study to show yourself approved. All the things like what you were saying, like, so the rituals or whatever, and I understand that. So if you're putting that work in, what you're saying is, look, I'm actually physically doing something. Well, Christians do that too. We study, we, go back to prayer, we try to reach understandings, we have conversations amongst other Christians and others of personal relationship. The work that we do might not be recognizable as a ritual, but in a way, technically it is.
Well, I wanted to suggest or ask as well, Marty, not to be pedantic or nor offensive at all, but I've got some experience, with other pagan religions, with the occult and stuff like that. And what you described doesn't sound much different than things I've seen from shamans, Taoists, even the theoretical or the theistical, whatever that word is, Buddhist. There's plenty of other religions out there that do exactly what you just talked about. In fact, one of my best friends, she's a biochemist by training, and now she's a therapist of sorts that talks about how she encourages. She makes a lot of money encouraging her clients to try to influence the flows of energy in the universe. Various techniques. I wouldn't call that necessarily witchcraft.
Not really.
Yeah.
You
can, but
something different. I don't know what your friend is taught.
Well, that's just one example of many, I'm saying.
Right. Lately, I've been kind of going through, I've been kind of having, for lack of better terms, kind of a crisis of faith. I've been kind of agnostic lately on the gods that I've been, and the practices that I've been relying on for the past 20 plus years. I'm not completely, I'm still on board, but I'm not as complete jumped into it as I was when I first started my practice and when I first got into.
I think that's like that with everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been like, well,
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Sometimes I've seen things work. Maybe is that because it just doesn't work in general, but sometimes I've seen things work. So that means, is that coincidence that I just happened to get that raise at that time, or happened to get that, the money that I was looking for, or,
Marty, do you know what that's called? It's called science. You're trying to make an empirical observation, a repeatable empirical observation. Good job.
It is. He's right.
I approve. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
we should always be trying to correct our maps of reality. We should be making it better. We should be analyzing things. That's healthy. And if for some reason, like I know of certain Christian sects, that someone discourages that, such as in the JWs, then what a person is involved in there is a cult. They're not involved in an actual religion.
Wait, what was it that they were discouraging?
JWs, they discourage investigation, introspection, doubt, any kind of education from outside of their system.
Hey, real quick, I apologize to interrupt. So my friend I just talked about, she just texted me that the lunar eclipse is happening just now. There's a super moon harvest lunar eclipse going on right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a harvest moon tonight. I haven't done a moon ritual in a good minute, but I kind of can't because of work, which is probably why I'm kind of starting to fall off the wagon a little bit, because I can't really do. I live at my work, like in the cat room at my work where we board cats, so I can't really do stuff, lighting incense and lighting candles and such in here.
Try it outside.
Yeah, but it's not that easy.
I understand.
But yeah, so that's probably why I've been kind of like, well,
are you what's the Christianese term, Richard? Are you falling away from the witchery? I guess what's it called? Or Christians fall back, or whatever they call it?
Often I've heard crisis of faith. I don't know if that's the term you're looking for. I don't think
no, this is a different term, but yeah.
Backsliding?
A falling away.
Yeah.
Backsliding. See? That's it.
We're backsliding out of paganism.
That was scientific evidence. Marty is intelligent. She knows more than we do. We're Christians. Sorry.
So
I'm trying to find a live view.
The real term for that technically actually is turning away from God. That's the actual term, though. Even though a lot of people put these ad-homs on it, the real term for it is turning away.
Repenting from God instead of towards God, maybe?
Basically, yeah, rejecting the Spirit.
Or just getting lazy.
Yeah.
Falling out of love, I would say, yeah.
Yep.
And we fall back in love. Just how love works.
I mean, technically, because love is such a high place, you wouldn't be falling into. You would have a hard climb.
What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
If I can, I want to address the freak in this side chat, because it would be easier for me to speak it than say it. I had my practice of witchcraft and the hurtful relationship that failed had nothing to do with each other. I didn't have this traumatic breakup because of my practice and because of being a pagan. Like, there's no conflict there. I had a boyfriend who I was deeply in love with, and he dumped me for no reason, and I'm still dealing with that trauma now. So there's no conflict there. I had a bad traumatic breakup. Yet there's no conflict there. My relationship had nothing to do with what I practice or what I do or or it has nothing to do with that. People have, I'm sure there are Christians that go through hurtful breakups. You know, it's called life.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Everybody's life's dynamic, and there's entire Christian ministries devoted to that. Yeah,
They have nothing to do with each other.
Well, then even if they did, what's the point?
I mean, like, there's nothing. I wrote a book about a hurtful relationship. Yeah, and I practice witchcraft. There's no conflict there. There's no conflict. They're totally different things.
I think people of every religion can write a book about their experiences.
Yeah, really. I experienced a traumatic relationship, a traumatic breakup, and I wrote 2 books about it. My witchcraft practice has nothing to do with it.
I hope it sells well.
Thanks.
So,
Me too.
so speaking of chat, I love Sammy. He asks the good, the hard questions.
I love Sammy.
Yes.
Sammy rules.
Turning away from a thing we think doesn't exist. Yes, it's not nonsense. So, imagining a lion in the bushes in the dark, would you turn away from it? We know you fear it, but would you turn away from it? It would be foolish to. You would back away slowly, backwards, knowing that it exists. And eventually, yes, you would turn around and perhaps even run. So, yes, turning away from something that we don't know exists. It's in the bushes. We think it exists. It's in there.
Sorry.
I can take that a
excellent
step
question.
further. I can take it a step further too, because you can also consider just turning away from an ideal set of gods. So if you don't agree with the ideal set of the Christian beliefs, you can turn your back on that particular Christian god and turn away from him. So you don't just have to turn away from him in the sense of fear. You can turn it away in senses of disgust, sense of not belonging, for many, many different reasons.
Right. So in my analogy, Sammy, it's, do you know for a fact that lion exists in the bushes, in the dark? You can't see it. You don't even see its eyes, but you just feel this presence. You're pretty sure it's there. You start to back away slowly. You fear it. And so the disrespect of it is to turn around and try to run. You shouldn't have turned around. You should have just kept backing away slowly with your face towards it, if that's that fear.
I didn't think you were going to focus on that part of it, because that's just false positive and leads to superstition.
Well, I'm trying to create an analogy of a being that really does exist, because to present some Christian value, some God factor to someone who doesn't believe, that's just foolish, because he's not going to believe it if it's not something that really exists. So he knows that the lion exists. He just doesn't know whether it's in the bushes or not.
Well, then a lion is a bad analogy, because I can bring a lion and see a lion. I can't see God.
But you don't know he's in the bushes.
Well, I would pet the lion because I like kitties. So I would die petting something that I'm not supposed to.
Right. Don't have there's 2 types of fear. There's the type of fear that you could get hurt, but then there's the type of fear that's like a reverence, right? Like the fear of disappointing, right? I don't want to disappoint the lion, so I'm not going to turn my back on it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to approach it and I'm going to pet it. And hopefully he won't eat me, because he's going to eat me if I turn around and start walking away like he doesn't even exist. He's going to be like,
Actually,
really?
there's this retired footballer, and by that I mean soccer star, who opened a wildlife refuge for displaced, abused, whatever lions. And there's a percentage of them that were a pretty high percentage, from what I can recall, that were always wild animals. And he's befriended all of them one at a time. You can watch him like play soccer with lions, cuddling with them. There's also one where one of them is testing him, and he's talking to the interviewer, and it's pretty close up, and you can see it really well, like maybe 8-10 feet away or something. And the lion turns his head sideways and grabs hold of his shin, about midway between his ankle and knee. And the guy explains, he says, okay, now this is a bad time to freak out. If you try to pull away right now, he'll just clamp down on your leg, probably break it. So what he does, he turns around and smacks the lion in the forehead, and it lets go.
Yep. Actually, I do know about that guy, and I do know about the preserve, and yeah, that it's such an awesome thing to see the way that he interacts with those lions. These aren't just kitty cats; they're lions, and it's so awesome.
These are 500-pound males and stuff. Yeah.
I've seen a TikTok where this woman, she has an enclosure for all the different cats. She goes and boops the nose of the jaguar and the cougar and the lion and all the different. She goes and boops their noses like a little kitty. She even pats some of them behind the ears. They're just big cats, man.
Kitty. But yeah, so yeah, I just wanted
But
to
it's-
address the.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address the freak on that. So that was all.
Yeah, and your point is well taken as well. But yeah, it's a and to go back, like, so I want to address it because there is a point of reverence where you realize that you're just this meat bag full of bones that really nature, the way it exists, like there's something more out there. Like you don't even know it. Like the wild dogs in the Saharan Africa, or I don't know if it's Sahara, but in Africa, they've got wild dogs who pack up and literally will come out of nowhere and just attack you, you know? And there's all sorts of other different wild animals that just all of a sudden they're there. You didn't know that they were there, but then they come. And then comes the part of you don't know that they're there. So are you going to have that reverence for them that they might be there?
Like I said to you, man, what you're describing is called a false positive, and so what happens is if you see a bush rustling, right, and you decide that it doesn't matter if it's a lion, doesn't matter what it is behind the bush, right, as long as you've decided that there is danger behind the bush and you leave, you survive. If you're the person who says, I want to see what's behind the bush, and you go and test it out, well, 9 times out of 10, maybe it wasn't a hungry lion, but that 1 time out of 10, it was a hungry lion, well, you died and you didn't breed. So the superstition is actually an evolutionarily explainable trait.
Well, here's the thing, okay? So I'll take the animal kingdom out of it, and I'll go to the nature of the volcano. You're not going to build your house on a volcano or a huge mountain that you know is volcanic, right?
Pompeii.
So there's a reverence for the nature of that volcano. It's not even alive, but there's reverence for it.
Pompeii.
In their defense, they built at the base of Pompeii, not on the slopes.
No, but like to say that humans weren't aware of the dangers of going near mountains that smoke at the top since like before we could even write about it is like, of course that's going to be a natural instinct, and of course, well, the thing is the benefits of living near a volcano because of the ability to grow food so easily in volcanic soil outweighs the chance that maybe in the next 100 years it might explode.
I wanted to ask real quick. I missed the opportunity.
Wait,
if I may,
before we go on from there, I would invite Theological to look up which is the older term, the god Vulcan or the term volcano.
The Star Trek Vulcan. I was going to ask Brick if you're Trekkie real quick for me.
I'm not, but I know Trek.
Well, do you remember the episode where Wesley's nanobots got free and they became sentient and called humans ugly bags of mostly water?
I don't know it that much. Sorry.
Yeah, you reminded me of that. Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah. No, it's fine. So
Nerd here.
I'm sure there's an analogy there you're looking for.
No, you said something about humans are bags of water or something like that.
Oh, bags of meat with a bunch of bones inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My favorite Star Trek is DS9.
Oh, no, I think that was still TNG, wasn't it?
No,
It was Wesley. What about DS9?
That's my favorite Star Trek.
Oh, I think that's everybody's favorite. That's yeah.
Actually, my thing is actually like Firefly and what's the other one? I like those more funny ones.
I didn't mean to derail the conversation, but the Expanse by far is the best. Go ahead. I know that's sacrilege, to Star Trekkies, but okay. Plays good.
But I will say this, that Star Trek is a very much better story than any Star Wars ideology.
It's more science than fiction. Star Wars is more fiction than science.
That's why I like Star Wars better than Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I like it all. I love it. But there was a conversation. I apologize if I derailed it. Please.
Warhammer 40k Master Race. You're all weebs.
Dude, I was living in the Philippines last summer, and then went to one of the big malls, and they had I don't know how many. It was well over 1,000, if not multiple thousands, of Warhammer 40K, the little what do you call those little figurine statue things, and it was some sort of event, they're for sale or whatever. But it was amazing to see, much less in the Philippines. I don't think I've ever seen that big of a collection in the United States yet. I've seen a big collection.
Nice. So I did remember what I was going to say about it. So I was going to take the animal factor out of it. There's another one. So you got the volcano, right? Things like that, the tornado. You're not going to, if you're really wise, you're going to find yourself a little Goldilocks zone. But that's not going to change the possibility of a meteor or an asteroid hitting, right? So there's a certain reverence for things that are outside of our ability to control, right? I mean, you just know that you're not going to live forever right now, the way the system is. So taking that into factor, right? Are you afraid of it, or are you embracing it? And the thing is, with religious folks, people who believe that life has a source and that there's that it's a spark and not just like some random ease. Forgive me if I'm misquoting that. That reverence is an acceptance that even if we die, there's more to life, whereas there's nothing if you don't believe that. There's literally is what non-belief is.
Most atheists would make the argument that oblivion is nothing to fear, though, because you didn't fear the time before you were born. Why would you feel the time after it?
Because you're having experience and you don't want it to stop.
True.
Yes, I that keeps me up in panic some nights, that very thought that you just said, Richard. But
actually, I'm sorry.
It's just laughter.
Well, it is probably the most common fear is the abyss.
The abyss?
The abyss, right.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll make you a promise, Theo. When the science becomes available, we'll reform you, okay? So you'll be back even if you die. Don't worry so much.
I like it.
I know, there's other things that, there's even a philosophical answer I've had given to me, which is, it goes along the lines of, the infinite expanse of the abyss is but the blink of an eye to an unconscious mind. Like you try to get to Isaac, right? There's no experience of unconsciousness, so there's nothing to fear. I do know that. It's just,
if you think about it, nobody's died.
Yeah, exactly. So it's more of a primal fear that comes from, it comes from a natural place where I can talk myself down from it with logic and common sense.
Yeah, if you think about it rationally, all that's ever happened to anybody was they were approaching death.
Yeah, so I actually view it kind of like this. So it's actually pretty much related to the fear of disappointment, right? So if you disappoint someone, they're not going to be around you. They're not going to want to be around you. So it's directly tied to that fear that, when it comes to, especially for us Christians, if I disappoint God, then he's not going to want to be around me. Therefore, I'm going to be alone, and being alone is the abyss.
So you're hitting on the true crux of it, because when it comes to this fear, it's not even about myself. It's about I won't get to experience life with those people over there making noise anymore.
Speaking of which, thanks for all your dad work. Sorry.
Yeah,
speaking of which, thanks for all your dad work.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's not even work to me, right? But yeah, that's where the fear comes from, is not being able to experience with them. And there was a thought I came up with when I asked my partner with this: what if heaven was just every now and again I wake up in a big soft bed, I roll over, I give him cuddles, and we go back to sleep again. And you just do that forever. Is that a good heaven?
That'd be good enough, wouldn't it?
Sounds fantastic. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Anyway, yeah, I gotta go for a cigarette because it's getting me all emotional.
Oh,
Yeah, actually, I don't think Sammy is trolling.
Sammy doesn't troll. Well.
I've never seen him troll. I'm not saying he's incapable of it, but you guys enjoy yourselves. I mean, you're grown-ups. Enjoy yourselves. Whatever.
Well, he's claiming others who argue against him are trolling, so that's trolling. He's not serious. He's obviously just being weird. Having fun.
Well, if you understand what the word troll is, like, so the troll lives underneath the bridge and then he only comes out when it's somebody's crossing or it's somebody that he doesn't like.
Yeah.
Sometimes he won't come out. Ultimately, the purpose of that is he wants to control.
Well,
that.
So, to more specifically point to your analogy, he's attacking other religions. So he's trolling. Yeah, he's trolling Christians.
That's not really. So a troll is someone you allow to troll you, because if he's a troll, he's only attempting to control you, and therefore he's only your troll. He's not my troll.
But I think I've heard that called feeding the troll.
Yeah, there it is. You don't feed the trolls. He lives underneath the bridge, and as soon as you throw your banana peels down, he's going to come on up.
See, speaking as an ex-atheist, sometimes it's fun, but teach their own, right?
Then you're trying to control a troll.
Well, as long as everybody involved are consenting adults, I'm okay with it. You guys figure your own stuff out.
I agree. I would say as long as we're having fun, right?
Yeah.
Being nice. That's the hard part.
Yeah, sounds to me like they're at peace doing it. So.
Well, I hope they're not at peace. I hope they're having a good time.
I love you, Sammy. I love him so much. Are they trolling me? Yeah, they might be trolling you. You know who's a really good troll? Dr. Josh.
In what way?
He the last time I seen him troll was he was in, I think it was Jefferson Spatchcock's one of his streams, and he was like, hey, he was like talking like a believer, like a Christian. He's like, yeah, but that is, but this is that, and Christianese and this and this. It was hilarious.
Well, he was actually in seminary to become a preacher. You know that, right?
Yes, I do.
So he's well versed in the Bible, no doubt about it.
Oh yeah.
Like, I've never been introducing an idea to him, from what I understand from the reading frame I've adopted. And he goes, oh, I don't know that part of the Bible, or I don't know what you're talking about. I never have to quote him chapter and verse. He already knows it.
Yeah.
It's really impressive.
Who's this, Sammy?
Digital Hammurabi, Dr. Joshua Bowen.
Cool.
And his wife Megan's no slouch either, by the way. What's that?
What are their faiths?
Oh, they're faithless.
He's an agnostic, no?
If you mean, are they Christians? Well, she's British by birth, so she's a cultural Christian, but never a practicing Christian.
Okay.
And he was what denomination? Marty, do you remember?
I don't.
I don't remember either. Anyway, something in Reformed Christianity, something. I don't remember what it was, but they were evangelicals.
The Calvinism.
So he was in training to become an evangelical. What's that, Joel?
Calvinists or the Reformed Church, whatever. Yeah.
Well, Calvinist is a section of Reformed.
Yeah, true. Thank you. All right.
I mean, what I'm saying is, Protestant versus Catholic. I know he wasn't Catholic.
Okay. Yeah, and my arguments when I ask what faith, even atheists have the greatest faith humanly possible. If you heard my argument, but yeah.
Have you ever listened to Frank Turek and his argument? I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. Have you ever heard that, Joel?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I don't agree with all of his points, but I see his overarching point. I mean, but it's almost what is that? Assuming the consequent or something? Because of course everyone holds faith positions. Like, how in the hell would I buy all the chemicals and a laboratory to perform every chemical experiment that's ever been done so I can personally verify that it works? How would anybody do that?
Right, that's the position of atheism. But I'll call your Turek and raise you a G.K. Chesterton, if you've heard of him. Yeah, have you heard of him, Chesterton?
Only briefly. I just know the name. I don't know what it means.
He was probably one of the most, if not the world famous. He was a Christian philosopher in the turn of the 20th century, and one of his favorite quotes I just pulled up: "Atheism, quote, atheism is indeed the most daring of all dogmas, more daring than the vision of a palpable day of judgment. For it is the assertion of a universal negative. For a man to say there is no God in the universe is like saying there are no insects in any of the stars." End quote. 1906.
I would agree with him in principle, which is somebody, I don't remember who it was, quite a few years ago, not so long ago. He worked to define atheism better because it was two generalistic terms, which is somewhat what Chesterton is pointing out there.
I would simplify it in that the only way to know if there's no interstellar insects like in Star Trek, you'd have to go explore the entire universe, explore every single star.
Right.
Atheism says they've explored everything.
Okay, so when I was an atheist, and I was for 30 years from age 12 through 42, I identified as a hard atheist or anti-theist. Now, that was me making the positive assertion there can be no gods. All right. Now, I want to make two caveats to that now that I'm better educated. First of all, for the reasons you just pointed out, I don't know what's out in the universe. How the hell could I say that? Right? So it's already flawed. You can't be shown. And that's what I think Chesterton was saying. But I was also saying that based strictly in the Christian God. Right? So I was actually saying there can be no Christian God if I'd really thought it out. Of course, I started at age 12 and I didn't know what I was talking about, and I never thought about it again. I was just an atheist. So I think that's why recently atheists, anti-theists, agnostics have divided themselves into these different groups because we've gotten that far in the conversation.
Atheist denominations? Sorry.
No.
I could resist. As half a joke.
But it is different levels of claims. Yeah.
Denominations. So Christian denominations.
No, that's like saying this Christian denomination really believes in Jesus. This one kind of does, and this one doesn't at all. Well, that doesn't really make sense.
Can I ask what? I only got about 10, 15 minutes before my melatonin kicks in before I have to go to bed. But can I ask what atheists have faith in? Because I mean, I don't believe in the gods of Abraham.
Well, really, I just said it, Marty. How many chemical experiments have you done?
What's that?
How many chemical experiments have you performed in a laboratory?
Me personally?
Yeah, you. Yeah, you personally.
Nothing since high school.
Well, yeah, okay. So you did a couple of them in high school just to get the general idea, because that's what education is like. It's just an introduction. It's not a flushing out of the entire idea, right? Which is fine. I understand that. How about how many protein experiments have you done? Have you ever created life in a lab?
I don't. If I did, it was in high school, and I don't remember.
In fact, most of us have done none of this, but we believe it would work. We believe it's true. And when we believe something is true, that's a faith position.
Is it belief or accepting the evidence of?
What evidence do I have other than someone wrote it in a book, someone published a paper that was peer reviewed? I don't have any evidence.
Well, if I may also add to it. So atheism is the religious belief that you have evidence there is no God. And you can mince words about agnosticism and all that kind of stuff. But to answer the question more succinctly, an atheist has faith in the lack of belief of God. Just just as a theist has faith in the belief of God. They're
Okay,
polar
That's not
opposite logical
necessarily
positions.
yeah,
that's not necessarily fair, Joel.
It is in a strictly logical position narrative.
No. The logic
Is
is sound, but the form of it is not perfect.
I'm a nerd. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a true dichotomy. Either you believe God exists by faith, or you believe God does not exist. Give me the evidence God doesn't exist.
Let's say that I proposed a God that no religion has, which is going to be difficult. But let's say I proposed a God that constantly spewed M&Ms, right?
Show the evidence.
Oh,
Where's your candy God?
Let me my candy God, because I like M&Ms. But if I proposed a God like that, and we could show logically that let me change it just a little bit so it works better. It spews M&Ms and Reese's Pieces. Okay,
Dude, nice guy.
I know. It's a delicious God. Don't get me wrong, but because that God is also subject to copyright and those kinds of laws, it can't do both. So it's impossible for it to do both. So it could do either one, and that'd be okay. So I can negate that God as possible for the rules that describe the God, for its intrinsic abilities and restrictions, right?
This invented God. Go ahead.
So, yeah, it's just an example to try to get it out of the emotional. But okay, so if there were things that are logically impossible about someone's descriptors of gods, that God would be logically impossible. We can agree on that?
I would say that it is not logically impossible for a candy God to exist.
Yeah, but
Candy
one of its
God
rules is its rules are it spits candy, those candies, two different candies, and it has to adhere to production laws. And it's two different companies. So that's the rule. That's the rules for the God. It can't exist.
A self-contradictory God, I guess. I don't know.
Right. Okay, so if a Christian says my God is quad omni, and the quad omnis are internally impossible with each other, then a person would be justified saying that God can't exist.
Yeah, to me, that whole, I apologize because it sounds wrong or comes off wrong. The analogy or the epistemology of that is not largely relevant, given the idea of science, like Einstein described, it's the purpose of getting to know God, not the other way around.
Yeah, I get that, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. Okay,
Sure.
But if I claim that, say for instance, I'll give you a standard argument. If I claim that I can make choices, not that I have perfect free will, let's not even get into that, but I do make choices from what I see as available.
The appearance of free will. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I do make. You agree with me? I make choices.
From our perspective, yes.
Okay, so either I just structured that sentence or I didn't. I do or don't make choices.
yes.
Yeah, and I was clarifying from our perspective. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same sheet of music. Okay, so if I make choices, that's a power that I have. So it seems obvious that being able to make a choice is a power.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. So in order for a God to have all powers, one of those powers would have to be choice, because that's a real existent power that we're aware of and stuff, right?
It's presuppositional, but yes.
Yes, when someone says my God has all powers, that is a presupposition, right? Okay.
Go ahead.
But choice is definitely a real power that people obviously have, right? Okay. All right. So we know it exists in reality. We see it. Okay. Simultaneously, if I say that my God knows all things, including the future, and by know, I mean it's a fact of reality, no, that kind of philosophical no, not believes, not thinks, not a maybe, a definite thing, right?
He has knowledge of what he's going to create, yes, or make
exist. Okay. So if God knows all things of the future and that present moment, then when that future comes, they can't make choices. So you could either know all the future or have the power of choice. but you can't have the power of choice and know the future.
Or unless he already chose what the future is going to be.
Well, then he knows the future, but he has no power of choice.
Or he chose it before. Yeah, this is good.
But then the choice was made, and then when the future events happen, he can't change it.
Or he could if he wanted. He is God.
Yeah, I was just gonna
But
say,
then,
so
if he was
you can't-
God and he could change it, then he didn't know it.
Or he didn't choose to change it. Ooh.
No, it'd be
That's
fine
a
if he
choice.
doesn't choose to change it. You can know something and not change it. That's fine. But you can't know something to be a truth in reality in the future, and then when that future comes, change it. You can't have both.
The
Well, he's not
eternal
the God of
state,
lies.
the existence of eternity
So
gets
hold on.
around that paradox.
Let me jump in here because
What?
he's not the God of lies. He's the God of truth, right? So
And what do you-
because he is the God of truth, he limits himself on purpose. He chooses.
Well, again, more simply, there's an eternal state. Marty has a time limit, though, guys. Let's focus. Let's let Marty control the conversation.
That's true too, because
to kick in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just I'm still a little fuzzy on how atheism is how atheists are religious. Because my dad's a pretty hardcore firebrand, type of atheist, but he doesn't have faith that he in the lack of belief of God. He just lacks belief in God.
no, that's
Well,
not
so-
it, Marty. No, it's not faith in a lack of belief in God. It's faith in other things they can't show.
Or faith that God doesn't exist for whatever reason, and you don't have evidence for that. Same where atheists will ask a theist, "Where's your evidence?" And theists are supposed to, especially Christians, give that evidence. Atheists, the same thing. Where's your evidence God doesn't exist? I don't know. I just don't believe it. That's a caveat. That's a cop out. That's faith. I hope that makes sense.
No, I don't quite agree.
Would you agree that faith is believing something you can't prove?
Well, when I was a kid,
Things unseen.
I had faith in Santa Claus because I got presents at Christmas, and I heard the reindeer eating the carrots.
The Santa Claus actually exists. He's a historical figure.
That's not the same thing, Joel. That's cheating. She wasn't alive then.
Okay. Well, still, let's make it a point. There's a historical context. The Saint Nicholas.
Okay, so even though you had, when you were a kid believing in Santa Claus, you had persuasive evidence to help you bolster your faith position, right?
Childlike faith.
And then as you grew up,
Evidence for Santa Claus because I got presents every Christmas. So that was
yes,
evidence.
that's evidence, right?
Because you're in America.
Right.
Yeah. People outside of America always.
But later you notice that Santa Claus's handwriting is just like Mom's signing a check, and you went, wait a minute, why does Mom's perfectly match Santa Claus's handwriting? And your brain did a little math, and you went, well, the presents are no longer evidence.
Well,
right?
that's actually not how I was taken out
Something
of my
like that.
How you were enlightened about Christmas? Go ahead.
Dad out of nowhere, we're watching a movie, and he literally just out of nowhere just goes, there's no Santa Claus, right? Well, I was 8.
Shock.
That's how he said that to me, instead of like, hey, let's talk, presents, blah, blah, blah. Well, he just said it just like that, matter-of-factly, and I wanted to sob, but I couldn't because my dad. So that's how I was taken out of my faith in Santa Claus. But I had evidence in Santa Claus up until that point.
Okay, so the challenge is the following. How do you know that you're not persuaded to believe something that isn't right now? Because a mind can do that.
How do I know that I'm not persuaded to believe something right now?
How do you know that everything you believe right now is true? Since a mind can be persuaded to believe non-true things.
Oh, geez. I don't know.
Dang, Richard.
That's a right before bed question, huh? Good job, Richard.
My melatonin kicks in and I got to go to sleep.
I'm surprised that works for you, Marty. I'd love to talk about that more often sometimes.
Melatonin?
Yeah. Talk about the science about it sometime you get time.
Yeah, it never worked for me either.
To sleep.
Okay, so if I say my telephone works and that shows that science works when it comes to telephone science, then I'm justified. But if I say my telephone works, my cell phone works, right? And thereby the atomic clock is perfect. I'm not thinking straight. So the atomic clock works perfect is a faith position, and I have to have the phone working to know that the phone works. That's the difference.
Are you familiar with Ray Comfort? You're familiar with Ray Comfort?
I am. He makes horrible arguments, and some of them anti-biblical. But go ahead.
Yes, one of the things, when he says that atheists have faith, and I'll say this, and then I got to go to sleep because it's starting to kick in. He says that, if let's say somebody was to produce their wife, right? Like, oh, this is my wife. He would have to have faith that person is that person's wife. He would have to take it on faith that would be someone's wife. And I'm like, how would you have to take that on faith? Like, there's no faith. You don't have to have faith in someone's driver's license that they're called Steve if it says Steve on their driver's license.
Well, they could be lying. What's the point?
Huh?
They could be lying. They could not be spouses. I guess is the point.
No, but I mean, like he says that he would have to take it on faith. That, let's say Sammy and I are talking to him, right? And Sammy says, "This is my wife, Marty." Ray Comfort would go, "How do I know that this is your wife?" And
Right.
he would go, "Well, we can show a marriage certificate, we can show a marriage license, we have film and video and photos from the wedding." He would go, "Yeah, but I have to take that on faith that you're actually married and that this evidence is true." And it's
even more. To be even more pedantic, all that can be fake in theory. So yeah, it seems moot to me.
But it's not faith. If you're looking at mine and Sammy's wedding photo, it's just not.
Well,
you don't have to take that on faith.
People can fake that though. There's all kinds of old Soviet propaganda episodes of people faking marriages, for example. But that's beyond. I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to. I mean, if you really want to like deep dive like that to be kind of like, and don't take this the wrong way, but like.
Yeah. No, I get you.
I don't want to insult you, but to be kind of like
pedantic, yeah, I get it. Right.
That, because it's like, really, you're really going to go there? But
I think Ray Comfort made a terrible example, and I see your point in why that's a terrible example. But I'll tell you something that I accepted on faith for a very long time. I have one sibling who looks a lot like me, but I also have 5 siblings who don't. All right. They don't look hardly anything like me. But I kind of look like Dad, and so does one of my brothers. And there's people that look like Mom, but not so much like Dad in my family. But I never had a genetics test of myself or my siblings, some of which are still living, that I know that we are closely related, not just we're both humans. But I believe they're my siblings. Why? Well, they act like they love me. I grew up with them. Mom fed us both. Things like, I literally can't prove it.
But they would be your siblings if they're your mom's kids from the mailman or something.
But I can't prove. Well, they'd be my half siblings, and I have one of those. But I'm saying both same natural parents, 100% blood relative. And I can't prove that, but I do believe it. So that's a faith position that I hold that is completely rational and normal, and people do that all the time. They don't think of it as a faith position. It is.
Yeah, and again, if I may reiterate my point before you go to sleep, is not to be presumptuous or haughty or anything stupid. As a scientist, I prefer, as all of us try to, I hope, rely on evidence. I've got evidence that God exists, and there's a lot of scientists that I subscribe to that shows the evidence as well. And I would like to think, what's the atheist position based on their evidence? Where the atheist religious position, it is a religious position. Even Webster's dictionary describes it as such.
No, you're absolutely wrong. When you say the word religious, you are adding extra context and extra baggage that cannot be put onto the atheist. When you say faith, yes, you have a point. But when you say religious, you are 100% wrong.
No, I appreciate that actually, Richard, because that is actual factual proof. That's scientific evidence. He just proved atheism is religion. But to get to my point before being interrupted, the religious position of atheism, as defined by the dictionary, you can argue all you want, this says that there is no God. So what evidence do we have in the lack of God? That's what I would have to ask as a scientist, as a rational human being. What evidence would I have to be able to believe the atheist religion?
Wait, Theological, I know you're about to speak, but before you
I'm
do,
about to lose
are
it
you a
again.
hard atheist?
Guys, just he's wrong. Where is the worship of a superhuman power?
You don't need that for religion.
Atheism. Yes, that's what it says. The
No,
belief in
there's
worship
not.
of superhuman power or powers, especially a god of gods. You literally just told me I don't know what the word means. I've got the meaning of the
Okay,
word.
calm down. Calm down. It's
Stop
okay.
telling me I'm wrong when you're blatantly wrong.
See, okay, that's hypocrisy.
Joel,
The answer to his question. Let me answer it, Brick. Please.
Well,
It's a simple fact. There are hundreds of world-recognized religions that do not require belief in God. So atheism is by definition a religion.
I'm going to tackle this. Okay?
No, I just got the definition. I literally
So,
just brought up the
atheist
definition when you say
religions-
it is definition.
Most religions, from Buddhism to Taoism,
Hold on.
dictionary definition wrong.
Hold on
Thank
now.
you, guys. I gotta go to bed because my melatonin.
Good night,
Hi,
Marty.
Marty. Thanks for coming by.
You got
Thank
it.
you, Marty.
I just
Thank
see
you.
you.
Bye.
Okay.
Take care.
Let me tackle this right quick, okay?
No,
Sorry.
stop.
Hold on.
Definitionally, I bring up the definition, and it's
You
supports
carry
what I
the
said.
definition.
And he still says I'm definitionally wrong. He doesn't even know what the word definition means.
Stop.
Dude,
Listen. The
You have to
word
wait for his religion to calm down.
The word atheist
What
is a
religion?
misnomer. The word atheist is a misnomer.
yeah, I agree with you, Brick.
It's
I
a
know where you're
word.
going with this. I agree with your point. I agree with his point on faith. I didn't make a point until he brought up the word religion. Religion carries extra
This
baggage
is
and extra
why-
context
this
that you
is why-
cannot put on an atheist. Anyone with half a brain
Why not?
knows what I'm saying is true.
This is
So you're saying I don't have half a brain. Great.
This is why the 2 points can be right and the 2 points can be wrong. It is a religion and it is not a religion because the word
Where is the
atheist
worship?
is a stupid misnomer.
What
Yeah,
is
but
the
that's like
worship?
saying that
What are they
atheist religions,
worshiping?
Brick,
What do they worship?
They
What do they
worship all
worship?
kinds of things, including themselves. But Brick, the problem with that point is that they would say that theist religions are not religions too.
So atheists believe that humans are superhuman.
The word theist
Okay.
is a stupid word as well.
The Ubermenschers,
So-
the atheist Nazis complained about. Yeah.
And I
There's
even
all
was
kinds of-
half agreeing with his point on
Christian calls
faith as
himself
well.
a theist.
He just
They're-
doesn't think what I'm
There's
actually
many-
saying and thinks
There's
I'm
many
just
different
arguing.
We all
atheist
talk at the
religious
same time, so I'm
denominations.
going to mute up.
Sorry, Brick. Yeah, the emotions are engaged.
You annoy me. This is annoyance.
Well, too bad. It's your fault. I'm on.
Where's your dictionary that says it isn't a worship of a superhuman? Please get me this dictionary to prove your point.
So again, the irrefutable factual point that refutes that cherry picked dictionary reference is that again there are many world recognized religions around the world.
The first thing that came up. Stop putting shit on me. Seriously, mate. This is what's pissing me off.
We can't have a conversation if your religion constantly interrupts us. You're having a religion.
What do I worship? Stop putting it on me. I'm not even making it personal.
It's forcing you. You are mentally forced
What do I
to
believe?
interrupt.
Tell me.
The God doesn't exist, and you had to justify whatever immorality you
believe
have.
in
It's very
God.
simple. But the fact is that your religion is triggering you. You cannot have a conversation.
I believe in
You
God.
are. Look, I'm sorry. Look, you are
Pray last night.
you are the atheist religious fanatic Einstein complains about. We can't have a conversation. You calm down.
I'm giving you the arguments I've heard 1,000 times.
It doesn't matter what you're giving me. You're interrupting. You're preaching. You are literally preaching a religious sermon.
What was
You
my
are
point, sir?
It's impossible for you to accept contradictory information to your religion. Your dogma is in jeopardy, so you're going nuts.
Stop
Just like a
putting shit
theist
on me
religious.
and
Just
answer
exactly
the-
like a theist religious extremist, you're an atheist religious extremist by
Stop
example.
preaching like a crazy person and answer the question. What
You are the
was
crazy person.
my
I'm not the crazy
point?
person. Stop insulting me by your behavior. We
How
cannot
am
have a
I insulting
conversation.
you?
We cannot have a
What am I
logical, much less scientific, much less
What?
human conversation until you
I
calm
can have a
down.
conversation with every other human being, Joel.
You're
What was
still
my
interrupting
point?
me. That's the personal attack. You cannot have a conversation because your religion is triggered.
asking what the point.
You are
my
the
point
evidence.
was.
You are the scientific evidence.
Please,
Atheism
you.
is a religion. You are the proof of it. You and other
What
atheists like you, man.
was my point?
Look, no. You're trying to control me with your cult. Do not pretend that you can have your questions answered until you can calm your religion down, please. Calm your religion down. No, calm your religion down first.
What religion? What is my point? Please keep telling me what I
The
believe, what I'm
atheist
trying
religion.
to believe.
That
Treat
God
each other
doesn't exist. That's a religion.
without being able to explain what I'm saying.
You literally answer these religious freaks. You answer them.
Someone who
It's cognitive dissonance. Goes in one ear out the other. They are not allowed to think beyond their religious dogma. They're just not allowed. Whether atheist or theist. It's terrible. That's what I love about Richard's channel. Richard's trying to destroy this kind of religion.
Can anybody else here tell me what my point was? It was really simple.
I can explain it perfectly, but you won't listen because you are hostile to religions outside of your own. When you
you dumb fuck.
Yeah, see, cursing at me? That's a religious extremist position. You are extremist.
Stop telling me what I believe.
No. It's your behaviors that you're expressing. You are anti-humanist when you do that. You're just like the religious extremists. Just please help him calm down. Please.
So,
I'm not trying to trigger you. Your religion is triggering. Well, it's your fault.
You're
Your religion.
doing it on purpose
Hold on,
because
Joe.
you think it wins
Hold on.
debates. You're
Hold
an
on, Joe.
dishonest
Hold on,
person.
Joe.
These facts are
Hold on,
destroying
Joe.
your religion. Sir,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
Joe.
Fact. Give me
Hold
the
on,
fact.
Joe.
How is it a religion?
I've
Where is
explained
the
it.
worship of a superhuman?
That's not the only definition of religion.
If somebody doesn't
That's my
slow
point
down,
from the beginning.
if somebody
that, Rick?
doesn't slow down, right, then there's just going to be this constant crashing.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
So let
I
me
agree.
speak.
He took a break.
Somebody's got to slow down,
I agree.
and who should it be?
I'm trying to slow down.
Okay.
Look, I don't. I'm an ITJ. I'm a scientist. I don't get triggered emotionally easily. So I do piss people off with hard facts. So, I had an ex who's a psychology expert. The way she put it was that some people are quote married to their beliefs. So when you attack them like that, let me finish.
No.
Why don't you want?
I don't care. I don't care about the conversation you were having with him.
So show some respect, though, man. Come on.
I am.
No, you're not.
Absolutely showing respect.
Joel. That's not respect.
Let's have a conversation, you and I. Okay.
Well, let me finish a freaking point or statement. Yeah.
I don't care about the point that you were making with him. He left. Yeah. And I do understand. I do have understanding that you were trying to put a point forward. But going back to my original point when I came up, excuse me, neither one of you seem to be at peace.
I am. I am not. I have no emotional. I do this. I've done this for decades. This is boring to me. This is amateur.
Well,
if I sounded upset at all, it was kind of the hope to talk over him a little bit, talking over me, which I agree is stupid.
Are you trying to be right?
Trying to be what?
Right.
Nope. I'm just making an argument, and then it would be nice if religious atheists and religious theists would calmly make a counter argument. That's all. He's not able to make it calmly right now. That's all. So to further explain it, I've refined these arguments well over the years, and I would love your critique on this. The reason why atheists like that get so emotional when you consider their religion to be a religion, huh?
He's not atheist.
Oh, everything he said says yes to such. Being an omni whatever theist.
He's agnostic.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It is logically the same thing.
No, it's not.
I can explain that in detail. Yeah, it is.
I don't want you to explain it in detail. I know the difference between the two beliefs, and they are beliefs. That part I do agree with you about.
Well, they both disagree. They disbelieve in God. Go ahead.
Hold on. Theo is not an agnostic, nor is he an atheist.
He's still not
He believes in God. He believes in God. He is a theist. What he was trying to do was to explain to you the flaw in your argument. And what you were doing was that you were making assumptions about him, which obviously pissed him off.
So actually, no.
Hold on. Let me finish. You can, if I want to, because I've been doing this for years, right? I could take up the position of an atheist and make atheistic arguments. I could defend atheism if I want. It doesn't make me an atheist, right? And so if me and you are practicing, for example, right, practicing arguments against each other, right, one of us would have to know the atheistic position, right? So if you're making an argument, right, that's a bad argument, right, I'm going to be honest with you and say, hey, that's a bad argument. Here is why. Right?
I would love that.
That was essentially what he was attempting to do.
And I disagree.
Hold on.
I'm trying to patiently wait. I want to counter.
Yeah. The reason why that was not going through was because the well was poisoned by you assuming his position, which pissed him off.
Incorrect. Let me explain. What the reality of what happened, and we can all watch, go back and watch the tape. I was attacking only atheism. I was not attacking him personally. In fact, I made, if you can hear me through the shouting that he was doing, I was making the claim, which I believe is very factually demonstrable, that both atheists and theists can be that kind of fanatical religious type, whatever. And so I was simply saying he was being proof of the example that atheists can be religious and can be fanatically religious. And so my original premise was only attacking the religious positions. I made that very clear. He took it personally, as religious fanatics often do. And so he falsely assumed that I was only talking about him or his religion. And he was constantly asking, well, what's my religion? It doesn't matter. My points were that both religious positions, which they are, can be extreme. And I was going into examples why. And he proved it. It was a mistake for him to assume that I was attacking his religion. His religion, to me, is irrelevant. We can have arguments, we can have debates without having personal anecdotal referencing. Right?
So one of the things that I engage in, and I recommend everyone engage in these conversations, is active listening. Even when we have the urge to interrupt, right? Which heaven knows I really wanted to do during you guys' conversations, but we are adults and we have to let each other sort things out, right?
Yeah.
So
I
have
agree
to
with
respect that, right?
Yeah.
So if I know that I am not an atheist, right? And I am assuming the atheist position to spar with you, to demonstrate to you that that an argument that you are making does not follow, right? And you turn around and tell me that the position that I am defending is my position, right? That is poisoning the well, right? It has nothing to do with the argument, right? You are distracting from the actual point of it. Yes, we are talking about atheism, right? But saying that about me is distracting from the point that I'm trying to make. Now, if you continuously do that, that is going to offend me, right? Which is going to piss me off.
Well,
So
again,
I don't know. I get from your perspective, I understand that, right? But
I was only attacking I was only making the argument. I don't care what his or anybody's religion is. I attack the argument, not the person. He brought in himself.
I get that. I never said you attacked him. I said you poisoned the well, and how you did that, and you did it in a way that pissed him off. And I mean, maybe that's a part of your strategy in arguing. Everybody has a way how they do it. But what I'm saying is that I'm trying to explain to you why he's upset. Right?
No, I understand why.
Moral judgment or anything like that.
I totally understand. I agree with you. I agree that there's active listening is a very important thing. It's a practice trait. But no, so the onus is on the person. If someone is making an argument that you, especially if you don't even let them finish it, so he was attacking me personally, and he was trying to change the conversation about him versus just the raw data of the argument made. He was misassociating.
Do you believe listening is important, Joel?
Well, absolutely. And again, that's what I was doing. And I was trying to make a point that was being not listened to. And so he was bullying me. Yeah.
Can you listen to me for a minute?
Not if you're going to be patronizing, no.
You brought up something. You said we could rewind. We could just rewind and go see exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And exactly what happened. Exactly. See, you couldn't even listen to me for a minute.
No, I was answering your question. You asked me a question. Go ahead.
I wasn't done.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead. Can't interject for 5 seconds or less?
If you rewind, you will see the reason that other gentleman became upset was he was trying to explain something to you, and he didn't become upset until you constantly interrupted him.
False.
Over and over and over again.
No, he interrupted me.
What upset him?
He interrupted me.
No, he didn't. You asked
him
for you asked him for a definition of religion.
No, he asked me.
You told him he didn't know what religion was. He gave you his definition, and as soon as he started to go on, you interrupted him. And then when he started to get upset, you interrupted him again. And then this is exactly what I think happened. You saw that you interrupting him was upsetting him, so you interrupted him some more and made him more upset.
Not at all. No, I am trying to share information. I'm trying to I'll go and do a back and forth.
You're not very good at it. You're not very good at the back and forth.
Yes, I am. The problem was that he did not want to hear. He did not want to hear the counter information, and so he was interrupting, getting emotional, getting religious about it.
Right.
He could have just calmed down, and he could have just said, we could have had a nice, cordial conversation. Yeah, we could have just shared data.
Isn't it?
We could have just shared data. We could have just shared data.
You like to tell atheists that they have religion. That's another tactic you like to get under their skin.
It's not a tactic; it's a fact.
Is it?
And I have the evidence for it. Yeah, it's not a tactic at all.
How do you know that, Joel?
Because there's factual evidence for it.
Because somebody told you.
Well, not only have I been, have others explain it to me, but I've rationed it out myself.
You call it a fact, but is it a fact, or is it just that somebody told you to?
It's a repeatable, observable.
Somebody keeps telling you these things.
Well, I mean,
it depends on what you define religion as,
or what a fact is. Yeah.
What religion?
I think we all agree on what's a fact.
Atheists practice?
Well, it depends on your definition of a religion. Again,
atheists have a variety of religious practices, just like theists do.
So my definition of religion is this: it's a study of the real origin of the beginning, the Genesis. That's what religion is. And so every person on the planet could easily claim to be religious. However, typically only believers will fully claim to be quote unquote religious. But here's the funny thing about that. True Christians most likely won't even claim to be religious because they don't care what the origin is. They just believe that God is real and they love him and he loves them.
Yeah,
well, you smuggled something in there that's very telling. You said the real origin.
And to me, that's subjective and anecdotal. I just want to go to the roots of the arguments, the logic of it.
Right. And so when you talk about specific words, words have meaning, right? And when you throw words out like atheist, which in my opinion is quite the misnomer, because you can't be a theist, right? Someone who truly wants to study the origins of theology, right? A theist, and then claim to be completely against it, unbelieving, don't care. It's all bull. And so the word atheist to me is completely a misnomer.
Yeah, I caught that earlier. Yeah. And then others would argue it's just the A is the opposite of theist. Yeah.
Well, actually, a
Right.
just means without in the original word.
Yeah. So, in my estimation, and again, through decades of debating this, even while we're waiting for some fancy science project, I love these arguments that
Toot your own
religion.
horn some more. I love it.
See, that's arrogance. I'm just sharing. Even when we're waiting for some fancy scientific thing, we have these religious topic discussions.
Yes,
And
it
the
is
summary
arrogant.
is,
You are correct.
no, you are. You won't even let me share my own. It's not tooting my horn. It's making a point that even when people are engaging in a purely scientific endeavor, we talk about religion. But if I may, capacity interruption, that the probably best summary that I've come up with for the definitions of religion is someone's belief about God, whether for or against it. That's the logic of it.
So
Atheism
you
is a
don't
religion.
like to you don't. So what I'm hearing is you don't like to be interrupted. Is that correct?
Well, nobody does. And if there's a difference between interruption versus adding to something ad hoc, like a 1 second sentence to help further a conversation.
So when the other guy that was here, he was interrupting, but when you were doing what sounded like the same thing, that was like asking for clarity.
Yeah, I was just trying to reiterate an argument, and I'm sure I did interrupt him after he was going nuts. I agree. I agree with Batman. I could have just stopped and waited. Yeah, but
I saw that you interrupted him
right,
after he was going nuts because you saw how much you're interrupting him was driving him nuts.
No. You're trying to attack me for his bad behavior. That's ridiculous.
Well, hold on, because you used the word
attacking
attack.
you.
It's
I'm
not an
just
attack.
telling
Yes,
you
you
what
are.
I saw.
No, you are. You're
It's not
attacking
an
me.
attack. You don't know
attack.
what the word attack means.
Yes. Oh my God! Call me stupid. I do know what the word attack means. He's trying to talk. He's using ad hominem to destroy the argument of what religion is and what atheist religion is.
What argument? I haven't heard you make an argument yet. I heard
Because
you
you
talk
can't
about
listen.
you have facts.
I made the argument earlier, and just like Theo got super upset over my argument, now you don't even listen. And why waste the breath?
Huh?
It's religious.
Why not let Theo give his argument uninterrupted?
I would love it if he could just wait.
Is that too hard for you?
He did. I did let him give his argument, and then I tried to counter it again, and he went more nuts.
Right, and then you interrupted him again, and he went more nuts. And then when you saw that you're interrupting him was driving him nuts, you went more nuts. It's almost like you were trolling, Joe.
No, I was countering his arguments, and you're just here to attack me because of your religious bias.
Right. So when you interrupt people, you're not trolling. You're countering arguments. But if they interrupt you, they're trolling.
I wish and I pray and I beg to have mutual conversations.
Right.
Atheists tend not to.
You should probably pray more then, because it's not
getting
through.
Yeah. Well, again, you attack me all you want, but the fact is that Theo is the one that ruined the conversation.
Right.
And I would still love to have it.
I'm sure you would.
It still exists.
You'd love for him to come back in here and
why didn't you interrupt
him some more?
Like you just did. You're a religious hypocrite. So we can talk about the facts of atheist religion.
So you're doing exactly what you did to
you, Joel, that I'm a religious hypocrite?
Now.
No, doubting just interrupted me.
So instead of
does that upset
giving
you
out
when I interrupt you?
No, it doesn't upset me at all. Nothing upsets me. The only thing that could upset me is if you fired a weapon at my family or something like that. But regardless,
you sound like you're.
It doesn't matter what I sound like. You're making an emotional appeal, and so to me, again, I don't know if it's my personality type or the scientist. Mindset. It doesn't matter about how you deliver the message. If I may finish, it doesn't matter how you deliver the argument. You're interrupting. You're all hypocrites. It doesn't matter how you convey the argument. As long as you convey the argument, you have counter arguments and you have mutual conversations and not do what you're guilty of. Yes,
okay, you guys are talking over each other a lot. It's getting hard to understand.
They're talking over me.
Everyone's talking over each other. It's
Joel needs the floor.
I was in the middle of talking. And both of you guys just interrupted me. Welcome back, Theo.
Well, I have
to apologize, Theo. If I'm here, Richard, I want to apologize to Theo. I never wanted to have an emotional whatever we had.
Oh,
I want a
good.
mutual, calm conversation.
And I hope
and
you can accept that.
And if I share things that offend you, just tell me. I'll try not to.
Are you getting emotional right now, Joel?
No.
Hmm.
Stop being a jerk. Go ahead, Richard. I apologize to you too.
Well, just
It's
stop
okay. So,
attacking
guys,
me.
it's
Why are you calling me a jerk? Stop attacking
Because
me.
you're the okay, hypocrite. You're the one attacking me.
okay, guys. Come on. Let's not play teenager games.
What's
And
up?
I'm accusing everyone, and I wasn't paying good attention. I was having a conversation with Simos in the side chat about what religion means to us and what's the standard and what should we define it as, and we referenced a few different definitions. So I wasn't paying good attention. I apologize for that, but I was hoping you guys would just work it out. Theological has come back in, and I think you and Joel should be given the privilege of having a one-on-one conversation without interruption.
That's very kind of you. And Theo, just to be clear, if we may start with that, I don't attack you. I don't care about your religion. I mean, I care about you, but I'm only attacking the arguments. I'm making the presentation of the ideas of what's religion and what's atheism, what's theism, and I was trying to convey that. This happens on both sides of the God question.
Maybe you could try to convey it without interrupting him.
No, I was. And I got interrupted.
Doubting Thomas, I made a request. I'd appreciate it if you honored it. You don't have
My
to.
bad.
But
My bad, Richard. Sorry.
So Theo, to give you the active listening feedback. Hold on. I apologize. I'm being some.
oh wait, Thomas is doubting Thomas. Shoot, I just said hi to you again. Sorry.
It's all right. Hi.
That's my turn.
We need to bring your volume way up, Theo.
Yeah, I think my mic has been weird.
You have to unmute yourself on StreamYard. You're muted right now.
There we go. Is that better?
There we go. Go ahead. Perfect.
So I'm just going to apologize to you, Richard. I'm ashamed of the way I conducted myself on your channel. I shouldn't be so loud. I forget how loud my voice can be sometimes. Second of all, Joel, you say you don't make it personal. When I was talking, it was never about my beliefs. It was never about your beliefs. I was never trying to speak of that. What I was only saying was a semantical argument, which in that my knowledge of the word religion contains worship of a deity. If that is the case, then atheists are by definition not religious under that context. Okay? If you define religion differently, that's fine. The English language is prescriptive. You can assign meaning as long as we understand it. You told me that I was trying to tell you what to believe, that I was trying to put my religion onto you, that my dogmatic beliefs were ruling over me. As an ominist, we are completely against dogmatic beliefs. It is the complete antithesis to all that is an ominist. It also entails the fact that I am an agnostic because I can be both, because agnosticism is a claim about knowledge, not about belief. In my definitions, of course. You interrupted me. Yes, you did. You can deny it all you want, but so did I. We both did it. That happens in debate. That's not what annoyed me. What annoyed me is, like I continuously said, please do not tell me what I believe. Please do not tell me what I think. And definitely do not trying to tell you to believe. Those things bother me to no end because it attacks my character, which is the only thing I hold dear to myself. And I'm very towards you because acting in the way I did is extremely bad, no matter my justification, and you don't deserve that. Okay.
Very, very kind of you. I've got 10 minutes. I got to get going, by the way, everybody. But thank you, Theo. And the conversation we had, was it yesterday, day before, was wonderful. So you are an amazing person to me. You're very
We,
intelligent. I don't mean to trigger. I don't mean to have an emotional conversation. I don't mean to tell you what you believe. I'm only trying to share the arguments and the points that I've refined over many years to be challenged. So I need you and others to challenge my beliefs, challenge my biases. So and that's why I'll share them, and I'd like to do it cordially and peacefully. And if I'm wrong, and again, I'm trying to deal with what I consider as facts, and I'm trying to be emotionally unattached to it. And I would love for everybody to try to do the same. As thank you. Like, you and I could be best of friends. I don't have anything. I don't have anything against atheists. I have thing. You know, atheism is unattainable, but that's the point of having beliefs, right? We all agree, disagree on different things. I like to share those reasons why. So nothing personal, Theo. I never meant to attack you at all or anybody. And in
Yeah,
fact,
I will say that I don't believe that anything you may have said may have come up intentional. I'm not trying to read into what you think or anything. I'm just trying to tell you how it came across to me. It's the way I took it, and
thank you.
Just honest.
And so I thank you, and I apologize. And if I do something like it again, let me know. I don't. It's not my intention. Yeah,
I
mean,
really
I've said,
appreciate everything everyone just said. I really do. And Theo, I think you owe me no apologies. We're all humans. And what would we be if we had no emotions? Well, I don't even know what kind of animal that would be, and I don't find it attractive. And I appreciate the zeal and the emotion, as long as it doesn't get to be too much for each of us ourselves. Peace and respect, Simus Funk. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh yeah, I remember the other thing I wanted to say. Just one. I'm sorry. The word meek in the Bible, I looked into that. It's quite a respectable word. You would think it isn't, by the way, that Christians often use it. That a person is ashamed, or that they're weak, or can be taken advantage of. But I looked into it. The idea of meekness is to have a sword, but keep it sheathed unless absolutely necessary, which is something I greatly respect. So thank you both very much.
well, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it was last night, when Tyler absolutely pissed me off. I realized that, you know what? I do not have the patience to dedicate to him. So I removed myself from the conversation.
No offense, Odin. I giggled because I don't think I can imagine you pissed off.
Oh yeah, I was. When I'm pissed, you won't hear yelling or anything like that. You know, that's probably when I get quiet, or you'll hear a change in tone in my voice. But no, I'm not a yeller necessarily.
Yeah,
but
and a big vein appears in his forehead and it starts spurting blood.
Yeah.
I get the mark of Cain. I don't know if it came up, but a big red mark comes down here when I get angry.
Didn't see it.
So in regards to anger, I don't know. Do any of you guys know the 4 stages of anger?
No, but I got an epic quote from Aristotle about anger, if you want to hear.
Sure. I'll throw it out after you do that one. That'd be cool.
All right, let me find it real quick. Quote. This is Aristotle. He said, anybody can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person and to the right degree and to the right time and for the right purpose and in the right way, that is not within everybody's power and is not easy. End quote.
That's pretty good. I'll do like that.
I'll post it in the chat.
It's almost like the scripture that talks about anger. Be angry, but do not be, or be wrathful. Either one, but do not.
I have a theory of the 4 stages of anger. I'd love to compare it to what you say, but I'd have to say it before you say it, because then I could just be imitating you.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so here's what I think it is. Lack of acceptance of what is, resulting in disappointment, compounding disappointment, resulting in compounding frustrations, resulting in anger.
So that's not bad, not bad. So Your third posit actually is where I start.
Okay.
Frustration, right? So it starts at frustration. And so when it becomes frustration, sometimes it goes further and then it becomes anger, right? And then it becomes envy, right? So we become envious of whatever reason. And there's two types of envy. It's either envy of what somebody else has, or it could be envy that somebody's not doing the right thing. Therefore, we want to lash out at them and correct them. That's the third stage. The fourth stage is vengeance. Now, the thing about vengeance is, at least people who believe God from the Bible, they understand that vengeance is his. So if you recognize the frustration, which is very difficult at times, you can possibly stop it before it gets to anger. But if it does get to anger, that's okay. You can be angry. But if it gets to envy, then you have sinned. Because now you are becoming envious of what somebody else either has or has not done. And then typically what happens is you do lash out, it becomes vengeance. So that's technically the 4 stages.
Competition.
Anger.
If I may, real quick, I've got 5 minutes, and I'm being asked to log off. And I wanted to just ask if anybody had any questions for me from the bioinformatics or the DNA code perspective we were talking about earlier or anything.
Yeah,
I
I do.
got 5 minutes.
I do. This is a relatively simple one. Like, I can accept what you're saying if you're using some kind of colloquial definition of the word religion. But I just wanted to get a definition from you so I could understand your position.
Religion is someone's belief in God, whether for or against. It's a religious belief. Religious position about God is what Webster says.
So you're talking about strong atheism there, are you? Not weak atheism.
No, there's just one. There's only one real. Atheism is the disbelief in God. Theism is the belief in God.
Right. So a non-belief in God.
No, it's a belief. Disbelief requires belief, or the lack of, or the opposite of belief. It's just
exactly.
It's a religious claim.
Opposite of belief. Yeah. Okay,
No,
I get what you. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Atheism believes God doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So theism is a lack of belief in the non-existence of God, logically speaking.
Yeah. So agnostics don't fall into that category. They don't have religion then.
Yeah, technically, agnosticism cannot exist in the religious paradigm like that. The analogy I like to give often, again, from a computer science perspective. So, like, agnosticism only exists in things like a client-server connection, for example, where a server is agnostic to the client that's logging into it. As long as it gives the right credentials, it doesn't care what protocol it uses.
No idea. Yeah.
That's I'm a computer guy. So agnosticism is where someone doesn't care. So if you're a religious agnostic, it means you can't have an opinion. You don't care. If you have an opinion, you care.
Yeah, care seems to imply some kind of belief myself. But
right.
Okay, I mean, I mean, I'm not sure that necessarily follows in the wider use of the word don't know.
Right? Well, if we all agree with language,
doesn't necessarily mean that you don't care, or you do care. It doesn't say anything on that state of belief in that way.
Yeah, that's the logic to me. So I take it or leave it.
Yeah,
I was going to further say if we all agreed on the language would never change, right? Oh.
Yeah, that's true. It's true as well. That's what I'm saying. I think your version of religion seems to be more of a colloquial definition, because that would include then things like sports clubs and.
It does. No, it is. Yeah, football is a religion. Football can be a religion.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas I think in the great debate community, religion has this emphasis on worship of a supernatural being, and obviously atheists don't worship a supernatural being, and that's why I think a lot of atheists would push back in the context of that definition, not in the context of this colloquial definition of saying things like Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. I got 2 minutes. I'm trying not to interrupt, but to me, it's logical. It's not colloquial, and that's exactly what Theo and I just kind of butted heads over with what you just said. And the counter argument I was trying to make is that there are many quote unquote religions, world recognized religions, from Buddhism to Taoism to shamanism, that do not require a belief in God, and they're still considered, they're an atheist religion. So yeah.
Yeah. Again, I slightly, I think like the point Richard was making about worship, I think comes into play there when you think about Buddhism. But I do think Buddhism is not, I think there is some supernatural part of Buddhism.
There's two different versions, yes, sir. And I would love to go into that. I need to get going.
Absolutely. I can agree that some Buddhists believe that there's a total natural thing, but they seem to still worship this higher power of love, right?
Or Nirvana,
or Nirvana, or there's like many other words for it, light and enlightenment, etc. And I think that seems to be a worshipping thing. At least the Buddhists that I know definitely practice it as worship.
Next time we talk,
it falls into religion that way for me personally. But
sure,
no, that's fine. That's fine.
I need to get going, but next time we talk, if you'd like, Simus.
Yeah, sure.
Remind me, or try to remind me to share with you if you'd like. I've had Buddhist priests explain to me how Buddha was a Christian. It was hard for me to believe, but they convinced me.
Well, I mean, I think that's not necessarily a thing, because I've had Christians tell me how Jesus was a Buddhist. So
yeah, I've heard the same thing. But
there you go. There you go. Anyway.
I probably would have dismissed it if it had not come from a freaking Buddhist priest. But I appreciate it, and Theo, thank you for clarifying things. I never want to fight like that. I apologize, and I would love to learn more about your positions. I was trying to just share an agnostic position on religion. How's that?
No, man. Again, I'm sorry for that. It's all good.
No, you're an awesome man for coming back and being friendly.
Big thumbs up. Absolutely.
You guys have a good night.
Good to see you, Joel. Great to meet you. Great conversation.
You too. Thank you, man.
So, Simos, you have any challenges for me?
Well, I don't know. What did you think about this idea of? Well, I mean, for me, I think. Okay, let me put it to you this way, and Theological, I'd love your input here. So for me, the question of atheism being strong or weak is kind of a bit of a false a false logical dilemma, if you like, because I think it just comes down to the definition of the word God that's being used in the phrase of I believe there is no God.
Right.
And I think that makes a big difference, and that's why I think a lot of atheists struggle and have a lot of, I mean, within the atheist community, it's an open question as to whether we should say I believe there is no God or I do not believe in God. Right? Both seem to be have some benefits in terms of definitions. One is very inclusive and tends to be associated with non-theism, and the other is more rigorous and seems to be more of an opposite to theism. But then when I actually talk to theists, okay, they have more of a problem, right? If we define atheism as strong atheism, the theist has more of a problem because they only believe in one version. Normally, I mean, you're an exception here, Theological, but they only believe in one version of theism, which means they disbelieve, right? In other words, hold the atheist position to all of the other versions of theism, right? And there are many more of those than there are just the dichotomy between disbelief and belief, right? I hold disbelief to be I do not believe, which is like the weak atheism position,
right?
And historically, that is the one that's been used the most. So for me, that's that's where I just think that whole question, it becomes a semantic game. It's not an interesting conversation to have. And when somebody like Joel says, for instance, well, atheists, have a religion. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of atheists have a religion in that colloquial sense, but the one thing it's not is atheism. Okay, everything else is up for grabs, right? Sports teams, humanism, any moral system, value system, you name, right? So anti-realism or whatever it is, right? They're all up for grabs for being called religion under this very wide and broad definition of religion that he wants to use. And I don't think there is a logical argument to say that there's an equivalence between religion for theists and non-religion for atheists. I don't think that that's an asymmetrical argument to be had there. Anyway, I'd like to hear from both of you, because really theological is the one I'm interested in, because I know your position, Richard. So if you want to just go first and say your position and how much you disagree or agree.
Okay, well, I think anyone can be justified in saying the following description of whatever God is irrational for whatever reasons, and we'll talk about the logic of it. So I think anyone can deny whatever God they have a descriptor for based on the descriptor, and that would be fine, especially if they're using a practitioner's descriptors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for that reason, I deny the existence of the average Christian God. I've never heard a Christian description of a God that was plausible in reality, that wasn't self-defeating. So I deny all of them. So on that descriptors of God, I am anti-theistic on that God. Okay. However, there could be other kinds of God. I've never met an atheist from Thailand, for instance, and so I don't know what they're denying. Okay, so I can't even say I disagree. I just don't know.
Okay, so with this one, this is why, like, you're exactly right. This isn't a semantical argument. It gets really semantical really quickly because first you need to look at the word atheist. I don't believe in God. Just go with that, for example. Now, is that big G or little g? This is the first question that we were asking already. Big G meaning, is it the Christian God? Is it the Hindu God? Is it this God? What have you? And I find that with most people I ask, they are atheist on either 99% or 100% of all the theisms. When I say theism, I mean a doctrine, a book, something that they have to follow, a set of rituals, a worship of a superhuman deity. You can actually put a lot of things underneath this heading. This is why you can move the goalpost and actually make sports clubs and stuff into a religion. However, it kind of eludes from the point. And from what I've found with a lot of the atheists that I've come across, I tend to ask this question in particular. Do you believe in the Bible? Which is always a resounding no. Do you believe in God? Which surprisingly was a resounding yes. They all have their own image of God, but can't believe in the doctrines because the doctrines are usually come from someone who's telling them how to live their life and that they're doing it wrong. And you get your disillusioned youth who spread it, who have to come back eventually in the end. So when a theist tells an atheist that they have religious beliefs, they start thinking, well, I didn't go to church on Sunday. I didn't go to partake of communion. What are you talking about? I have no theism. I'm an atheist. I don't have that. I have my beliefs. A lot of atheists believe in ghosts. A lot of atheists believe in aliens that have superhuman powers. Like, it ignores the nuance of the subject so immensely that it makes it so generalistic. It's without worth. It's without merit. It describes nothing if you do it that way. I don't know. I could probably go on for hours.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised when you say, when you've spoken to atheists and they've said yes to believing in God, little g presumably. I'm a little bit surprised because under that, I don't know what the definition is there at all. Like I personally use my definition for God is a personal supernatural being. That way, I'm talking about really including or trying to include what most people call a deistic version of God, i.e., there has to be some will in order to create. and that means it's personal, and it has to be supernatural because it's not within the universe. So, and I think that includes most deistic versions of God. What it doesn't include is pantheism. What it doesn't include is, some kind of spirituality, which is ill-defined to the point of atheism. So from that perspective, I call myself an agnostic if I'm really going that far. But of course, like even under those circumstances, the reason I turn out to be a strong atheist is because the only versions of God that I don't believe in, or the only versions of God I could believe in, are the ones which I haven't heard yet. Right? Those ones I have heard, I'm pretty convinced from my own personal belief system that they don't exist, and that includes deism and pantheism. Not on the fact that they couldn't logically exist, of course, that would be a low bar, which is not worth meeting. But just for the sake of something like Occam's razor, which says, well, do we need two words for the same thing? We've got universe. I think that's just as good enough. And if you want to call that God, and do I worship the universe? I don't even worship the universe because it's what's it? The famous phrase? It's red in tooth and claw. So why would I want to worship it? So from those perspectives, I don't even worship any of those. And I would certainly answer no if somebody said, do you believe in any version of God? Yeah. Just on probability basis, not necessarily a Gnostic basis. Does that make sense?
Well, I could add that when I do ask them, I do purposefully leave the interpretation and definition of the word God open as far as possible so that they can include whatever definition they would consider comes underneath that heading. It's vague on purpose.
Okay. Oh, hello, Missing Mod. Good night. Sweet dreams. Yeah, I mean, vague on purpose is good. I mean, obviously, I think also it's worth saying that, we're in a particular community here which is interested in talking about theological or having theological discussions. And therefore, I think, this is probably not representative of those that you've spoken to then, because I'm pretty sure that 90% of the atheists that I speak to in this community would
No,
say
because
they don't believe in God.
Because I do actually agree with what you're saying. I've actually gone out of my way to talk to people who don't like talking about that sort of subject. They like to keep out of that.
Okay, that explains it. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to eliminate
I'd
that.
you might need to reiterate, Jamie, but I'd like Simos to address your earlier statement about atheism being a misnomer, or the word, or atheist, possibly. I'll let you clarify.
That
Sure.
was me who said misnomer.
Oh, that was you, was it? Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dan. I'll let you do it.
Yeah. So the misnomer to me is that when you're talking about theism really ultimately is something reserved for believers. And I do understand that the prefix a is supposed to represent the what is against, right? So it means the opposite of. But in the same context, we say asexual. So it's not actually what it represents. It doesn't mean against. It just means without. So what you're saying is you are without theism, but theism in of itself is a study of theology. So you're refusing all theology. So you're refusing any study of it. You're not even interested in it, is what that means to me. So really, you're just a non-believer. Atheism, technically, because this conversation always comes up: is atheism a religion? Well, yes, it is. So really, you're just a non-believer. You're not an atheist. Does that make sense?
I mean, not really to me, but I mean, like only under this like weak definition of religion, where you've got some kind of it doesn't even make sense. Even under the weak definition, you could say I'm a religious maybe about my humanistic views, about my positive views. I think you could say maybe I'm religious about those. But I don't think
Okay.
atheism is a positive view under the weak definition. And even under
Okay.
under the strong definition, if you are holding to that, then you are claiming that you have justification to not believe, or to believe that the proposition God exists is false. And I don't see how
All
that
right.
would be a religious view either, under even a soft version of religion.
So let me try to break it down a different way then.
Oh, go ahead.
Because I always try to go from the general accepted definition, or some fringe definition.
Could I interrupt you a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you were saying about atheism being without theism. That's the weak definition. Or if you use it as the opposite definition, which a lot of strong theists will like you to do, they will like you to say that it's a positive belief in the non-existence of God. Right? And
Gotcha.
that's the kind of
So if
area of religion that I guess people like Joel are trying to foist on. But I would simply say that's not logical, because when I say I believe there is no God, it's not that I hold this to be some worship position or even some deified position, right? It just means I have good reasons for believing that the proposition is false. That's all that means, and it doesn't mean that I worship those reasons. And I think that's what you would have to do in order to say it was a religion. Go ahead.
So I believe that what you're possibly conflating again, this is the conversation that was being had, I do believe, last night about reason, right? So reason has to come from a place, right? What is real, reality, the rationale, ratio, that is a reference to a mind, right? And so when it comes to theism, it's the same thing. It's a reference to a mind, the ism. So this is the other place I go to, which is the etymology. So the words themselves, broad or narrow definitions, but then there's also the etymology of the word theism, which is the ism, the ideas, the mind. And where do these ideas come from? And when you talk about the study of the mind, there's a denoting there that there is an original mind. So saying that I am not even going to consider the possibility of a mind being the origin, that's fine, but that's not atheism. That's just simply not considering, meaning that you're not even going to consider the belief. You're a non-believer. Atheism.
That's not the position of hard atheism, though.
That
sounds to me more like the position of ichtheism, if anything. And even then, I'm not even.
Which is what? You say it again?
Well, ichtheism is the belief that there is no how do I say it? There's no meaning in the word God.
Okay.
God just simply has no meaning, which is comprehensible.
What's the suffix there?
Ichtheism, yeah.
How do you spell it? I-C or I-C-K?
I don't know, actually. Ichtheism,
IG.
yeah, I-C-K. I-G, thank you. Ichtheism, yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Because
you.
that's probably a more accurate description of what it is. The idea that the question of God existence is meaningless, that is perfect. In fact, okay, so, and then using it as a suffix, right? Let me do that.
So that's different from atheism. It's a version of atheism, but it's not atheism in terms of hard atheism, which we were talking about, which is the opposite of theism. As in, the version of atheism I'm using there is, I believe, stating it as a positive claim, that the proposition God exists is false.
Okay, I see. So you would express as an atheist that you believe that there is no God.
That is how I personally have it.
Okay.
That's not the only version of atheism. Like
Okay.
theism, it's a broad church. Right?
Okay.
It
I like
also includes the other opposite, which is I do not believe in God.
Thank you for the correction. I really
That's fine.
appreciate that.
That's fine. That's fine.
You will strengthen me by this. It's because
Good.
I really understood atheism to be a misnomer, whereas what I was really viewing was, like you said, atheism to be atheism. Atheism,
Yeah.
now my understanding, to put into my own words, atheism is a belief.
Can be, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like to say is because that's being dogmatic about my particular version of atheism, and my version of atheism is not the only one, right? I can point you to the most common type of atheist you will find is somebody who says, I do not believe in God. That's the most common. And just to let you know this, it follows from my position that I believe there are, or the proposition of God is false. It follows from that I also do not believe God exists. Right? That's an entailment of my position. So the weaker version of atheism, as I'm calling it, it follows from the stronger version.
Right. So, and just to kind of like, so when you put an equation together, you can put the symbols on both sides to recreate the same question or query. And so basically, just saying the way you said it is, you said I don't believe there is a God. You can also say I believe there is no God. Both equations are the same. It's just that
they're not technically the same, no, but they're
Okay,
very
so before we go on, and you may think I'm exaggerating, but I am not. Well done, gentlemen. That was a great conversation. And let's give Mr. Wesley Curry the floor for just a minute. What are your first impressions and thoughts or things you need to say right now, sir?
Oh, you're muted. Possibly muted.
Yeah, you're muted somewhere, not
It's a
StreamYard.
pleasure to see you, and I love listening to your music when you post. I'm so glad you've been posting. I have to say that as well. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Okay, all we're hearing is like a small static electrical discharge in your microphone, Wesley. There's something you need to fix. I'm sorry, but we are not hearing you at all. But please try again another day after you've had that straightened out.
Yeah, keep going. If it happens, then that's great.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. So no, they're not exactly the same, by the way.
Can you hear me now?
There it is.
Suddenly we hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, right, there we go. I'll mute.
Look, I pray only to Jesus Christ, specifically to Jesus Christ, who appeared to every one of you and told you to tell the vision, and you shall not need the mark. Today, yes, 3 days ago, I prayed to Jesus and I asked him to show all mankind in a vision that you will see in a moment's time, but it will seem like 1 month's time. And I asked him to show you all 2 prophecies. And each of the 2 prophecies, every day, see them 7 times each. The same prophecy, 7 times, prophecy 1, prophecy 2, 7 times. Every day this week. And what I asked Jesus to show you is how the fake, the liars that say Jesus, 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 and in no way are Christian. The politicians, the rich, the famous people, the ones with the power, the princes, the media giants on TV vomiting what they call news. They all get branded with an omnibar in the cities, and Jesus causes them to starve to death. He hates that you don't tell the vision. He also envisioned in prophecy number 2, you see how those that tell the vision, Jesus Christ shall give them manna from heaven. real fish and bread. And you're going to see those two prophecies 7 times every day this week. And it's going to take a moment to show you, and it's going to seem like a month of time. That is how the Holy Spirit of Jesus Christ, he can do anything. And that's what he's going to do this week.
Well, thanks for sharing that with us.
Okay.
And thanks for your time. Thanks for coming by. Faisal, you just got here. Love to give you the floor for a minute. First thoughts and observations.
Yeah, how are you doing? Peace and respect, everybody.
Peace and respect, sir.
Glad to be here. I actually found the last few minutes of the conversation pretty insightful and interesting as well, because one of the challenges, especially when you're having a conversation with someone who's identifying themselves as an atheist or an agnostic, is that term really doesn't mean anything to define what they actually believe in. And it becomes a challenge to sort of dig into and understand what your true, where your true north is, so to speaking, right? And I think it at times it has to do with the words that we use. And sometimes words are given meanings which no longer are useful with how times have changed. And I do feel that in light of how things have changed, especially in the last 20, 25 years or so, I think religion, to me, has become broader than what the dictionary sometimes tells us what it is. More than just the organized religion, as most people would normally classify that as. And I feel it needs to include people who might not consider themselves as part of any organized religion, but want to be outside of it. Because in some ways, they want to have the same rights, the same freedoms, the same choices that you get by being part of a religious group, right? So if you want the same, you're basically putting yourself in the same category. And that's where I feel that some definitions definitely need to be rethought. I just want the
Absolutely.
panels.
And to make it easy for everyone, would you give your, I don't know, your elevator pitch for your religious position?
Oh, so I am a Muslim, which basically means I believe in one God who's the creator of this reality and every other reality, essentially. And he has sent prophets over time to mankind to teach them on how to worship that one true God, and how to, and basically giving them the law. So for me, when I look back, Noah was a prophet, peace be upon him. Moses, peace be upon him, is a prophet. Jesus, David, Solomon are prophets, right? And for me, the final prophet is the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? And each of those prophets, especially these prophets that are named, they brought a law with them. They brought some sort of guidance, including a law, to guide humankind on how to live life in the best possible way, in sort of the divine way, and what they need to do to get the grace of God and be successful in the afterlife. We do believe in the existence of God, right? I still use the word belief, even though there's, for me, there's a very strong reason and evidence for that belief. Then I do believe in a lot of other things. For example, I believe in the angels, the prophets that he sent, the divine revelations like the Torah, the Injil, which a lot of people in English would call gospel, and the Quran, which is the final revelation. I do believe in an afterlife, right? And I do believe in a divine decree. So that's essentially what we believe in.
Rockin'. Wesley, would you honor us with a short piece, if you want to?
I don't think the microphone in my Mac Pro is conducive to the audio of my piano.
Well, it's not going to be professional sounding. I agree with you, but I hear you're quite the pianist.
It's with this microphone here, it sounds very compressed and clipped. You won't even hear notes. You just every now, I would play 5 notes and you might hear one of them. It would unfortunately not really.
Well, perhaps some other day then.
I'm hoping someday I'll figure out how to get that in a live stream situation. I don't have the equipment or the knowledge on how to do that right now.
Well, perhaps you'd seek somebody half our age, and they would be able to tell you how to. Isn't that the truth?
So Wesley, just as a suggestion, I don't know if you have it, but OBS is a wonderful tool.
I've got OBS downloaded, and I've got a blue microphone, a blue the Snowball. So far it still hasn't worked, and I've got a really nice camera with a really nice XLR microphone on it, but I don't have the little device the card reader that reads the Sony camera information and sends it to the Mac. I don't have one of those yet. Those are like $150 or something like that. So
I wish you would let us know when you get all that straightened out.
Sure. Someday.
I've heard good things about your talents. I'd love to hear an example.
Thank you. I was a pro for many years in Chicago. I'm getting old now, getting a little slow, a little feeble.
Play slower songs.
Yeah.
No, don't. You're absolutely brilliant, and I watched most of your videos several times over, and I love your improvisation. It's stunning. So
thanks. I tend not to play anything written.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so does anyone have any challenges for Faisal, or Faisal, do you have any challenges for anyone?
Before we get into the challenges, I just want to make a request. Simus Funk, I think that's how your name is. You spoke about something as opposed to atheism, Ickism or something.
Icktheism, yeah.
Icktheism. Can you just type it out in the back chat for me? I've been meaning to look that word up.
I could be wrong, but I think it's just spelled like that.
Okay, thanks for that.
As far as I know, that's correct.
Let me check it out.
My brain said the same thing, so.
Yeah, I looked it up before, and that is exactly the spelling, yes.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's just another version of a more of a. I think it came about because people were thinking that there are some versions of, some version or some definitions of God which are just unfalsifiable, and I think there was a reliance then, on these unfalsifiable versions of God to kind of show that the inconsistency of atheism. And I think that then people thought, well, hang on a minute. It's not just that it's inconsistent because of unfalsifiability, because there are reasons why you might not rationally hold something, even though it's unfalsifiable.
Okay.
So I think people then kind of came up with the idea of icktheism to kind of show, look, if something is unfalsifiable, then it really can't be rationally held to be true either.
Right. So I'm actually looking up some of the etymology. I love words. I love etymology. So it says when the in prefix that means not was added to Latin word that started with in, it was often changed to ig. So it's anytime that the word is changed to the opposite or the not, right? But it's supposed to be for the words that start with the letter N, but I could see why in this instance with the word theism, it would particularly benefit to put IG instead of IN, because intheism doesn't have a very good ring to it, whereas igtheism, that's pretty
Maybe.
pointy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just point out, Brick, and I'm sure you know this, but there is such a fallacy as the etymological fallacy, which is to appeal to the original definition of a word rather than its common usage.
Yes, this is true. However, typically most people of Christian belief or Judeo, or I'm assuming Islamic belief, maybe Faisal might correct me on this. Typically, the belief is that language is directed.
Sure. Okay. I have no comment on that. I'm just making a philosophical point.
I would sort of agree with that.
Do any of you know where the word troll comes from?
T-roll?
Let me tell you a quick and short story, a true story. Many years ago, a king from Israel migrated north. He brought his tribe with him. They migrated as far north as the land today we call Ireland. One of the first peoples to settle Ireland was a Jewish tribe under a king named Zoom Troll. Now, Zoom Troll was a bit of an arrogant man, and he had a crown, a very fancy crown that he wore. And he told his people to build a monument to his crown, a structure made of stone that would be the same shape and appearance as his crown. And Zoom Troll's people said they would build it for him. And Jesus appeared to him and he said, "Do not build that monument to your crown, King Zoom Troll." And Zoom Troll built it anyway. His people labored hard, horses and huge monolithic stones and wood and pulleys trying to build this thing. And they finished the crown of Zoom Troll. And on the day it was finished, Jesus appeared to that tribe and turned it into dust, leaving behind the broken monolithic stones in Ireland that you call Stonehenge.
And that's a great example of a troll.
That is what Stonehenge is, a monument that King Zoom Troll had built for his own crown.
Okay.
That's where troll comes from.
Pretty cool etymology.
Jesus did the same thing to the Egyptians in the pyramids. That's why they look like they do today. Instead of that nice, smooth limestone surface, Jesus told the pharaohs not to build it. They built it, and the day each of them were completed, Jesus appeared and turned the outer skins into dust, leaving the ragged, jagged look that they are today. That's the power of Jesus Christ.
Very interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Wesley. So you guys were saying something about or was that conversation over? Am I mistaken?
Yeah, so it's pretty much over.
Atheism, I think that's fine. I'll take a look at it on my own. Yeah, I'm open to if you want to ask questions, or if you want me to pose a question, that's fine as well.
Well, it's up to you guys completely. I just want to hear great conversation that benefit me.
So I do have a question. One of the things that, because of the conversation that was happening before, I just want to ask if there are any atheists or agnostics in the panel, right? Why are you afraid of being called religious? Or
so
is it Is there
It's
a
not a
reason why? Maybe afraid is not the right word, but averse is probably a better word. Why would you be averse to call yourself religious?
where it comes from me is it's an inaccuracy to accurately describe the person's beliefs. When a religious person is calling an atheist religious, the context behind why they're calling them that actually, I wouldn't say it makes them like. It could be taken as offensive if you take it far enough, but it could just become across as annoying because it's like, well, no, I'm this way because I don't agree with the things you're saying about belief. That's not how I approach it. So it's more that it's a disconnect between the religious trying to understand the atheist perspective.
Are there any others? I just want to hear opinions.
Yeah, it seems to imply a straw man of the atheist position.
Okay.
I mean, again, like, you know, I think we had the same thing, like, I don't know, 10 years ago in the great debate community with the word faith. And, you know, like, I never was one to really bulk at it too much. I don't believe in the faith as described by some fundamentalist Christians because I simply don't hold positions without evidence. And by evidence, I'm using it in a fairly broad way there. Something that increases the probability of the proposition being true would be considered evidence for me. And I certainly don't hold strong beliefs in anything without good evidence. So, yeah, I just think that it's a similar sort of thing. We can redefine the words, and if we redefine the words, I will agree. I mean, if you want to redefine God, like in one of my debates one time, I said, "Oh well, look, if you want to describe God as somebody who is 5'8", has long hair, you know, a great body, and plays really aggressive guitar licks, that's me, and I believe in me, so therefore I'm a theist." You know, if you want to go down that route, right? But does that help any argument? No, it really doesn't help any arguments at all. Really doesn't help any discussion, at least not moving forward.
I agree on that.
Which is why I wouldn't describe myself as a theist, right? Am I agnostic? Well, now if we're going to use agnosticism as I don't know, say you know, some ethereal spiritual entity which is mindless and is unfalsifiable. Okay, well, I guess I would be agnostic because if something's unfalsifiable, I can't say it's false, surely. So I guess the best description would be agnostic. And then if you want to go down to the other side of it, if you want to describe God as you know, a supernatural agent that is the creator of all things and sustainer of all things, then that I simply disbelieve. I believe that to be false, and I would call myself an atheist to that. Does that kind of cover every base?
I think I understand your position. I'll just try to restate it, and you can tell me if I'm understanding it right or not. Right. So when it comes to God, as I would define it, right, the entity that is responsible for the creation of reality, right, the one sort of the necessary existence, as I would put it, you're basically denying that.
Yeah, correct.
Necessary existence, right? However, you're saying if I redefine God, essentially, which I'm not going to do because that goes against my position as well. And then, to me, it's either you're denying the God that I believe in, or you're denying something which I don't believe in. Then I don't need to have further conversation on that, right? So, I think I'm not going to do the second one, so I'll just leave it at that. So as far as the first one is concerned, just so we can move this forward, right? Do you believe in the idea of a necessary existence?
Right. I mean, I think the term is somewhat loaded.
Okay.
But yes, I would say yes in the round, because I think that there are brute facts which I have to accept.
Yeah.
I have
So
presuppositions, in other words.
okay. So I'm not going to go too deep into this on what the necessary existence is for you, unless you think that it's important for you to explain that. But
Well, yeah, I'm not sure it does have an explanation. That's why it's necessary.
yes, essentially, it is its own explanation, right? So the question I would have is, how are you identifying what the necessary existence is then?
Well, presupposition, I think, was a
Okay,
simple
but
answer.
what is it? Is it the universe to you? Because
Oh,
anything outside the universe, you cannot basically confirm or deny, right?
Right.
So
yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so is it then the universe itself that you identify as the necessary existence? Then what is it?
I think the universe is contingent.
Okay.
No, I think the necessary, whatever it is, the brute fact, right? Obviously, can be one of two things, or three things, really. It's a trilemma. So there's either some foundation which causes it, which could be something like some, I don't know, like some scientific explanation or theory for the beginning of time, maybe. I don't know what
Yeah,
that would be, of course,
but an
or it could
explanation.
be. Or it could
Sorry.
be that it
I
is
I just want a
simply.
clarification here
Go ahead.
because what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
said didn't make sense. When you say
But
it's an
it's.
explanation,
Mhm.
are you positing that it's a theory that would explain, or are you positing that it's an entity that would explain?
No. A theory might give us an explanation.
Okay.
And that theory could be one of two ways. It could be random, or it could be previously. Well, as I say, like when we're talking about necessary things, right? The brute fact. I'm not talking about the universe, right? Because I think the universe is contingent,
Okay.
right? So, but what it's contingent on, right, is this necessary thing, right? And I don't know what that is clearly, but I'm just have some ideas about, it could be some kind of, as Hawkins suggested, it could be some kind of split in time, or it could be, as Krauss said, it could be some kind of quantum event, or it could just be, my personal favorite is an infinite regress of contingent things. And that's what is necessary.
Okay. Can we take a look at each one of them
If you
individually?
really want to, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise it doesn't make sense, and we're basically talking.
Well, if you're looking for the reason why a brute fact is the way the brute fact is, you're not going to get one.
Okay.
So that's why it's a brute fact.
So basically, you're positioning that you don't know eventually. So the true
Of course,
position that
yeah.
you're holding is more of an agnostic than an atheist, because you don't necessarily know right now if it is the necessary existence has an agency or not.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is the universe is the contingent thing.
Yes.
What was before
Agreed on that.
is the necessary thing. And
Okay.
because I only have access to things which are contingent, I have no way of giving justification for the necessary thing. And I think that is our epistemic limit as human beings that exist in a contingent universe.
So I have a question in regards to this. How do you feel about the high probability of there being a more applicable reason?
But I don't think we can have access to a reason.
Well, the high probability of.
But there is no high probability. If you can't have access to it, you can't give a probability to it.
Yeah. So let me look at it another way, right? Because you've talked about the epistemic. So are you basically saying because there's no way of proving it scientifically,
There's no
or
way. No,
testing it scientifically, or are you saying it's logically impossible?
no. I'm completely not saying logically impossible. I'm saying that the only kind of the only thing that would be acceptable in order to prove it would be a deductive argument.
Yeah,
Because
I
it's a
agree.
necessary thing, right? So
Yes, exactly.
we need premises which are demonstrably true.
So
and they
we can.
can't be based in probability. So we can't
Right.
use induction to get to that conclusion. And we're trying to find out something, have an answer that we don't know, which means they must be included in the premises, which means any deductive argument you want to put forward is going to be circular, at least circular, or an infinite regressive justification.
Okay, so infinite regress, to me, that
Maybe.
doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense, right?
I
Because
think therefore I am. I see that. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So the reason why infinite regress doesn't make sense to me, and I'm just going to talk about myself here,
Okay.
is, and you can confirm or basically tell me if I hold a position that doesn't make sense. The reason why it doesn't make sense to me is because there is a starting point in time. Because in an infinite regress, you're basically saying there are infinite causes before, right? So if there are infinite causes, no matter which point we take as a start, there are infinite causes before that as well. So we're never actually arriving at a starting point. And we know there is a starting point, so then that takes that possibility out, right? It cannot be an infinite number of causes of events which do not hold agency, because agency can change this. If you're talking about agency would change this. The possibility goes from 0% to 100% with agency, right? We can at least agree on that idea.
No, I wouldn't agree on that idea.
So if you, for example, if you have two choices, okay, and you've made your choice now that you want to go with choice A, what is the possibility of event Z happening, which is a result of choice A?
I don't understand the question.
So
I can hear Theological is starting to get in. So, like, I think we're going around in circles to some degree here. So,
we may.
sorry,
Okay, I'm probably jumping the gun here.
Yeah, you're talking about a causal chain within time. Okay, and I fully understand the position you're saying that there's a beginning of time. But just because there's a beginning of this dimension of time doesn't mean that other things couldn't have caused something previous to that, which we have no epistemic way of measuring or having some understanding of, right? And that's just like, I mean, I posited once to an atheist friend of mine that potentially there could be a type of time which is orthogonal to this timeline, right? And that mathematically is a possibility. And that's all I'm talking about when I talk about, look, there's more than one explanation, right? So it's not a dichotomy if there is a God or there isn't a God. There are several possibilities, including just random occurrence, right? And one of the reasons I do feel like deism is wrong is because the explanation which God or agency gives a universe is no more justified than saying a random event happened and a universe came into existence and time came into existence. Okay, and I think those two things are completely equal. Now, I am not saying that that is how I think it happened, right? Because as I say, I would tend to go for some kind of infinite regress of time in the negative backwards, right? Sean Carroll style, maybe, or something like that. But I'm not a physicist. I do not know. I do not claim to know. I just don't see that A, it couldn't be random. B, it couldn't be an infinite regress. I've never been given a logical contradiction for an infinite regress. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a possibility. Or it could be that there is some scientific theory which we may or may not ever get to, which could be a foundation for the beginning of the universe. Those are that's the trilemma, anyway. And I think it's called Munchausen's trilemma or Agrippa's trilemma. I can't remember which.
Yeah,
Sorry.
all I would add to this conversation is I've seen this in a lot of debates and the best ending up answer I've ever heard was, well, if we're going to go back to an infinite regress, then the atheist makes one less assumption than the theist, because we say it just can be an infinite regress. You say it's an infinite regress that requires God. You've added an extra assumption. Take Occam's razor, remove your assumption, and I've got the better answer.
Yeah, Occam's razor is quite often the way of peeling off a deistic version of a creator, I found. And several atheist philosophers have told me the same sort of thing.
Yeah,
I
but
think that's where Faisal would you not? That's where you would argue, but you've argued for agency, not just that an infinite universe could exist in an infinite time,
yeah, to me, the
or
idea of
God.
an
You're
go ahead,
arguing
please
that,
finish.
that it's that agency is the key part there.
Yeah, to me, agency is key for to explain our existence. Now, here's how I'm looking at it, and maybe this is a very simplistic version of it. If I'm looking at two possibilities, right? What is the possibility of our existence with agency and without agency? These two options, right? No matter which version of explanation you come up with, right? The possibility of our existence with agency, it just skyrockets as opposed to one without agency. And that's where I feel that you need a very strong evidence of the second option. You need to be able to put forth a very strong evidence of the second option, because option A gives you a higher possibility of something which we see has happened, and option B, which you're positioning, that infinite regress or whatever else might be there, that does not. And that's where I feel that there's very little arguments put forth by atheists which are compelling enough to change my position.
Yeah, I mean,
think that's
go ahead.
fundamentally what it comes down to,
Can I?
is the difference between the people who are willing to be satisfied with I don't know or possibly, as opposed to someone who needs a hard and fast plug to put in there.
And
that's where
just
God comes in.
May,
and just to
may I?
round it up, sorry guys, just one last piece. Just to round it up, this is sort of where I have this fundamental disagreement with a lot of my atheist brothers here, right? That you're telling us that you don't believe in a God, which is a statement saying that you have reasons not to believe in it, right? Then when we get down to the arguments itself, your arguments boil down to this idea that you should actually giving us a better explanation than what we have of our existence, and it doesn't happen. And that's where I feel that this disconnect is, and where I feel that atheism sort of loses ground.
It's not that we should be giving you a better explanation. It's the explanation. For a start, if I take the weaker version of atheism, your explanation is unconvincing, right? Because there are other options which we hold
totally
to be. Now, let me just say this quickly. When you say agency, right, you assume agency as a presupposition that does exist, X the universe. Okay, and for that you have no justification. And if we're doing a purely probability reckoning, a Bayesian reckoning, then of course, the prior probability you're assuming is almost 1, and that's why you come out with the conclusion that doesn't matter whatever the universe looked like, you would say it's an agency. And I don't think that is a logical position. Okay, I think that is illogical to hold because you don't have any examples of something prior to the universe or many universes to show which ones do have God and which ones don't, and that this one is more likely than one of the God ones. So those are the two epistemic hurdles you have to overcome if you want to assume agency. Go ahead.
So so is it possible that the argument or the argument that's comparing the infinite regress argument versus the agency argument is that um, agency is something that we experience, right? Um, while infinity isn't something that we've experienced, at least not yet, right? I don't think actual infinites exist. Right now, we've experienced what agency can do, right? And some of the things that agents can do, right? We experience that as well. So if the universe is having traits or aspects of it that shows that has traits that are identical to what an agent can do, or then is it wrong for him to say, well, since I haven't experienced any actual physical infinites, right, but I experience agents and what agents can do, right, then I think it then I think it's more logical to hold to the position that an agent actually actualize the universe.
Yeah.
The elephant
Okay.
in the room you're missing there, Odin, though, is that God is an infinite that you can fathom, or you have to admit you can't experience God either. Therefore, we're back to you're just plugging agency in to make this different.
No,
Yeah.
no, I
So
never
hang
made the.
on. Look, there are two things. Firstly, it's not a question of whether it's not a question of the two positions being contrasted against each other. That's not the case. It's a trilemma. Number one. That's number one. So when you say not God, it doesn't mean infinite regress. That's the first thing, which is quite important to point out.
Yeah,
And
I understand
no
that.
one's saying that. So what I was saying about the agency argument is that you don't know and have never experienced any agency X embodied.
So,
Okay.
so I wanted to present something in regards to that. So,
I need to get back to what Faisal was saying, if I may, just quickly.
Yeah.
Because we're going offline slightly from what Faisal was saying, and I think that sorry, I don't even know if that's how you pronounce Faisal. Was saying so.
It's close enough. So
okay, thank you. I appreciate your indulgence. Okay, so as I say, it's a trilemma. Then number one, when I was arguing against agency, I wasn't saying that the other two positions were necessarily the case. I'm just saying that they're no better than those positions. And if they're no better, we have no reason to assume the prior probability is anything like what Faisal is saying it is. All right. And just because we are in ourselves agents which are embodied, right, doesn't mean that we can necessarily be anthropic about the beginning of the universe and say, well, it must be like us. Right? That's a complete non sequitur. Right. So
sorry, what's the
yeah.
last piece? Like, it must be like us when you say that. What do you mean by that?
Well, Batman was saying, look, we know about agency. We know what agency does.
Okay.
Right. Well, we only know what agency does when it's embodied, and the concept of agency, which is being inspired, is a disembodied agency, and for that we have absolutely no evidence or expectation that it could be a thing, as much as infinite regress. And that's when I say it's as good as infinite regress. That's what I mean. Okay.
So I wanted to address it. So the word was used presupposition, right? So
yeah, Van Tillian style. Yeah.
Right. I believe that that's where the argument really hinges upon, right? To basically believe that it's this versus that, right? So the presupp.
No, it's a trilemma. I've gone to great lengths to say it's a trilemma.
Well, what's the third?
It's either foundation, infinite regress, or circular, if you want to use Ventilian words, or what's the third one? I can't remember the third one now. Sorry, I've just been through them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But in any one of those, it's still presupposition, right? You still have to believe it.
Yeah, I think I'm a human, and all humans have to have basic presuppositions.
Right. And so that's where I say it's
reliability of memory,
experience.
I think therefore I am is a presupposition to me. It may
Yeah,
not be
it's
to other people.
well, it's the only presupposition that I think that I need to hold. To be honest, if you want to go with pure atheism, I think therefore I am is basically I think true solipsism is it something like that. That's like the only presupposition you have to truly hold.
Yep. And so in regards to that, there are presuppositions. Do you hold that to be true? Simon?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, as we go throughout life, taking upon our own presuppositions, as well as possibly others' accounts of presuppositions, may draw us closer to a conclusion.
I don't think we can take on presuppositions. I mean, they are literally they are by definition for me things which are unjustified, which you have to hold because of your epistemic position as a human being.
Right. And so what I mean by that is consideration of a presupposition that I may not myself hold. Right.
Most people don't even know that they hold some of them.
Right. So there are some things that other people will present to me, and I'll say, well, there's no possible way. And then there's some things that they present to me that I haven't experienced that they don't experience either. And that's a presupposition that they hold, but I might consider it.
No, it's not about experiencing. I mean, you can think about them and go, you can reason to them because they're things which you must, without them, the world would be absurd. Right? Like, for instance, the reliability of memory, for instance, right? We don't think that it's perfect, right? But if you thought that when you said something, you were completely wrong, right, about what you said, then the world would be an absurd place to be, clearly. So in some sense, you must think that when you have a memory of something, that you, in fact, that you said something, like I think, therefore I am, when you think, right? That has to be a presupposition, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't be saying it's a presupposition unless you thought. So it's circular, and that's kind of what makes it a presupposition.
Yeah, in fact, another word in my view of that is ideology, right? So it could be a various amounts of ideologies out there, but there's always this forefront of ideology.
No, I don't think so, but
no, it's not, Brick.
Yeah, I don't think ideology is a good word for it at all, because that kind of implies that you have it's some part of your worldview which is testable, or not testable. Is some part of your worldview which is flexible, which you could or could not believe, and you would be still true. And it can't be the case, right?
Well, with the id, right? When you're talking about the idea, we're talking about the id, and so the ideas that you might hold, they are subject to change within your own mind.
Not the presuppositions.
Not the presuppositions, though.
Well,
I mean, you can deny them yeah, of course you can. You can be irrational. But
well, so I'll I could present some presuppositions that I have changed.
Well, okay, they weren't a presuppositions if you changed them.
No, they were, and then I changed them.
Presuppositions can change, and I think that at times you do go through some fundamental shifts in how you view reality that can cause changes to your presupposition. So I wouldn't say definitively that presuppositions cannot change. I can still see where I'm not seeing your name. Sorry, Sammy or
Simos.
Simos. Okay, so where he's coming from, but like, and I understand where you're coming from as well. That sorry, no, Sammy, you're an amazing brother. What's your name?
Yeah.
Sorry. So what he was speaking about, right? So
Yeah,
in
yeah.
that sense, I understand that presuppositions can change, not necessarily. They don't change necessarily every minute or so, but there can be a shift in how you view reality.
So the things that I believe Simos is referring to are certain core beliefs that
Yeah.
you operate off of using every single day. Because if you do not presuppose that those things are working in any way, right, you will literally not be able to function, right? And if
Yeah.
you
Oh,
try to
okay.
justify them, right, you're going to end up arguing for them in circles
So
because you need
basically, the
those things.
axiomatic truths that a unit
Yes.
is a unit, right? That the laws of non-contradiction and some of the basic laws of logic and
Well,
so on,
not
right?
No,
that
no, no,
one.
no, 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 no.
Not that one. Maybe the law of identity, but the laws
Maybe
of
the law of
logic.
identity.
I mean,
Okay.
like people say that because you have to justify logic using logic, and so people
Yeah.
say that is one. But whether it is a true presupposition or not, I'm not entirely convinced. And I think Theo would probably have something to say on that.
To be honest, you don't have to learn it. You sort of grow up with the idea that if you're inside the room, you won't be outside the room, for example, at the
Right.
same time, right?
Well, okay, it's the law of non-contradiction is the one which is normally questioned. There are
Okay.
other types of logic which do not have that as part of the law of logic.
Yeah.
Right.
So certain
fuzzy
things
logic,
that we take as intuitive
Elysium.
or axiomatic truths, that's what you're talking about. But then I would ask the question, does that mean you're taking those on belief, right? It's part of your belief system then.
Well, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
in some
doesn't
sense,
that all automatically makes every atheist and agnostic a believer? Because they have to believe in something.
No. Because the presupposition that's being talked about is a much bigger claim than just whether A equals A or what did Peter write in the chat? He wrote a few of them down, and there are a whole load of them. I mean, I never remember the list. Ozymandias told me one time.
So Simon, would
uniformity of nature, identity over time.
Okay, so would you say that we have a presupposition that if something happens, there's a cause for it?
Sorry, could you say that again for me?
If something happens, do we have a presupposition that there must be a cause behind it?
Oh, yes, I would say that is. We live in a contingent universe, and everything within the universe is therefore contingent. I mean, that's our daily experience.
Yeah.
Nothing happens without a cause. But I don't hold to the PSR, if that's the question that's being.
Sorry, the PSR. Can you explain that to me? I'm sorry.
It stands
some of the terms
for. Remember what it stands for now? Theo, are you? Can you help us
Getting
out?
old, Simon.
I'll look it up. I am getting old. Yeah. PSR in philosophy is. I know what it means. I just can't remember what it stands for.
Okay.
Hang on a sec. PSR, principle of sufficient reason, is what they call it. It's a theological term more than it is a philosophical term. So yeah, a principle of sufficient reason, i.e., that every cause has an effect. And I don't hold that is necessarily the case. I just think it's the case for all contingent things. I mean, it's almost definitionally right. So.
Okay. By the way, I do have to go. It's pretty late over here, but I love the conversation.
Yes,
so far.
likewise. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here, just for.
All right.
It's just...
So you're probably starting your day. For me, it's.
No, I'm ending my day as well.
All right. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
You're an amazing brother.
Come
Thank you
back
for your
another time,
time, bro.
Faisal. I really appreciate the conversation.
No worries. All right, Richard, if you're here, thanks. All right, take care, man. Bye.
See you, mate. I didn't get a chance to answer, and he's gone now, but my answer to his original question of why I don't like being called religious is because I hold to the definition of religion as the belief in God or gods, a god or gods, and the veneration and worship of through rituals such as prayer, worship in a building, so on and so forth. None of which has anything to do with my atheism. But if you want to change the definition of religious to, I'd even accept dogmatic, then maybe, yeah, I might be dogmatic in certain behaviors or beliefs or whatever, but religious, it's a dishonest argument. Is the main reason I don't like it. It doesn't offend me, or I'm not scared of it, I think is one of the ways he put it. It's just nonsense. It's a nonsensical point.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
it's
Yeah.
a debate tactic
sound like
used to throw people off at the end of the day. I
Yeah.
mean,
you
Well,
sound like you're gonna go on a crusade, bro.
interestingly enough, there was a football manager in I can't remember whether it was Manchester. Yeah, I think it was Manchester. One of the football managers of Manchester United, who said it's more football is more important than life. It's a religion, right? And I think that this is the definition which is being smuggled in to kind of call atheism a religion. And like, I kind of understand, but I think of that as a colloquial definition. I don't think of it as a technical definition to do with theology or philosophy. And I would use the Cambridge version of the definition, which is exactly what Sammy well, more or less what Sammy said.
yeah, but the
So,
problem that I have with that, right? I think it requires some form of organized veneration, right? Whether it's through some kind of sacrifice,
mhm.
praying, or
Yeah, yeah.
and aspirations to something greater, right? As an atheist, if you do not,
Mm,
if there's nothing about atheism that's there to aspire to, right? Ergo, giving yourself a reason to venerate atheism,
yeah.
then in my opinion, even with that soft ass definition that you just shared, right, it still doesn't follow, right?
It does.
Well,
You've left out completely the worship, not some higher power, God or gods. So now you need to redefine God as to just some higher aspiration.
No, but
If you
that's what I'm
want to
saying.
say that's
It
what
doesn't
God
have
is,
that.
then okay,
mm,
then I'm religious by that
yeah,
definition
yeah.
of
Well,
God.
this is why I bring up the Manchester United kind of version, right? Because look, if you went to Manchester in the 1960s and you said, "I'm not interested in football," you'd probably get like lynched. Yeah, I mean, it was that important to the people, the average people in the street, that they went to the game. And you're talking about like 120,000 people cramming into a stadium which could probably only get 70,000 in. I mean, you're talking about something which is bigger
Yeah.
than the community itself.
See,
And
and
you could
and
see
that's
why they were
that's the
equating it with
colloquial
religion.
though,
Absolutely.
and
Yeah.
that requires an ly, in my opinion. Always, it's religiously,
Yeah, I think that's
which
a good way of putting it.
implies
Yeah.
like the religious, as opposed to is
It is.
religious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
but
really good way of saying it, Sammy. Really good way of saying it.
yeah,
So
I
I
mean,
have a I've,
hold on. I wasn't necessarily disagreeing, right? My only problem is that the argument is tied to a belief, right? Not necessarily
No.
something that.
No.
Huh?
No.
Well, that was going to be part of my question right there. So when it comes to the word, and you're describing yourself as an atheist, does it, like, so for this is for the atheists, does it matter whether there's a God or not to you personally?
Does it matter?
Right.
Only in
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna just type it
the
out in the
word
side chat.
having any
I don't
meaning.
even know.
If there was
Yeah.
no theist or no idea of God, there would be no atheism.
Yeah.
So
I think
whether God
the word.
exists or not doesn't
It doesn't matter.
just gives me a label of atheism, but it doesn't affect whether
Right.
he exists or not.
So in your case, Sammy, the more appropriate term would actually be the one that we were discussing before, atheist.
Atheist.
Gotcha.
Or philosophically agnostic. I
You
can't
could
know.
still be called an atheist. You could still be called an atheist, but the more appropriate term is atheist. Gotcha.
It is, yeah, because like I think it's positively a false proposition that God exists, right? Which means by definition that I think there is a meaning to the word God, right? I couldn't believe it's false if there wasn't a meaning for the word,
Yep.
right? And so Sammy is not really an atheist on those grounds because he doesn't believe there's a meaning, so he doesn't believe that it's false. However, he does come under the definition of I do not believe gods exist, right? Because that is like a less well defined idea of what God is. It doesn't necessarily have to have any specific meaning. Like I was saying, it could be anything, right? You could just say, but he's just saying, look, God, whatever you call God, it's just pointless doing it for various reasons, maybe. And it's pointless, and therefore I don't think it's worth believing in, right? Whereas I say something slightly different. I say, well, look, I have a meaning for the word God, which I think is false, right? The proposition is false that God exists.
Well, either way, I want to make sure to note this point that
Yep.
either way, if you're an atheist or an atheist, Sammy, you're still my brother.
That's great, and it's exposed to something quite interesting as well. What you're bringing up there, Sammy? I think whether the atheist position is in fact an atheist position or not, and I think that's why they came up with the word atheist rather than just saying a type of atheism. But I'm not certain about that. I spoke to Serb for about 6 hours once on this, and yeah.
I think the question's still out too, personally, and that's why I started as 420 atheist. It's what people know me as, so it's what I go by. But
yeah,
my position, I have to know the other person's position for me to then be able to give my position.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I call that weak atheism, and it's just as valid a form of atheism as any other. I'd like to just hear from Theo, if I may, because I think you said you need to go soon, and I'd love for you to wrap up what your conclusions are, whether there was anything interesting said, or what your position is in general.
Okay, so in particular about the presuppositional thing that we were getting to, I could add a lot, but you did a very good job of addressing the subject there, Simos, because my point is that no matter how much you push back, you can't get past Descartes. You have to have that first presupposition. The presuppositions that you add to that afterwards depend on your own certain circumstances. You'll come to gather them over your own life experiences, and we all come to our different ones, but you can't get past the first one. And no matter how hard I've seen theists try to put something behind that one, you can't do it. I think it was Darth Dawkins back into the day. He used to say something like, to come to any understanding, I must go through God first. And it's like, well, to go through God first, I must have thought about God. So I had to go through my own metaphysical pathways first. So you just can't go past that. There wasn't anything else to add.
to that because you did a really good job, Seamus. And
thank
yeah, I'm
you,
gonna.
appreciate that.
I'm
This
gonna.
this is what we do.
That's right, man. I'm gonna go take my kids to the shops. Good talking to you all.
You too.
Man,
See you next time.
Wonderful
Yeah.
to
Thanks
see
for
you.
coming by, and thanks for coming back.
Oh yeah, I have to face the consequences of my actions, or I cannot feel good about myself, man. Thank you for having me back, and thank you for giving me that chance, my friend. All right, later.
Thank you.
So in the side chat, I kind of flushed out the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay,
Right.
great.
Part
I'll
of
mute.
so my argument is that since atheism doesn't have any aspect pertaining to agency that requires any form of acknowledgement or aspirations, and religion requires that, therefore even the soft definition, I should have put, of religion does not apply, right? In that there's no baggage that is associated with that belief, right? So Manchester, the team or the organization, right? You can argue that there is reverence associated with the team, right? Which causes religious like or religious behavior, right? Um, so atheism, it doesn't have that. The concept doesn't have that. So therefore, right, applying the religious tag, even in the soft version, it doesn't apply. It
Not
doesn't follow.
strictly. I mean, that's correct. But I think Joel was arguing about strong atheism, not soft atheism.
No, no,
Just to point that out,
no,
right?
soft,
That
no,
there's a
soft,
difference there. Soft
religion.
100%. Oh, soft religion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, any kind of religion, any definition of religion doesn't apply to weak atheism, right? It just simply can't, right? Because there's not enough purchase there, right? There's no positive belief. Okay, so it definitely cannot apply to weak atheism. Whether it applies to strong atheism, like I have, Joe will argue with me another time, I'm sure. And I think what Brick was saying was interesting to say, look, because you have a positive belief, therefore you are deifying some kind of belief system, right? Or at least worshipping some kind of thing. I don't think that's the case. I think there are many things that I positively believe in, which one would not call a religious belief. And so, just because it is a positive belief doesn't mean that that it is necessarily religious. That would be my argument back.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that this is a dishonest thing or a bad thing even, but what I do notice is that theists will only argue the hard definitions of things. He did it again earlier, and I didn't really get to push back when he said that an atheist will actually hold reasons for there not being a God. And again, that's very narrow and just one hard definition of an atheist, almost anti-theist, if you will.
Yeah, it's become to be thought of as anti-theist, although that particular term has a different meaning for me. But like I'm saying, like
but you
I
get
want
the point
to
that I'm getting at.
Oh,
Like,
100%. Yeah. Like I want to say again and again, right? The area of that strong atheism covers is a very small minority of the people that use the term. Well, I mean, I don't know, very small, but a small minority of the people that use the term atheist. The larger term, most people use atheist to mean, is the weaker position, right? Which is simply, I do not believe in a God. And traditionally speaking, that was the definition throughout history. For your man that's into etymology, it comes from the word atheos, and atheos, as you correctly stated, is without theism or without belief in the gods. Of course, what they meant by that was the Greek gods.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I think my
but
problem.
nonetheless,
I'm sorry.
that's the etymology of it. that's why it's a fallacy to say because atheos means without, then the modern version means without. There is no exact definition on the modern term. It could be either. And I just think arguing whether one is true over the other is a complete waste of time.
But
Peace and respect and welcome, Mark Reed. I'd like to give Mark the floor because he just got here. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in on this. So the first thing that you look in, say, if you look in Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, right, it'll say the word atheist is polysemous, right? It's got multiple meanings. Even in philosophy, like, let's forget about the sort of, casual use, the conventional use on the street kind of thing. Even in philosophy, it's got multiple meanings. I think it's way more important to have what someone actually believes than the correct name for it kind of thing, because I don't think there is correct names for things. Words don't work like that. If you look at etymology, to say like an atheist is a lack of application of belief. It sort of meshes well with other words that have the exclusionary a in front of it. Like amoral doesn't mean against morals, it means independent of morals. So it actually lines up a lot better with a lot similar words. However, if you go into philosophy of religion, they exclusively use atheism and theism in a propositional sense. Like the proposition is, does a God exist? Where theism is saying yes, atheism is saying no, and agnostic is saying I don't know. So it all depends on really who you're talking to and the context that you're using it in. But as far as I'm concerned, it really doesn't matter as long as you have the position of somebody correct, whether you are addressing whether it is their position that there is no God, like me, I take the stronger position, or they just lack a belief in a God because they don't have evidence for it, kind of thing.
So, Mark, let me ask you a question. Is there any definition of atheism that that has any baggage of like any baggage that would require or that would require any kind of veneration or aspirations or anything like that? Like, for example, someone believes in a God, right? Sure, it does. That's just their belief, right? But typically, what would be associated with that is that now this person sees, knows, or believes something bigger than them exists, right? As an atheist, right? Obviously, that's not the case. Right, to just kind of give an example, because the earlier conversation was the accusation that atheists, right, have a religion, which I'm pretty sure you've heard already, right?
Oh, sure.
And Simos was being charitable, and in the example that he gave was football fanatics, right? Manchester United fanatics, and how they, kind of essentially, venerate the team, the organization.
Okay, let me
right?
state the position again because that's not
Okay,
quite right.
okay, go ahead.
There was a
I would
manager.
have to disagree
There was a
with
manager.
Simon on that one.
No, you're not disagreeing with
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
So there was a manager in the 60s, I think it was, of Manchester United, who was asked, what is it about football that's so great? And he said, football is a matter of life, is not just a matter of life and death, it's a matter of religion. And he, of course, was using it in a social and colloquial manner to simply mean
metaphorical.
that, metaphorical meaning to say this is so important that people put it above their own welfare. Right?
Sure.
They will die for this particular belief in their football team, and of course they did, because it was the 60s.
Yes.
And as I said, they used to cram 120,000 people into a stadium that really took 80,000 or 70,000, and people died in the crush.
Exactly.
They did that to see their football team, right? So that's the kind of metaphorical, as Mark says correctly, term and the way it was used, and that's been adopted over the years. And now people are trying to put that onto atheism as some kind of belief structure, just because atheism or hard atheism is a positive belief. That's a falsity. Go
Okay,
ahead.
quick point of management. before you guys continue, quick point of management. Sammy, the stream is yours. You guys have a blast with each other. Thank you all so much for adding to my experience and dropping by my little tiny circle of YouTube. Thank you all so much. Good night.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Richard.
Richard.
The red.
Thank you,
You're
Richard.
always
Big
such a
request.
class act,
You
Richard.
D-Duck.
Yeah, take care, buddy. So a lot of what you went through, Batman, like we're using sort of things that we're not like. I'm not criticizing you. It's just when we start to talk about this stuff, it kind of gets vague. Well, when you're saying, will they venerate something bigger than them? I think it falls short of a religion. Like if you go, okay, we're part of the human experience, right? Humankind kind of thing, the collective endeavors of humanity. I think that falls short of a religion, even if you do venerate that as something bigger than yourself. I think that religion specifically has things like tenets, right? It has things that you have to do in order to be part of that religion, whatever they may be. I'm being very non-specific here, but they will have tenets. They will have religious worship of some kind of figure. That's in my opinion, but the definitions of religions vary wildly. Atheism, I would say no, absolutely not. There's no tenets, there's no dogma, there's no veneration of anything. You can even be venerating science if you want, and it's still not a religion. You're just,
Exactly.
as Simos said, it's just a religious in the colloquial sense. Like you might religiously believe in science, but it's more a metaphor than it is, you actually have, prayer to the thing itself. Sort of a structured prayer system and all of these dogma and tenets that are associated with the veneration. You might say, and there might be some definitions that says secular humanism is a religion. I disagree. I disagree mostly because there's no real worship, and I think this is what for me comes to the crux of religion. It is the worship. It is subsuming yourself as in the power of somebody else. Like you basically give up your autonomy to the will of something, anything really. Mm-hmm. Right, and I don't think that secular humanism has that. It's very sort of empowering to the person, but other people disagree and say, it has a formal tenets and structures that are religious. And I'm sort of saying, well, sure, okay, fine, you can call it a secular religion. I think that's a bit of a really
it's a stretch.
Well, it's an oxymoron because secular means independent of religion. So you're saying it's it's an anti-religion religion. An independent of religion. It's like it doesn't make sense to me, but other people have argued it. But atheism itself, absolutely not. An atheist is simply, conventionally, is just someone that does not believe in God, whatever that form may take. You've got igtheists that ignore the question completely. They don't even look at the question. They don't want to know about it. They don't even consider it. And they're still a form of atheist because they have no belief in a God. So I don't think there's any circumstance where the label atheist necessitates a religion. However, I think that atheists can be in a religion. Just say they're a huge Star Wars fan and they worship the Force. Okay, let's just get the silliest example I can possibly think of. They worship the Force kind of thing. They may build a Jedi religion or something around that. Their worship, they're subsuming to the force of the Star Wars universe. They're an atheist because they don't believe in a God, but they're still in a religion if that has tenets, like how you're expected to behave, and dogma, like fundamental truths about it, then it's still a religion whether or not there is a God.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I have not seen any flavor of atheism, right? Or anyone or a group of people who have created any form of dogma or type of veneration. Maybe um, um, maybe obviously create arguments to defend their position, but nothing whatsoever about the various definitions of the word would imply anything that would be associated with any religion, whether it's the strictest definition of religion or the loosest. That was essentially my argument, and that's why I asked the question.
I've just got to just say something to Mark here. I think it was about 2000 or 2001 in the British census that there was an atheist movement that decided, because when people didn't answer the question whether they were religious or not, they were put down
I'm
as
aware.
Church of England. All right.
Yes.
So under other, right, you could put atheism, but then people didn't get counted either. So people made up the Jedi religion, and you could put Jedi down if you were an atheist, and it actually got, I can't remember, 5% of the UK put down on the census that they were part of the Jedi religion, meaning
Yes,
atheist, of course.
But the English also nominated a boat to be called Boaty McBoatface. So, you know,
There we go. Brilliant.
Yeah. Questionable.
Yeah, but you understand though.
Oh yeah,
Maybe the Jedi religion is not such a good example because that is kind of identified as an atheist religion because it's made up.
It is really odd because stuff like I remember watching something about sort of, I think it was John Oliver, and he was talking about how like the definitions of religions are so vague, like the IRS, basically the taxation. It is so vague. It could be anything. So he basically met all the criteria of religion just by getting his audience to affirm they're in a religion. So it seems to be a lot of what makes something a religion is an affirmation by the people that they are in a religion, you know, which is really, really weird. But you know, I would personally disagree with that. But it has been posited before that sort of a group of people ascribing to being a religion is what makes a religion.
Yeah.
So what would you call the is it the Satanic Temple? No,
Yeah,
not the
it.
temple. Which one's the atheist one?
Satanic Temple.
It is the temple.
Yeah.
I mean, they've registered as a religion, even, haven't they? Legally?
So the problem comes that you can't actually tell whether people believe in a deity or not. So the thing about the Satanic Temple is they still do have like tenets. They have a code of conduct, and they have sort of a organized worship. And sometimes it is, as I believe, it gets kind of wooey. It's sort of, you know, we thank the universe for things. But while they may be atheistic, I don't, if they're or if they're engaging in worship of the self as the sort of, you know, sort of fill-in deity, then I don't see why they shouldn't be called a religion. This is the thing. Religion is so fuzzy legally that really, all, as I said, all you need is people to say, hey, I'm part of this religion, because the state obviously can't check to see whether they actually believe what they're claiming to believe or not.
Okay, so a few years ago, hang on a second, a few years ago, there was an interesting debate, like 20 years ago, maybe, plus maybe 25 years ago. There was a debate in the UK on what makes a cult and what makes a religion. And the answer basically came back as numbers. Religions are just big cults, effectively. And so, yeah, if you want to use religion in this particularly venerable way, if you like, or worship of a higher being or a supernatural being or God.
The case, though.
Yeah,
that
it is.
Can't
Yeah.
be the case.
Yeah,
No,
seriously.
it can't be, because you have like, so I sort of pay attention to there's a criteria for it. God, what's the criteria? There's a document that was really good in determining what's a cult. So it's sort of the controlling behavior and things like that. There's a number of small denominations that don't harm anybody, and they're not controlling in the slightest. I would hesitate to call them a cult just on the basis that they're small.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a matter of numbers is basically what the answer came back as, right? And I'm just talking about several theological scholars, right, or people that studied the Bible, etc. They were versed in history of religion, and they were basically saying the difference between a cult and a religion is nothing but numbers, right? So these religions are effectively cults because they're very large numbers of people that have exactly the same criteria as these cults in inverted commas. Now, does that mean that there aren't exceptions? I'm sure there are some exceptions. Things like the atheist version of Buddhism, etc. Maybe those are not necessarily cults as such, because they don't necessarily have leaders, and I think that that's quite an important point. But all of the large religions all have this same set of traits. I think they do have controlling behavior, they do have leaders, and they do have personalities. They're all cults of personality, one way or the other. And I think
the bite
that's
model. It's the
basically
bite model. I just remembered it. Bite
okay.
model.
I have heard of that before, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. The bite model is what I pay attention to. But so,
could you just go through what that says?
Oh, give me 1 sec. Yeah. I'll grab it.
So, interesting.
But I mean, there are some very large organizations that I would say are run as a cult. Scientology being one, Latter-day Saints being another one. The Mormons definitely have cult behavior.
Yeah. Christianity.
Well, depends on the denomination you're talking about, really. I think so. It's.
I think Jesus is a personality.
Okay. So it's behavior, information, thought, and emotion. So behavior is, so that's sort of behavior is how they manipulate members' actions and sort of punish behavior that they don't deem appropriate, and reward sort of when somebody is following what they want to follow. So it's behavior control. Information is the limiting and control of information to people and providing propaganda in order to restrict.
Specifically, like with behavior, it's things like wear this, cut your hair like this, do these sexual actions,
Not necessarily, no. No, a lot of it is usually like, don't talk to people from outside the church, right? Or don't talk
as
to
well
people who
as,
aren't
yeah,
members.
absolutely.
Sure, but it
including
usually isn't that sort of outward thing. It's behavioral, not sort of appearance-wise necessarily.
in more subtle ones, but I'm just saying that's definitely part of what makes a cult is controlling everyday behaviors like what you wear and how you cut your hair and things like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Absolutely cult behavior.
So thought is sort of basically when they exclude and suppress any kind of diversity of thought or critical thinking. They'll basically tell their followers not to think about things, just accept them. So sort of clamping down on diverse thought basically is the T, and E is emotion, how they manipulate emotions more specifically. So how they sort of love bomb their adherents and sort of make them feel shame a lot of time for ordinary things. Really harmful behaviors, but yeah, so that's the one that is sort of more accepted. It's actually incredible.
Agreed. I think all of that applies to Christianity, but often in very subtle ways. I agreed that it's not overt like it is with what we're calling bad behavior from cults such as Jamestown or whatever.
Well, I put it this way. We went through this entire model referencing Dinosaur Adventureland, and the amount of things
there
it
you go.
picked was absolutely frightening. Like,
yeah,
seriously, it was
100%. Yeah,
really culty.
Wouldn't you say? I think it's probably better to say some Christian churches, because the problem with that is that Christianity is like super diverse.
I was about to say, Batman, I have to push back and disagree. that I think it's quite dangerous that we start applying the Bible model very loosely to things like Christianity in general and stuff, having come from a very um well, not a very cult like religion, from a cult, an actual cult, where I experienced the extreme ends of the bite model, not the subtle stuff, the very extreme ends. I- if you take it to the other extreme, all of a sudden you can just start calling anything a cult, and then it loses so much meaning.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. You're not disagreeing with me. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I was agreeing. I was
Oh,
saying
oh.
I agree with you. I have to push back on what they said about
That's
it
fair.
applies to Christianity. There are parts of Christianity, absolutely, and especially the fundamentalist ones, the really strict ones. But um, there's a lot of denominations where the majority of that bite model just doesn't really apply unless you get really loose, and then you could start saying that your story about Manchester, they're a cult. That was cult.
Yeah, that's
Cult,
good.
Yeah,
you
very
know.
much so.
So,
Very much so. And it
and at
was.
that point, what is it? What does
That was
cult mean
that was the
anymore?
point.
It just
That was the point he was making. It was. It's
Mm,
more important than life and death,
yeah. Like for
right?
instance, the thought one is really interesting. Um, that is such a subtle thing that's hard to often give examples, but I can give two examples that I come straight to my head that I experienced was the constant use of the term put on the new personality. This idea of putting on a new personality. Um, and you mentioned it before, but this one crosses a few of them. Thought control, information control, as well as behavior control, not letting you talk to anyone that disagrees.
Yeah.
I'm not letting
that happens
you
a lot.
even think. If you start thinking these things, then you've exposed yourself to Satan and all the rest of it. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I think someone could probably make the argument that even though some Christians would probably not find this to be a good thing, but I think Christianity is probably one of the most open and free religions that exists. And I
Well,
think
certain parts of
having
it.
like
Yeah.
a gazillion different denominations is probably proof of that. Because if there's no space for any, interpretation of whatever scriptures, I mean, well, the fact is too is that there are so many different Bibles and Bible translations, right? And these certain translations can literally spark or create whole denominations as a result of those translations and how
Sure.
people read them.
Yeah, but that was a hard won piece. Right?
And
There were many.
and the
There were
one
many
the
lives lost in the process of doing that. Okay.
and the one
Yeah.
thing that sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, the one thing that I think you might be missing, or that I'd push back on, is that I would agree with you, except that whilst it's a large population, let's say, the fact that they don't accept each other, I wouldn't call it open. Maybe open for interpretation, but whether that's a good thing, open to me would imply that, okay, I'm a Catholic and you're a Protestant, but we're still going to the same place. We're still worshiping the same God.
No.
But we don't see that at all.
Yeah, there's a joke about a Protestant that goes to heaven, and Saint Peter says, "Let me show you around." And he goes, "Okay, over there we have the Hindus, and there's the Sikhs over there, and they all nod and say hello. And over here we have the the Buddhists and etc. And and the guy points at a big wall and says, "Oh, well, what's the wall for?" And he goes, "Oh, that's where the Catholics are. They think they're alone."
I mean,
I've got one for you too. So there's like same scenario, except for there's like 50 doors going down, and the guy's like, "Well, what's in that door?" He's like, "Well, there's 144,000 of Jehovah's Witnesses in that one." And he goes down. He says, "Well, what's in that door?" So, "Well, there's 144,000 Jehovah's Witnesses in there." And he goes down. He says, "What's in that door?" 144,000 Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
And the point I said earlier, of course, was what is the difference between a cult and a religion? Just to say.
I wanted to touch on
just
that
to say
too.
that as well, right?
Right. So
not much, just the numbers,
I disagree. I 100% disagree.
The idea that a cult is a bad thing is just kind of flawed in of itself, because the cult isn't the bad thing. It's the certain people in it that are doing bad things. Perhaps the people themselves doing the bad things aren't necessarily bad people either, but their actions are bad, right? And
Wait,
I want to be sure.
That's why I have the opinion I do about it.
Absolutely not.
no.
Absolutely not.
That's-
No,
that's-
hang on a second. Hang on. Hang on.
Because
Hang
if
on.
you're going to allow me to say these things or not, I don't. It's up to you.
Okay,
but if
finish.
you're gonna
Yeah,
interrupt
let
me-
Brick finish, and then we'll let Mark respond.
because what's happened in society is all sorts of cultures have arrived within the bounds of a cult or not a cult. Culture is a part of a cult. It's just what it is. Cult is just a natural thing that happens. People become part of a culture. So culture is the same thing as a cult.
No, it isn't. No, culture is not the same as a cult. And it's like saying, okay, well, the Nazis aren't bad. There's just a lot of bad people.
Well, I'm glad you brought the culture of Nazis.
Can I speak?
up.
Can I speak?
Yeah,
Hello.
go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello,
That's
okay.
basically the same argument that you have the when you have institutions and you have groups of people making up these institutions, the institution itself is shaped by the people. So you can't have an institution entirely full of bad people and say, well, there's nothing wrong with the institution. It's the people. It is the people that make it bad. You can't separate one from the other. So the cult itself is the amalgamation of all these people. It is a bad thing because the people in it are doing bad things. And culture is different than a cult. Like culture is simply the behavioral aspects of any society, the norms of society. It doesn't apply, like, it's not called a cult because it's based on culture. That isn't how it works.
Yes, it is actually. That is literally the etymology of the word. Anyway, so beyond that, I want to make sure that you understand, because when we're talking about ethics, morals, yada, yada, ideology, we're talking about people, not the group of people, the person, or not the institution, the person, the individual doing something that is bad, right? So, you can claim that a cult is bad, but here's the funny thing about that. There are people who leave cults, right? But you wouldn't call them bad, right? They left the cult. They were part of the cult. But inherently, if you're calling the cult bad, you're calling them bad.
Why is that?
Because they were part of the cult.
No, like individuals, like when they form a mob, the mob can be bad without the individuals being bad. That's basically
the institution cannot inherently be bad.
You're just interrupting me again. So just simmer down a little bit.
First I want to tell me what you're telling me.
Well, first I want to point out that you're making an etymological fallacy. So what this means is that if you basically say this word's origin derives from this other word, it has to be the same thing. You're first making that mistake. So, for instance, placenta, it's Latin for cake, right? That doesn't mean that a placenta is a cake. That's an etymological fallacy. So you saying that the word has the same origin does not mean that it has the same definition. It just doesn't. It's a fallacy, a very well-known one.
Words have meaning. Words matter.
So words don't have meaning. They have usages. Okay, they're used for certain things. So
I'm sorry, I
they
don't mean to
have
laugh.
they have usages. So when you're sort of saying, hey, a word has a definition that originated from the same stem as this other thing, that does not necessarily mean that a cult is the same as culture just because the word originated from the same origin. Just like a placenta doesn't mean the same thing as cake just because they both originated from the same origin. That's
Is
not
a
a thing.
placenta a cake?
Is a placenta a cake? Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Is a placenta a cake?
Do you have a placenta on your birthday?
No. Why ask another question? I didn't ask you to ask another question. I said, is placenta a cake?
No, a placenta is not a cake. No.
But it is. And that's the fallacy you're finding yourself in, because placenta
so you think a placenta is a cake?
It's a piece of it was a piece inside of the mummy that came out that it's just a caked up mass. It's a cake. It is. That's what it is.
So you think that when someone says, hey, the woman had childbirth and the baby was attached to a placenta, you think it's a literal cake?
So not every cake is a placenta, but every placenta is a cake.
Okay, well, I'm glad you have placenta on your birthday. Moving on. It's so weird. Like, that is so weird. I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, you brought up placenta and you said it wasn't a cake. It is a cake. It's a little mass that was a piece inside of the mummy that came out, and it's still a cake.
Is that what we call a cake today?
I mean, you can call it a cake. You can.
So
Does anybody?
If you put your dick inside a mummy, does that mean your dick is a cake?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's a nonsense argument, isn't it?
Argument
ad
Right.
redundant there.
And so when we're talking, I'm glad you brought up.
I hadn't actually finished before you so rudely interrupted.
I know that you were still going at it. Yeah, I get it. Go ahead.
You don't, you sort of, yeah. So the whole idea that culture and cults. No. It's just you keep interrupting. That's all. Like you keep interrupting me in the middle of speaking. So I'm currently putting together the video of when I was here last time, which is actually hilarious. So when we're talking about sort of etymology and there's things that you're saying culture has got to be a cult as well. Nobody would say, hey, I got out and I experienced Spanish oppressive religious systems, right? That people don't use that. And this is what I'm saying. Language has usages. Nobody says, well, people go out and experience Spanish culture. Or let's talk about Australian culture. It's the norms and behavioral tendencies of the population of that country. We're not equating that to a cult. Like, we're not saying that the norms of Australian behavior is a fundamentalist, religious, oppressive system.
Have you ever been to the hood?
Yeah, you're interrupting again. I'm not sure if you realize
so you're
that.
saying that there. Yeah, I know. I am absolutely. So have you ever been to the hood?
So you just, I don't want to really talk to somebody that interrupts. Why should I just interrupt you?
There's a culture in the hood, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to interrupt because apparently that's what we do nowadays. We just interrupt without care in the world.
So yeah, this does happen.
It's a piece of cake, Mark. Piece of cake.
Yeah. So there are a lot of people within the culture of the hood who are currently trying to get out of the culture of the hood. Just so you know.
What's your point?
So what you're saying is that the cult that exists in the hood is not the culture that exists in the hood, and yet it is.
And so you're claiming that the hood culture is the same as a cult. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how is it a cult? How does it meet the definition of a cult exactly?
So there's certain aspects of belief that exists within the culture of the hood that absolutely fill in the gaps of.
Yeah, who is the personality?
Like what?
There's
like what? What's one of the beliefs that all the people in the hood have?
In the hood, well, it's kill or be killed.
That's what everybody believes. without
It's
exception.
pretty much
Everybody
a
believes that.
general mentality. Yeah, it's a general mentality. Yeah. I mean,
I feel like you're
you're
just being
talking.
racist now.
What
To
I'm
be honest,
talking about is a general mentality, right? Something that people within the hood who grow up in the hood literally believe. Like, if you don't kill, you're gonna get killed. Yeah. Rob still kill.
I don't think you've been to the hood or anything like it. I don't think
Okay,
you
well,
even understand.
I grew up in Jayville. Do you know where that is?
No, but I grew up in Mirrabooka, so
Okay.
and
Well,
some of the
Jayville
suburbs
is
around it.
the largest landmass city in the United States.
Is it next to
Jayville is the
Kayville
largest.
and Elville?
Jayville is the largest landmass city in the United States, and it's been featured as the burger capital of the world in many, many years. So yes, I grew up in the hood.
So I'm calling absolute nonsense that you know somehow that every inhabitant of the hood, most of which are just normal people trying to have the best life they can, is kill or be killed mentality. I think that you're really oversimplifying what happens, and I don't doubt that some people. Excuse me, you're the start of your sentence.
Yes, I know.
Sorry, the middle of my sentence is just totally over talked the start of yours. It's incredible.
Me a river.
So, well, I'm not going to cry you a river. It's just wow, like you don't seem to be able to stop talking when I'm, saying something. It's sort of a lack of control that's incredible. But I think that most people would just try to be living their lives. I think that sort of kill or be killed is a gross oversimplification. And I have no doubt that some people in there believe that, but not all of them do. Some people are looking out for one another. Some people take care of their mums. Some people think that the world's terrible. Some people think, look at the optimism. Some people are Christians. Some people are Catholic. Some people are, all kinds of things. Like, you can't just say all these people have exactly the same beliefs because and they're in a cult because of the culture that they're a part of. It's ridiculous.
Well, you're kind of proving my point, my original point, which is that there are individuals within cults that leave. And so you can't just say that the whole cult is bad.
Yeah, I'm feeling like this is kind of racist, to be honest with you. Like this whole idea that everybody's the same if they come from the hood culture is just so, like, it's so reductionist.
Wow,
it's so reductionist.
That's interesting. Why is it racist? Explain that one to me.
Well, you're sort of just saying, hey, everybody in the hood wants to kill people.
Okay, but how is that racist?
Well, most of the people in the hood are black.
Wow. Now we know where you stand. Good job. Huh.
Do you know where the term the hood comes from?
Yeah, comes from neighborhood.
Yeah, and so it was a term used by black people.
By who? Huh.
Black people.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and look that one up.
What?
Look, you're the one calling something racist, not me. You literally brought race into a discussion about theology just now. That's you, not me. I'm talking about the hood, and you're talking about racism.
I'm not
That's on you, bro.
So, okay, so where does the hood come from? So hood is an abbreviation of neighborhood. In essence, it is an urban culture. It is not the same as ghetto. Urban slang, it defines it as being in the ghetto. Hood originates from African American street talk. Hood originates from the Old English word hod, which means hood, that is soft covering of the head. So it did originate in African American street talk.
Uh-huh. Go on, please.
Well, that's it. I don't know why you went into this, well, the hood is a cult kind of thing. It's insane. You do realize you're sounding insane, right?
No, you sound racist.
Oh, I'm racist.
I didn't bring race into this.
So basically you just, who smelt it, dealt it racism?
You.
That's not an argument.
Who smelt it, dealt it?
You
brought up racism. You literally just brought racism into this factor, bro.
No, that's your argument. You're saying because you brought
I told
up,
you. Look, here's
excuse me.
Here's a
No.
factoid.
I was
Here's a
talking.
factoid for you.
You have
I'm
no
white.
self-control.
I grew up in the hood.
Sure.
I'm white.
And
I
you
grew up
think
in the hood.
that all people in the hood are trying to kill people?
Here's your racism. I'm white. I grew up in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me again why it is that it's racist to use the word hood. Now everything's racist to you people. Everything. You DEI. I can't stand this garbage. Wow.
Yeah, so it's because the way that you're using it, you're saying all people in the hood want to kill people. And if the majority and that
Not all
environment
people.
is
I said
associated,
it's part of the
excuse me,
culture.
again, you're talking over
because
the
you're
top
going to
of
make a
me.
claim that I said something. No, I'm
Is
not.
there a
I'm going to
moderator
interrupt you.
here?
Hold on, bro. You're going to
Shut up
say
this
something
guy,
that
'cause
I
he just
said
talks
something.
over the top
No,
of people.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah, hang on, Brick. No, don't interrupt. I didn't let him interrupt you. Let him finish and then correct him if there's something to be corrected.
All right.
Yeah, so you're bringing up the hood as everybody in the hood wanting to kill each other. And the hood is associated with African American culture. It is, whether you like it or not. It just is. That's the origin of the word. That's who primarily use it. And that's primarily the majority of inhabitants. So even though you might not mean to be racist, it is incredibly racist to make the blanket statement that everybody in the hood wants to kill. That's a ridiculous statement, and you sound like such a fucking racist when you're saying it, because you're basically saying that all of those African American people that live in the hood are killers.
Okay, go for it, Brick. I would like to interject though, if I may. I'm
Yes, sir.
wondering if there might be a slightly cultural thing happening here as well. I can say as an Australian that is in Australia considered like a pretty racial term. But I'm wondering if listening to you, it maybe isn't such in the States. Like it's not necessarily an African American thing, but here that's all we really like. If someone says the hood, they're kind of being racist for
I got
a
you.
neighborhood of black people, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so I can appreciate that. And so for context, no. In America, it's not exclusively racist. And to be clear on that, there are some people in the United States very foolishly who consider the hood to be only black. However, there are
what you're saying, carry on.
Hold on. There are not only black hoods, there are white hoods, there are Middle Eastern hoods, there are Indian hoods, there are Chinese hoods. There are all sorts of hoods in this country. This is a massive country.
So what you're saying is the original meaning of the word is now changed, and it has a different usage these days. Is that right?
That's possible. I mean, I really have never considered that.
Did you say possible, or that is the case?
No, I'm not sure. It's possible, but I'm not really sure that that's the case. So I'm uneducated.
So you're denying that you're denying the slang was originally African American.
I'm admitting that I'm uneducated on your etymology.
No. This is the American etymology. It was African American usage of the hood. Right? That's a word that they started using to describe the places they lived in. Right? And that is now changed, right, to mean anybody that's in a neighborhood which is presumably less well off, I guess.
Right. Yeah. And so what I'm actually
So what I'm saying to you now, is that's exactly the problem with using the word cult and culture to mean the same thing. Okay? Once it was used like this, now it's used like that.
So may I defend my position? So
I
in the United States, no, I actually can, because in the United States we are free men with free minds, and we're not held down by some stupid ideology that we can only say things this way or that way, but rather we actually research and do the etymology. We actually look at the word and we understand the meaning. And so the word hood comes from the neighborhood, right? And so the neighborhood that you live in, it doesn't matter whether it's black, white, brown, green, orange, it doesn't matter. We in this country accept races and people from all cultures and cults and norms. It doesn't matter to us. We are a completely different nation than you guys.
Yeah, that's besides the point. Okay, so
You're
upstate
stuck
New
on
York.
DEI.
So upstate New York is a neighborhood and therefore a hood, right? And that's just exclusively not
Say so.
live and let die, is it?
I don't know. I apologize.
Have you been to upstate New York at all?
Yeah, I've driven through there.
That's a neighborhood, right?
Sure.
Or in other words, the hood.
No.
You're claiming is just people.
Because what I'm referring to is the poor
okay, so it has
neighborhood.
a different usage now, right?
Yes.
There we go. That's the point about cult and culture. Thank you so much for agreeing.
Sammy, do you mind if I share my screen just quickly?
Yeah, no, go for it.
Yeah, cheers.
So when it comes to the
I've already got it up. You just have to click it.
Neighborhoods in the United States, right? And you can be black, white, brown, green, orange, doesn't matter. In the United States, it's a reference to the poor neighborhoods, usually within the inner cities, not always, who fight amongst themselves and have some very rough lifestyles. That's the hood.
Yeah. So do you want to have a look at the screen and the thing that I've shared from dictionary.com? Maybe let's get your opinion on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the slang term for hood.
Hold on, just because I want to make sure. It sounds to me like dictionary.com is applying a race to a word, not being honest. Maybe dictionary.com is wrong on this. Did you ever consider that? That maybe there's a little bit of race? No, maybe there's a little bit of racism.
No, you are.
In the definition? No, you
or
are.
You are.
No, you are. No, you are. No, you are.
Well, what an astute argument.
I didn't bring it into it. You did. You literally brought racism into this conversation and called me racist.
I did.
Yeah. So you're a piece of shit. How about that?
Well, that's a compelling argument, but as I showed, the definition actually has people of African American ancestry in it. And you're just now arguing that, hey, the way you meant it is
So you're going to throw
different.
an ad hominem at me as if it's true or not, and then I don't have the ability to defend my position, so fuck you.
Well, that's intellectual. I've never heard such an argument.
Yeah, it's absolutely intellectual, just like calling somebody racist, you DEI piece of shit.
So you don't like DEI, I'm taking it.
I believe that everyone is based upon the merit of their actions. Every person's actions do actually have bearing on who they are. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, maybe you believe in racism. Do you believe in isms?
So basically everybody in the hood that you're defining wants to kill everybody, and that's
no, I didn't say it that way.
Because...
Stop putting words in my mouth.
That's
so
what
this
you
is
said.
Exactly what occurred before when somebody was disparaged for their beliefs, yet their beliefs were not actually espoused. You won't even shut up 2 seconds for me to be able to defend my position. Rather, you'd want me to shut up.
You keep interrupting me. I don't see why I should respect
You'd rather be sitting there to tell everybody what my position is, rather than allowing me to tell everybody what my position is. Rather, what you would rather be able to do is sit there and tell everybody that I'm racist, like you are a DEI.
You're not making yourself look any better, but I think your exact words were, everybody in the hood is kill or be killed.
You want me to subscribe to your belief system. I know. I get it.
What belief system?
That racism is actually existent.
You don't think racism exists?
No.
So the KKK or whatever that didn't exist, or
I have nothing to do with
today.
I have nothing to do with them and their ideology or your ideology.
But that's racism, right?
I don't give a shit what it is. It's not mine. Doesn't
you're
belong
claiming
to me.
racism doesn't
It's not
exist.
even tangible, dude. Are thoughts real?
What do you mean
Are
it's not
thoughts
tangible?
Do you believe in isms?
Oh my god.
Well, isms are thoughts and beliefs. That's what an ism is.
Are they tangible? Can you touch
Well,
them?
no.
Where are they?
not in a conceptual
Exactly.
sense. If
So
you're
they don't
saying
exist.
are the thoughts,
If you're
yeah,
calling
hello.
me something that I don't
Yeah,
even
I need to be able to
that I'm
talk
not,
would be
right?
great.
So I'm a
Like it'd
man,
be
right?
fantastic.
So when you talk to me, you want to have a conversation,
Yeah.
treat me like I'm a man and I'll treat you like a man instead of a little bitch.
Well, I wasn't the one saying that everybody in
No, you
the
called me
hood
racist.
wants to kill or be killed. Yeah,
And
I
you know
did.
what that does? You know what that does? That's a scumbag move. That's a
Is it?
silly little scumbag move to call somebody racist.
Is it?
Don't do that shit, and I'll forgive you.
I could just say the lady doth protest too much, methinks.
But Mark Reed, sorry, you applied it just because the African people, the African American, came up with the terminology, which means another word for ghetto. You applied it to black people, and it's not. It's,
well, no.
You have to understand. The Italians live in the hood; they kill people. The Irish people lived in the hood; they killed people. It's just not applied to black people just because they came up with the terminology, the hood.
Well, as far as I understood it, as the dictionary sort of tells me that usually it is applied to and especially because of people with low socioeconomic backgrounds, and especially African Americans with low socioeconomic backgrounds.
That's not applied. That's not. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's usually what it's applied to. So, sort of making this blanket statement that everybody in the hood is kill or be killed, I don't think that's accurate. And as I said, it's I think it's a bit racist. Yeah.
Well, what you just said, Mark, is racist because you said it applied to African Americans, and it is not just applied to there. Italians has low social when it comes to what you described. The Jewish did, the Irish did, the Germans, they all lived in the hood, which we changed the name, the terminology, the hood, which is another word for ghetto.
Okay.
It's just that, but you applied it just to black people. Whites live in the hood.
No.
Germans live in the hood. All those different people from different backgrounds live in the hood. They all.
No, I wouldn't apply it as blanket statement. I rarely apply things as blanket statements across. But I think that the overtones that's being used certainly does suggest the hood being is usually associated with, and I have the dictionary.com to back me up on this. It usually is associated with African American neighborhoods or the ghetto.
The terminology is associated. You read the terminology that was used that we came up with. When I say we, I'm talking about the African Americans came up with to make a description, to make a description. This is the reason why prayer is saying the culture, because they are describing when they use the word and a culture within the neighborhood or hood, but not only black people live there. You have whites, you have different people. Just like they say that the ghetto was applied before the blacks even came over, was to the Jewish and the Irish and the Italians that lived in the ghetto.
All right, well, maybe the definition has changed over the years, and I'm just not aware of how it's being used in a colloquial sense. But here's the problem. Would you agree that everybody in the hood has just a kill or be killed attitude?
Oh, no, everybody doesn't have a kill or be killed attitude in the hood. Not everybody.
That was my whole point. That was my entire point. And my other point was that the meanings of words change. Richard Dawkins famously sort of pointed this out. Meanings of words evolve. And just because, what he's trying to say is that the hood is a cult. It is one system of belief that all people in it are following. And I don't think that's the case. I think that there's a diverse, wide array of beliefs and different knowledge in even in the lower socioeconomic thing, and that's sort of what I'm trying to say. So I apologize if I've got the wrong definition of the word. Dictionary seems to back me up. But...
Yeah, I see your point. What you're trying to apply, you're just trying to apply that when it comes to any neighborhood that you have different elements within the neighborhood that people believe,
sure,
follow,
absolutely,
like that. Yeah, I see that. But prayer, power of prayer is saying in certain parts that we go to, like let's just say if I went over to another country, right, and I went to their projects or their hood, it will be similar to the hood that I'm raised in here in America, because it's a core thing that they use. You see what I'm saying? Like you may have been raised in a certain culture. Within that culture, it's a standard that you go by, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And that's what he is saying when it comes to the hood. It's a certain standard that they go by and a certain attitude that you go by. And if you don't go by, you can get seriously hurt or seriously being taken advantage of. And I think
but that's the same for any culture. You've got to do certain rules in Japan or else they're going to get very upset at you, kind of thing. That's the same for any culture. But what we're talking about is that cults are not the same as just having culture. They don't try to manipulate people into thinking the same way as them, and sort of all of these behaviors associated with cults where they try to control emotions and thoughts and sort of control their behavior. I don't think you'll find that even in the culture of the lower socioeconomic classes. It's a thing that seems to be sort of in religious systems that require absolute obedience.
Well, it was what I'm trying to get to. Yes, you're right. As far as if I go over Japan, somewhere over in Japan, if I don't watch myself, I could be taken advantage of. That's true. But we're talking about the hood. Like, he's an actor. He went to school with one of the presidents. And a lot of my friends, if you go over to any place around the world, like I've been raised in a hood here where I'm at. If I go anywhere, any place around the hood, like he went to Ireland, he went to the hood. He said he felt like he was in the projects in New York City. Because it's a certain atmosphere within that people act a certain way. You will be able to survive because the way you was raised in the hood. Now, if I go like what you just described, which you're right, if I go to another culture, being not in the hood or let's just say a suburb culture, I will have to watch my way and maneuver my way because it's a different culture. But if I was in a hood culture, it's a guidelines and things. It's hard to explain, but it's a certain way it moves. People move, certain dialogue that they use, certain mannerism that they use. And I'm sure you know that because you've been raised in a certain culture. And if you go out that culture and go to another culture similar, you will see the same. But yet it's different,
Sure, but you tie it into cults.
Mm-hmm. That's a different. I don't want. That was your argument when it comes to cults. I would let him build that argument up right there.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't understand that, so I let Power build that argument. I was just trying to get you to understand when you said that he was racist and it applied to Black people. That's what I was just trying.
And so I do actually owe you an apology, Mark. I did go too far with it, and for that I do apologize. And I'm trying to have a civil conversation as best I can, but you got to understand, from my point of view, that label, especially in the country that I live, can hurt somebody.
Okay. Well, I apologize if I got the wrong end. Like everything that I've read, that is really associated with low socioeconomic background African American communities. So, I apologize if it doesn't. I must have old information, or it must have changed. But this highlights how words can change. And as another Australian said, when we say hood, we're not referring to like, you know, the Jewish community down the road kind of thing. You know, it just, no. So I apologize as well.
But that would be described here because Jewish people live in the hood. Okay. I live in the hood, and right across the street, across the street, it's a Jewish community in the hood.
Good. Yep. I'm glad we got that sorted.
Yeah, I can't even remember what the conversation was about.
Well, I can. It was about the etymological fallacy, and it's it's really uninteresting. I just brought it up before when he said something else like that along the same lines. It seems to be a power of prayers thing to understand the origin of the word and then take meaning from that into the modern usage. And that can be problematic, as I pointed out. Not that it's not an interesting thing. Like I was saying with the word atheos, right, which is the original word for atheism. It literally meant without the Greek gods. And, you know, that was how the word was used originally. There was a case in, I don't know, 300 BC or 400 BC of someone being punished and put to death for atheism or atheos. And, but that doesn't mean in any way that the modern world atheism necessarily means without theism. You know, that adaptation is a colloquialism which has been developed over many years, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's the case today. In fact, you know, in the past in Europe, it's been used more as a question of saying, more as a question of the disbelief in God or gods rather than the lack of belief. That lack of belief definition is quite a modern invention. And that's just three examples of how one word is used and has been changed over many years to become the usage that we use today of many different, many structures of the word atheism. Sometimes it's used for lack of belief, and sometimes it's used as the non-belief. Sometimes it's used as the non-belief, and sometimes it's used as the positive claim of the falsity of the proposition.
Well, it's interesting. Thomas Huxley was the one that coined the term agnostic, but he kind of used it wrong because gnosis is pertains to knowledge. So he kind of is the reason why philosophy of religion refers to people that sort of reject belief in or suspend their belief in God as an agnostic. But it was more Thomas Huxley using it wrong, who was Darwin's bulldog, as he was known. He basically used it as opposed to gnosis, which is, you know, if you have the Gnostics, they claim that you know, they have knowledge. So it kind of was a bit of a misstep there, but made its way into the language all the same.
I think that was a very specific definition of the word agnostic, which is kind of assuming that the evidence for either case is balanced at 50-50 rather than what it could be, which is balanced at 90-90 or whatever. I think those are different versions of agnosticism. There are multiple versions of agnosticism, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's just how these words have come to be used in the particular field of theology or theological discussion.
Oh, I love this comment. There are so many versions of atheism it can't be true. Is that same for Christianity?
Wow.
Yeah.
Who wrote that?
Peter W. I don't know who that is.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay, Peter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
That's irony. That's irony.
Yeah. No, he's a good guy. He's a good guy, Peter. He's a strong believer, shall we say?
Okay, gotcha.
He takes his faith very seriously, but he's not a bad person. So it's not disingenuous anyway. But like, it doesn't fucking matter. That's the bottom line. Like, and again, when you go down these etymological like deep dives, right? they just don't mean anything. They're just interesting in a historical perspective. That's it.
Well,
And
words don't mean anything.
history is a wonderful thing. Don't get me wrong. Troll is a 17th century Norse word, right? That's why it's in the English language, because like north of England was invaded by the Vikings, and they used the word troll, and so we took it to be an English word. It's really simple,
So you're basically saying blame the English. That's
you can
what you're
blame the
saying.
English for everything to do with this, because we literally have Greek, Latin, right, Anglo, Saxon, Norwegian, Danish, French. Like however many times have we been invaded in the past 2,000 years? Well, literally all of those languages have been in some way accreted into the language. It's what makes the English language brilliant, because it's so descriptive. It has poetical reaches that are far beyond some of the other Romantic languages. It has scientific meanings which are almost as accurate as the German language. It has guttural, like forceful and emotive words which have very strong intuitional meaning, right? Because of the Danish and the Viking language, which is extremely guttural, right? And there are many other
Yeah, I
dialects.
do want to say that words and definitions, they're not prescriptive. They don't there's no set in stone meaning behind any words. They're just descriptive. So it while in a sense it really doesn't matter what you call something, if you're trying to equate two things and they are different, then you can't kind of use the same thing. Well, you can use the same thing for both, but it's got to be understood what you mean by it rather than what the word is necessarily. So we kind of just have usages for words, which why a cult might mean a soccer team or a soccer team's fans, as well as an actual, cult, or it may mean something else under some other circumstance. The problem is with language, not necessarily that words aren't set in stone. But I think the important part is, as long as you understand what somebody means by it, then it's not a problem. But you can't equate two things because they have even the same name. Like you can't say, hey, the soccer team was they were religious about the soccer team, therefore it's a religion. Yeah, that's a mistake. It doesn't have the same properties as soccer team and Catholicism, for instance.
And hey presto, also Italian.
Really?
Yeah. There's also Italian words in English.
Mm-hmm.
I
Also
guess it depends on what.
Go ahead.
It's subjective, and when it comes to describing what it calls a cult, because let's look at Jim Jones was considered, and what he did, he was considered a cult, but he believed in Jesus Christ. You have David Koresh. They was considered a cult. You had the Jehovah's Witness. They are considered a cult by some standards and people's belief. So I guess it's subjective to what you believe and what your descriptive of when you're describing a cult.
Yeah, that's fine. As I said earlier, I would say the bite model is really where I'd put the description of a cult for me. It has a standardized model with criteria that examines the behavior of the group in general. So I think that's a really good way to evaluate it.
But don't some of them come out of a culture though? It's just like you have public companies and then you have private companies. Does some of the cult members come out of a culture, take some of the elements within a culture and form a cult?
Are you familiar with the bite model?
No, I'm not familiar with
okay. I might get a link, put it in the private chat. Give me 1 second. But it's basically around certain behaviors and meeting certain criteria. So it's called the bite model of authoritarian control, and it mostly revolves around sort of specific things that they do. Like, for instance, controlling what you wear is one example was given earlier, or who you have relationships with, or who you can associate with, and things like that. if they compartmentalize you, if they put you in sort of areas so you can't interact with others, kind of thing. And so these individual things, and it's not a black and white thing, but they sort of add up to a way to analyze a group, whether they do form the criteria of a cult or not. And I get what you mean, like low-level things like that, say they may instill a fear that if you leave, you're going to be ostracized, for instance. But, we're talking about sort of very, very specific ways that they're implementing these things. I'll put it in the private chat if I can find the frigging window.
But just what you was describing, then people would say the Jewish people would be defined as a cult, because if you do, they tell you who to marry, they tell you what to wear, and if you don't do what it is asked, you get kicked out.
Well, I don't think all Jews are like that. Maybe they're Hasidic Jews, perhaps.
Okay,
maybe
let's look at that. Would you consider that a cult?
Sure. Well, they may if they tick a number of boxes, but I don't think it's just one thing in isolation. There's a lot of criteria in here, and most of the cults, like, they tick boxes all over the place. As I said earlier, we went through with Hoven's little compound, the Dinosaur Adventureland kind of thing, and the amount of boxes it ticked was truly surprising in this bite model. So that, I would say, is a cult.
Would you say not sure. Would you say Scientology? Would you say they are cult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I think they would tick a lot of the boxes as well, especially sort of a lot of the things are like ostracizing people from their families, making them reliant on the structure so they can't, if they try to leave, they have no means of support, right? So it's stuff like this that they do that I wouldn't necessarily apply to a Jewish Hasidic religion. Although some of the more extreme ones, you will probably find they would meet the definition of a cult. Yes,
right. That's what I'm saying. That's. I'm going by like certain things in the Bible that you will, because it will say if certain people that's amongst you is not acting a certain way, take them up. You have to kick them out. Even in the New Testament, if a stranger or someone that's not a stranger, it's not abiding by the commandments, you have to kick them out. So would that would that fit of what you're saying, and would people say, well, that sounds like a cult?
Well, we've got to be careful of judging people in the past in the same context as modern times. That's called presentism. It's kind of this idea that we can say, hey, the people long ago should have known better. And historians try to avoid that because that's not the case. It's been a very long climb to find out, what's harmful and what's not for humans. So I would kind of...
Well, let's go by. Let's go by.
But if there was a organization putting into practice the rules from the Old Testament, for instance, I think that they not only would be a cult, but probably in jail, because a lot of the stuff in there would absolutely transgress our current laws and regulations. Like, for instance, if your son is drunken and lazy, you're supposed to take him out in front of the temple and stone him to death. Right? So stuff like that, you and I don't judge the people back then. That's the best thing they knew. We don't judge, but at the same time, if that was applied in modern day, absolutely that would be a cult. I don't see how it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I see. Thank you for that information too, that you put in private chat. Because you said as far as they will probably be in jail. Like here, we got separation of church and state. So if that was the case, many of those priests would be in jail, and they're not.
Well, that's only because the church shuffled them around and hid them.
Not necessarily, because in one of the states here, they lobbied the law, so you couldn't prosecute them, and they went on the law as far as separation from church and state.
That comes back to what I was saying earlier about the difference between a cult and a religion. It's just one of size. They have that kind of power because they're the size they are.
So I was actually looking at the bite model as you put it. So there's 4 aspects that I look at. It mentions behavior, information, thought, and emotion. So those 4 forms of quote unquote mind control. So under this model, every parent that has a household that they want to apply these 4 aspects in that context, they are a cult with the family model. Every family model is a cult.
Okay, well, did you open up the entire thing? Like, did you go down to the actual criteria?
No, I just pulled it up. I googled it.
Okay, if you go down a little bit more, it should have the questions under sort of the headings. So, for instance, behavior control, regulating people's physical realities, dictate where, how, and with whom the member lives, associates, or isolates, when, how, and whom the member has sex, control types of clothing and hairstyles, regulation of diet, food, drink, hunger, and or fasting, manipulation of deprivation of sleep, financial exploitation, manipulation or dependence, restrict leisure, entertainment, and vacation time, major time spent with group indoctrination and rituals and or self-indoctrination, including the internet, permission required for major decisions, rewards and punishments used to modify behaviors, both positive and negative, discourage individualism, encourage groupthink, imposing rigid rules and regulations, punish disobedience by beating, torture, burning, cutting, grape or tattooing, branding, threatening harm to friends and families, right? So we're not talking about just somebody like disciplining a child, because we're not talking about children here. We're talking about how adults have control over them by somebody using sort of brainwashing tactics in order to make them do things that they would never do ordinarily. Like, look, Jim Jones is a perfect example. He really did have such control over these people that they unfortunately killed themselves.
So I have to ask, though, about this model. Would all of the aspects that it describes need to be applied, or would it only be some?
It would be some. It would reach a level of criteria that would basically push it over the edge. We try to thinking like just, well, if it has this, then it is this, and that's not necessarily the case.
Well,
it's just
so that's it's still the family model.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't apply all of it, then you can apply only some of it, which means that you are literally going to go with the family model. This is a bad model. I'm just going to be honest with you.
This is a God model.
I think it's a bad.
Bad. Yeah, I said a bad model.
Oh,
if you're only applying some of it, he's
kind
apply all of it.
Yeah, he's basically saying, look, just cut out the harm, the rape, and the torture, and all of the really negative, really negative things. And look, it could be a family.
Yeah, so if your family is like this, you may be in an abusive family.
I would say so.
Well, if a parent wants to have his child's hair cut a certain way to look presentable, or if he wants him to eat a certain diet, or if he wants to homeschool his child, these things are what you're describing at this point now become cultish.
Right.
And eventually it's a cult.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, I think that it is ish.
But then that's subjective then, because that would be subjective, because Nation of Islam, Fruit of Islam, a lot of that stuff that you have in there, they apply. So that means they will be considered a cult. But
I think so, yeah.
Some people look at it as, I mean, I see what you're saying, Mark, when it comes to that model, but it's still, I look at it as depends on the person's heart, and their agenda. I see exactly what you're saying. If that person who's a leader of this organization wants to do this for their own agenda, but come up with a excuse to do it and say it's in God's name or Christ's name. I mean, I can see your point, but I'm sure if you talk to someone like from Scientology, they would very much disagree, or people from Nation of Islam will very much disagree on that. So
yeah, but
hey guys, I'm gonna hop off.
Okay, thank you, Van. Thank you, Batman. Well, I just wanted to say, look, I think some of this stuff is like psychological criteria, and psychological criteria is never black and white, right? There is some kind of discretion used by experts to know the difference between whether something is I don't know what a diagnosis or just a behavior pattern, and those two things can be slightly different. So I just think, as you said earlier, the black and white think on this is not going to get us very far. And that's why I think when I said the thing about religions being a cult, I wasn't trying to be black and white about it and come up with criteria, etc., etc. I was just saying, look, there are instances where we think things are cultish, and religions follow a lot of the model in order to indoctrinate their devotees, and that's all I was meaning by it. Whether it's as
I agree with that.
whether it's as harmful as some of the worst extremes of it, not across the board, no. I would fully grant that. And as I'm saying, once you get a large number of people following it, that kind of reduces the group think, because the more people you get in, obviously, the less individualistic it becomes. So I think that there is something to what I'm saying here. But now you've made me see Power of Prayer and Von Erich. You've kind of made me see that there is a lot more nuance to this than at first, at first seemed. It's very easy to generalize on this, and it isn't really a generalizable thing. So, just thanks for that. And yeah.
No, I would just, because what Mark just, that model he put up, I'm sure people look at that, it's like, wait a minute, that's pretty much the Old Testament.
Yeah. Well, this is why people are saying.
Do you live by the Old Testament, though?
Huh?
Do you live by the Old Testament, though?
It's a lot. It's a lot of people that does live by the Old Testament. They don't cope. Yeah. If you
really?
It's a lot of people that live by the Old Testament.
Yep.
I don't think they do.
Well, Zionists, for instance, there's a large minority in Israel that live exactly by those.
Yeah.
By those rules.
Well, not exactly. There's a lot in
they're right. They're
Leviticus,
fundamentalists,
especially about sort of killing people that work on the Sabbath and things like that. It's pretty brutal kind of thing. And if that's the case, well, yeah, then it's probably a cult.
No, but you just said.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You just said as far as it doesn't have to be everything. Let's just scrap the murder part. The other parts, most of that what you put down and you describe in that model that's describing, that will be considered a cult. For what they practice over Israel, as far as the Old Testament, we could take out the killing or the murder. Everything else is pretty much they follow.
So kidnapping, beating,
absolutely.
Sort of,
if you try, absolutely.
Islam too.
Yeah.
Okay, then they're in a cult then.
Yeah. Beating.
Yeah, if you're beating somebody sort of to get them to stay with the religion, then you're in a cult. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not. When you say stand with the religion, that may be little. They will stand in the religion. Ugh.
Yeah.
I guess people beat because the laws within the religion. So you may get.
No. If you don't go with the men and stone the woman, you will get kicked out.
Right.
Also, just to say, flagellation is a real thing in some religions. They will beat themselves.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't know. As I say, I'm when the question was raised in this debate that I saw, I mean, it was genuinely academics that were having the debate. It wasn't nobody's. So I think when they came out with when one side was saying, look, hang on, there's a lot of these large religions have a lot of similarities to the cults in the way they threaten hell, for instance, and to enforce obedience, right, and lack of sinning, for instance, right, or hedonism, or whichever way you want to do it, and things like this. They rely. They say that they rely on faith for belief, right? In other words, that's an authoritarian statement. And so you can see how the sausage of religion is made, as Sam Harris once put it.
I just think it's, like I said before, it's subjective. You got mega churches that are huge, but use AI to track their parishioners, to see if they
that's a problem. That's cultish behavior.
And if they don't pay the 10%, they look at your bank account, they make sure whatever you have in there, and if you don't pay the 10%, they get on you and things like that. So some people will look at that as cultures, like y'all saying, but some people look at it as that's just the way we follow the laws that we follow.
Yeah,
that's the worry.
That's exactly it. The large churches are a good thing. They're not called cults.
So I did want to say I appreciate the drawing of attention to this model, because now I'm seeing some things that are very much prevalent in a lot of higher thinking, what would be considered higher thinking. I also consider as highly uneducated. I wanted to speak about a couple of things that it talks about here in the emotional control section. On number 6, it says extremes of emotional highs and lows, love bombing and praise one moment, and then declaring you are horrible sinner. Now, that's a common practice in Christian religions, right?
Yeah, I know.
That, I mean, just saying that, okay, we love you, we love you, we love you, and then, by the way, you're also a horrible sinner, just like the rest of us. That is just so common, and it is actually very much the belief, and I don't see a problem with it personally. But then also 7, it says, ritualistic and sometimes public confession of sins. That it's like just going out and declaring that you're a sinner. I don't see any problem with that.
Really?
Yeah, it's just like Jehovah's Witness. Let's just say you did something, right? You gotta refresh yourself. But then when you come back, you get ignored. You can be praised. You can sit there. You can learn, but you're ignored by all the parishioners until you go past a certain time, and then they're able to talk to you. Now, some people may look at that as cultures, but that's
and it's also referring to this is forced. Remember, this is like we're talking about to be part of this group. This is what you must do. So it's not saying if you have the desire in your heart to seek out the elder or pastor and tell him all your naughty stuff, go for it. But it's saying you have no choice in this, then you might, be in a cult.
Yeah, and we're really talking about emotional control. So if you're just sort of people are telling you about God's love, but they do acknowledge that you're a sinner, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about emotional manipulation through the purposeful you probably heard of negging, right, where you sort of ignore a woman to try and get her interested kind of thing. It's a really simplistic and terrible sort of emotional manipulation that they're doing. These cults, they go out to build somebody up just to rip them down the next second. It is basically trying to control them through that. So just having emotional highs and lows within, a family or a church or anywhere else is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the manipulation of these emotions by purposely bombing them with love and then ripping the sort of ego out from under them in order to break them down. So we're not talking about it just happening naturally.
I see your understanding in that, but like Power of Prayer was saying, that's a part of the faith or the religion that you choose to be in. All of it is not force. And what you call manipulation, I can see because you have a different interpretation on it. But some people look at that, especially within the religion, that's a part of love. If my mom loves me and my dad loves me, but then they get on me if I do something wrong, come down
that's
hard.
Not love to me. That's not love to me.
Right.
So
I understand that's a difference, but then that's a difference in interpretation, and then that's a difference as far as how we look at things. And you may describe it as cult. You describe it as a cult.
I do, yeah.
Which is I'm not disputing that. It's just that I'm just trying to let you see on the other side of what people believes and what they think. You call it manipulation, and people on the other side, a lot of people on the other side do not. They call it, love. They call it this.
Yeah, no, the members of a cult will say absolutely it's not any kind of mind control or any kind of, manipulation of them. That's just what we do. They will defend it to the hilt. People in Scientology will absolutely say that sort of the breakdown of their personality into these with these thetans and with these machines is absolutely necessary and exactly what they want. That's the thing about cults. People in a cult never think they're in a cult, ever.
Well, isn't every nation on earth a cult then?
That's true.
No, because they don't meet all of most of these criteria. Neither would most churches. They may have one or two parts.
I would say that every single nation on the planet probably meets the majority of these criteria: murder, rape, things like that. It's very common.
Every single country, you're looking at a country like it's an organization. If you're talking about the government, that's one thing. What the government is doing murder and rape and stuff.
So the way that countries operate in the world,
here we go.
These days is they are filed corporations with the World Bank, and so because of that, yes, they are corporations. They're businesses. Yep.
Oh dear.
Well, what I'm saying,
no, they're not.
What I'm saying, as far as
no, just 1 second. I'm really sorry, Von Eric, but nations are not corporations. They are two different things. Corporations are businesses. Nations are states. And unless you know what a state is, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't, sort of saying, Australia is a corporation. No, it's not. It's a commonwealth.
So how do you believe that it does business with the rest of the world?
Well, it just does business. It has an economy. Do you think if they have a number in the World Bank, they're automatically a corporation?
It actually has a symbol that what is it, the AU, I think, in the World Bank? Is it the AU or?
Yes.
Yeah, so
that's a code.
That's a dollar sign representing its corporation within the World Bank. Yes.
No, it's not. It's simply their currency. It's giving a financial value to the currency, the economy of a country. Like it's the exchange rate of currency. It doesn't mean that it's automatically a corporation. Let me ask you this. How many corporations have their own currency?
I mean, there's a lot of different corporations, like usually all of the nation states that are registered with the World Bank, but then there's actually other corporations that have their own currency. Take, for instance, Disney World. They have a Disney dollar. McDonald's used to have certain coupons work the same way, right? So these things have value.
Is the Disney dollar a recognized currency in the world?
Yes.
It is. So if I go to the stock market right now, I can find the Disney dollar.
Chuck E. Cheese has them too.
So I can find that on the stock market, can I?
You can find a lot of things on the stock market.
Yes, but I can find the Disney dollar on the stock market. Is that what you're claiming?
It's got dividends, I'm sure.
Would cryptocurrency can count towards being a currency that's an organization?
Yes, it can. Yes, you can use cryptocurrency within organizations too. Yeah.
So Disney dollar has no listing on the stock market. The shares for the Walt Disney Company does have a listing, but not the Disney dollar, I'm afraid. It is not a currency on the stock market. And, shares are traded as in Walt Disney Company in American dollars, as you would expect for an American company. This is bafflingly ridiculous that you're sort of saying that states are corporations. They're not.
So what you're comparing, yes, the Disney dollar is like our US dollar, right? Now, the US actually has stocks and bonds that are traded just like
they don't have stocks, they have bonds. They don't have stocks, they have bonds.
The US
you can't buy stocks in America. Bonds, yes. No, the corporation does, but the state doesn't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, can you find me a listing for the United States stock? Find me a listing for that. Not just bonds, but stock
bonds,
in
yeah.
the US. No,
the dollar bill is the stock. And so isn't all of the different
I'm sorry, power of prayer. Seriously,
the commodities themselves are stock. The word stock is not a piece of paper. Stock means stock.
No, stocks are an ownership in that company.
Just because it's not on a piece of paper doesn't mean it's not stock.
I don't even know where to go to this. Can someone help me? Like, someone help this man understand
that
stocks are not.
No, Mark. No one can help him understand. He's beyond help.
Wow.
I mean, ultimately, what we're discussing here, and this is where I'm seeing the disconnect, is the difference between paper and
what's the etymology of the word stock?
Good, I like it. I get it. So all of what's on paper is not the thing. The paper is only representative of the thing, which is the stock.
I have a question. Power of prayer. I have a question. Are you a sovereign citizen?
Nope.
Okay, just wondering. That's all.
Because he talks like you said. You try to say he talked like a sovereign citizen, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. He does sound like a sovereign citizen. Yeah. I'm sorry, Power of Prayer. You just do. It's So the difference is that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mark. Sorry.
Bonds are a form of loan. They're kind of you buy sort of part of the currency of a country. It's kind of an investment. You invest it in the country, but you don't actually own part of that country. It's more like they've put part of their part of their money into a sort of pile, and then they basically people can buy that from them, but they're not buying ownership over part of the country, right? Whereas if you buy stocks in our country, like if you own 51% of Google, for instance, you actually own half that company. You can't do that with a country because the government of a country doesn't own the country.
But
it's the people. Hang on, let me finish. It's the people of the country that owns the country. Like you don't have the government owning everything. Public buildings and stuff are owned by the population, the citizens of that country. That's what we're sort of talking about with the Commonwealth. Like it belongs to everybody. So the two things of a company that has shareholders and has to produce dividends for them, as you mentioned, that is totally different than a government who basically represents the people and their ownership of all of the assets of a company, of a country.
I think that's a lot to look at. I think. So you're saying if when countries don't own another country's debt, you mean to tell me some people don't look at that as me owning a part of the country? I own your debt.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can't just say, "Hey, you owe me money, so I'm gonna." So I own part of you. That's not how.
No, but people look at it. We could go back with the semantics and the definition and things like that. I'm talking about is someone who owns the debt of a country, right?
Yes.
That's you control a lot. We have international community that sues governments, and then when they sue the government for millions of dollars, the government end up have to paying them.
Well,
that's control.
Not really. Okay, so look. There's two ways to look at it. Firstly, like America owes a lot of has sold a lot of bonds to China, right? So China has a large amount of currency in dollars in bonds, and America has to pay them back, okay, because they bought them. That's how that works.
Right.
But there is an agreement when the bonds are sold on when that date is due, and the interest payments if it's not paid on time, right? China can't just suddenly turn up and go, okay, right, we're going to take Statue of Liberty, and we're going to take the Empire State Building, and we're going to take 5 of your carriers, right? So in payment because you're defaulting on the loan. That's not how that works.
No, that's true. That means you can't take control, but you have influences though.
But
you have a big influence.
There's an agreement made when the bonds are taken out.
Right.
When the bonds are issued by the government, they say, we are going to pay you this much money on such and such a date with this interest rate. All right, and you're gonna get such and such an amount. Okay, and then there's some sums, right? Maybe if there's some defaults, if the bonds are defaulted or have to be taken out again, but that's all in the control of the government, of the American government, not the Chinese.
Well, that's because
it's not the same. It's not the same as when a bank says to you, right, we are going to take your property if you don't pay on time.
Oh yeah, that's true. But we just
the bank is the corporation. America is the company. America is the country. That's the state in this case. And they're very different. That's all I can say.
I think I can see what you're saying. They're very different as far as how you go about it.
Yeah, like for instance, if they wanted to, America could just say to China, "Well, we're not going to pay you." That's that. We're done.
Oh yeah, because America is a powerhouse. But I'm talking about smaller countries when the international community sues other countries, right? Sues them and controls them and put them in sanctions.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah,
there are
agreements.
Sanctions are different.
There are agreements. There are agreements.
Right. You're looking at it as far as the way I'm using the word. Sanctions is different, but I'm talking about as far as what the international community does when they sue you. Then sanctions will apply if you refuse to pay that debt or that tax that you were sued by.
No. If the country says that's it, we're not doing it, they're not doing it. Now they may suffer as a result because other countries may not trade with them.
Right.
They may suffer. But they don't have to pay the money back if they don't want to.
Oh no, that's not true. It's articles.
Yeah.
All you have to do is pull the article out, put Google article.
North Korea did exactly this. North Korea has done exactly this.
Did what?
They borrowed money and not paid it back and said we're not paying it back. And you know what happened? China paid it.
Okay, but that's because China and that's totally different. Just go.
That's how it works. Their country.
No, that's China. But see, the debt was paid though. China and North Carolina, they are partners.
Well,
they work together. So yeah, that's different. I'm talking about if you go look at an article that a guy.
Well, it's a bit more complex than that. Their relationship is very.
Yeah,
complex.
I understand. We don't got to. But you know what? I don't even want to go with because this is taking us away because he used this as far as the cult. So that's going to take us straight away to another conversation.
Well, this was
straight up. There's a legal difference between a corporation and a country.
Right.
I can't say any more than the City of London Corporation and England. Right. Very different things. The government, very, very different.
Right. Yeah. And I don't want to get into the details of the law because what y'all describing is right, but I can see where power of prayer was going, but then that's going to take us way off. I just wanted to ask Mark Reed as far as that, what you just pulled up, the model that you pulled up, how much of that will be considered a cult? Because what Power was saying, you might as well say that about just about every religion, according to this model.
I don't think so. I think it's got to hit a large amount of them in multiple different categories. I don't think it's just one or two from each category. I think it's like sort of, more apply that don't kind of thing. So I would say over 50%.
So would you agree with the model that you put up? Let's just say 10. You would be considered a cult?
Look, like
I don't know.
let me get in there. like we said.
No, he asked me. No, I'm going to answer. He asked me. So I think that
we've already said the answer. Both of us have said the answer once.
Thing. It's not just a black and white thing. It basically is, you know, and it depends on how bad they are. Because, you know, if you're saying, well, they regulate your diet kind of thing, they force you to eat sunflower seeds with every meal or something like that. That's not as bad as sort of forcing people to fast, you know, like basically saying in order to purify yourself, you've got to go without food for you know, 3 or 4 days or something. So it's not like just, well, if it barely touches this, it's definitely a cult. It's a lot more nuanced than that. And I'm sorry that it's not just, you know, it's not just a sum like maths you can do, but a lot of it is evaluation under several criteria that may or may not meet a criteria for cult. But at least we have some sort of system, whether, you know, because some of them, like the Jim Jones thing, they would tick every single one, you know, absolutely tick every single one.
Okay, well, then that will be. Oh, go ahead, Simon. What's that? Samos? And you wanted to say something?
Well, like I was saying, it's in the same. It's a psychological evaluation, right? So it's not going to be. It's going to be done by experts. I mean, this is why I think that the bite model, although very useful as a guide, is like the DSM-5. When you come to diagnosing what is and isn't a cult, it's not going to be exact. It just is never going to be exact. It needs to be done by experts when in terms of taking it for these harmful cults, right? Or very harmful cults like Jim Jones, etc. And I think it's quite obvious. We can all agree it is obvious in those called the whatever they are, railists or whatever they were called in this country, right? It's quite obvious that these smaller versions of religions, if you like, are cults because they do manipulate people in this way, and they do disenfranchise people from their families, which is a major sign of abuse as far as I'm concerned. But nonetheless, it doesn't mean that the larger ones aren't cults. I still believe that these larger religions are still cult-esque, and some more than others, like Mormonism and Scientology. Right, which which we both agree. I think we would agree they are religions. They've certainly got their religious status from the government. So, you know, when we call them a cult, right? Well, they're very large still. So, you know, they're known as religions.
Well, then I see what y'all are saying, but I believe Paul. I'm gonna let him make his argument because I believe if we be going by this model, it will be just about every religion you probably come in contact with. But what Mark said, with far
that's why you need the experts, mate. That's why you need the experts to diagnose.
Well, the experts still, they could be biased and they have their own biased belief in what they think. They could be talking the same way as Mark, what Mark was saying, as far as he went into more details and what he thinks and what he believes. So I believe the experts will do the same thing.
I don't think most religions would tick lots of these boxes. I'm not sure if maybe you're in a religion that would tick a lot of these boxes.
No,
but most religions would not. Like things like, you know, corporal punishment. You know, this high level of obedience. Most religions aren't like that.
Yeah, as far as it depends on what you're describing as far as what you just said. But the main point, yes, they will. Yes, you look at any religion and go into details of that religion. I don't care what it is.
Most aren't like this. I'm really sorry about it.
As far as this model that you're going by, you will apply that to just about every religion.
No, the largest denomination in the US and in Australia is the Catholic Church. Now, the Catholic Church would not meet most of these boxes. Not nearly no denomination.
Do you know all the denominations in the Catholic Church?
I'm sorry?
Do you know all the denominations and what they follow in the Catholic Church?
Well, I mean, they don't really have denominations, but I kind of am aware of some of them.
They have different sectors in the Catholic Church. Do you know them all?
No.
Exactly. And some of those things that you described in some of those Catholic churches, because they all don't follow the same thing. they do what you have put in this, what you presented in this model.
Yes,
so that's why I'm saying,
I mean,
you go about.
That's why I said almost all, not every single one. If you're going to find outliers, you could possibly find, an outlier of a church, maybe the Set Eventualists, for instance. They're pretty hardcore. But I think that
almost all. I never said all. I said almost all too.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they would tick most of these boxes. No.
Oh, absolutely. Look at the model. You see this model in the Old Testament. And you see some of it. You see some of it. What it's saying here, even in the New Testament, Paul describes a lot of these things that you in this model.
Yeah, I don't think you know how the Catholic Church works. So I don't think you've got an accurate representation of sort of how they actually.
Though. I was in a group home of the Catholic Church group home. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Some of those things that you put in here. You don't know every Catholic Church denomination and what all that they follow. You do not.
Okay, Von Erich, I never said some of them had to be ticked for it to be a cult. I said that it has to be a majority of them.
You said majority of this model, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
You said majority of this model.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm saying, if you go in that model, the majority of this model, you will probably conclude with religions that you go to and they read that model, they go by that a lot of stuff you have in that model. I could take you into parts of the Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam,
yeah,
a lot of that, and Christianity, a lot of that stuff that you have in that model. They look at that as one of the things that they go by within their religion.
Yeah, most religions don't do that. Like most religions aren't manipulating for your finances, for instance, or they're not subjecting you to sleep deprivation. They're not telling you what you can. Excuse me, Von Erich, let me speak. Mm-hmm. They're not like telling you what to wear. The Catholic Church is telling you how to wear your hair, or else you'll be, ostracized, kind of thing. They're not doing that. They're not telling you that you cannot do this and cannot, do that, or eat this and eat that. That's not what they're doing.
Yes, those religions. You talk about a certain religion within the Catholic faith that may not do that. And I'm saying it is some religions that do tell you as far as what to eat, what to wear. You just cannot come into church and wear anything in the church. They telling you what to wear.
No.
Hold
up. That's
now.
not what we're talking about.
Wait a minute. Like you told me. You told me to wait a minute. So don't cut me off. Let's not be hypocritical. Okay. Let's be respectful. I'm saying is, as far as this model that you have here, if you go to different religions around the world, they will see this model and say, hey, we do some of those things in this model. Matter of fact, they may say most of it that we go by. We may not go by murder. We may not say anything as far as your income, but we may apply this. We apply that. We apply this. This is a standard. If you read the Bible, you will see many of the standards are in the Bible, in the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Yeah, the more and more you talk, I think that you're in a sort of, very oppressive religion, maybe, because the Catholic Church, they're not going to tell you, even if you're expected to wear, nice clothes to church, they're not going to tell you that you can or cannot wear anything. That's not what they do. They're not going to tell you how to wear their hair. You're not going to manipulate your finances. They might expect the tithe, but that's not the same thing. Like, I think that a lot of the things you're sort of saying are very sort of extreme interpretation of these things. And I'm really sorry, but most religions are not doing that. They're not going to their members and saying, hey, you talk to this person the other day, don't talk to them because they're not part of our church. They're not doing that. And I'm really sorry, Von Erich, that you think for some reason that the Catholic Church is like sort of doing these things to their members, but they're not. I'm sorry, they're not.
Why are you pointing to just Catholic Church? I didn't say
just an example.
I just didn't say Catholic Church. I said, first of all, have you read the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so many of those things in that which you described in that model, is that not in the Bible? Most of those things that you described, that you put in their mouth. Is that in the Bible? Yes or no?
In the Old Testament, which
have you read the New Testament?
Most Christians do not apply anymore.
Wait a minute. Most Christians do not apply the things that they hear and do. You do not know most religions. You don't, because they do apply.
Really?
Most of those things, a lot of those things in the Old Testament, they do apply. You cannot walk in a holiness church. You cannot walk in there with any kind of clothes. You cannot wear earrings. You got to watch where your hair is. And it's in holiness church, you can't wear makeup. And it's not they are strict in that. They're going by words in the Old Testament that the reason why they implemented within the laws of their religion.
So, Von Erich, do you abide by Levitical law?
Levitical, you're going into something else. Levitical law.
No, that's the Old Testament.
It depends on the Levitical law of what you're trying to establish as far as what you implemented. I just told you things in the Old Testament that people in religion go by when they implement laws in their religion. They get it from the Old Testament. There are things that in the New Testament they get. What Paul describes about people that's being within your religion, being amongst you, to kick them out.
It was a very simple question. I didn't get my question answered, and I'd like an answer, please. I asked if you abided by Levitical law as per the Old Testament.
Which Levitical law are you speaking of?
The whole lot of them. You say that people live according to the Old Testament. And so, excuse me, I let you talk. Now let me talk. Mm-hmm. When people say they live by the rules in the Old Testament, they're talking about Levitical law. They're talking about the laws according to the Old Testament. And that's not just the 10 Commandments. There's a whole bunch of commandments. I can't remember the number. Simos probably knows. It's like 360 something commandments.
613.
Yeah, 613. Yeah. Okay. So do you live according to those laws laid out in the Old Testament?
You talk about all the 613?
Yes, the laws laid out in the Old Testament.
Yes. I go by the 10 Commandments. Those commandments, I go by those. The 613 are considered moral laws. The rest are considered moral laws. They're considered traditions. So no, you don't. People picks those out, like I just said, picks those and apply it to their religion.
So it's from my understanding that the law was fulfilled through Jesus. So the simple answer is yes, but the complicated answer is no.
Yeah, so you don't, because the law was fulfilled, so you don't have to live by the law of the Old Testament, which is what I hear from most scholars and religious people that I talk to, which is all fine. No, that's fine. I don't, I'm not having a massive problem with that. I'm just saying that most people in religions these days, they don't live according to the old laws. They just don't.
What old laws are you talking about?
The laws in the Old Testament. They might take them as a moral. Well, they might take them as morality.
Fabric,
that's not
cooking goat in milk, eating shellfish.
Yeah, working on the Sabbath, for instance. That's a big one.
Yes, those laws. Those laws many do not follow. No, but there are many of those laws that people do follow. They may not kill a goat, but they may wear fringes or things like that. They may have the false sideburns. They may do other things within those 613 laws within their religion.
Mm-hmm. I fail to see your point.
You said what?
I fail to see your point.
Oh, well, that's probably that might be with you. Well, I mean, the only thing I can say is what comes to me. It's certain people in the certain religions follow certain of those laws that you're speaking of. I don't doubt that you can find people that sort of implement some of the laws, but a majority of the Christians do not live by those laws. They just don't. You keep saying they just don't. I just gave you the example of different religions that follow. I just say the holiness You have the holiness that follows a strict guidelines of what is a lot of the laws in the Old Testament. You have Pentecostal.
So what's the size of the holiness?
What does that have to do with size? What size? You just said
his whole claim was majority. And then the point is you're only bringing out examples of very small.
That's just one of them. You have holiness. You have people in Tuwalido, Ethiopians that follow strong orthodox. A lot of the laws, the moral laws that you're describing. You have Baptists. You have parts of Methodists. All of these are different sectors in the Christian religion that follows a lot of the moral laws that you explained in the 613.
So I want to point out.
Old Testament.
Hold on. Can I point
go ahead.
So Freedom of Mind Resource Center. Do you know what that is?
It's a free thought organization.
Right. Do you know who founded it?
No.
The same individual who wrote that bike model. That's interesting that you don't know that part. Now, I will tell you that sounds like a cult to me. Freedom of Mind Resource Center. Yeah, right.
So it's who smelt it, dealt it again is thing. So that's Dr. Stephen Hassan, because I know who wrote it. I just didn't know he founded this organization. So Dr. Stephen Hassan is actually an expert in cult behavior. He's a recognized expert with a PhD in cult behavior. It sounds like to me you're just sort of saying, hey, my religion does some of these things, and I don't like that it's associated with a cult.
Well,
and
it sounds to me like you're appealing to authority.
Exactly.
Okay, so the appeal to authority is only a fallacy when you're appealing to someone who is not, in fact, an authority on the subject. Like if you say, hey, excuse me, can I finish? 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 Can I finish?
You made your statement.
Yes,
Go
please.
ahead.
No, I didn't make my statement. I was still continuing.
I heard a statement,
so
then
I'll
I
finish
responded.
now.
So yes, I just happened to cut you off a little bit quicker because I knew that was the end of the statement. So stop with that garbage.
Oh, wow, you're psychic. That's amazing. So basically, when you appeal to an authority, it's like saying, hey, my mechanic found a problem with that car. And you say, oh, that's an appeal to authority. It's not a fallacy when you actually have someone who is an authority on the subject.
Yeah, well, so my last mechanic couldn't figure out that the alternator was the problem, and I found out that the alternator was the problem myself.
Congratulations, your mechanic is crap.
What I'm saying is, Mark, your mind that you brought up, that's no problem. Even the words that you're saying, no problem. What my argument is, of course you can do that. You can maybe, if you go and visit a lot of those churches, churches that I'm talking about, even in other religion, you will find out that your model applies to that. Because most of the things on there, people look at it a different way. You look at it one way, amen to you. That's your interpretation. That's your definition and the way you look at it. But we're just saying that you would, like what Power of Prayer was just saying when he used the illustration of nations. What we're saying that will probably apply to most religion, not just Christianity, even within Islam and other.
Oh, it applies to all. Like it's not like it just applies to. Like, what made you think it just applies to Christianity?
No. I was just making a statement. I didn't say to accuse you of just saying that. I was just making a statement when I say
And so what I would say to you is that what people have noticed and what people who study these things have noticed is that all cults have certain behaviors that they do. Now, some religions will have some of these behaviors that, while it seems a bit cultish, they don't rise to the level of a cult. Like they wouldn't define them as a cult because it doesn't rise to that level. But you're basically protesting that a lot of religions, especially the fundamentalist religions, have a lot of behavior that you could call cultish, and you're upset about that.
No, wait a minute. Where did you get that I was upset? I don't know where you get that.
Sound upset.
Oh, because of the tone that I'm using. Oh, because of the tone that I'm using. Oh, okay. But just because someone uses a tone doesn't mean that they're upset. I didn't use any derogatory language or disrespect you in any type of way. So that doesn't mean that I'm upset. Just because I'm using a high-pitched voice doesn't mean a person is upset. But what I'm saying is, when I agree with you as far as what you're saying and understand why you're saying that. And even with that, you said experts. We don't know the details. And we don't know as far as what he took, as far as how this person took the details in his research. But I wouldn't dispute, because he's right. He's probably right. It is some cultures out there that use the Bible or use the things in the Bible to accomplish their agenda. It is not with God. It is with their own agenda or with bias agenda. So, I mean, yes, I see that, but I also see that people can look at this and be like, oh, well, this is cult, and it's not. It is not.
Well, I mean, he's got his dissertation there. I can link you his dissertation if you do want to read through it.
Okay.
He's a doctor. He has a dissertation on it.
Okay. If you want to, yeah, go ahead. I have no problem looking at it.
All right.
Well, I'd like to take that opportunity to welcome Jay and Wildheart.
Hey.
Now you've been here for a bit. And in spirit of what Richard would do, he would say, initial thoughts or questions, gentlemen, comments?
I'm going to just enjoying the chat. Good to see everyone. Yeah, carry on.
Hey, Wildheart.
Jay?
Good to see.
Oh, it's been
Welcome,
an
Jay.
interesting. It's been an interesting conversation. I really enjoyed the part about Disney dollars being real. I mean, in the context of being traded, globally.
That was a highlight. Yeah.
That's what
Jay,
you want to talk
Jay,
about. Of all the things
Jay,
we went over, that's what you want to. Okay.
Jay, it's not a Mickey Mouse currency, Jay. I don't know why you're saying that.
I always preferred Daffy Duck.
I don't think he's got dollars though. I don't think he's traded on the stock market.
I think you'll be surprised whenever you find out what the Japanese will and will not buy.
What? Where'd that come from?
I said I believe you'll be very surprised at what the Japanese people will and will not buy.
Do you have a claim rather than an innuendo?
Yeah. So there's.
What does the Japanese have anything to do with anything?
So the Japanese are a people who love all sorts of differences in cultures, and they actually set up museums in favor of certain types of cultures. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if there's some type of little display that's literally got Mickey Mouse and all the dollar bills all that.
That doesn't.
I guarantee you.
How does that establish whether or not it's actual currency
I
that's
might be
traded?
wrong. Well, so because that's the idea of trade.
So because the Japanese collect weird shit, therefore the Disney dollar is an actual currency that's
I wouldn't
traded.
be a bit surprised.
Interesting argument.
Can I just say, Vic, you have been on fire tonight. You have been awesome.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I could be wrong about certain things, but I'm just presenting the possibilities, right? So there are certain things that we might not view as more valuable than others, but when you talk to other people, they might find these things valuable.
Yeah, I think look, I think it's like this. Like I've tried to say a couple of times, it hasn't worked before, but I'll try and say it again. I think this is a highly academic way of describing what a cult is. It's very useful in determining when legal action should be taken. I don't think it's very representative of the average use of the word cult in society. And I think it's just highly academic. So it's very interesting to look at. It gives a lot of thought. I can see that the second half of the list every time get more and more specific in order to exclude some of the more generalized claims of what a cult is, and maybe under the Bite model, Scientology wouldn't be called a cult. Maybe that's because it's not called a cult; it's called a religion. But I think under a dictionary definition of the word cult, I think it's hard to disagree that there is some harm with Scientology, and in fact there is some dangerous practices which do harm their adherents. and therefore, it would be considered a cult. However, something like, I don't know, Catholicism, which is the other example being used, I'm sure most Catholics are not beholden to, the doctrine of the Catholic Church on such a dogmatic level, but clearly, in the large majority of the members of the what do they call them? The members of the priests and the fathers and the bishops, etc., clearly within that scope, which is a large number of people still, it is very cult-esque, and certainly the bike model, if applied to it, it would call it a cult. So I have absolutely no doubt about that, because there has been, accusations of rape and sexual abuse and harm, physical harm, torture. All of these things have come out in the last 40 years, 50 years, certainly in the homes, the Catholic homes for wayward children in Ireland, for instance. There was a lot of torture going on, it turns out. So clearly that's a cult as well, even under the bite model. And I think that's the point here. Like, I know, Mark, you're arguing for a highly technical definition here, and I get it. And I've tried to say 3 times already, yes, and it's also like some of these mental conditions, right? They're highly technical, and you need to be an expert to diagnose them. And if you're not, you shouldn't really be talking about them. However, I think with religion, it's slightly different. We can talk about it in this kind of. Let me just read the definition that I put in earlier. Britannica Dictionary definition of cult: a small religious group that is not part of a larger or more accepted religion that has beliefs regarded by many people as extreme or dangerous. Right, and I think that kind of encapsulates what the bite model is more accurately saying, but at the same time allows us to differentiate between the smaller groups of Catholics which do have part of this behavior, and the vast majority of the congregation which has absolutely nothing to do with that kind of behavior. So I think that's more helpful, and that's my position.
Well, that's very well said. Yeah, you covered it pretty. Showing that ethic and things like that. So, but not just Catholics though. I don't want to apply it to them, but very well said. Amen.
Yeah, no, I don't. Like I said right back at the beginning, it's a matter of size. Matter of size as to whether they get away with it or not. But
so I just wanted to bring up. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. I've been talking on that.
All right, I just wanted to bring up, just to kind of drive the point home. I was looking it up and just kind of typed it in. Papermoneyforum.com. They're literally trading dollar bills with Disney dollars. Isn't that wild? I know you won't believe me.
Oh, wow.
Money Forum. So I'm sorry. What bank is Paper Money Forum exactly?
Yeah, no, we got to know. We've got to know now, Mark. We have to know.
I googled
what
it.
Bank is this Paper Money Forum, and how do I get a loan from
them? Let me look it up. It actually says worldbanknoteauctions.com.
Oh, my! Did he just prove his point? Did he just prove his point?
Vic, you should quit while you're massively behind. Just quit.
Well, if I'm massively behind, hold on. Let me go ahead and pull it up and put it in the back chat.
Oh dear.
Oh
dear.
Wow.
Well, let me just say on page 1, it says Paper Money Forum, including banknotes, paper currency, and various related hobby categories. So hobby categories.
And Mickey Mouse badges, I presume.
Yeah, basically anything which that looks like a banknote. So monopoly money, for instance, would be included. I think.
I just want to know. Did he just prove his point? That's all I want to know.
He didn't prove it.
No, he didn't.
Can I? Because I want to go out and buy a Disney dollar. If he proved his point right now, I would like to go out and buy.
I think the only place you could spend it is Disney. So as long as you're cool with that, have at it.
But is so it's considered a currency as long as you within the Disney part?
No, it's considered something else legally, like a chit, I believe, which is sort of a some kind of object that has worth to the company and the company alone. It's not a currency.
It'd be kind of like chips at a casino.
Or a
Right,
gift
right,
voucher,
exactly.
maybe gift voucher would be how
So
we
that
say it in
means
this country.
so does that mean he was right when he said corporations have their own currency? Then does that mean that? Or no?
No, because that corporation still trades in U.S. dollars on the open market, and still needs to use U.S. dollars to support itself and its employees.
Okay, so that's where the difference is at.
Yeah, they can't. The Disney cannot pay its employees in Disney dollars. I'm sorry, it's just not happening.
Yeah, just like Parker Brothers can't pay their employees in like Monopoly money.
Just to be clear, I never said that it was so that they could pay their own employees.
Right.
Yeah, we're aware.
Right. That's because I heard him say just they have their own currency. Now how it's being spent, I didn't hear it go in details of that. So
well, this came up from the claim that he made that a company, that a country, like a state, like Australia, the constitutional monarchy, is a corporation, and that was so heinously bad take that it eventually went to one of the examples we could give to differentiate the two was that a country has publicly traded currency that its citizens use and stuff like that, and he thinks that Disney dollars are a currency.
Well, I don't really think.
Well, stop making the
You
claim.
could stop like that was the perfect statement.
That was the best place to pull a full stop.
Mark, he said it perfectly correctly. He doesn't think.
Well, let me ask this question: Does countries act as a corporation?
No.
So I want to just make it very clear. There is a corporation called the U.S. Corporation that literally does business with the World Bank, and that is the corporation that does business as our country, the United States of America.
Oh, with the
World Bank. U.S. Corporation. That's the name of a company, is it? The U.S. Corporation.
Maybe I'm wrong on the exact wordage
I'm
of
not
it, but
sure
it is a
that's
corporation.
right.
Yeah,
maybe.
I push X to doubt. I doubt.
This is a U.S. corporation. Is the U.S. corporation the same? Is U.S. LLC a corporation?
It wouldn't be called LLC.
Oh, well, there you go. It says the LLC is treated as a corporation. It has to pay taxes to the government, though. Oh, well, okay. No, the only thing that's listed as U.S. corporation is the thing that actually incorporates companies in the U.S. and it's a government department.
Right. So that's how our dollar is backed within the World Bank.
No. All they do is take registration from companies.
Right. And so when it comes to the World Bank doing business with our country, it's backed by our biggest corporation that backs all our businesses, which is the U.S. corporation.
They don't back businesses.
Look, this is just a train wreck. You are trying so hard to make this work, and it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't work. It doesn't. Like, please stop. Please, I'm begging you.
You've got more chance of getting paid by Mickey Mouse.
Pretty much.
There you go, though.
I think we should have in a debate between Mark and Power of Prayer on a corporation.
Wow.
Right there. I think we should, because I think Power of Prayer may be having. He might not have all his information, but I think if
That
we
is YouTube. That is YouTube poison that you are proposing.
Hey, I think I just heard Mark say, "Yeah, I'd do that." Is that right, Mark?
Sure, why not?
Why not? See, that's the
I
thing.
can tell you, I guarantee you, he will pay you $50 of the Disney variety.
Tolerary dues.
Yeah, you could take that to T-Jump.
Yeah, he probably would do it for $50 Disney dollars, to be honest with you.
I think he
I'm sorry, now I'm just picking on T-Jump. I'm sorry, T-Jump.
I think he probably would, though. I've heard that's his going rate. It may have changed. I don't know. He has.
Did you ever see where he debated the ultimately guy?
Oh yeah. I debated.
Gold.
We've all debated him, haven't we? You debated him as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I think my debate was slightly different because I refused to bring up the masturbating to Jesus thing.
I didn't know about that at that point. I got to claim ignorance.
Oh, okay. I knew about it. I just thought I'm just not going to bring it up.
No, a wise choice. A wise choice.
Yeah, well, there we go. Any other topics that you've got there, Power of Prayer? Or Theo, if you got something you'd like to say, because you were having a bit of a laugh halfway through.
I'm just being a smartass at this point.
Okay. Yeah, that's going round. I gotta admit.
Well, if anybody's been paying attention to my name changes, that I've been a smartass.
Yeah, I've been reading it the entire time.
You have before mixed fabric. Which 10? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, here's a question. Is a cult an intrinsically bad thing? Or does it have to be taken? Yes. Does it have to be taken in a way that makes it bad, or can it stay a cult and remain like within the realms of decent morals?
Some people claim yes.
Yep, that's a good question. That's a good question. And I think it depends on how the person who's looking at it.
Depends on how many people are in it. Mainly because I think it's like the larger it gets. This was my impression anyway. The larger it gets, the less chance there is of like this really dangerous controlling behavior. You know.
So you say if it's
some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all the time. So I think that law tends, or that principle tends to become more apparent when you get to like larger sizes.
So you saying that it depends on how many people is in there?
Well, I mean, this is my personal. This is my personal kind of like take on it.
There's 8 million baptized JWs.
Yeah, I know, and they're considered a religion, not a cult. I'm sorry to say. I wish it was. It
By
weren't
who
so.
though?
Right, by who? Because a lot of people do
like if you're going by that bite model, they tick more boxes than
most. Granted.
Do they tick the murder
government
and rape and all that model?
Government still call them. By government.
Absolutely.
They murder people.
Government still.
The
call them a
government
religion,
does
though.
class them as a religion.
No, I'm saying.
Well,
JW.
no, more and more countries are taking that away and actually classing them as cult. Norway's now done it. Russia's done it.
But he's actually murder people.
Well, they rape
which one are we talking
children
about?
too.
Well, okay, let's take that one out.
JWs.
Do they murder people? It is it a regular practice, something that's taught to do that?
No.
Oh well, I
it's
don't
not.
think that the Catholic Church teaches rape either, but that was brought up. So
Right. So then they're not a cult by nature, by the teaching. They're not a cult.
But you don't have to commit murder to be a cult.
Correct.
But in order to be a cult, the teachings have to be sound to the cult.
What?
To be sound to the cult.
Sound doesn't have anything to do with it.
Be valid.
Well, according to the model, that's the cult. According to the model, that's the cult. Okay, that's your model you're setting forth. Okay, well, fine, that's the cult. If it's a cult, it has to be sound to the cult.
What do you mean by sound? I think you're trying
Meaning
to
that
conflate a couple of things.
It has to follow the doctrine of that model.
Right.
That model is not a doctrine. That's an outline of behavior.
But and I get what you're saying. You're saying that if they're not following the actual doctrine, if they've gone off the track, then the true religion isn't a cult sort of thing.
Right.
And the people are bad.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Because it's not just JWs. You got the Mormons. You got Seventh-day Adventists. You got others that's Nation of Islam. You have a lot that
Mormons are pretty bad.
Yeah.
Latter-day Saints, pretty bad.
Bad.
Which is a huge religion.
Yeah, and the most wealthy. They have so much money, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
That's because they hold to the tithing very strictly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that goes under. That's one of the models that was presented to us.
Yeah. Well, no, not just tithing, but manipulation of people's finances, which I kind of sometimes they do. Yeah, they kind of tell people that they've got to give for this and give for that, and just sort of manipulate them into giving all of their money to the church in a will, for instance.
Right.
With a promise of salvation.
And they do use what's the word I'm looking for? Psychological tactics in order to manipulate people into towing the line. You'll get shunned from the community if you don't toe the line. You're seen not to be practicing. That's as good as getting an isolation kind of tactic. Mm-hmm. And there used to be a woman in our community that was a practicing Jehovah's Witness. And,
you have people that does the Israelite. You have Israelite camps that practice a lot of that. What's in that model? When you go on the land, you got to pay. You got to wear certain clothes. You got to work hours.
Hey, Ozzy. So were you seeing this thing about the girl on the Gold Coast? 10-year-old has been killed by her mother because her mother thought she was possessed by Satan. 10-year-old.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not even joking. Ying Ying Zhu is the name of the woman, and Sophie was a daughter. In clips, Zhu talks about Christianity, how the Trinity is the only true God and Jesus is the infinite Son of Man. Yeah, religious crime. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, my partner pretty much every day has a story like that from Australia. I wish this was uncommon and I wish I wasn't used to it, but unfortunately it's almost an everyday thing.
And it's almost always fucking Queensland. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on over there, but it's weird. No, that's not true. It's usually Queensland, though.
Yeah,
no, you're right. I'm a Queenslander. He's right.
There's fluoride in the water.
Doesn't Queensland have creationism
I'm
taught
joking.
in primary schools? Is that right?
No, not in public schools. There's no religion in public schools. I can confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah, there are private
That's
schools
been the
around, but most
case
of them
for
aren't too bad.
the best you'll get, and I don't know if it was like this if you went to public schools, but once a week for I think an hour or maybe 2 hours, you had what was called scripture class, and you broke off into your little denominations, and your local leader of your faith could come and have a little group. But because I was Jehovah's Witness and I was like the only one, I just had to go to the no scripture class. So we just drew pictures and colored in and had fun. But that was all, even though it was somehow within the school system, because it was an hour of school time, there was no forcing kids to go and learn any religion. It was all. And you
Was
could
that high
even go to
school?
a different scripture. No, this was primary school.
Yeah, okay. I think I encountered
And you
something
could
like that in
also go
primary,
to a
but not in
different
high school.
scripture class if you wanted. So it was not a horrible setup.
Well, at least they're not
I s-
forcing anybody to learn scripture that they don't want to learn. It's just
yeah.
you have a choice. That I'm fine with that.
Where was this? You said this
Yeah.
was Witness, Jehovah Witness. Who did this?
No, this is a public school in Australia.
Oh, public school. Okay.
Yeah.
But as a Jehovah's Witness, sorry, Mum, if you're listening, I think she knows by now. But I would go to all the scripture classes because I wanted to know about all the other religions. But if she knew
No better
that,
way.
oh my goodness, I would have been in trouble.
No better way to become an atheist than learn about all the religions.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have been in trouble because I know we couldn't stand when I was a witness. You couldn't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Nope. Couldn't sing the school song. Couldn't do the Lord's Prayer.
Right. Nope.
Which is funny because you'd think we'd want to do the Lord's Prayer, but
right
there you go.
And you couldn't step in the church at all. Well, at least without.
You had to stay sitting down. Yeah.
But then now they changed. It's a lot that's changed now.
Oh, I don't even recognize it anymore.
Right. I see a lot of them on YouTube now. Ex-Jehovah's Witness. They sold most of the property they had throughout the world.
Yeah.
So,
They sold all their New York property and got billions for it.
Got billions. Yeah. And they sell a lot of their churches throughout the states too, because I know it's a few.
Oh yeah.
For sale.
My mother's was sold, and even me as a child, I put free labor into building that fucking building, to upkeeping it, maintaining it, taking pride in it. That was our place of worship.
Yeah.
Every cent was from the people in the church. And one day the governing body said, oh yeah, by the way, they're our churches and we're selling them. And you don't get a cent. And you're going 100 kilometers to another church.
All right, peeps, I'm going to take off. It was good having a chat. Very fun. But yeah, I'm going to take
Good
off.
to see you, Mark.
I'll see you later. See you.
Cheers. Great conversation, Mark.
Now it's gone really culty. They've dumbed it right down. Become really repetitive. They avoid using the Bible, where when I was in it, that was something I thought, I could be proud of, was how much we delved into the Bible. And the average Jehovah's Witness can recite any verse off the top of their head, can pick, we learnt the Bible. Now it's like, just trust us that the Bible says this. And the governing body has decided, and the governing body loves you. And it's all about the governing body now.
Yeah, because I think whoever's on the government body, they're the only ones that's supposed to go to heaven, right?
Well, no, them and 144,000.
Yeah, that's right.
They're part of that.
Right.
Which, if by their own teachings, those 144,000 are all supposed to be at the governing body, if that's what you want to call it. Not just eight of them.
Right. It's 8
That's
or
not
12.
biblical.
Is it 8 of them?
It fluctuates. It fluctuates. There's 8 at the moment, but yeah, there has been 12.
I thought they was going to go. I would like to know what do they do with all that money? How do they govern it? What are they going to do with it?
Well, they have. It's been recently discovered that they have real estate properties. Sorry, real estate companies.
Okay.
So they're just buying more real estate and making big money production videos that are absolute garbage.
So are they still recognized as a religion so they can keep that 510c status? Or
In America, they are. Yeah, absolutely. In most countries, Australia still does. But more and more countries in Europe are slowly taking that status away from them, which is fantastic.
was they the only ones? I thought it was other ones too. Was they the only ones, or was?
Depends. Like, I think most governments crack down on several groups at a time, not just sort of the JWs.
Right. Yeah. That's what I thought.
In Australia, for instance, we had a royal commission into the cover-up of child sex abuse within institutions, and JWs it come out that they were really bad. They were up there with the Catholic Church, type level cover-up of pedophilia.
Yeah.
And what happened from that is the Australian government said all of you religions have to join this redress scheme and put so much money into it each year for victims and counselling and whatnot, or you lose your status. And the JWs were the only one from the whole commission who refused until the day before they were going to lose their religious and charity status, and they finally joined up to it. But yeah, they fought it to the very end.
Because I know they lobbied a lot of the legislators here throughout America. Hey, Wildheart, is this your YouTube channel that you put in a private chat?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and if everyone can sub, I'm 3 off 100 subs, so that'd be good.
Okay, I'm gonna subscribe to it now.
Cheers, thanks a lot. I know. Go see.
Good to see you,
Which
Noel.
one? There's 2 now.
The Nullius one?
I don't know. I just noticed that the other person's name was like Nolan Avoid, and I was like, ha.
But they are also apparently hemorrhaging a fuckload of money through all the court cases that are being brought against them by victims too. So, we're talking tens of millions.
Wait, what did I step into?
Oh, what's your name again? Vaughn
Noel.
asked.
Oh.
Not you. Asked where all the JW's money goes. That they've been selling all the properties, and it's paying for all their court cases.
You think that? I thought the insurance company was probably going to pay that off. They were just probably selling that property to keep.
Well, it's they're all settling, it's all settled out of court. So
yeah,
the amounts are the victims that have to sign non-disclosure agreements, so you never get told what they get.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Well, I know he what's their company? It was a big case. They was awarded $2.7 billion. What's the people that go out into the camps and go out into the woods and stuff like that? What are they called? Girl Scout, Boy Scouts. Yeah, they had a big case. They settled out for, on that station case for 2.7 billion.
Oh yeah. It's funny. The Australian Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts was part of the Royal Commission too. They got looked into, and they had to join the redress scheme, and a whole lot of stuff was exposed.
Oh wow! Oh snap! And what happened? Did they settle, or did they had to pay out?
Yeah, they've had to. Well, there's ongoing court cases now. It's just opened up a whole lot of stuff. So
Oh wow!
Let's just say they weren't prepared.
Oh wow!
yeah. I mean, because it had just gone on for so long and been brushed aside, and then all of a sudden there's this Royal Commission, and it's like, give us your books, give us your paperwork,
Right.
tell us what you've been hiding.
Wow. But has anyone went to jail though? Because I last time I read, no one went to jail for any of that. Was charged criminally.
No, well, the Royal Commission has no power like that with laws and things, but it did cause victims to come forward. It has brought information that police have been able to act on.
Okay.
And things like that. So whilst the commission's not directly responsible, it has still been indirectly responsible for sending quite a few people to jail.
Oh, okay, I see.
So happy to report. But not like a fraction of what was exposed. You know what I mean? A fraction, man. No, it was nearly nothing.
Oh, wow. Well, that could be devastating right there.
Well, with the Australian Royal Commission, the things that the establishments had to give forwards, like the documents, right? They were given such a narrow window they could narrow it down to. So it had to be a practicing member of so many years, and so if it was someone who had just joined the church in the last 18 months and done it, you didn't have to give those numbers up. So the numbers that they were forced to give were already very narrow, but they were so shockingly high that's what took everyone by surprise. Like the Jehovah's Witness, for example, whatever the narrow margins were, since 1975, they gave 1,000 reports, 1,000 cases, exactly.
Now, what is the
So
Australian?
there's at least 1,000 victims in 50 years, but that's the ones within those narrow margins and the ones they chose to give up, basically.
Oh,
They
okay.
chose to give 1,000. How many is it really? Even 1,000 is horrific, but
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
What is Australian Royal Commission? What are they? What are they?
A Royal Commission is like a big investigation where supposedly, because we're still under the monarchy, under the Queen or King.
God bless the King, sir.
It's like the Queen is saying, hey, something dodgy's going on here. Your government's not on top of it. We're going to investigate.
Oh.
And then they make a whole lot of recommendations that should really be followed. And because most do, the ones that don't, then the spotlight's on them even more. So they're kind of like a big old dog with no teeth.
Oh, okay.
They don't do a lot, but they can expose a lot.
They smell like fuck.
Oh, snap.
Smell like
Can they
wet dog.
impose criminal? Can they impose like jail time or
No. They can't even, like, all they can do is recommend to governments, for example, like, we recommend the Australian government look at this legislation, or look at, for instance, bring in mandatory reporting. That was one of the big claims from all of them is, oh, no, if the government tells us to, we will, because Caesar's things to Caesar, but they don't tell us to, so we don't. Like that's some excuse, but so a recommendation come out that we make it nationwide that people in those positions are mandatory reporters. Someone comes with a confession in a confessional that they raped a kid, you still need to dob them in. Like, but it's up to the government then to bring that into law. So they don't have a great deal of power.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay.
When the
That's like
government fails, that's where you
what
pick
the
up the
American
pieces.
version would be called.
That's what
congressional. I think you maybe a congressional investigation or like.
Yeah, they do have like different committees that investigate, or what they call it the court in the court system. They call it start with a G. I forgot the name.
Maybe tribunal sort of.
I forgot the name, but they do have different committees that they pick that and investigate. But they have something within the court system that it's called.
Does anybody remember? Certainly the Australians here. There was a program on ABC, and it was like an interview panel program, question time type thing. And this particular one had Christopher Hitchens on, and it also had Cardinal Pell.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen that several times.
Okay, and there's at one point Cardinal Pell is trying to talk about how he deals with choir boys, and he just says the most obviously fucking I fucked choir boys thing you can imagine, right? And he says it, and it's like a double entendre, and everybody goes, "Oh, that's it. You shouldn't talk about that. Not like that." And he goes, "Oh no, come on now, don't be silly. Don't be silly. This is all perfectly innocent, Anyway, it turns out it wasn't, was it? He got done for trying to suck off one of the choir boys or something.
Suck off? You sure he wasn't a rabbi?
There you go.
I was trying to sneak in a rabbi joke in there somewhere,
Yeah. I have to go back and listen to exactly what he said. Because, at the time, everybody was like, well, okay, you're one of the Catholic pedophiles, but of course you can't say that, And again, matter of size, isn't it? It's amazing how they got away with it. Like the guy in America from California, the bishop that was first caught in America that started the whole chain of it. They took him. He got seconded to the Vatican, right? So he was extradited to the Vatican, and the Americans let him go. And he was given 30 million to start a new parish, new whatever they call it, in Africa.
Yeah, they always send them to a country that you can't be extradited from.
Yeah.
And it also helps when you own your own country as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just shocking, man. 30 million he got paid to cover it up. Unbelievable.
But didn't the ex-Pope cover a lot of it up? The Pope before Pope Francis?
Yeah, that's the one. That's what I'm talking about. Ratzinger, yeah. He covered it up, yeah. Well, he was the one that paid him off and just said, okay, don't worry about it. Come back to the Vatican for a little while, and then once the stuff blows over, we'll send you somewhere.
What was the dude's last name?
Who?
Who did all the diddling?
I can't remember his name.
I'd like to know. I want to see his early life history.
Well, a place here where I'm at is they have one of the headquarters. Is in the I used to work in there. Matter of fact, I used to be a janitor in there when I was a kid. It's called St. Mary's here in Maryland. A lot of them went to school there.
And were there rumors abounding about the if the priest asks you to go to his room for extra prayers, don't go or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to 2 Catholic schools. I was never molested once. Their loss, I was adorable.
I mean, you weren't molested knowingly. Knowingly.
Yeah, I'm at a
You had to sleep.
Who's to know what Jesus did?
I hear he touches people's heart.
There you go.
Yeah, I was in a group home that they was controlled. Yeah, I wasn't molested in the group.
Wow.
But they so politically connected, so they do a lot of work in the hood. So I think they have this one entity. It's called Safe Streets, which was they had a lot of controversy about that.
Is my mic working now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yay. When I went to church, I molested myself quite regularly.
My goodness.
As a boy.
Oh man,
in the bathroom. Man, that shit was boring. What else was they gonna do?
Were you thinking of Jesus?
Fuck no. I was probably thinking of Taylor Hanson from the Mbop band.
I think
the one that goes bop, bop, that one.
Yeah. I thought he was a hot blonde girl.
Is there something?
Jesus is a twink,
there's so many things wrong with that. Very one, just those statements.
But isn't there some laws that you could get charged for that?
Thou shalt not masturbate in the Lord's house.
I don't know. No, I think what you do in the cubicle is pretty well like up to you.
Oh yeah.
Maybe some people can't get a shit out without having a wank.
I guarantee you, it's a law against that. If it's a law, I think ain't it's a law against taking your own life?
I don't know. It's like just like you can drive around naked as long as you don't get out of the car.
That'd be a very difficult. That'd be a very difficult law to enforce against taking your own life.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard that
Well, they could just charge her next to kid. They don't necessarily have to
the
charge
sentence
you,
for
right?
that is the death penalty.
See, like here, if you throw, just like here, if you in a Commonwealth state, if you throw water out your car, it's considered you're throwing a missile. Like you could go to jail for life.
Well, it could be battery if it hits somebody. Because battery is any unwanted physical touch from somebody else.
So wait, you can use that like someone's talking to you online, like you're battering me with your airwaves,
Right,
and I'm listening to you. I'm gonna mute you.
I mean, yeah, if you could prove that it was harming you, you probably could.
My emotions are going off.
Right. If you drive like in a Commonwealth state, if you drive over 90 miles per hour, that's considered manslaughter.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, yep. Because it's actually considered. I think it's anywhere 35 in my state. 35 and over is considered criminal driving. Like you're in criminal enterprise for going over 35 in the limit. Like so, if you go over 35, you're gonna get felony criminal charges for speeding.
Right.
I may have known that through experience.
Which kind of forces upon you that by going above 35, you are now making the decision that you're a danger. You have to choose to stay under 35.
That's a way. That's a good way to look at it.
I'm just trying to get my head around that because it's like speed traps and the argument as to whether they like not even ethical but legal. Like the argument that the cop was hiding, but you were still breaking the law.
So is that manslaughter even if you don't harm anyone?
Yeah.
Just by going over 90, even if you don't like cause an accident?
It's on the same level as manslaughter, essentially in a criminal.
Yeah.
So it's on the same level because it's criminal. It's a
Yeah.
class
Like
it's
a
either a class A
felony.
misdemeanor. Yeah, it could be a felony or a high misdemeanor, essentially.
Yeah.
Which you don't want to. They'll say you don't want to get, but it doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't matter. You can get all the felonies you want and still be fine as long as you get out of jail. You get to live your life. It really doesn't matter because if they don't have a chain on you, you're free to do as you please. Go live out
Kind
there.
of say that you may come, you get pulled over, you don't have the money to pay it. They'll take you straight to jail.
Yeah, that's true. Gotta pay your state fees, taxes. That's probably the only thing you have to pay.
They used to if you didn't have it right then and there, you had to pay.
Oh yeah, right there. If you had it, like, well, here you go. Just skip the court.
Right.
I'm guilty.
Right. Yeah.
Well, see, they try to do that. I had a court case. I won't bring it up. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh well, I had a court case, and my license is suspended, but I have like a voucher. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, I took a class so I could drive on a suspended license, essentially, and so I got pulled over, and now they're saying that the class that I took is a bogus class and most likely a scam. But the only problem with that is that the class that I took was a court-ordered class. So unless another court in another county is scamming me with a document and presenting me with a false document, I should have like a protection under driving underneath my suspended license, and I got arrested for it. So I'm still fighting that in court. I gotta still get a lawyer, and they haven't called me back yet, so I probably have to look for a new lawyer.
Oh, they could give you some time on that, right?
I already spoke to the judge, and he gave me a month to go seek legal counsel. Well, they wanted to. Okay, so if my license was suspended, right? Mm-hmm. But when I went to the court, they wanted to drop the charge of the suspended license and just give me for the speeding tickets. And I'm like, why the fuck would you do that if my license is legit suspended?
Right.
So it doesn't make sense for them to drop that type of charge when it is, right? You should keep that charge. Why do you want to get me for the fucking speeding? Right? It makes more sense to get me on the suspended because that's what I'm truly guilty of, right? Like, and they want to give me it doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, no, I want to fight this in court. I need to get a lawyer because that just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding, but yeah, I'm just waiting to hear back.
Somebody where I'm years ago, someone here had to go to court because he didn't have $2 in his pocket, and that was against the law. That cop was a butthole, but yeah, charged him because he didn't have $2 in his pocket.
Vagrancy laws.
Yeah, vagrancy. Yeah, I've seen Rambo.
So I'm actually really happy that I had that conversation about the international trade before. I actually have looked up quite a bit of stuff while I was sitting here. And it's really good because I've been needing to do this stuff anyway. I have some things planned in regard to some of this stuff, some bigger things. But I wanted to touch on it. So there is something to what I was saying. In 1871, a lot of things changed in regards to the laws, in regards to the way that Washington runs, okay? And now, and also in 1871, certain treaties were signed with Britain to do business within Geneva. You know Geneva and the World Bank?
Yeah.
Okay. So the way that the thing works is it's different than it used to be when the original colonies were founded as a United States of America. And so the business, it's technically a business within the World Bank. It's called U.S. Mission to International Organizations in Geneva. That is literally what it is called. Just to let you guys know that I'm not full of shit.
That's why I said debate.
Well, maybe you should eat something.
You should. You should. That's why I said you should have debated. You should have debated him. You should debate him.
Yeah.
You have an argument.
Yeah. But you were actually correct that I did not have enough information either. But this is, like I said, something that I need to do research on anyway, because I have some bigger things in mind anyway. Trade fascinates me. The way that people find it more valuable to accept a piece of paper than they do the actual commodity. Right? So they find that the corn that they buy isn't as valuable as the piece of paper that says they have the corn. That fascinates me.
So what happened? Did you look up as far as when they formed the monetary spending that we have now in 1913 on that island? Did they form a corporation under that also?
So that one I'm not sure of completely, but the 1871 stuff probably led to some of the stuff on what you're referring to, which is Jekyll Island, and that was like the Roosevelts and some of the other families. It probably led to that sort of thing. But that really stems, from the Reconstruction era too. All of the way things were at that point, it completely changed society. People had to basically change the way that they viewed the world. That basically, you're not just going to get this free labor, so you're going to have to either do it yourself or come up with some sort of scheme, which I believe is exactly the way that it's viewed now. This paper money.
I think I think it's not. But I think it operates as that. But is it not supposed to have a what is called an income? Even though it operates as a corporation, it's not supposed to. I think the government not supposed to have an income. I believe. But you say you're going to research it. It's been a long time since I looked at that.
Yeah. No, I understand exactly what you're saying. To compound what they already are taking in, say tax dollars and other things, other ways to bring money in. Now they're also compounding it.
Because at one time they used to burn money because it was too much. They used to, I think it was when it was in the 40s or 50s. They used to just burn money.
Right. And I'm not completely opposed to the idea of the way that they do it. I just know that people are corrupt. It's just the way people are, especially people with power.
Yeah. I think you have an argument, but I understand where Mark and them was coming from. I just think that the way you look at it and it depends on, the terminology of the law and the way it's determined.
I would say,
you're right, because it's an organization.
We all look at the governments as the central systematic bad guy, but we actually forget about other forms of governments that we really forget that are tyrannical and dictatorial in their operations, and that's corporations.
Okay.
Corporations will have you, literally every employee has to have a strict regimen. There are non-disclosure forms that you have to have. There are trade secrets and all these things that go into it. And if you speak out of line against the company, you're fired, right? You get kicked out. And these corporations give way to politicians so that the things that they want in power can get passed, because they have more money than the government anyway, because the consumers, the people that the government are fending for, buy their stuff. So the government not only has to look out for everyone's interests, not only these corporations' interests, but the corporations get to use and abuse the government, and also abuse each and every citizen of every form of government around the world, because these corporations aren't limited to just one government organization. And so that's what you have to watch out for, because that's how you get some slavery and master shit involved. And yeah, pretty much if you're not owning it, you're just a fucking slave.
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, modern day wage slave. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I tend to be an anarchist in my political leaning.
Oh,
Get
anarchist.
rid of all of it. Mm-hmm. I think that the only way to truly thrive is in a complete state of chaos, because it becomes like a bucket of crabs at that point. If you're looking out for yourself and not trying to look out for a society or just a centralized group or people that you can hang on to, if you're truly just trying to fend for your family, then that's all you need. There's enough resources to go around, and if you can keep to yourself, then that's even better. But when you try to organize and centralize in the chaos, at that point, everyone who's trying to seek power, and this is what I think is going on now, it just becomes a game of crabs in a bucket, where whoever getting at the top, the one who's at the bottom will just pull them down so they can try to get out. And we're just all the leaders of the world are just the crabs in the bucket, trying to grab the false sense of power, when the real power is taking care of, your loved ones. That's the power, being able to provide for them in the system that they set up, right? Use it to your advantage, become your own master. If you're not your own master, then you're fucked. Don't get fucked.
Yeah.
Unless you want to get fucked.
Right. And if you so you saying basically,
I'm a little bit inebriated. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I'll just say that. Sorry.
It's a breath of fresh air.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But it could also so basically you can fall into the trap, into like what you're saying. If you don't take care of your family, take care of your responsibilities, you'll end up falling into a trap and becoming a slave, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you have anarchy, then you would have no like hospitals or roads or. But how do you look after your family then? If you no infrastructure to support it.
You always have a way. If you are your infrastructure, then again, at the point you're gonna either have to be your own tyrant, even if your intentions are good. You're gonna if your intentions are good. This goes back to the Republic. I was trying to talk about this on my channel. This goes back to the Republic, where they talk about the philosophical king and then the tyrant. The tyrant will do anything that's bad and whatever for whatever reason, but the philosophical king has all these his knowledge of forming everything good. But I think in an anarchical society, or if anything would like that, it's just complete anarchy. The philosophical king it's like a no holds barred. The point of success is to thrive. It's survival at that point. And the more you can thrive and survive, the better off. You don't have to watch out for your neighbors as much as you would in this day and age. Because again, it's every day is your point of survival. It's like kind of laws of the jungle. There's no structure, like you said. There is anything. Whatever you find and whatever your skill is, you can go hunt and kill. That's what you can do. And if you want to share that with anyone else in their family, you can do so. That's a shared upon agreement. Now, that's not structure. That's not organization. That's just basic down to human and letting people in and letting people out, trusting people and whatnot. And that you can build communities off of that, but there's no power in that. There's a sense of peace because the shared knowledge is being passed around. And I think if we honestly went to war and it was post-apocalyptic or something like that, we'd probably be better off. Because again, the more people that do die, sadly to say, the more resources they're going around. And as long as you can get along with everyone and know how to avoid people, you're set in stone. Allegedly, to provide disease and like climate, all the other stuff, like you said, that goes with the infrastructure. But if you can be your own infrastructure from the knowledge that we possess, and what's to stop you? Nothing should be able to stop you, even if you're complacent within your society. As long as you can be complacent, you can still break a few laws here or there. Although I don't recommend it. Live as peacefully with every man as you can, as the Bible does command. Not that even matters, but it's a good form of information. Right? But I'm just rambling on at the mouth. I should probably shut up.
No. What you're describing sounds a lot like natural law, which is actually the foundation of the United States. So in the Declaration of Independence, it does talk about nature's law and the God of nature. And so what I believe is that the founders recognized that regardless of whatever laws that are implemented, statutes, codes, ordinances, there's really only one law that's ever been written within this country, and that is natural law. If you look at all of the rest of the laws, technically they're called statutes, codes, ordinances for a reason. Because what's happened is the different governments have decided, instead of writing it as a quote unquote law, they recognize that there might be a mistake that they make, so they call it a statute, code, ordinance, so that they can't be like, oh, that way they can be like, oh, we messed up, we'll retract it. You understand what I'm saying? Well, so that way they can retract the law, not law.
When have you known Caesar to ever say, I made a mistake?
Right. Calling it law is like, this is the way it is, but if it's not really a law, then there's a mistake, so they don't call it laws. They call it statutes, codes, ordinances.
Well, even when it comes to law, it's just an agreed upon statement of society. Like, if you don't view yourself as a member of society, what keeps you from holding on to these agreements? Because you're born, because you're a citizen, because something you're given? It's a silly concept into which you agree to. Like, again, you can play by the rules as long as it's beneficial to you, but that doesn't mean you should hold yourself to them. Sure, if it gets you along with everyone else, then by all means, do what you want, live as peaceful as you live. Live a peaceful life as you want, but at the end of the day, they're all just social constructs, and each one in different societies are different. They're not necessarily all the same. So again, like you said, like it goes back to the extradition of the priests, right? How they moved them into Africa. The same type of deal. It's the same type of ball game, right? If you don't play by the rules, it's the same bullshit.
Yeah, and they can move the goalpost, right? Because ultimately, like I said, it's not a law that's been written; it's a statute. So the foundation is there, but then they created a republic, which is actually technically a democratically elected republic that has a judiciary and a set of, at this point, they actually have a set of code, which came about later for the U.S. code, right? So the U.S. code didn't even exist at that time. And the Constitution itself, right, our rights weren't even signed until 1789, the Bill of Rights. So this country has a foundation, but technically it's not the Constitution, it's the Declaration of Independence where the law is written, natural law.
I would agree for this country, yeah.
You said natural law?
Right. Yeah.
What's the difference between the natural law and statute? What are the difference and the fundamental difference?
So the statutes, codes, ordinances that you'll read in the what we consider the laws for the states or the U.S. government, they're called codes, statutes, ordinances. And so because they're called those things, that's what we call them. But we always tend to call them laws, right? And then you've got the Constitution, which is actually a document about rights.
Right.
So it's technically that's an anti-law document. It tells you what laws can't be written. And so none of those are laws, right? Even though we call them laws, they're law documents, but they're all based upon the Declaration of Independence, which is the foundation of this country. And so in the Declaration of Independence, it literally talks about natural law. I mean, I could read you the wording, but it also talks about the God of nature. Go ahead.
So the other laws that comes after them are considered statutes because its basis come from the natural law of Declaration of Independence.
That's the philosophy behind it. Now, if they call it a statute, then they can retract it and say we made a mistake, because law is infallible, right? When you understand what law is. So that's like why other nations, when they write a law, it's like that is God, basically, right? That you can't change what law is. Law is law, right?
Right.
Like,
you can't change it, but you can add an amendment to it, right?
Yes, you can add amendments to it. You can also add amendments to rights, and you can change what rights are, because when it comes to rights, technically it's supposed to be unalienable rights, but there's a problem in this country with the with that. I don't understand why it is that people don't understand what unalienable rights are.
Right.
But they're not inalienable rights. Inalienable rights have to do with property, whereas unalienable rights has to deal with something that can't be taken from you. It's God-given, nature-given, however you want to put it. But now we have some quote-unquote rights, and in other countries, they're actually referred to as birthrights. So you can kind of call them that here in this country. It's your birthright to have the right to free speech. So when you look at the different rights, it's kind of like, well, a lot of that has to deal with property. So is it an unalienable right or is it an inalienable right? And the funny thing about that was that wording was actually changed later to say unalienable rights from inalienable rights. Yet it still kind of goes along with the lines of inalienable rights, which is basically property rights defined.
It seems like to me what you're saying is the Declaration of Independence, which is the natural law, can't be changed, but you can add an amendment. You can make status can be changed and codes can be changed, but laws cannot be changed. They only can be.
Well, a better question is what makes those concrete and what makes those absolute? Because if I remember, the idea of these things are not absolute. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong word. What's the word? Abstract. I apologize. Abstract. Yep. And then the other one is concrete. So what makes the natural law more concrete? Because we have written them down? Is that what makes them concrete? Because they're natural, which means we had to. It seems that we had to discover these things to be rights in the first place, in order for them to be written down, kind of like with the Word of God and experience. But let's not go there.
Right. No. Well, in this country, we're supposed to entrust certain men with the ability to make good decisions. Now we know how men are, but the case of Marbury versus Madison, it's from the very foundation. The Supreme Court, basically, the Chief Justice there, along with a couple of others, decided that they would be the arbiters of what is and isn't constitutional, what is and isn't lawful. So technically, it's up to them.
Okay, just to interrupt slightly, I got to go. Thank you so much, everybody, and I'll see you all again. Take care.
Good to see you, Simon.
Cheers, Simon. It's always a pleasure.
But Paul, they go by a template. So the template that they go by to examine or interpret the law when it comes to the Supreme Court is that template they go by? Is what you're saying is the law, or is it the statute?
Yeah, it's supposed to be based upon natural law. Now, there's a lot of times where they go way outside the bounds of what I would consider natural law, for sure, philosophically, because natural law is technically a philosophical term, right? Nature, right? Who determines what is natural? And we're supposed to be able to entrust these men who are appointed. I feel like they should be elected, but this is the foundation.
But I see what Noel is saying.
Yeah.
I see what Noel is saying when he says when it's written down and the determination is who makes that determination. How can a determination be made? But then again, when you say the Supreme Court, I guess they the ones who, since
there's a book about the Supreme Court called The Nine. I'm actually going through it. Sorry to interrupt. It's a very good book so far.
Yeah, good.
I recommend it.
What's it called again?
9. It's The 9 or 9. I forgot who it's written by. A Joffrey or Jeffrey something. I don't recall.
Well, I need to look into that. That's very interesting as far as how is it established of what is natural law, who makes that determination. I guess what Paul was saying as far as the Supreme Court, but what happened before the Supreme Court taking and examining?
Right. So the Marbury versus Madison case was actually very early on. It was actually basically right after the Constitution. I think it was Jefferson who was the president at the time. The Chief Justice was presented with a case. I forget exactly the details, but in the case, he decided that it wasn't the position of the Supreme Court to make a decision upon that case. And by lieu of making that decision, now the Supreme Court is like, now the decision has to be written down. Like, okay, we are the arbiters of whether something's constitutional or not. So
you said the Supreme Court.
Right. Well, hold up. There's a problem that goes back in the natural, right?
Right.
So theoretically, anything that's man-made, we might call artificial, but by definition, because it's within man's nature to create, it's natural for us to make those things. So that's even more problematic when it comes to deciding these laws, because again, the imager that we bear of this creation is natural to us because of everything we're able to produce. It really just muddles up things in what we consider artificial, if you will, what isn't natural. So have fun figuring that out.
Yeah. But I just wanted to know this, Power. You said when that case that you quoted, the Madison case.
Yep.
After that case, is that when the Supreme Court determined it, or before? Yes. Okay. So
Madison.
So after that case, that's when the Supreme. Who determined it before that case? Was it done by the legislators?
Essentially, yes, and the president. Up until the point of that case, really the Supreme Court power, there was no real power there. Like, they didn't, like, to balance things out, they kind of had to do it. It's covered actually a little bit in the Federalist Papers as well. The idea of a federal government coming into fruition. There's a lot of problems with the foundation, but it's because of natural law being the foundation, and then a republic government being formed out of what would be considered natural law, I guess. Then you've got the different sections, and then you've got rights, and then you've got decisions, court rulings as well. And one of those, basically that one. And then from that, every time a case comes up against, whatever case that needs to be presented to the Supreme Court, they make the decision on whether something was constitutional or not. And so because of that, essentially they are the arbiters of what is constitutional. It's just the natural.
I can see why they probably took it so it can so much power won't be in the executive branch, so they put more power.
That's right. In fact, now that you remind me, so the Marbury versus Madison case, if I remember correctly, was appointments that James Madison, had made for some people. Marbury was one of those. I think he was like supposed to be a judge, and there were a few others, but Marbury brought the case up before the Supreme Court, and Madison had made the decision before Jefferson got into office, and I forget the exact details, but ultimately the Supreme Court decided that it was not their place to make the decision upon the case, and by lieu of that, they were making a decision to not make a case come to the Supreme.
I was just gonna say, like, to be fair, we are talking about American politics, which is only a small percentage in the great wide world of politics. Like, it really is almost arbitrary and irrelevant. Like, I know that we're trying to understand this and go through it, which is good as Americans, but to everyone else who's listening, they're like, come on, America, shut up. I'm sorry.
So can I just say, this is all coming from a man that claimed that Disney dollars was a legitimate currency. So I would just fact check it. That's all.
I proved it. And I proved it. They are selling and buying Disney dollars on the internet right now.
He did make that. He did prove part of it. Yeah, that's true about that. He did prove the part that he spoke about. Well,
theoretically, that's true. Theoretically, okay, hear me out. Theoretically, let's say you work for Disney through some type of what's that called? Vendor program, right? You're a vendor for Disney, and you happen to be able to get paid through discount because of your vendorship with Disney, and you have the ability to get Disney bucks, which is more valuable to the company because, again, it's in-house money. The more of that in-house money you can get, the better you can thrive off that in-house system. So as long as you're part of the Disney corporate, that's very beneficial for you. And again, the more you can have that to sell, then that's extra commodity for you for any type of person around the world, right? Because who doesn't love Disney in this day and age?
Yeah, but just
I didn't know that. That's smart.
Just look up on any currency exchange what the Disney dollar is worth versus the pound. I bet you won't find it.
Okay, I got one right here. It says Disney dollar 1,000 yen. It was in 2016. Heritage Auctions.
But I don't think that
currencyha.com.
But Winhart, I don't think that was his argument though. His argument was there was a corporation, which if you look down, especially in Florida where Disney is at and how they operated, because they make those laws.
I don't.
And everything down there. I think his argument wasn't as far as going against another dollar. I think he was saying they was a corporation with their own currency.
That's what I was. That seems more appropriate. If you're working in house, I don't know who you're saying by who. If you're talking about Power of Prayer or a brick, if you will, or me.
Yeah, it's brick.
Well, that's what a currency means. A currency is like international. Do you know what I mean? It's not
currency. Wildheart. Currency is sex.
It's like Simon said. It's like claiming that monopoly money is a currency. Just because it's on paper and it looks like real money, that doesn't make it real money.
Well, I see your point, Wildheart, on that, but I just think that that wasn't his argument as far as that. If that was his I'm gonna let Power.
That can't be his argument. No, that can't be Power's argument because I would agree to that. You're comparing monopoly money. Like, how are you going to get any type of substance? Like I said, with Disney bucks, I imagine if you live somewhere with any type of Disney location, Disney bucks can buy you a meal. Disney bucks can buy you maybe a hotel at a Disney resort. Right. It can afford you places. The rewards and the programs can give you, but when you're talking about monopoly, that's like a red herring, I believe that's called. The argument you were making with that.
or a straw man.
But you can only use it in like Disneyland. It's not a currency. You can't use it anywhere else. Once you walk out of Disneyland,
well, you can only use.
It's literally worthless.
Yeah. Oh, hold up. Can you use your British pounds and come to America and be like, I want to go to Walmart and then pay with my British pounds? Or is it completely worthless?
Yeah, you can't go out to Disneyland.
That's okay. That's the same. That's the same principle.
Into dollars. What I'm saying
that's
is
the same.
You can't.
That's the same principle.
No. You can't go out to Disneyland and walk up to an exchange place and get it exchanged into dollars. That's the point. It's not a currency.
But I never made that claim.
It's a novelty. It's a novelty.
No,
I never made that
claim. There's a problem with that because, again, like I said, any place that has a Disneyland resort, they're going to accept that type of currency. So any currency you do have to exchange for the Disneyland bucks will be transferable. It's very transferable. I don't know how that's what I would argue. That, like, again, that's why I said as long as it's in-house. If you have any money that's outside that can equal Disney bucks, and you can get more Disney bucks for your bank, then yeah, that's more beneficial to go for the Disney bucks if you live in that type of area. I would imagine. I don't know why you would capitalize on that.
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, I don't really
Same
know,
thing. Of course, Chuck E. Cheese, I don't even know if it exists anymore. So it's a bad analogy.
Chuck E. Cheese. No, it does, yeah.
I just think his argument wasn't that as far as how it's used outside of, like, in regular society. That wasn't his argument. His argument was that Disney was a corporation and they had their own currency. As far as how it works, he didn't make a detail. He didn't go into detail on that.
Yeah, that's about accurate. Yeah, and with that said, by the way, you can buy Disney dollars all over eBay, although I don't know how much I would trust eBay these days.
Yeah, you can buy anything on eBay. It doesn't make it a currency.
I actually bought Wildheart. He's coming fucking Saturday. Bubble wrapped, yeah.
Better than flowers.
That was just perfect timing, yeah. Better than flowers, yeah. He's like the Disney currency. I can transfer him for my business. Like, come here, Wildheart. That would be so cool. I know so many people who actually want to do that, though. Yeah, for just cleaning.
But I do think that debate should take place because Power has a great case, a great argument.
Yeah.
That what he was trying, especially when it came to the nations and stuff like that. I thought his argument was good.
Yeah, because ultimately, you know, I know that I use probably the bad terminology of corporations, right? So some things are called businesses, some things are called organizations, but you know, I did admit at the same time that maybe I'm using the wrong terminology.
Right.
You know.
But I think if like you did the research, I think if you do the research and bring it, I think your argument will be established. Yeah. Especially the way it works as a corporation. Even when it came to the bonds, the way the bonds work, and you go into details, especially insurance bonds and monetary bonds and things like that, you will see the structure of that. It's just like a corporation.
Here's a question. I don't know if this is true, but can you buy stock in the company with Disney dollars? Like, if you can buy stock in with it, like I imagine you should be able to. Like, that'd be fucked up if you're not. And if you're able to get a pretty good investment amount Disney, yeah, right?
Even Disney doesn't use Disney dollars. They use American dollars. The corporation Disney doesn't. You can't buy anything. You couldn't buy stocks in Disney with Disney dollars. Even Disney wouldn't accept it. That's the point.
Well, if you can buy 1 million, let's say, Mickey Mouse stuffed animals, And that's quite a big piece of Disney. Now, you can buy those items with Disney dollars.
So are you saying you can buy stocks in Disney with Disney furry toys?
Essentially, I mean, you can make the claim that because you can buy 1 million Mickey Mouses with Disney dollars.
I wouldn't say that's. I'd say that's a false equivalence. That you can't say because you can buy 1 million Mickey dollars with $1 million worth of Mickeys with I was gonna say McDonald dollars with Disney dollars.
I didn't say it was.
It doesn't work.
Well, how
I
do
didn't
you
say
get?
it was a good investment. You would lose a lot.
Well, it's you're not you're not investing into the you're investing in the company, but you're not getting any capital back. You're right. You're not. You're right.
Yeah.
You got me there. Right. You're not getting any
Very
capital
poor
back, but you are investing. You are
Right.
investing in the company.
You are
He wins
investing.
there. Yeah, he wins
That's true.
there.
But think, how do you get the Disney dollar? Don't you have to pay with a dollar?
Yeah,
Or
so
pay?
I would imagine. I would imagine.
You want to
there's
be
an
a star,
exchange
don't
rate.
you?
Huh? Because if you
It's-
got
I-
to
yeah.
pay money to get Disney dollar, then Weinhardt, I think that might hurt your argument, because that's just like if you came over with your currency and exchange it, it's worth something. So I wonder, how do you get Disney dollar? How do you get it?
Well, that's the point. You can exchange one currency for another, like anywhere. You can only exchange Disney dollars within a Disney like theme park. It's just a completely ridiculous argument.
But
I'm saying, Weinhardt, if I could exchange, just hear me out. If I'm using my dollar to buy Disney money, wouldn't that be worth something though? Even within the
Only within the theme park.
The theme park.
You can't spend it. You can't spend it anywhere else.
Oh, okay.
Right, okay. Let's put in that. Let's say that's let's call that a passive income. You have a passive income of Disney dollars because it is because let's say you're somehow you're able to achieve $1 million of Disney dollars of passive income. Somehow you're a sponsor for Disney. They give you Disney dollars, and with those Disney dollars you can stay at any multiple hotels, resorts, and get whatever you want, the works, right? For as long as you stay. That includes room service, all these things. So as you're also getting this, again, it's passive income, you're also making it income of American dollars. So would it not be beneficial for you to gain your payroll and then this passive income from Disney and then just live off Disney so that your monetary, your actual money that you get from your interaction with Disney pays off? So you're living off of Disney's dime, literally Disney's dime, while you're growing in capital. You get what I'm saying? Like as long as you're growing in that capital, that solves your problem. If you're not growing in that capital, yeah, it's a waste of fucking time. But that's arbitrary to whether someone really is invested in Disney. Because if they're really invested in Disney, then the experience they get with the Disney dollars is what they're seeking.
But if you have to use American dollars to buy Disney dollars, you're no better
Disney's
off.
daughters.
All you're doing is exchanging money that you can use anywhere to money that you can only use on Disney resorts.
But Disney
resorts.
Disney is an international company. So are you sure that they can't use other dollars? Because it is an international company.
Point, like as long as you're making that my point of do you understand what passive income is?
I don't know.
It's money that makes itself, like without you doing anything. But I don't know how buying Disney dollars is going to do that, because that's just costing you money.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. The caveat of just Disney dollars within himself. If you have a contract with Disney as some type of vendor, and you have the option to, instead of getting paid back in, let's say, American currency, they offer you a lot more Disney dollars that can Disney. God dang it! Sorry, it's my speech and fucking impediment. I can't help
Disney
it.
daughters.
Yeah, Disney dollars. Disney fucking dollars. Sorry, I'm fucking inebriated, so it's gonna my speech pattern's fucked up. That's gonna get you potentially a lot more than American currency because you're gonna have about the same equivalent. So if you, that's only, well, I guess that's only if you have a good markup. Like if you can't get a good markup, then you're probably fucked, right? Like I imagine there's some games like Nintendo. If it's a system like Nintendo, never mind. I'm sorry I even fucking mentioned this at all. I'm sorry. I was wrong. And you're right, Wildheart. So if we're talking about Nintendo-esque type of Disney dollars, then you're right, Wildheart. It's fucking stupid. So I would concede my whole argument on that. But if it isn't like that, then yeah, it would be beneficial to go within the income of, because again, it's all passive. And
well, I have an argument against that and all, because what about Roblox dollars? You know, those people pay big bucks for Roblox dollars.
Yeah, the Roblox dollars. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think there's a Roblox hotel you can stay at.
It may be virtual, but it's kind of like with the virtual.
Anyway, I think Lion's Dilemma wanted to say something. Go ahead, Lion's Dilemma. I heard you pipe in.
What's up, brother man? Lion's Dilemma?
You're muted, by the way.
Lion's Dilemma.
It was a figment of my imagination.
Maybe AFK.
Perhaps, right? That was like his one chance to talk, and he's like, "God dang it!" And he just left in anger. He's like, he's dancing like a maniac on the floor.
There actually are other programs that Disney actually has too, by the way, with like credit cards, so you can earn rewards and things like that, which can also be used to purchase not only Disney dollars but cash back and things like that. So there's all sorts of ways to get something back out of the system in regards to these Disney dollars. Might not be worth it. But
you ever heard how these millionaires and billionaires like buy all these things from like all these other things with their awesome credit cards that they have no limit on? And then they end up making so much cash back just buying it, and they're able to pay back on their credit. Do you understand what that's like? I'm serious. Do you understand what that's like to just use your credit cards and
Guys,
just pay them off?
my mic is lagging bad.
Oh, okay.
You're good right now. You're good right now, Lions.
I'm not. It's going to come in later.
Well, if you got anything, go right ahead, brother.
Yeah, you're in right now.
I don't know. Hey, dude, it's lagging on the streamer.
Well, if you're listening to us right here on StreamYard, can you hear me as my thing's fluttering? Maybe not. So he might need to go out and then come back in if he's lagging that bad.
If you're on mobile, I would recommend closing all other applications and then coming in your browser. Giggity, coming in your browser. Sorry. I'm such a perverted mind.
I would like to see hear this argument between Mark and Power, and the detail of the argument. I think it'd be real interesting, and I think there's some strong points in it.
Yeah, I hope he comes back, man, at some point, so that we can be on the panel together, because I do see that would be a very interesting, because like with what he was saying, I did realize that there was a big old gap.
Right.
And so I needed to look it up, and I knew that the thing existed. I just didn't know all the details.
Right.
So it needs to happen, right? I like that. Yeah.
That's why I brought up as far as y'all having the debate. I just think, like you said, the terminology that you was using, he was looking at it within that confinement and that interpretation. So that's why I know the reason why he went there and thought that it was lacking. But I just think that now, since you researched it and you bringing another perspective to it, I just think you just need to put it together and use interpretation. So understanding interpretation. So we can.
Yeah. No, and I tell you what, the next time I see him, I'm definitely gonna have it on point. I'm gonna do my research. At least I'll have the basic of knowledge.
Right.
I will be prepared.
Sorry, I just burped. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize I was muted. Oh, wait, I wanted to ask, who's in charge here? Who's the mod keeper?
It would be Sammy.
Sammy.
Sammy, if you could, I find it very disturbing that this QR code that Richard has is really unacceptable because all the panel members are blocking it. Could you potentially, or Richard, if he hears this on later, present this QR code in a smaller format so that you can present it? And I'm just talking about the QR code only, if possible. You can present it as an overlay, and then people could see that completely instead of the way it is, because no matter what you do, it's going to be blocked, right? And you're not going to be able to completely click on that. So the best way to have that is as an overlay on a small scale. It will still scan for any mobile device that scans it, but it needs to be on overlay on every stream. And that's just me talking from like streamer to streamer. Yeah, exactly. Just like that. Bada boom. Yeah. But the only problem is anyone behind that is not going to be seen. But that's okay.
Richard said at the start of the stream, he's trying to sort it out because the position it's in at the moment has got that demolished doctrine thing. So he said he's trying to sort it out, but even that won't work because that's where
I can figure it out. So all you need to do is find the original file for whatever this image is. This goes for GeoSam, whoever. Make this QR code smaller. It will still work if it's smaller. It should still work.
It's even easier than that. You can actually change your layout in StreamYard and create a custom layout for the different people on panel. Like, so when you add like a camera unit to the panel.
Right. Yeah. Amen. You're right.
Just create a custom layout that you know will never block the QR code.
There you go. Yeah, and that will work. I would say have it. Yeah, either have it as an overlay or just do as he said, and that will work. That's very good.
I swear that's the best way that I could possibly
That would
imagine.
be. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that is the best. I forgot about the updates. You're right. That is the best way. Instead of doing all that extra legwork, that is just do it in StreamYard yourself.
Because all you got to do is tap your custom layout and you're good to go.
Yep. That's the best as we can do to help for that, because that I'm not gonna lie, that's been annoying me since I saw it. It's been annoying the hell out of me. I'm like, why is it like that? Like, it's a QR code. It needs to be shown at all times. Like, what the fuck? And so that will help it.
He can literally resize each and every camera that comes to the panel. And so he will already have a custom layout ready. And so every person that comes up, there's another one, bam, there's another one, bam. And it never fills to where it's covering that code.
Plus, his PayPal is on the pinned, where it says StreamYard pinned at the top. So you can use his PayPal instead.
That works as well.
And if he makes it real big, he'll be making a statement saying, use this QR code. But I suspect he won't make it that big. He'll probably like to keep it around the size it's at.
Do you guys want to know something that's sad but true? Richard could totally use the QR code. Send me bitches and hoes with the QR code. I'm sorry.
You're classy. What's up, Lions Dilemma? You made it back.
Yeah, dude. Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey,
What's up,
so
bro?
Hello.
I've been listening in, and I don't know what's wrong with my laptop, dude. This system's been set up for a while, and I actually made a video the other day. Things been working good, but it's weird. I mean, I as soon as the StreamYard link opened up, I can't hear you guys on that page, but the YouTube page is going fine. I shut that down. I can't hear anything. I've gone through all the mics. I don't know what. I've never had that happen. I mean, unless it was double audio with both pages open, but that wasn't the situation this time. I don't know. Weird technology, man. But I'm on my mobile now. You guys hear me all right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is like, dude, going on over 8 hours. This is something.
Right.
You guys went through a lot. There was a bunch of stuff I was going to jump in on, but it was interesting to listen to you guys kind of walk through law. Brick, that was interesting. Brick, do you do any auditing?
Oh goodness. No, I don't, but I am a huge, huge supporter of certain channels, not all of them, but certain ones.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask, did you mean, I mean, when you said unalienable or unalienable versus inalienable, did you mean to say unalienable, or were you thinking of when Black's Law says unalienable?
Yes, so that actually
Or
kind
is
of
that the
goes
difference?
into the point. So
I wasn't quite cooked. Something still a bit crunchy, and there's not enough butter.
what's crunchy, Sammy?
My fucking mashed potato. God damn it! Mashed
Dang.
potato should not be
Okay.
crunchy.
No, not at all.
Sorry, carry on, gentlemen.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, man. I mean, it's like you guys kind of stepped right up to the very crux of everything, and then went to Disney bucks. But I mean, the very fact of there being a natural law really does kind of bring us to the face of our Creator, because one fellow was like, hey, America thinks they're all that, but you just shut up. But we have this experiment in freedom has attempted to hold up the standard of law, but where, it's a good question, where does it come from? Does it come from the trees? Or, I mean, who says it's natural law, this is what it is? But if we just say that a country can do that, well, there's been all kinds of horrendous mistakes made by countries writing things into law that said this is law. And so if it's just arbitrary, if it's just what a social construct comes up with, well, then there is no law. Because so I would say I'm a Christian. So from my viewing point here is that the very existence of a universal moral law demands a universal moral lawgiver. So anyway.
Well,
I would say there is no universal moral law, and social constructs aren't arbitrary. They're
well,
made
so
up.
so in reference to what's in the Declaration of Independence, so it talks about natural law, but it also talks about the God of nature. Okay. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and bring it up, and that way I can just read it for you, the actual.
Yeah, it was interesting. They wrote the Constitution, and then they came to Madison and been like, "Hey, we made a mistake." He's like, "What?" we prayed over this. We got everything in this. It's like we got to lay down our rights.
Right.
You know, and
The
yeah,
Constitution. So there's
and
problems within the Constitution. Yeah.
well, they just meant they drew up the bill. I meant they drew up the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. To add to that in our law documents, you know, we needed the Bill of Rights. We needed a list of our rights.
Right. Right. So
That's all I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So going back to your original question, it talks also about unalienable rights, where originally it was inalienable rights. Inalienable rights defined what it's talking about is technically property rights, but the founders recognized at that time in 1789, around 1787, 88, 89 time, that maybe we should back off of this property rights thing and just really give it over to God, because they really felt like they wanted the blessing of someone if there was someone, because you can't be guaranteed, but just in case, let's not go too far with it. Ultimately, that's the way I saw it, or I see it.
Well, I mean, the phrase "the king in his castle" came from the Brits kind of poking fun at the colonies, because in Britain, you know, the king was the only one that did not pay taxes. But it's very important to the founders that we did have freedom in our property rights, in that we didn't continue to pay rent on what we buy. There are no property tax, which is one of the main violations of our freedoms today. I see, as you know.
But before we get too far down the rabbit hole, I just want to make sure that I read it the way it says. It says, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. So essentially, they are saying that we recognize, even though we're going to disband ourselves from the powers of the earth, which at the time were Britain and some other powers, that we are going to separate ourselves from that, but we are not going to leave that which makes sense to us, which is the laws of nature and nature's God. Now, when it talks about nature's God, that can also be from an atheistic point of view, or an atheistic point of view. Is that like, look, something is here, it's called nature, and whatever it is, it's natural law that's taking effect. So we're not going to try to go outside the bounds of that, right? So we know that rebellion can happen, and that's what's happened with us, the 13 colonies. And so we're not going to go outside the bounds of that. We don't want a rebellion on our hands, so we're going to recognize that natural law will take effect regardless of what happens. That's the way
natural law under the 13 colonies, or before. When I say 13 colonies, this was before it was established as the United States.
Right.
Because even though kings do not pay taxes, the king of Britain wasn't the only king. You had the Portuguese, the Spanish, and you had other kings that had investments and interest in the colonies.
Right. Yeah, and that's why it mentions the powers of the earth, not just Britain.
Right.
Yep.
So that means all of these had their own interpretations as far as how they look at the nature of laws.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, in fact, it goes on. It says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator. And this is where the unalienable rights comes in. It says, with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So originally it said
Pursuit of property.
Right.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, because I'm pretty sure they originally had pursuit of property, you know, life, liberty, pursuit of property, which is happiness.
Don't property would be considered would that be considered natural and within the nature?
Yeah, because when we look at the first man, Adam, drawn from dust, God gave him the land to stand on, life, and freedom. So those three things, and we start there as the fountainhead of our unalienable rights, or inalienable or unalienable rights, and that anytime those specifically those three are infringed upon, that is a moral evil for
Well,
government.
I see it a little bit differently than that, and the reason that they changed to unalienable rights instead of inalienable rights was because they recognize that there's a possibility that we don't own the land, right? So some of the founders recognized it as we are just simply stewards, not owners. So because of them, they posited that this is what I believe that they were positing, is that yeah, you do have a right to the property, but we're not going to codify it within the Declaration of Independence.
I would study that out, I guess. I think that's kind of dangerous because we don't want any infringement. I mean, if you come to my property uninvited, that's a problem. And it's certainly if it's jackboot thuggery coming in from the government. So
yeah, so later on they wrote the Constitution, and because the Constitution was written, then they talked about inalienable rights, which is property rights. So that's codified now.
Yeah, but I also dilemma. He went straight to biblical. He went straight to the Bible, and I think that's where the separation comes especially when dealing with the judiciary, and even when it comes to when they established the United States, because he went to the Bible, which they was like, wait a minute, it's different when it comes to separating church and state. So we have to separate that. You have the theology part, and then you have parts that's outside theology. Now I know the Queen of England, I mean not the Queen, the royal, they went by what was established as far as the Church of England, and they did have theology within there. But I think when it comes to the colonies, I think the founding fathers was trying to separate those two.
well, the founding fathers, most of them were pretty adamant that there is a creator, and that the very existence of laws, demand that he exists. But let me just say this: the idea of separation of church and state we get from a mere letter that Jefferson wrote. And what he was talking about was the government keeping its filthy mitts out of anything that the church was doing. Not that, God is not to be recognized in every single thing that we do. And so, and if we see nowadays people want nothing to do with him, oh, you still believe that, book written by a bunch of goat herders and everything. But before that, for so many years, people had full confidence in the Lord. And so that separation of church and state has been a little bit turned on its head, brother. And it just meant that the government was to stay out of the church, something that we see exactly the opposite of nowadays,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I agree. I just think that the way their mentality was, they didn't want to have the church dictate the way the laws was implemented. Meaning they didn't use their theology or what they believe as far as their understanding or determine or interpret the law, especially when it's dealing with property, because that's between God and another contract. So they didn't say, well, God wants you to do this because to establish this contract, or this contract is like the covenant within the Bible or within our belief. I think they was more so trying to separate that so it won't be that our theology and our belief.
Yeah. Because we don't want a government church, like what happened with Rome or Church of England, right? It was to be per state, and they have their freedom of worship there. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and really, actually, the beginning of that separation, and from what I understand, was actually the Magna Carta, right? So that really ultimately kind of kicked off the idea of, the state really shouldn't be the religion, right? And it is Christians who did that.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think it's anything. Magna Carta is just British common law. That didn't really have anything to do with religion. That's not what they came up with. They came up with the separation of church and state because it was the Pilgrims that went over to America and they saw the trouble when the government and religion are connected. So they just wanted a total separation between government and religion.
Would you say the first part of that, Wild Heart? You said the first part as far as what England?
Yeah, the Magna Carta is basically British common law. But that
what's it called? What's it called again? I'm sorry. What's it called?
Magna Carta.
Oh, okay.
Magnacarta. Yeah, it was just British common law, which is where you get most of your laws from, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But it didn't really have anything to do with religion. It was just like
that common law has nothing that wasn't built or stand on theology of the Church of England at all.
No, I think it was like 13th century. I think. Yeah, but it has very little to do with religion. It was just like property laws and like, you know, what you're allowed to own and like what you have to give to the king and all that, like tax laws and that.
Okay, so it was something that was established by the royal king, but not by the church or anything like that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's got anything to do with the church. It's just
So,
the government. Okay.
Somebody said laws are meant or social constructs that they're not. There's no such thing as universal morality, right? Was that? I didn't know who said that.
Yeah.
I had a question for you. Is that then what do you suppose is the method to determine who is right? If one dictator said, you know, it's good and right to cleanse my nation of certain ne'er-do-wells, some people I don't like, and we're just going to off them. And someone else said, well, actually that's murder and that's wrong. But he said, based on the well-being of my nation, this is right and good, and I'm writing this into law. So he's in by your worldview, I mean, really, is there even an answer here? Because he's just right, because he's built a social construct to go ahead and off half his population based on the well-being that he believes, he perceives a goodness, and it's up to him. Or where does a morality stop and start in your worldview there?
Yeah, I have my thing on morality is it's based on well-being, which is subjective. Once you start with the foundation of being well-being, then you can establish objective moral facts from that. But it's not within a nation. It's like all conscious creatures. So you couldn't say that he was right because he wanted to like kill half of his nation. It's based on the well-being of each individual and every individual on the planet. So there's not really a conflict there.
Well, I that's why I use that language, because if you have someone who is writing law and he's saying, hey, this is for the best well-being,
Yeah.
kind of like, I mean, we had, go ahead.
I would just say he's wrong. I would disagree with him.
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if you've ever seen that kind of frightening clip where Bill Gates, this is quite a while ago, he's given a talk and he says, we really need to put effort into vaccines. And he says something else for population, the jabbing people, for population control. And he gets a standing ovation. And so there's this idea, and we had something here in America called the Georgia Guidestones that were blown up recently. And on those, for decades, it's talked about a worldwide global population reduction. And then, you have something like the story of Marvel, and Thanos is literally the bad guy, but he's talking about eliminating people for the good of the universe, which is the very push from a lot of these moguls on our planet. And I'm just using this as an example because so this is for them, it's for the well-being of it's for the earth, right? It's for the earth, right? So we need to eliminate people because there's too many people and everything like this for the well-being. But someone like me is over here saying, well, actually we could fit everybody with a White House and a house and a white picket fence all in the state of Texas, everybody with a little piece of ground. And I think that we need to not, truck up into cities and get out and spread out and let's live and let's live in freedom that God give us and not kill people. Who's right?
Yeah, well, it's clearly not right if you're going to kill half of the population. It's not for the best of their well-being.
Well, how do you know?
Because they're dead.
Well,
what about half dead for your well-being?
Well, what about half of that population is just absolutely horrendous people?
It doesn't matter. It's still against their well-being. It doesn't matter how good or bad they are.
If they're the ones killing people and doing horrible acts, then they are the ones, that half of the population, that needs to be done away with. So your morality argument, it's kind of like
but who would determine who's bad? Let me bring it down individually, like you mentioned, and locally. If my neighbor says, hey, laws are arbitrary, they're social constructs, there's no such thing as a universal moral law. So I say, okay, you know what, today it seems good to me to just come over, knock you down, and take your wallet. Now you're going to say, well, we have laws in place. Okay, I'm just saying, based on my view of the day, it's good to take your wallet. How do you have any platform whatsoever to say that's bad? Because I'm telling you, it's good based on my mental construct for the day.
Yeah,
who's right?
But you don't get to decide what is in the well-being of everyone on the planet. It's not up
so
to
now
you.
Who's it up to?
It's up to everyone on the planet.
Everyone on the planet.
It's up to what is best for well-being.
But yeah,
it's obviously not best for his well-being that you knock him out and take his wallet. That doesn't promote well-being.
But it does for me. I get more money for the day, so it's my well-being.
Yeah, but that goes like what Weinhardt was saying. It's subjective. It depends on who's interpreting the law and who's interprets and have the understanding of the moral law. Because, like you said, if I'm hungry and my ribs is touching,
hey, that's right. I'm going to take that apple. I'm going to take that piece of bread. I know. I would just say, I'll leave you with this, guys. I would just say, when we remove God, there is a vacuum and the state will fill it. And without getting into our respective worldviews, we've seen it in the past. And I'm just saying, the state becomes God. Might will make right. When we remove that law, and even Ben Franklin said, you've been given a constitutional, if you can keep it, it's for a moral people, because it's just a net that the Leviathan will go through that constitutional net without a just people of repentance before Christ. But
before you go,
anyway.
Can you demonstrate that there is an objective moral law? What is that moral law, and can you demonstrate that it's objective and that it exists?
10 Commandments.
How do you demonstrate that that's objective?
Well, because if you murder someone, that actually is wrong. It actually is wrong to steal.
Why?
Well, why? Well, because that is a damage to person and property. So
Well,
it's a
you just said it wasn't wrong. If you go out and you just feel like knocking someone out and stealing their wallet, that
well,
is
I'm
bad.
just saying, but I'm trying to get, okay.
Sorry, why? Because it comes from the Ten Commandments. Does that make
No,
it?
I'm getting into your vehicle. I'm just trying to, from your worldview, you're saying that there are no universal moral laws. I'm saying there is. I'm saying they come from a universal moral lawgiver. So God has established these laws. If he didn't, we wouldn't know it. Our conscience bears witness to these things, though. We know we get flushed when we do something wrong. But to put another glory over the glory of God, right? So he says that's wrong in the very first one. The first 4 commandments are our relationship to God. The last 6 are our relationship man to man. I shouldn't covet what you have. I shouldn't lie to you. I shouldn't steal from you. But Jesus condensed them into 2. He said the greatest is you should love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind. And the second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. He didn't have to tell us to love ourselves. We already do, right? But the 10 commandments were condensed into those 2. Just love. If you're actually loving God, you won't be blaspheming. If you love your neighbor, you won't be stealing from him. But I think those are set in stone, and I think that anytime, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, how can you demonstrate that is objective rather than just what you believe? Obviously, you believing that God exists and you believe that those laws are true. How can you demonstrate to someone who doesn't believe that is objective and it's actually true and exists?
Well, because for one, our conscience bears witness to these things. I mean, if I had a baby on the ground in front of us and cut it in half, is that good or evil?
But I mean, outside of your belief, you can't say a conscious. What about psychopaths and sociopaths? They don't think that that's wrong.
Correct. Yes. Yes,
So
I totally.
So it's not universal and it's not objective.
Well, but here's the thing. They think they are. Their reason tells them that they're good. There's plenty of guys in the insane asylum thinks their reason is just dandy. So
wouldn't that lion will be like what Weinhardt said? It would still would be subjective or your interpretation. Let's go with biblical. Let's go with Abraham. Abraham was not told to go do what he did to the people that had Lot. He didn't get permission from God, but he went out and subdued those people and killed those people, but he didn't get permission. So he committed a murder, right? Killed. So since he did that, what does he fall under? Some people may look at that and says, oh, well, he didn't, that universal law. Wait a minute now. What are we seeing here? What is this interpretation?
No, that's a good question. I'm not entirely familiar with the exact event you're speaking of, because I know he was asking God, is there even 10 righteous, 1 righteous? Will you save the city?
Yeah, that was Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, that was after. Remember, he went and saved Lot. Remember, they was captive. Lot was captive, and the family was captive. He went and they did a war. Matter of fact, this was before Sodom. It was, remember, Sodom and Gomorrah wanted to give him.
It was before then, yeah.
They wanted to give him some property, and he said no.
Yeah.
So
he's going to go down. So the Bible records, the good and the bad. I mean, it's not bashful. There were certainly, these were broken men used of God. I mean, they took multiple wives. God never said to do that, but they were still being blessed. But they suffered a lot from all those wives, but they still were in the ultimate plan of God. And I think there's no attempt to cover things up in the Bible, but we still so there we go. Like we got to how do we determine if what Abraham did was wrong? We have to have a standard. I would say to verify this is it's outside of my mind. It's outside of me, guys, pressing in on me. It's not something that we create. So I would just take you to that list of 10 laws, and then and then when Jesus condensed it and say, here you go. It's outside of me. Here you go. I'm not making it up. I'm not constructing it mentally.
No, I was just trying to expect. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Wild. Go ahead.
So again, you're saying it's outside of your mind, but I don't believe in God. I don't believe the Bible is correct. So how would you convince me that something that it says in the Bible is an objective, universal moral law? Because I don't believe that.
Well, sir, I do hear you, and it would just be walking through some of the practices that we just did, like actually asking you some questions about arbitrariness and social constructs. But at the end of the day, belief has no bearing upon the truth. And so the idea is to get your beliefs to conform to the truth. There is such a thing as absolute truth. Again, truth exists. It can be known. And as a Christian, I don't have any problem verifying these things.
Right. Can you do that then? How can you verify that the Ten Commandments are true, moral, universal laws?
I just did. I mean, because they exist. I'm showing you that this list, if you violate any of those laws, you are outside of, what is good. Now, you may not be able to. Okay.
Basically, Wildheart, what he's saying. Hold on, Wildheart. Basically, what he's saying is your belief or lack of belief does not change that it is objective.
I agree with that, but he has to demonstrate that it's objective. If I wrote 10 laws, would they be objective because they exist? They exist in a book that I wrote. Would that make them objective?
Only in so much as they conform to the Ten Commandments, because in the end, you'd just be making your own God. That just goes right back to the thing. We got a Hitler, we got a Pol Pot, we got a Mao Zedong, and they wrote their laws in. Now, you initially said that it's not up to him, it's up to the people. But then I brought it down to the people, and you said, well, it's not up to you because there's laws that are being written. It's not up to me to say that it's good to steal somebody's wallet because laws are in place. These dictators have written their own laws and said, man, this is good. This is good for my country. This is good for the well-being.
Which is exactly what you're doing. Say we had two books.
How?
With two different sets of commandments. How would you decide which one is objective? They both exist. You're saying that you're giving no reason why they're objective. You're just saying, I believe this book. I believe it's true. I believe they're objective with no reason behind it.
I hear you. I'm just saying that without a rule, without a standard, I could say, I'm going to leave you with this because my family is waking up. I got to go, but I'm just going to say this, Brick, is if someone asks you, how tall a building is, and you say, well, it could be, 532 feet. It could be, but do you know it? Well, you don't really know, and you need to take out a measuring stick, a tape measure, a rod of measurement, and measure it. We have that in the scriptures. That's our measuring tool. If we don't have a filter, if we don't have some rule of law to measure everything else by, then we are just writing our own laws. So you or I could write out a list, but it is only going to be true in so much as it conforms to what actually is universally true for everybody. It's true for everybody on the planet that to murder someone is wrong, whether in the womb or standing.
But it's not true for everybody on the planet that you should obey God. You should have only one God.
Oh, it is. Oh, absolutely is.
No, atheists don't believe in that.
Well, it doesn't matter what your belief has no bearing upon the truth.
Well, I think you're changing the goalposts on that, Wildheart.
How?
If you go now, I think he's changing the goalposts if he's going because he just went from. I think your main point, Lion, when it comes to murder is the main point as far as because that is a universal law because you're taking someone's freedom. Once you take someone's freedom, now we can determine if it's considered murder. But once you take someone's freedom to exist or to carry on, that's a universal law right there. Now, as far as the different gods and stuff, Ron Hart, you're going into another You move the goalposts on that when it comes to.
All right, we'll stick to murder then.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone murders, they know it's wrong.
When you take when we say murder, you're taking someone's freedom. So once you take someone's freedom, that is a universal. That's the universal. Now we get to make a determination: is it considered murder, or is it considered,
Killing, just killing? Yeah.
just killing? But once you take freedom from someone, that's universal. That's everyone. You can't take no one's freedom. That's universal.
So did the Nazis think it was wrong to kill the Jews, to murder the Jews?
No, it's not. You're making up shit.
What was that?
Hey, Wildheart, I really appreciate the convo. I'm sorry. I've been coughing my guts out, guys, so I got to go. I just want to say this. I really appreciated what Vaughn, you had to say there, because I was kind of alluding that earlier. If we can set the discussion of God down for a moment and out of respect, and just say, I mean, I've held to libertarian ideals, consider myself constitutional. When we go out and we harm person or property, I would hope we could all agree that is wrong for everybody to do. I mean, whether you got a pirate costume on and say that you are here from the sheriff, or whether you're a regular dude as my neighbor, you cannot come in and harm person and property without cause, without warrant, without invite. And so anyway.
Not everyone agrees on that. That's the point.
It's good to see you, Lions.
Okay.
I know you
You can't
fans
say
get
it's universal and objective if people disagree about it. It's not.
Okay. Do you agree?
I agree, yeah, but not all
Okay.
people do.
All right, guys. It's fun as always. I'm gonna get going. You guys, I don't know how long you're gonna make this video. You guys are troopers.
It's a lot of
All
fun.
right. It is fun. All right. Be blessed. Bye.
I think you said Wildheart would everybody agree on the law? Is that what you're saying? That's the reason why it's not universal, because everyone would agree?
Not really, but you have to give a justification why it's universal and objective. He just said it's universal and objective because it's in the Bible.
So I'll present one for you, okay? Universally, I don't know anyone who would accept that it is a good thing to lie.
Right. I'm gonna have to.
What if lying to someone is going to save my life? That's one of the easiest. That's the easiest thing to refute ever, bro. That was just dumb.
How is lying going to make it possible for your life to be saved? Explain that one to me.
Okay, someone wants me to admit to that I believe in Islam, and I tell them that I do, so that they do not throw me off a building. Would you like another example? Because I can come up with these for days.
Do you well, in that scenario, just in the scenario, do you believe in Islam?
Obviously, that was implied that I didn't.
Okay, so if you believe there is no God, right? Does it matter that your life has been saved?
To my personal wants, yes.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because you don't believe that there's an afterlife, there is no God, that this atheist.
No, then it would matter more, bro, because obviously I would want to keep this life going if there's not another one to come. No, don't pull this crap. Life is more valuable when it is not infinite.
Okay. In my view, it's not going to matter. And when it comes to a different religion, Christianity, Buddhism, and all of that, typically those religions, those belief systems, it is not good. I don't know of any religion that when you lie, that it's a good thing.
Right, so just go back to the classic Jews in the attic. If the Nazi came up to your door and you were hiding Jews in the attic, would it be a good thing to lie?
It's a good thing to lie about what again?
You don't speak.
You
And
don't.
then they search your house and kill all the people in the roof.
You don't lie. You don't speak. You don't lie. Yeah, you don't.
If
speak,
I
you
can,
don't
if
in that scenario,
Brick, if I can justify a scenario where I can lie, then I have made it. It is no longer immoral because it is justified.
Well, I can't find one that it is an honorable.
We just
and
gave
good
you
thing.
2. Would you like some more? I can keep going with this.
Go ahead. Tell me about the lies that are good.
Okay, so someone says that if I don't say that I don't love my wife, that he will shoot my child. Should I tell them that I don't love my wife, or should I tell them the truth that I do? Which one do you think would be the better in
I
that
would
scenario?
fight like hell to take that motherfucker's gun.
Yeah, obviously, the hypothetical scenario implies that you are tied to the chair and cannot do such.
But see, here's the point of what your scenario is providing.
Power, do you think Abraham lied when he told them that was his wife was his sister, so he would not be killed by the people? Do you think that's a lie?
Yeah, it's a lie.
So that your point has just in that we know his wife. His wife was not
a good thing.
Huh?
It's not a good thing.
No, you
then
said.
Why was God on their side?
You said would a lie be a good thing, and you saying when Abraham lied, considered a lie, because some people don't consider it a lie, but some people consider that a lie, and he did that so he would not die, and you said that's not good.
Yes, it is not a good thing to lie, regardless of the situation. I don't care what it is. It's not going to be a good thing.
No, okay, I see what you're saying. You said it's not a good thing to lie, but a lot of people will consider that good because he did that to save his life. And
well,
you don't consider that good.
The lie is not good. What came out of the lie may be good.
Okay, so why didn't God punish him then? Like, why he didn't punish him?
That's not a question for me. That's a question.
No, God supported Abraham in those lies.
I highly doubt that.
But that's different.
What do you mean? No, stop. What do you mean you highly doubt that? Abraham and Sarah went to 2 different kingdoms saying that Sarah was his wife, specifically because of what this guy's saying, so that they didn't kill him. Then the kings ended up getting with his supposed sister. He then reveals to them that he's his wife. They take the kingdom under these false pretenses twice, and when they get to the 3rd kingdom and try it, the 3rd king's too smart and doesn't fall for it, and God has no power against this man.
I'll make it easier on you for me, right? How about David? You want to discuss somebody that was supposedly ordained by God? Let's talk about David and the sins that David committed, right? Because when we're talking about lies and disgusting things and horrible things that a person did, do you really believe that God supported David's poor actions?
No, I believe God saw justifications in the actions that they were performing. It doesn't actually say thou shalt not lie. It actually says thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, which is a completely different thing. Is it not?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not. It doesn't actually say lying is wrong. It says, bearing false witness, which is
but bearing false witness is a lie. So
it's a form of lying, but it specifically doesn't cover the other forms of lying, like white lying or justified lying to save your life. I'm pretty sure it's pretty blatant.
Half-truths and false dichotomies and things like that, deceptive practices, right? We actually see some of those things discussed in the letters after the Gospels. Yeah.
And plus, that would be semantic if you're going by what's considered, and one's a little lie, one is a big. That's subjective. That regardless of what it is, what Paul was saying, it's a lie. But if you believe,
the point is, In the commandments, it doesn't say lying is wrong. It says bearing false witness is wrong. And
But I
bearing
never
false
said anything about the
witness.
commandments.
But sorry, Brick, I haven't finished. But bearing false witness is only one kind of lie. It doesn't say that every kind of lying is wrong. It says that bearing false witness against your neighbor is wrong, which is one small part of lying.
So okay, but it doesn't. You putting it. You trying to dwindle it. It's still a lie, though. Even if it's small or big, it's still considered a lie.
Okay,
bearing false witness is a lie, but not all lying is bearing false witness.
Right.
There are different kind of lies which that doesn't include.
So basically, we can go with this, right? So it's in the 10 Commandments, therefore it's a really, really bad thing to do to bear false witness against your neighbor. That isn't to say that all the other lies aren't bad or don't lead to bad things. They're just not as bad as lying in court.
So to demonstrate why it is a bad thing to lie and not good, can you trust a liar?
I can trust their actions.
You cannot trust a liar. I cannot trust a liar. Nobody can trust a liar. It is a bad thing to lie.
No, I can't trust what they say, but I can trust their actions.
So, Brick, have you ever lied in your life?
Of course.
That makes you a liar, therefore I should not trust anything.
I've never claimed to not be a sinner.
Yeah, but that means you said you cannot trust a liar.
So you're going to judge me by my
that makes you a
previous
liar. Therefore, I should not trust anything you say.
Have you ever lied?
I have, yeah.
Okay, so
I think it should be. I think it should be a liar a person that lies consistently. You cannot trust that person. A person who lies repetitiously over and over, you know that you cannot trust that person. So I think that's what it should be said. Now, someone like we all have lied. But that's not what we do throughout our life, is repetitiously lie all the time to succeed in the world that we live in. We don't do that. Do we see people that do that? Yes. I would not trust that person.
Right. And even one lie may find you in very hot water with me, because I am probably not going to trust you especially if it's a serious lie. And even if it's a little lie, because if you're willing to lie to me about something so minute, then I have to consider that you will lie to me in the future about something bigger. So the lie part, this is like I cannot trust a liar. Now, when I say a liar, yes, I'm moving the goalpost. I will admit that. But that practice of it becomes you. So you become the liar. So don't lie because it's universally wrong.
So how many lies do you have to tell before you cannot trust anyone anymore?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Sorry.
So how many lies do you have to tell before you can say, I'm not going to trust you anymore on anything you say? Is there a numerical value that you can give to that?
That's a good question. So that is subjective according to my view. And so typically what I do with people, and this is just me, and if you adopt this, that's fine. But I start with like respect, right? And there's various different things that you can do to lose my respect. One of those is lie, right? And it's very difficult once you start to lose respect. You start at 100 and you go down from that. When I meet anybody and everybody, doesn't matter who, you start at 100 and then you can only lose my respect. And it's very difficult to go back up, and it's very hard to get up to 100 once you've lost. There are people who are still at 100, right? But there are also some people who are very, very low, probably some people who are at 0. So does that make sense?
So you say, I think I see what you're saying. You're saying if someone lies, right, no matter what we determine the lie can be good, or the outcome of the lie can be good or bad, no matter what. It's a lie and it's considered not good, regardless the outcome of it or the reason why you lied. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The lie itself. Yes.
So if your best friend knew that your wife was cheating on you and he lied to you and didn't tell you, to protect you and protect your feelings, would you consider that a bad thing?
Yeah, if he lied to me, absolutely.
Yeah, because the crutch of it was a lie, regardless. So since that was a lie, even though I understand he did it to protect my feelings, you lied to me when I asked you the question and I wanted the truth. In some people's stance, that's universal. You did something that's universal, not good. But even though someone might not look at it, the outcome differently, but the point of it, the main objective of it, not good.
Yeah, and I actually do understand your position if you're presenting this position that there are some lies that are okay.
Right.
But I don't believe that you fully believe that lying is good.
Oh, I just say to you, Brick, that I do agree with you that it's always a bad thing. I'm just pointing out that there's sometimes the bad that not lying could outweigh the bad that the lie causes. So I still do agree that the lie is always like a moral bad. It's just sometimes like if you can make the pros outweigh the cons, then it's justified.
And
well, okay, yeah, I could see that. I could see a person's justification. Yeah, I could see that because where their heart is, yeah, I could definitely see that. But I do see where power is coming from. The standard or the initiative in it is universal.
Right. Yeah, and it's a difficult position when you're weighed with certain choices, should I just lie and claim that I'm not one of Jehovah's Witnesses and not put on a purple triangle and just go along with the Nazi party? Because that's what happened. And so the same thing with the Jews, with the Star of David. Should I just lie and say that I'm not a Jew and just go on with my life and tell my wife and my children to claim that I'm not a Jew? And just go along with the Nazi party, who was absolutely insane.
But I still haven't heard a good reason why it's like universal and objective. The best reason I've heard is because it comes from the Bible. Can you give me any other reason why it's universal and objective?
I didn't present it from the Bible.
Outside of human minds.
No, I didn't. No, Wildheart. I never presented it from the Bible. I never presented it from the Bible.
Yeah, he didn't present it from the Bible. He did.
No, the other guy did. That's what I'm saying. But that's the best reason I've heard.
No, he came.
Can you give me any other reason why lying is wrong? Universally and objectively wrong, outside of human minds.
I can't trust someone who lies.
How does that make it objective? Just because you can't trust someone who lies, that doesn't make it objective. That is subjective view that you can't trust them.
No. Wildheart, can you trust someone that lies?
It doesn't matter whether I can trust them or you can trust them. That's subjective. It's not objective.
Yes, because of Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow can make that work logically, but besides that, yeah.
You're asking me to prove something to you, but you're going to refuse the dichotomy.
Right.
No,
even Theo said
it's objective because you can't trust someone after they lie. But that's not objective. That's subject to your mind.
How about this? Stop refusing the dichotomy, okay, that I'm presenting to you, and just answer the question. I'm gonna do the thing that people do, which is say, answer the question. I hate that when people do that. Just so you know.
Yeah, but the question is pointless.
Why is it pointless?
Because you said it's objectively wrong because I can't trust someone.
Well then why ask me to prove it?
That's subject to your mind.
You asking me to prove it is
your mind not trusting someone.
Then don't ask me to prove it. If the answer is pointless, then the question is pointless.
Right. We said my heart, the objective of it. When you ask someone a question and they lied,
Yeah.
They lie, just like Theo saying that universal right there is considered not good. It whatever you want to live, it's considered not good. Now the outcome is subjective. The objective point is the action of what you did when you was asked a question or someone was asked a question and they lied. So some people will they may laugh it off. Or someone may say, get upset. I asked you a question and you lied to me about it. Some people may not look at it, or the outcome could be different, but that initiative, the objective of it, you did something which you shouldn't have done. It needs to.
And with that, I want to ask you, Wildheart, does the question matter?
No, can I just respond to, is it wrong?
Yes.
You said it's considered wrong, which means it's subject to a mind, which makes it subjective. That is what subjective means.
Okay.
Subject
and you've said that many times.
You said it's objectively wrong because it is
Yes,
considered wrong.
You don't have to say it 15 times.
Subjective,
Let's
not
not go down this rabbit hole again. I'm just going to say something really quick. So I'll agree with you that lying is universal, but it is not universally accepted that coveting or jealousy is a universal bad. There are many societies who don't even consider jealousy a thing. So that I doubt you could show me that that's universal.
Oh, you talk about jealousy?
So
Yeah. I mean,
in regards to your question, Wildheart, does your question to ask me to prove it, does that matter to you?
It matters to me whether I believe you or not, but it doesn't matter to the actual fact whether it's objective or subjective. No.
So it matters to you personally, subjectively. Okay. So in that,
because if you can convince me that it's objective, then I will believe it's objective.
If it matters
to you, to the actual matter of the fact whether it's objective or subjective, my belief and your belief doesn't change what is actually true.
If it matters to you that much, will you hear the question that I have to ask you, and then possibly could you answer it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you trust someone who lies to you?
If they lie to me once and then I have no evidence that they lie to me again, then yeah, it's based on.
No, that's not the question. Can you trust someone who lies to you?
Yeah. It would depend. It would. If I've known them for 10 years, if I've known them for 10 years and I have no reason to think that they lied on any other occasion, but I find out that they lied once, I would still trust them.
Well, here's the problem with that. You trust their lie. Their lie is not the truth.
No, I wouldn't trust them completely, but I would still trust them.
So it's a yes or a no question. There's no in between.
Yes or no. I've just explained why it's not a yes or a no question.
But hold up. We're arguing. Wait a minute. Our argument is we talking around each other, because if it's an objective, but we're saying things that is subjective after we establish the objective. So let's establish what is the objective.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because everything we are saying, we're coming after the objective part. So everything that we're saying after then is subjective. So Reinhard, you're asking us a subjective question off of objective, what we're establishing objective. You're asking us a subjective questioning.
No,
I'm asking this an objective. You're not answering us an objective question. The objective is a lie. What the objective, or what is the objective of a lie? Saying something that is not the opposite of a question, that is not true. So we established the objective, but you're asking a subjective questioning.
No, that's what I'm saying. You haven't established that lying is an objective moral law. You still haven't done that.
The moral law is the outcome, which is subjective. The objective part is what established is the lie. When you come into the moral laws of it, that's subjective.
Right. I take what you're saying. There is a universal moral law that says lying is objective. Outside of human minds, there is just like a law of nature, or you would say it comes from God. But you're saying that that law exists outside of human minds. It's universal and objective. I still don't see how you demonstrated that.
The objective of it is a lie. A lie is something that is answered that is not true. That's the objective. But you're asking us a subjective questioning.
No, that's not the objective he's talking about. It's not objective as in a goal to achieve. It's objective in that it's true regardless of anybody thinking otherwise.
So you should say it again. Say it again, Theo. Say it again. I'm sorry. Say it.
The way you just referred to the word objective, you made it sound like you were talking about it's an objective to be obtained, like scoring a goal in a soccer match. The way the word is being used in this context is it's an objective fact that it's true regardless of anybody's opinion of it.
Right. Okay. Let's look at that. A lie can be true. A lie can be true. It may not be true to the question that you answering it to, though. So what I'm saying is, no matter what, that objective of what's going on is a lie. The objective of it is a lie. The subjective of it is the outcome can be different. The outcome of the lie. How do I look at it? How do I look at this lie? A good or is it bad? Would it take me here or would it take me there? But the objective part, what has been established, is a lie. That's universal. I have said something to you that is not the question that you're asking me. That's objective.
Well, so I'm going to define, because that seems to be a little bit easier to handle it this way. So the lie is an untruth. It's not true. It's that simple. That's what a lie is. So I can't say that the fastest red is a car on Tuesday. Maybe I'm misquoting Lion's Dilemma because he's the one who came up with. I'm misquoting it probably. But the fastest red is a car on Tuesday. That just doesn't have any context to it, right? And it's most likely untrue. And so that means it's a lie, right?
But the establishment of it, that what you start off at the first, that's objective, correct?
It can be. It can be. Let me posit a better one. I
think the analogy that you came up with, that is, I think what you just said is fits the point. You said it's not true. That's a lie. That's the objective of it. It's not true.
Right. It's not true. Therefore, because it is not true, it is a lie. And anything that I say to you, you're going to discount to some degree. You're not going to put your trust in anything that I say.
Now that right there, Power, is subjective. That right there is subjective.
Right. That's the after effect.
Right. That's the after effect.
The lie caused some bad things.
Exactly. That's universal.
And it may even cause some good things, but it causes bad things, which means universally it is counted as bad because it causes bad things.
Good thing or bad thing. Good thing or bad.
It teaches others that it's okay to lie. And the problem with that is the lies get bigger and bigger and worse and worse. And it's not okay.
I'm totally lost.
The point is not to show that lies are bad, dude. You can keep doing that repeatedly over and over and over again all you want. That's not the point. The point is you have to prove that it's an objective fact. You have to prove that it's
true regardless of people are there to do it. And lies is a really bad one to use because lies don't exist without people. So you couldn't prove it if you wanted to.
No, lies is the perfect one because when we're talking about morality, we are literally talking about living beings. We aren't talking about things that are living.
Stop. Listen to what I said again, right? So you have to prove it's an objective fact, which means you have to prove it exists without the minds there to think it, right? It's true whether or not there's someone around to think it. But lies don't exist unless people exist. So you can't test it or prove it. That's physically impossible.
Well, morality doesn't exist without.
Can you go back to the first part of that? What you said?
Or I shouldn't say human. I should say life. Morality doesn't exist.
Okay, so like I'm not actually saying that you're right or wrong in this situation. I'm just saying there's no way for us to verify or falsify this claim. It's unfalsifiable. You can't show objective truth to morals without removing the people. And if you remove the people, there aren't any morals.
Well, that's a different argument, though. But you said as far as extent.
No, again, it's not an argument. I'm not trying to debate anything you guys are saying. What I'm saying is that
and I do get
I can't disprove it. You guys can't prove it. We're going to be arguing past each other till the end of time, and we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, no, I don't believe that entirely. I truly do believe that everyone on this planet knows good and well that lying is bad.
It doesn't matter. That even if that was the case, it would still be subjective.
Yeah, that's subjective.
But what I said was subjective, but the premise is that lies are bad, and that is objective.
No, that wasn't what we were arguing about.
That's not what you get. That's where the confusion comes right there. We
were arguing about whether there
I was answering Theo, not going back to the premise.
We weren't arguing about whether lies are bad or not.
Right.
We were arguing whether it's an objective moral fact that lies.
Right. Yes, and what I'm telling you is that it is.
But you see, that's where
justify that. Explain why. Explain how it's an objective moral fact that lies are bad.
Does it matter to you?
That's where it's see right there, Ron Hart, you're asking a subjective questioning. That's you just went back into an argument and asked a question that you say that we should not do.
He's just made a claim that lying is an objective moral law, a moral fact outside of human minds. I'm asking him to justify his assertion. That's not subjective. I'm asking him to back up his assertion.
No, I didn't. I didn't say it's an objective moral fact outside of human minds. I didn't say
what objective means. You don't understand what objective means.
Objective
I do understand what outside the mind.
There can be objectives, okay, that are still subject to the human mind.
No.
Oh no.
They're complete opposites.
I'll present another one. I'll present
subjective. You can't have objective, subjective facts.
I'll present. Yes.
It's one or the other.
I'll present
you just don't know what objective means.
Stop. I'll present another one for you. When I'm hungry, I'll go get some food. That is an objective for me.
Again, you're confusing one definition of objective, like a goal, like Theo said. A goal.
That is the way objective works.
The other definition of objective is the other definition of objective is outside of a mind.
So we get to change definitions now.
You're conflating the two.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out, Wild Heart. When you say objective outside of the mind, because to me that I'm looking at subjective. Because once you come out the mind, and you got
Von Eric.
uh-huh.
In philosophy, what's looked at as objective is normally defined as something that is independent of mind. So there's two definitions of objective.
Okay.
You have the objective in the sense that it goes towards some end or some goal that can be subjective, such as like the objective goals in the game of chess or in checkers or any other game.
Well, that's in the mind as well.
Yes, but if somebody is trying to say, like, there's Christians in the live chat trying to say that the laws of morality are objective.
Right.
But if somebody goes, are those laws of morality dependent upon God? And they go, yes. And then they go, well, normally you want to clarify, are they independent? Are the laws of morality mind independent? And they go, yes. And they go, so do they exist without God? And they go, no, they're part of God's nature. They've committed a contradiction because they can't be dependent on something else. Objective means they stand on their own.
The problem with going at philosophy from that point is that you have discluded God. There is no philosophy without God. There is no objective without God. There is no subjective without God. And you might not believe.
You would have to demonstrate that because you would have to give an example of God being necessary for that.
I don't have to do anything for you. You have to do it for yourself and pray.
If you're making
if you make the claim, you do have to demonstrate.
If you're making a proposition about what is the case in reality, then you have to demonstrate it, or we can just ignore it.
And this is another very poor tact in people who debate when it comes to philosophy. You say you can't. The problem with that is I can. I can make the claims all day long. You're not seeing.
Yeah, then we can just simply not accept it. So you're basically running up, pissing up the rope.
So that means this is outside. This would be considered outside of the philosophy laws that has been established. Correct?
No, it doesn't have to be. It's established as we've established it conceptually, and that's how we kind of deal with it.
Right.
It's our
But
way of trying to make sense of reality.
Can you explain to me one more time? Because I just want to make sure that I'm able to see where your heart is. About the about the objective in the philosophy standard. Can you just? I'm sorry.
It has nothing to do with my. It has nothing to do with my heart. It's about a definition about the usage of the word objective. We use the word.
What I'm
objective.
saying, hold up, brother.
Refers to
the reason I'm saying it's where your heart because you believe in what you're explaining to me.
I accept it.
Okay.
I don't believe it in a feeling. I accept
it.
Okay,
that's the exception. Where you're accepting that just in your mind, not your heart.
Yeah, I don't understand that whole heart thing. That's like appealing to feelings when I don't have to appeal to a feeling when it comes to something that just logically makes sense.
Do you believe in it? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Just go. Can you explain it to me again, please?
What part do you need explained?
Does anybody know? Never mind. Does anybody know as far as what the brother Jay just explained as far as philosophy objective? Can you explain to me, Wildheart?
Yes.
Wildheart's been trying to explain it.
I've said it about 10 times at least. Objective means independent of a mind. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks of it. If it's an objective fact, it's not dependent on anyone's thoughts about it. It's either true or not.
Yeah, it stands on its own. And then there's the definition of objective in which something goes towards a goal or an end, like the objectives in a game. The rules that lead to an objective in a game.
So
the objective is to follow these particular rules in order to win the game.
So you do understand that philosophy itself is completely subjective.
Right. That's what I was
because it is, yes, because it's based on us trying to understand things. It's based on our perception of reality and coming up with ways in which we communicate to each other on how to best go about basically experiencing the world.
So you realize then that you're trying to find objectiveness in subjectiveness?
Exactly.
I'm just telling you guys what the difference is, the differences in the usages of the word objective are.
Right. So
that's all I'm telling you. If you guys want to sit there, and argue about the objective of whether or not you can have an objective moral standard in the sense of when it comes to lies, then we can say that yes, lies objectively in the sense of working towards a goal can be a good thing if they work in order to save people's lives. Just like we can say that killing objectively could be considered wrong, but in the cases of self-defense of ourselves and others, it can be justified as a good because it works towards the ends of preserving life.
Well, you presented a bunch of ifs after your objective. So you can't have an objective with an if. Otherwise, it's not an objective.
It's conditional. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Under that definition of objective, you can, because that means working towards a goal. It's a different definition of objective. It depends what the goal is.
Subjective.
Brooke, can I please get a copy of your dictionary? Because it seems to have every single word written with a different definition than what everybody else thinks, mate.
I'm just going by what the words actually mean, bro.
Yeah, okay, so objective means true regardless of mind. What you just said about objective has nothing. True. That is exactly what it means. You've been told like 4 different times, and like I just said,
Brick, what you've done, man,
your dictionary, Brick, man.
You've gone steak and steak are the same when they might sound the same and be the same word, but they mean totally different things. It's not like 2 definitions of the same thing. One is one thing and the other is another thing. It just happens that they both seem to be called objective.
Okay.
But
but what did he just...
But the objective as in far as a goal, your objectives, is not the same as a thing is objective. It generally needs to be followed by the word true, objectively true.
Okay.
So I'm
and it has nothing to do with objectives as in goals.
Yeah, so I'm going to explain to you guys that I'm actually kind of cheating a little bit because the IVE denotes literally idea.
I just want to read, Theo, read that one more time. I just want to just make sure. Read that what you just read. Did you read the objective or the subject? You read the objective definition, right?
Yeah, objective.
Can you read that one more time, please?
It's true, independent of a mind.
Oh, true, independent of a mind. Which okay. Oh, go ahead, Powell.
So I actually did bring up the 2 definitions that are on dictionary.com, and in parentheses it says of a person or their judgment not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. That's the first definition. And then the second definition, much like it, it says relating to or denoting a case of nouns and pronouns used as the object of a transitive verb or a preposition. In both of these definitions, you need a mind. It's the word it's the suffix IVE. It just denotes idea. You have to have a mind.
So in your opinion, if it is objectively the case, there would be nothing that exists objectively if human beings were not around. So realism doesn't exist. Realism is something that cannot be accepted because basically if there are no minds to say something is objective, basically mind independent, then things like trees and rocks and planets and other things can't exist as being objective, as being independent of mind.
Nothing can be independent of the greater mind.
So everything is subjective then.
Everything is subjective, but everything outside of the greater mind.
So you're an idealist.
So there can't be an objective moral law. If everything is subjective, there cannot possibly be an objective law.
No. Actually, it's quite the opposite. If everything is subjective, we are positing that there is a greater mind and morality with it.
But morality would not be objective because the morality is dependent upon that mind. So that morality is subjective. And any morality that is dictated to us would only be subjective based on that thing's arbitration.
Unless the law has been laid, which also is part of that foundation.
But that law would only be subjective. It would never be mind independent.
It would be completely subjective of the greater mind, but objective to the lower minds.
No, that's not how objective works. It would just, objective would mean that it would exist independently of everything.
No, because objective still has to have a mind.
No, objective does not have to have a mind. You just said everything is ultimately subjective. You're appealing that everything is ultimately subjective. So everything comes from a greater mind. So everything is of that greater mind. So everything is subjective
and objective.
No,
Not,
that's you
no,
don't get
not,
the special
I'm gonna pull that one back. That not everything.
I can sort of say, Brick, it means independence of any mind. It doesn't matter whether it's a human mind, an animal mind, or God's mind. If it's dependent on any mind, then it is subjective.
What is it?
Right.
Anything,
Subjective.
any one thing.
Objective.
Anything.
No, that is literally not the definition I just read.
If it's dependent on any mind, then it's subjective, even God's.
You might want to go to other usages of the word objective, like the one that Wildheart and I have been arguing, because I just posted it in the private chat. The term objective generally refers to something that is independent of personal feelings, interpretations, or bias, and is based on observable and verifiable facts. Objective reality refers to the idea that certain facts or truths exist independently of our perceptions or beliefs about them. For example, physical laws or natural phenomena, blah, 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 blah. It didn't finish posting it all because it ran out of, it's got a limit. But if you go to ChatGPT, you can do a search for it and it'll tell you all about it without having to use dictionary.com. And you can sit there and have a nice little conversation with an AI about about what is objective in the sense of what is mind independent versus what is objective when it comes to working towards an end or a goal.
Oh, well, then that's something else. It's just like Theo just said, there's so many different definitions. We just went over about 4 or 5 of them definition of
it's just normally when people are trying to argue that when it comes to morality, it's objective. Most non-believers can say, sure, I can hold that morality is objective in the sense that it works towards a goal. But if somebody tries to make the appeal and they go, no, that's not what I mean. That's not good enough. What I want is an objective moral standard, meaning that it's mind independent. And then you go, okay, cool. Where does the objective morality, then what is that? And they go, well, it comes from God. Then it's not an objective moral standard because it's dependent upon God.
Well, that's your
So
view.
it's an arbitrary thing. God is arbitrating, is the one that's based, and the morality that God is dictating to us may not be a moral fact. It's just what God prefers. So it's still a set of subjective preferences, just set upon us by that arbiter.
You get to choose your definition of the word, whereas dictionary.com literally puts forth their definition, and that's the widely accepted.
Apparently, you've never checked a philosophy dictionary.
Oh, okay.
See, that's the thing. You are a lot. Okay.
Have you looked at Webster's? Have you looked at Webster's dictionary? Do you even if I don't use the term objective, even if we're trying to just establish what is morality, and we're trying to say that morality comes from something that it is ontologically independent of anything, and somebody tries to appeal and say, no, morality comes from God, then the idea that morality is in any way, shape, or form independent of anything is wrong. It is a part of something. So if somebody's saying morality has to come from God, then you have to demonstrate, if that's going to be the case, in all cases true, then you have to show that morality is dependent upon the mind of a God. Show a God and show how it's moral and how it dictates morality.
Well, we wasn't going. Then you going into another argument, because the argument that we was establishing, we was taking God aspect out of it. That's what Pablo was doing.
That's literally what I was just telling you. It would go down that argumentative route.
You're assuming that God exists, assuming that God created morality, and then saying you must believe that. But
no.
You have to justify that. You have to give reasons why that's true.
No, we do believe as far as the God aspect, but Pablo was trying to establish something, because you said as far as bringing God into this equation, and he was bringing it outside of that, so we won't bring the
He was
God.
he was bringing it into purely the subjective. He was just saying, well, there is everything is that's why I asked him, and he said everything is subjective. So he basically boiled everything down to idealism.
How many dictionaries do I have to go through, Brick, and find all the meanings that agree with us to find the one dictionary that you can use to support your claim? How many dictionaries do I have to go through, bro?
Hey, I read the one off of dictionary.com. It was the first one that came up. I mean, I can't tell you whether it's true or not. Ultimately,
Well,
I'm just using the language
but
that
like
I was.
I said, you don't. But like I just said, you don't even have to argue that term. You don't have to get into the semantics. If you're trying to establish morality as something that is purely independent, but then trying to appeal that it has to come from the mind of God, then it is not independent. It is subjective. And then you just basically go from there. You just basically shut the fuck up and say, okay, you're right. Morality is not purely independent. It is not some objective thing with its own ontology.
But I don't
It
just
is
have to
basically
shut
the
fuck up. I can
preferences of a
completely
God.
interrupt you and just keep on talking and telling my story too.
Well, okay, Power.
Stories ain't true.
I don't know why that came back with why you had to come back with that kind of snark.
Well, because when people say you can't or you must, this is the problem with that.
No, I didn't say you can't. I said you might as I'm basically saying it's pointless to argue the objective. I'm saying it's pointless to argue the semantics of the word objective if you're just simply trying to argue about where does morality come from.
That's exactly right.
See, that's what my whole point was. You going to dictionary.com
No.
doesn't do us any good because you're just trying to say, well, the dictionary.com is saying objective is
You're actually
facts,
making
and
my
so this
point
gives
for
me
you,
some kind
for
of
me.
stance in my argument.
You're making my point for me because when I was asked or told by Wildheart that I have to prove it, you must. You can't say that or you must. What I said to
Can I
him,
just clarify?
hold on, Wildheart, now stop interrupting me because I'm trying to talk to this guy and let him know what happened. Please. Then Wildheart said that, right? And I said to see, I already lost my thought. Right. So I asked him,
let me steal man.
Does it matter to you?
Can I clarify when I said that you must? I mean, if you make a blind ass assertion with no facts behind it, in order to convince other people,
I don't try to convince you. I'm just telling you.
Stop interrupting me. You just asked me to stop interrupting you. Stop interrupting me. In order to convince people or give a justification for your belief, then you have to give a justification. I'm not saying you have to. You can choose not to. It's up to you. But in order to make a convincing argument, I presume that is your goal. Then you have to give justification and reasons why you believe
Why the hell do you even come in
because
here?
otherwise it's just a blind ass assertion.
It's not
and
my
no one
goal.
should listen to you.
It's not my goal.
Then what is your goal?
To have a conversation.
And what's the goal of the conversation? Just to run your mouth?
To discuss topics of anything. It could be anything.
To what end?
To talk about the birds, talk about the sky, and talk about the clouds. It doesn't matter, dude. What's the point of the conversation?
But haven't we already established with you that all birds in the skies are all subjective ultimately?
Well, now you're going over to this other thing that you're going to try to cause contention.
You were
and
the
see
one that
what
made
I'm
the claim, so
about.
that's why I was asking the question.
Well, you keep making claims too. And so does
based on what you said.
So doesn't everybody.
Or do we not? Or
so
do we
what's
just
the point
ignore
of the
the fact that
conversation? Are you trying to convince me? Are you trying to convince me that God doesn't exist? Maybe that's what's going on. Then why are you here?
to basically say that there was no point in arguing the semantics of the word objective?
Right. So then
if it came in the ultimate sense, when you were going to literally just boiling down on a semantic argument, while Wildheart was just trying to tell you, in the case of when it comes to objective, it's mind independent. And then you insisted on trying to go to basically conflate the two, that you could use objective as being mind independent and subjective at the same time.
Let me go ahead and point this out one more time to see if you catch this time. Wildheart told me that I have to make a proof of the claim. Now, I attempted to do that for his benefit, but he would not accept that.
which I just explained. If you want to convince someone of your argument,
I'm not trying to convince you. You asked me to.
Right, then you don't have to give evidence.
Then don't ask me.
But you also shouldn't expect people to believe what you're saying.
I'm not expecting anything of you.
Then
Right,
why are you
that's what-
countering anything? Why don't you just be quiet and not say anything?
It's pointless.
I can talk about anything. Why are you asking me the stupidest questions?
Because you're making an argument. You're saying this is a fact.
I'm not making an argument. You're assuming it's an argument. You're taking
your original argument was that the objective moral facts. You made that argument. If you're not willing to back it up and you're not willing to give any justification for it, that's fine.
But I have, and you.
But there's no point making the argument because no one will believe you unless
you're not
back
going
it
to
up.
Accept on it.
Don't ask me to prove it if you're not willing to accept my answer.
Your answers aren't convincing. Not
I'm
when
not
you just
saying
basically
to
go.
convince. I'm not saying that I'm going to convince you. If you're not willing to accept my answer, whether you're convinced or not,
We are willing to accept the answers, but your evidence isn't. Your evidence is lacking.
Telling you what my answer is.
But hold up, brother Jay, you just came in. We went a lot of places with the objective and subjective and what we was trying to establish. What was it? As far as the law, the moral.
Yeah, that's why I came. That's why I came.
We had so much. We went. This is not the only place that we went. This argument went so many different directions.
Yeah, I heard it. It was like a bunch of
Jay's
people
been
chasing
here in
tail.
the chat for most of the night.
Yeah, he's been.
What I was hearing was a bunch of people chasing their tail and making semantic arguments.
And now we're chasing our tails even further.
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna question as far as what you think. That's if you've seen that, you understood that. I mean, no problem.
Well, because originally the story started out with the moral quandary of whether or not a lie can be good or bad.
No, that wasn't. No.
That was part of the conversation before it devolved into him appealing to dictionary.com for objective being both mind independent and subjective at the same time.
Something else.
That would be subjective. That would have been subjective as far as that wasn't. No.
I'm just telling you about what I heard.
So you was in the chat when Lion was there? When Lion was on it, you was in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
You was?
Yep.
Okay, what was his argument?
Oh, when Lion was in the live chat or when Lion was in here?
We had on the panel.
Oh, I didn't hear Lion's argument when he was on
okay,
here.
that's what I'm saying.
I was chatting with Lion's Dilemma. Are you talking about Lion's Dilemma who's in the live chat?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I was chatting with Lion's Dilemma, but no, I was gone for when Lion was in here.
Okay. Well, but as far as what he established is what we was the way.
Yeah, I was disagreeing. I was disagreeing with Lion in the live chat based on what he was saying.
And what was that?
He was trying to basically say that he was trying to establish morality as an objective fact while still being mind independent, while saying it was coming from a mind.
And he said God's mind, correct?
God's mind. And that's why I said, if you're saying that it's independent, if you're saying it's objective in the sense that it's purely independent, then God wouldn't be the thing that it's dependent on. It wouldn't be from God's mind. It wouldn't be a trait of God's nature. It would be, morality would exist ontologically as its own thing that God would even have to adhere to.
Yeah, that's the reason why we had to come out of the Bible, because that wouldn't be adding up as far as that. Independent from God's mind, that would be impossible. So especially if we was going to do it within the Word of God and within our religion, that would be impossible.
Then that will make it subjective to God's mind.
And there's nothing, and I don't know why Lion's Dilemma is even bothering to argue that, because like I said, there's no real reason to do that. There's nothing wrong if you believe a God to exist and God is the ultimate thing that basically says what is and what isn't. There's nothing wrong with morality being subjective when it comes to that ultimate being be the thing that which arbitrates everything else. So I've never understood that objective subjective argument when it comes to morality. If they want to say, well, it's objective morality when it comes to God because it's God's morality, it's God basically saying that this is the morality that I want for you guys because this works for you guys as goals, or you guys as a good ends for you.
What morality?
Huh?
What morality are you speaking of?
Based in the moral, like don't be killing one another, don't be stealing from one another, don't be coveting each other's shit, don't take that person's bike, that kind of thing. It wouldn't be God's morality. God could basically be completely indifferent when it comes to the moral, what people do morally to an extent, but it basically says, I want you to be, I would prefer it that you make these particular choices when it comes to the reality that I've created you within. But that doesn't have to be the morality that it accepts, because it is not human.
So the laws that God sets, right? You would say they subjective?
They would be subjective, yes, because they would be his preferences on us. They would be. Would it be
objective to him? Would it be objective to him?
No, they would be. They would only be. They would be objective to us in the sense that those are the preferences that he wants for us for some kind of goal or some kind of end, to meet some end. But them being independent or mind independent, they would not meet that criteria.
Yeah, it's something going backwards, because you said to meet that goal.
That would be objective in meeting. That it would be an objective morality in the sense that the morality meets an end, or it meets some kind of goal.
But the end can mean many different ways.
It would yes, in the sense that God says it is my objective moral. The moral objective to not committing murder is so that you don't take other people's lives, or because I don't want you having the ill intent of going around thinking that if you don't like someone, you can just basically shoot them or cut them up. That would be the objective to that moral preference, to that prescriptive. It's not mind independent. It's just simply a prescriptive that's saying you ought to do this for what reason, so that it meets this end.
See, the mind would be independent when it comes in as far as doing it within your heart. Some people will look at it within your mind like
that is so flaky. It's not even funny.
But that's because you may not understand the Bible. Meaning, when Jesus Christ said, if you commit adultery and you lust after someone,
if it's imprinted,
adultery, and you have just committed adultery, which is the moral law that was set. If I hate in my heart, I committed that moral law that you're talking about, the objective, I committed. But the independence of
so you can't hate in your heart. Your heart is a muscle that pumps blood.
He's just talking about having the emotional intent of your mind, where if you hate someone, and only Matthew really talked about this, because nothing in the Old Testament said that. Everything in the Old Testament was about doing acts. That kind of based everything on thought crime. So if you accidentally looked at somebody else's wife and said, man, I wonder what it'd be like to stick it to her, boom, you're automatically guilty of adultery. Even though you didn't commit adultery in the physical sense, your heart was in that place to where if you had the opportunity that you would.
Yeah. I get what he's saying.
In that case, that's God basically saying, I don't want you thinking those things because they can get you in trouble.
But he's trying to separate the mind from the heart.
I don't have any problem with that necessarily from the heart or the mind.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about that, then it's just simply God prefers that you not do that. And the thing is that I would really like to know that when men get a fucking boner from seeing an attractive woman that they don't know is married, is God going to freaking convict them of adultery in their heart because they thought lustful thoughts of a woman that they didn't know was married?
That still would be considered committing fornication.
How?
That's the difference. Fornication.
He didn't say anything about the fornication. It was specifically about adultery. So if I accidentally think about, man, it would be really nice to take that person's car, then I've committed. Then it is about thought crime. Ultimately, anything that I think of, any weird thought that comes into my head to where I go, man, I really wish I had that guy's shit, then I'm guilty of covetousness.
It will fall under fornication. It's just like if I sleep with someone that I'm thinking that is not married, or if I'm sleeping with someone that is not married and we're not married, that would be considered fornication.
Yeah, that standard is impossible.
So that same standard that you're talking about, as far
that
as
standard is impossible.
It would be considered fornication.
People do that. So he's basically talking about constantly performing a mental work in order to maintain your salvific position and to be in God's good grace. Don't think that. Don't think that. Don't feel that way. Don't you dare have a boner if you see that woman.
I think you're gaslighting it where it's not there. You're gaslighting it. I'm
not gaslighting it. That's not gaslighting it. I'm criticizing it because it seems like it would be basically faith based on works. It's a mental exercise to constantly keep yourself in the good graces of God. It doesn't matter if you're committing sins or not in the flesh. You're constantly having to struggle in your mind about whether or not you are going to offend God and you are going to lose your position in heaven.
And you can't control that. You can control.
But Jesus just asked in Matthew. He asked you to do that.
Right, and you can control that because Paul goes into it when it comes to fighting against your flesh. And if you read the book of the Shepherd of Hermas, it tells you and shows you how to.
But when Paul wrote that before Matthew.
Paul wrote.
The letters from Paul came before the Gospels.
Okay, I'm not going to get into who wrote this because that's
Paul would not have had a reference.
What part of history?
Paul would not have had a reference to Matthew at the time that Paul wrote that letter.
It doesn't matter if Paul had a reference to Matthew because the Holy Spirit in Paul, in Matthew, in Luke is the one that got him to write. So it doesn't matter if he had to talk or whatever. Who came first? Who came second? That has no point when it comes to what is being written by the Holy Spirit within all of them.
Paul also said that basically you should get married so that you can get your fuck on without getting in trouble.
He said what?
Paul also said that you should get married so that you can get your fuck on without getting in trouble with other people.
Yes, if you're unable to
control the lust,
control yourself. He said it's best to get married, but to reach. He says, especially as far as what he followed and what he was doing, not to be married because you will have to attend to your wife. You have to do husband duties. But if you are in the soldier as he walked, it'd be best not to because you always
have. Do you know why that Paul believed that?
Paul believed what?
Do you know why Paul was telling people that?
As far as what? Not getting married?
Paul believed that Jesus was coming at their time.
Well, I mean, if you believe that, I'm not here to argue with as far as what people think.
But biblically, he thought that Jesus was coming very soon. He thought that Jesus was coming during their time, during their generation. That's why he was saying stuff about don't buck against the authorities. Don't just basically go along. Don't worry about getting married. But if you have to get married, go ahead and get married. For Paul, everything was coming to an end very soon. Jesus was coming back.
In the Bible that Paul, where does that, as far as, even though Paul thought that,
because it wasn't a long term.
Paul thought that. Let's just say Paul. Let's go with your argument that Paul thought that because Jesus Christ was going to come in. That doesn't mean that words that the Holy Spirit gave to him to speak dies. It still carries on. Even if it
wasn't meant to carry on. It wasn't meant to carry on to the church believers to today.
No. Okay, show me that it doesn't, because Jesus Christ said, "My words never die. Heaven and earth can pass, but my words will never die." So show me that it just meant for when Jesus to come. It doesn't say that anywhere in the Bible.
But those words would die, because if we all become regenerated, then we don't have to worry about any of those instructions anymore. So those words would be a moot point.
The reason why the words would not.
Are we going to struggle? Tell me something. When we become regenerated in the Holy Spirit, when Jesus comes back and we're all made in His image and whatever, and we're all resurrected and blah blah blah. Anybody who's accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, will they ever have to struggle with thinking of adultery? Will they ever have to think about thinking about fornication or murder or hate or anything like that?
Well, I would say they were probably still struggling.
You think people remade in the body of Christ are going to have problems with thinking of fornication, adultery?
First of all, I'm going to go by biblical and what I read. The angels had struggled when they was looking at the women.
So there's no improvement.
So they had struggled. So I'm just going by different things that happen. Remember, angels was kicked out of heaven. They had wars. The angels was kicked out. So I don't know as far as what they did. So, and plus, Jesus Christ said,
That's the angels having wars. That's all post-biblical.
Hold up, brother Jay. I'm not done. Jesus Christ said, my Father's house has many mansions. If it was not so, I would not have told you. So it could be many places up in heaven that you must go to, that people go to. And
I prepare for you a place in my Father's house.
And he also said, my Father's house has many mansions.
No, it has many rooms.
Many mansions. Oh, okay.
The Greek room is abode. It's not a mansion.
Okay, so show me in the Bible. Wait a minute. Show me in the Bible that you're supposed to go by Greek or Hebrew to establish authority.
I don't care about the authority. I'm going by the fact that the Greek word, the mansion thing that gets stressed is basically King James, and it was stressed for basically proper.
Okay, but let's not go back with the Greek. Do you know Geese or Coptic? Exactly, you don't. So those words, those languages are just as old as what you say, Greek.
Yeah, and based on the skull, and based on the recent,
let's not go.
You already went there. You already went there. Let me get this point out. And based on the recent scholarship, the term mansion is not a correct term. Nobody's getting that whole thing about mansions. That worked great for fucking ministers who were doing the whole prosperity shtick. Okay, you can give up all of your stuff. You can give us your money, and don't worry about this life. You're going to have a mansion above. That's not even what it remotely says in John 14.
That's not what it means. That's your interpretation.
No, I said it was. I said it was used.
Hold on.
I said it was used.
It's just because you still.
I said it was used.
Okay, but
the translation. Listen, the translation of mansion.
You still haven't established the point as far as why are we using Greek when there's nothing in the Bible that says we should use Greek or Hebrew to establish authority than what it is as far as linguistic in the Bible. So let's not go to Greek, Hebrew, or
because
any other thing.
Why would a book say you must read this in the language it's written in and nothing else? It was in that language. Why would you say, oh, by the way, this book that's written in English, you should read it in English?
It was not written just in Greek. It was written in Coptic. It was written in Geese. It was also written in the Chinese language, the older Chinese language. So let's not, come on now.
It was written.
It was also
originally
written.
A lot of that.
It was also written.
Sorry, did you just say Chinese? The Bible was written in Chinese.
No, it was written in the old Chinese language. It was written in the old Chinese language that they had the Bible before the Europeans came over there. So let's stop. Let's stop with that written in its own language. It's written in MIDI language.
I'm talking about the original. The original manuscripts were
I don't know what you're
those
talking
were
about,
written were written in Koine Greek and Aramaic.
No, it was not. The original language was not just written in Greek. Geese is just as much as long. It was written. Geese is the oldest language, the oldest Bible where it's written. That's the oldest Bible. The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest. They had it before the Greeks.
That is true. The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible.
You're talking about a thing,
but that
you're talking
letter,
about a thing that was established well after the books that make it up.
But the letter.
Have you been into an Ethiopian library? Have you been?
Eric, the Bible that was assembled is not the same thing as the individual letter itself. The letter was written in Koine Greek.
No, that's what's not.
When they were assembled into a Bible, then they would be translated into something universal. But that letter was in Koine Greek.
No, Greek was not the only one. You need to stop listening to just scholars, especially the Western scholars, because they're not the only
there
one.
it is.
I'm saying you cannot go and say what the Europeans just because they had it within their language, that just is universal for all other language.
You
That is
said the
not
Greeks were
true.
the European.
First
I'm
of
not.
all,
I'm not appealing.
First of all,
Dude, I am not appealing to
Hang
anything
on.
about the ethnicity of Europeans. I am telling you what I understand, that original letter from Paul, from the original letter, was written in Koine Greek. That's where they translated it from. And the word that was used was not mansion. It just meant an abode or a room or a dwelling, not a mansion. That's it.
That's
I'm done.
Yeah, you should be, because you're saying things that is not
I would like
as far
to
as
establish that
Oh
a
my
mansion.
God, you guys get so
Hold on.
you and Power get so
Von
hung up.
Erich was wrong about
Jay, you
everything
came up
he
here very
said.
hot. Okay, and I can appreciate that you're passionate, but I want to apologize because I became very passionate towards you, and so I've kind of cooled down a little bit here, because ultimately, you know, the arguments or the conversations, however they go, ultimately, I've said it many, many times that I can be right all day long, but if not at peace, I'm not right. I'm wrong. So just want to establish a little bit of peace here.
Holy, I'm
yes, you
amazed
are
by
right.
where that was even going, because I was hearing a bunch of stuff that was basically extremely just contradictory to anything I had heard from any Bible scholars that I've listened to about the actual letter of Paul.
Okay.
Well, in that case, that was John.
Each
That was
individual
John
book,
14:2.
each individual book of the Bible is either written in Greek, Aramaic, or Hebrew. Those are the only three. The original book.
That's the only three that you know
and
that was told to you.
That is the only three.
You have not been to every library or every culture within this
Eric,
world.
Von,
So you cannot say you're not going to
Eric. I'm not.
Let me finish.
Quiet him for just a second.
Let me
Can you
finish.
quiet him for just a second?
Let me finish. You're not going to go.
You're reiterating a point.
You're not going to go until you just named three things that you was told or you was taught. I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is you cannot say other cultures and other places where the Bible was written, particularly Ethiopian.
The Bible wasn't written all at once, dude.
I'm talking about the letters. I'm talking about the letters too. Even
the
when
letters were written,
the
letters were written originally. If they were assembled and translated into some language for an Ethiopian Bible or a Chinese, some kind of a Chinese Bible of those letters, then I understand they would have been taken from the Greek. They would have been translated into something else. They could be translated into something else and then assembled, just like our English translations today. All my point was the when scholars and the people that actually work on the scholarship, they go from the original sources. They're going from those three things, from what the original source was written in, the original language source. I'm not disputing the fact that there could be libraries with Ethiopian Bibles. In fact, I can go to Bible Hub and I can actually reference the Ethiopian Bible right on Bible Gateway and through Bible Hub. That wasn't my point.
So when it comes to translations, I'm going to go ahead and follow kind of what DDoc usually says, that any translation you want to present me is fine. Ultimately, really the best translator is the Blue Letter. I like that he uses that. And it does mention that it's like a staying, abiding, dwelling, abode, to make an abode, the metaph of God, the Holy Spirit indwelling believers. So you are correct in that it is an abode. But the thing about an abode, right? An abode can be all sorts of sizes. It can be a room, it could be a mansion, it could be a tiny little house. It doesn't matter. It's still an abode. It's still a mansion. A tiny little house could be a mansion to me. So
yeah, I don't even know where that was going, other than the fact that he seemed, because it was based on something that I said from Paul, that basically based on the writings of Paul basically held to this idea that everything was coming back. Jesus's coming was coming during their time, during their generation.
But I'm talking about, as far as what you just said, the letter, as far as what it was originally, you're saying that was Greek, the letter. And I'm telling you,
specifically
that which they found in Greek the Paul's letter, it was already done in the other language. That what you found, what you said they found, it was already written. That was a copy. What you said that they found, that was a copy. That didn't come from Paul's actual hands. And
Well, we
that
don't
what
know.
was found was written somewhere else. Particularly, I'm just giving Ethiopia. I'm not going over as far as the other countries, India, China. I'm not even going over there, which I can go over there. Matter of fact, you can go into the library of England and look at manuscripts and look at letters. The same year when you saying that they found that letter of Paul, the England Library, matter of fact, which is the DuPont of spiritual letters that they have from all over the world.
Paul wrote all of his letters in Greek.
But the ones that you said that he found, just say Paul wrote it in Greek. The ones that you said that, particularly that you said that they found, was a copy.
The original manuscript
Paul,
that they have, I get that. You're gonna have to show where the other copies were necessarily written in some other language.
So in regards
based on what I find on Google, they were written in Greek.
So Jay, so in regards to the idea that Paul believed that the end was coming in his lifetime, I don't know of that. So if you could present me with a scripture where that actually says that he expected the end to come, because from what I understand, Jesus even said that no man knows the end. So I don't believe that he expected the end to come.
Exactly. That's true about that. Not at that time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. I know there's several. My brother has a source from a theologian from Harvard. She talked about that because it was also about whether or not there's the pastoral epistles and whether or not most scholars don't believe that the pastoral epistles were written by Paul.
Are the pastoral epistles within the bound of the 66 canon?
Yep. It's Titus. Which ones were they?
You had what, Titus? Yeah, what's with Galatians?
First and Second Timothy and Titus.
Okay.
Because he basically it goes into stuff about establishing the church, and Paul's letters, the other ones, do not go into establishing a church. It goes to establishing like rules for like basically people when they come together and they're doing that. But the pastoral epistles go into establishing something that was far beyond what Paul was expecting.
Yeah, but does it say in there that he thought that Jesus was coming within that generation?
Yeah, he thought that he was coming soon. Yeah.
Does it say that in there? In 1 Timothy?
No, it's what I have to go and find the source again. It's basically what's being extrapolated from Paul, from the letters that they believe are actually all consistent with that particular author, Paul.
Oh, okay. So it's
because what is said in those letters does not necessarily match up to what is being said in the pastoral epistles, because the pastoral epistles are talking about, it's talking about establishing deacons and all this kind of stuff and establishing these churches. And this is going to be a long we're all going to basically hunker down and it's going to be a long, long time. Paul did not, he thought that was coming quick.
And I think it all probably came from where Jesus says that not all of you will see death before I come back, basically. So within that generation, Jesus himself said that he would return within that generation. That's probably where Paul
I can find.
Is this a commentary, Jay, that you're speaking of that from these pastoral letters, or is this a consistency that what Paul was doing as far as?
Yeah, it's a consensus amongst many theologians and historians that that biblical scholars especially in the fact that Paul is not so when it comes to the the pastoral epistles, they are definitely not. They are like that is not the same author as the other ones. So.
Right. Well, yeah, I did hear that. I've heard that argument like that. Yeah. Yeah, I heard a lot of it's like yeah, I've heard that argument.
There's some good videos from Dan McClellan about that.
Yeah, I've seen his argument. But I see a lot of other people make that argument too.
And in regards to the claim about the generation, so that generation, there's a few different views on that as to what that generation was. Personally, what I believe is that it has to do with linguistics, and that because they were going to receive the Holy Spirit, that would allow them to be able to speak at Pentecost in reference to that, right? Not just that, but also other things. So this goes back to my personal belief, which I do believe that language is directed. It's the word, right? Jesus was the word, right? So it's a continued theme throughout the Bible, and you can see it.
But it's not but you're appealing to univocality, and most scholars do not agree that there's univocality throughout the Bible. You have to take those texts independently.
Highly uneducated man. Yes, I understand that.
Scholars are highly uneducated men.
Wait a minute. So independent. When you say independent of what? Independent of what?
Right. So
they're their own. So some of them, they're their own narratives, or some of them are. There's possibility that some of their narratives are adopted, or they adopted narratives from other writings that were written within the time frame of those particular writings. But a lot of people make the mistake, especially when it comes to because it's not more of a dogmatic position where they try to apply that the Bible, that all 66 books as a collection have some univocal narrative, some ultimate, basically works like a saga, and that's not the case at all.
Okay. Well, I would actually present to you a valid argument that it is. The Hebrew language was actually given the first language that was actually using letter symbols, that wasn't using pictographs, hieroglyphics, that was given on what was referred to as the tablets, right? And that, of course, would be given as the law.
They already had that in Sumeria. They weren't using, some of those languages weren't using pictographic forms. The law of Hammurabi was written in not in pictographic form, and it was long before the Bible.
But
long
they were
before
using
the Old Testament.
But they were using pictographs in Samaria, right?
They used both,
right?
But we have writings. They have writings that date older than the Old Testament writings.
Right. Letter symbols.
They have established.
He's right about that. You're right about that, Jay. They did have
exclusively letter symbols, no pictographs.
Yes, it's called cuneiform.
Exclusively letter.
Yes. A phonetic alphabet.
Oh yeah, Theo, where did you say that I was wrong on everything I said? What's your source?
I'd have to go back into what that was referencing.
Yeah, please do.
Because I do know what you're talking about, but I can't remember what it was about at the time.
It was about the language in which Paul's letters were written in. That's what it was.
Oh no! You were wrong when you claimed that that Bible that you were talking about was the first one. It's not even close, man. There's another one that they have that is from the 400 CE.
Which one? Which Bible?
Just give me a second. Scrolling up to find my info.
Is that the one for Egypt? I think it's
the oldest text of the entire Christian Bible, including the New Testament, is the Codex Sinaiticus, dating from the 4th century CE, which, with its Old Testament and a copy of a Greek translation known as the Septuagint, the oldest extant manuscripts of the vocalized Masoretic text date to the 9th century CE. The Ethiopian text, if from memory serves me, was 1200 CE, 300 years after the one that this one's talking about. and then even further after the 4th century one.
300 years after okay, if you want to say that, but if you talk to anyone, and I'm not just talking about Ethiopian, if you go to this is a guy, matter of fact, he's on YouTube. He's a Chinese pastor, and he goes and he's a historian. He has the book as far as the Bible in their language, in the language of theirs. They may say that is what you just pulled up, even the Ethiopian. My point is, even what Jay brought up as far as what they found, that the letters, that's a copy. It was written in other languages.
Okay,
Even the other language, we can go back and forth and say, it depends on consensus of what historian you believe. I could pull up a historian who's
No, you have to stop here because these pages are dated. They can actually tell the dates of the pages. This isn't like something that's up for debate, bro. This is something that is like verifiable. I'm sorry.
Cuneiform was actually used by the Sumerians of Mesopotamia, and when I said it, I said exclusively, not in with something else. The Sumerians used pictographs and cuneiform, exclusively just letter words or letter symbols for language. That comes from the Hebrew language. That was the first one.
You say the date on that Bible that you have, all the other ones didn't have dates on them. The ones over
that's not what I said. Okay, stop. That's not what I said. What I said is they date the pages. So they use different systems and different methods to find out how old the actual paper is.
Right. And I'm saying those papers that they go by, as far as those people, those historians, whatever they use, is different than what that's being done in other countries. You're going by what their laws and how they determine what's older. The other countries do not have dates. Plus, Ethiopians wrote on goat skins. How are you going to tell which ones is old?
Okay, so which are we more likely to believe here? The dates that can be verified through scientific processes, or some guys who said this goat skin is very old?
I go by the culture. Whatever culture that's in, and they say that this is just as old or older, then I'm going to believe that culture because
then you're doing history wrong, and I'm sorry. That is wrong.
That's how you was taught.
I'm not a historian. I'm not a historian.
You're going by the historians, which they came up with rules and regulations to determine history. And I'm saying, okay, you could go by that.
They didn't come up with rules and regulations. That's not what I said.
No, I'm saying that. This is what I'm saying. For you to establish
fair enough.
Anything that's being done, they're going by rules and regulations to establish and determine history. And I'm saying, whatever culture someone else determined their history, I'm not going to refute them because that's their history. China?
Yeah, I'm going to deny them 100% because people lie about their history to make themselves seem better all the time.
Right.
It's very common.
So do the people that you're talking about all through history.
No, they are scientifically validating the dates through independent verification. Do you understand the difference between opinion and fact?
Right, but you just said you're not going to go by because they could be lying. They have established through their science.
No, listen again. Stop. You're doing it again. Listen to what I said. I'm not listening to people. I'm listening to independent, verifiable facts.
By science, correct?
The scientific method, yes, which eliminates human biases and lies.
Right, and I'm saying the scientific method, the scientific method that we could go.
Eric, what does it? Wait a minute. Are you trying to make the case that Paul's letter was written before the copies that we actually have? That there's the possibility that Paul wrote some of his letters not in Greek, but in other languages before it was translated to Greek. Is that your claim?
I'm saying no. My claim is the letters that you're talking about that they wrote, that they found, are copies.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that copy that you're talking about, it has already been written in other languages.
But was it okay? So what does that matter if the copy? So even if the first one was written in Koine Greek and it's a copy, is it a copy of another letter from Koine Greek? And who cares if there were other copies written after the original letter in other languages? It's still, they're still trying to go to the most recent source, which is written in Greek, or the most original.
I'm saying what you're talking about, that letter. Before then, I cannot go. It could be many things that's happening. I just know what you're bringing up as far as what it was written. It was written in other languages.
So you're saying that basically when we read mansions in King James, we can just take it as actually being mansions, because even though Greek downplays it as just a room or an abode, that may not be correct. It may have been the intent of the author to actually mean mansions, but somebody wrote a copy in Greek and downplayed it to just simply rooms.
No, I'm saying as far as what you're saying, when you say an abode or whatever it is, that's fine. I'm saying if it's written in other language, amen.
By the way, just so you know too, Strong's definition in the Blue Letter Bible, it says mansion. Strong's definition in the Blue Letter Bible.
And I think that what you say as far as how the abode, as far as how it is in Greek, is probably equivalent in what it says in the other language, mansion.
I don't know how you get mansions. I don't know how from the translation, if it says I prepare a place for you in my Father's house or a room, there are many rooms, and how you get mansions. How you get mansions from being inside the Father's house seems a little ridiculous to me.
What was their terminology when they say room? What was there? Is room can room be an apartment? Could it be a studio? Could it be a loft? So what was their understanding?
In my Father's house, there are many dwelling places. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you?
Mm-hmm.
That does not, in the NRSVUE edition, it says nothing about mansions. It talks about many dwelling places within a father's house. So in the context of it, it seems kind of ridiculous to use the term mansion, since a mansion is normally an independent home, not a room or a dwelling place within a house.
Well, that's subjective. That I mean, I ain't gonna get into try to change or that's subjective, because room is out the question too. Then dwellings, it could be a room, it could be a mansion, it could be a house, it could be a studio.
But it doesn't use. But there are many. It's in my, listen to the context. In my Father's house, there are many dwelling places. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? So I'm not sure exactly why mansions even needs to be used when it's referring to my Father's house, singular, and there are many dwelling places.
The reason why it could be mansion, because the Father's house, how huge it could be. Have you been in heaven?
You wouldn't have mansions in a mansion. That's like saying mansions within a mansion.
The Father's house is a mansion of a building. You talk about the Father's house, a mansion of a building. We're talking about up in heaven.
What mansion of what is a mansion of a building?
You saying that Father's house, right, is saying a mansion, and he wouldn't say a mansion inside of a mansion.
It doesn't, contextually, it doesn't make sense to have a mansion inside of another mansion.
No, it means contextually a mansion
or in a house
inside of heaven. House is his heaven is his house. Everything that is created is his house. So it would make sense if someone say mansion, because heaven is his house. Just like if earth was his house, we have mansions here on earth. That's considered his house too.
I think that's just quibbling over a detail, though.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're
And
saying.
like I said, my other thing is that a lot of prosperity ministers tried to use that as ways of getting money from people because, oh yeah, don't worry about it, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that what you're saying on that, they taking the word to manipulate. And I can believe that. Yeah, false prophet, I guess you could say, or false teacher, or yeah, I could believe that. But it doesn't take away from as far as the glory of God on God's way. You're talking about preachers that's away from the gospel. What about God? They have that's their interpretation. What about the holy interpretation? That's what I'm saying. I'm not disputing of what you're saying and what people do to the word of God and use it to accomplish their worldly agenda. I'm definitely not disputing that.
Yeah, in the Strong's Concordance, the definition is an abiding or an abode, but its usage has been used for lodging, dwelling place, room, abode, or mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, D-Dog, what's up, man? Made it to the...
We
Peace
kept
and
the place
respect, everybody.
clean.
Good morning. You guys surprised me. You're still at this.
We kept the place clean. I promise, Dad.
No, it's fine. I'm glad your friends were over. It seems you guys had a good time. I'm happy for you. Socializing is important for teenagers.
We didn't eat all the food.
Well, that's a shame.
The only cool thing about having you here, Richard, is as a dad, you're okay with me smoking.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just wondering.
Anyway.
I was wondering who's going to refill the coffers.
All right, Richard. We need you to set up in a debate against Power and Mark Reed about.
I'm telling you, dude, let that go. That just sounds like YouTube poison, man. Talking about Disney bucks? Are you out of your mind?
And unfortunately, Jay, often YouTube poison is YouTube gold. So
right.
Yeah, I know. I've watched drag stuff on Rev and Shannon. Ugh.
I think that you
should. I just have to remind you of their existence.
But I don't think he was. I just think it should be I think it should be a debate on that. And
on what? On what?
As far as I think it was the corporation, as far as how nations are looked at or set up as a corporation. I think that was just a small part as far as the Disney dollar. And things
right.
Like that.
Right. Yeah. The bigger question was, and I pretty much presented a posit. It's not even a question. I presented the posit that the U.S. is actually a corporation on the bigger, grander scale of the world economic, or
that doesn't make any sense, because technically, if we were a corporation, even if we were an LLC, we wouldn't be found blamed. We could actually fall back on our LCC licensing for blame for liability.
Yeah, I did admit that I was wrong, using the wrong terminology, and I did look it up. That technically it's an organization, so I did use the wrong terminology, and I admitted it at the time. That I'm like, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology.
I haven't gone back and watched the show, and I was asleep. So my first impression on this, that at first blush, is I couldn't care less.
But you know what? That sounds like a modern day debate kind of debate.
Does.
You should propose it to him.
Well, Mark said yes. Mark said yes.
Yeah, but
and I'm not opposed to it either.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm trying to get you guys to talk about, like, I want to hear people talk about Bible-y stuff. Like when we're talking about the words mansion versus house and etc., we're talking about New Testament. When we're talking about New Testament, we're talking about Greek. Now, Greek is a very clean and understandable language. that's all fine. But the Greek is referring back to early Christianity. That's what it's writing about, which means it's not even writing about its own religion. So really, if you're going to have a discussion on words like that in the New Testament, you really need to look at, I don't know, the Ebionites, the Essenes, et cetera, early Christians, and what they would have meant by such a thing.
Right. That's the
the Greeks are relevant.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Greeks would be.
You guys do understand.
That was my argument.
But Von Erich, you do understand that Richard's particular position on the Bible is that it's all foretelling, except for like Genesis 1. Am I correct, Richard?
Yeah, 6 days of creation are obviously past. All the rest of it's predictive.
Yeah.
Just put it up.
I just said it in my head.
Oops. So just think about that before you get into a conversation with Richard on the Bible. Richard's take on the Bible is that the 99% of it is a foretelling.
Yeah, for instance, it's obviously true right now. We don't know the whole truth of anything, including a full understanding of all of what is good and all of what is evil. We still debate these things, what is good and evil. We obviously don't know, right? We obviously also don't have eternal life. So in the storytelling of Adam and Eve ascending out of the garden, a lot of people like to say kicked out. I think that's goofy, but anyway, in that story, they're offered eternal life and have the full knowledge of good and evil. I know when that happens. It happens at the end of the story. So that's a summation right there, talking about mankind ascending off of the planet. So that obviously hasn't happened. We're sitting here talking about it. Even Adam and Eve leaving the garden hasn't happened.
Well, I believe it as far as, I believe the foretelling and a lot of things that hasn't happened and things that has happened. But I also believe that what it says, he who's led by the Spirit searches for all things. And I believe the answers is there. It depends
I believe so too, yeah.
Depends on your way of searching and how you go about searching to get that answer. Jesus Christ.
Go
ahead.
The problem is, as Paul says to Timothy, properly dividing the word. That's the rub right there.
True. So I have a question in regards to that. A couple actually. In regards to that, if that is the case, that it's a foretelling, then what's the over-under that the entire history isn't something that hasn't happened yet? And how would that theology of the Bible work with the genealogy, even if it's not? How does that work with the genealogy and the archaeology, both kind of showing that it has happened already?
Okay, so that's a lot. As far as the genealogy is concerned, I have troubled myself to do a couple of the genealogies. You know, the begats, the most boring, who the hell's going to read that twice, kind of part of the Bible. And I find that the Hebrew names there are actually sentence fragments. And the sentence fragments are, having continuous ideas, form sentences, paragraphs, and stories. So my choice there, if you think about it, I would invite you to, is either 100% of the Hebrew people in succession for several generations, sometimes many, many generations, they properly prayed and named the child according to what God told them to, and those sets of names create a story. Oh wait, having a male-born child first, and nobody ever said, nope, I'm not doing that silly shit. So that the chances of that versus it just being a story that never got translated, I think it's evident it's a story that never got translated, and we mistakenly take them for names they weren't intended to be.
I can see that. I actually do know that the quote unquote etymology of the name really does suggest that very thing. But again, okay, and like you said, it's a lot. What's the over under that none of the history has happened at all yet, and that the archaeology, even though it might look like it has, isn't quite accurate to the truth? I mean,
that
just
part's
kind of
very interesting too. Yeah, that's super interesting too. Okay, so this is why I claim that all ancient religions, including Christianity, started out as okay. This is a complex term that I made up to fit this reading frame. Cryptic prophetic animism. Cryptic. It's spoken in poetry and magic and stuff and war rhetoric. Prophetic, that it's about the future, and animism, using natural surroundings to tell a greater story. Like the Native American people I've met, they don't really think that owls are wise. They don't. They separate the religion from the reality. But still, an owl is a great way to say wisdom because it's got big eyes. And so you can say, oh, it sees well. That's not necessarily true, but it's got big eyeballs, right? And it can turn its head all the way around. So it's to them, it's the eyeballs all the way around the head, something like that, which you may recognize from ancient Mesopotamia.
Yeah, so
yeah, I can see understanding in that.
I am following what you're saying. So the history is true and real. It's the story that hasn't happened yet.
Correct. But they used real history, and sometimes they just made stuff up. That's why you can't find everything that's in the Bible. Sometimes they just made things up whole cloth because they didn't have a real world comparative, but they were still using the same story form and matrix in order to tell that story. The matrix was consistent.
See, that's something that made things up. I know people do that, but then I think people that doesn't make things up. I just think we may not know. We don't have enough information to know for sure, but to apply, they made things up.
Okay, Von Erich. I mean, that's a fair argument. So let's consider that for a moment. Let's let me do this in a comparative story. You live in a neighborhood. You have neighbors. I say to you, I hate you. You're a godless man, and you have godless neighbors. And I'm killing the neighbor to your east tonight. And I say I'm going to go and I'm going to kill him. And then the next day I say I went and I killed him. Well, that's going to work okay for you till you walk out in the morning and here there he is picking up his newspaper. That's only going to last so long if I don't actually do it. See, the Jews were neighbors with I don't know, name whichever group you're talking about, especially anyone in the Bible where it says they were completely wiped out. They simply weren't. In fact, the Jews are aware that they did not even so much as decimate those peoples. They were trading with them. They were essentially neighbors. They know they didn't kill them. So, me an ocean away and 2,000 years later, it's easy for me to say, oh, yep, the Jews went and killed all the Amorites. No, they didn't. And the Jews know it.
Well, yeah, but then it goes back to, okay, when it says wiped out, what does that actually mean? Wiped out of the people that was the sinners.
That's why I said they didn't even so much as decimate. They never even took a tenth. It just didn't happen.
Okay, but we applying, but we automatically assume when it says wiped out, that means all.
Well, I tell you what, if a person takes the literal reading of the Bible instead of what I'm recommending, and the Bible says go and kill all of them, and then the Bible says more than once go and kill all of them, right? And in this one case, it says, oh, you saved some and you're going to get punished. And in this other case, it says, good job, you killed all of them. Well, then those people shouldn't survive. They shouldn't be there. But what we find out is that those communities, those tribes, were never severely affected. They don't have that in their history. They're not even enemies of the Jews.
Mm-hmm. I just look for consistency what God does. He didn't wipe out everybody with Noah. He had Noah. when he told the Jews that he was going to wipe them out. Many of them went into other countries, and they wasn't all wiped out, even within the country that was there. So I look,
yeah, you're obviously right.
Yeah. So I look for consistency as far as what God is, or how His word is, and what He does. But
what if it's not what he means at all? What if the Bible is a spiritual book about spiritual things? It's not talking about physical violence whatsoever, and that's why the people didn't die.
I believe that, and the physical part, though. I believe some.
Well, at some point, if you do enough research, you're going to have to choose there, Von Erich. Now, a lot of people do that kind of research, like Dr. Bowen, and they lose their faith because their faith was dependent upon it being historically accurate. And I recommend against that kind of thought process, because if you do enough historical records checking, you're going to lose your faith. And that's not a good thing.
If you do what?
If you look into the history enough, you're going to lose your faith. And I'm not joking. It's a horrible position.
Yeah, I see. Well, yeah.
And I don't want people to lose their faith. I am for positive faith in people's lives. I'm for it. But I'm telling you, man, if your faith is dependent on the historicity of the Bible, and you do enough research, you're going to lose your faith.
Oh, if it's just focused, I see your point on that. I see your point.
However, if it is using real life and sometimes made up life to tell the story of our relationship with God and the purpose of Christ and our relationship with Christ, if that's what it's talking to us about, it doesn't need to be historically accurate to be spiritually accurate. And I think spiritually accurate is the point.
Yeah, I do that. I understand that too. But when I say physically, I'm talking about the spiritual physical part.
Okay, well, that confused me because I don't know what spiritual physical means.
No, it's when we get to when it gets to you have a spiritual, and when you said spiritual death, that means a lot. We could be alive or be spiritually dead.
Oh, sure.
So that's what I'm going into as far as when I'm saying physical. I'm applying it to the spiritual part. You have a spiritual flesh, and then you have the spirit within inside of that.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you. Okay, so it seems evident to me that there's parts of the stories that can't be true in reality historically, but they can be true, emotio spiritually, and I find them that they are true, especially if you look at things like the Sermon on the Mount, or if you look at Proverbs, and any number of things, going all the way back to the Old Testament. Like most people, they talk about the text as it's translated. They don't get much into the deeper meanings of the words and the etymology of the word. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you had something, Vaughn. Okay. They don't get into the etymology. What's that?
No, I didn't have nothing to say. I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. So they don't go and look into what these things, the deeper meanings of these words, and it's like saying, okay, I'll start off with Barashit versus Oz. In the Hebrew language, Oz is a word that means the beginning of a time or a thing or an event, right? Whereas Barashit means the most important thing that rattles your brain. Well, the Bible starts off with Bereshit, not Oz. So it's not talking about the beginning of the thing. It's talking about the thing that rattles your brain, the most important thing, the capital thing, the chief thing. It doesn't mean in the beginning. As soon as we read it in the English, and we read it, and in the beginning God created it, you're already wrong. That's not what it's talking about. What it's really saying is, the thing that's rattling your brain the most, the thing that's really puzzling you, is what we're about to address. And then it does. And if you think about it, one of the main 3 questions, maybe 4 questions that people ask is, how did we get here? Well, that's what it describes. It's one of the great existential questions. So it's not in the beginning of the planet. It's actually the most important thing that's rattling your brain.
I see both.
Well,
it's hard to sometimes just.
But just recognize or deny whether or not there's 2 Hebrew words, oz and barashit, and that there is a difference, and that they, unless we say they accidentally used barashit, and that it has deeper meaning than just the beginning of a thing, and that there is a simpler word that was available and they could have used, meaning the beginning, but it's not used. I mean, just confirm or deny the idea of it.
Well, if you put it against even, I think even if you put that and put it with the numbers of etymology, it would say they would talk about the beginning, and put each number to each letter. It still would talk about the beginning. But I see what you're saying. I believe that too, though.
If you look at the Hebrew letters and their intrinsic meanings, because they are pictographs, they do refer to something else. You're not going to come up with the beginning. You're going to come up with something more like, you're going to come up more with like being on a travel, turning your head. And the idea of like a repentance or changing of the mind is what you're going to end up closer to than if you, because the word oz is, or os is the beginning.
Yeah. What about the numbers when you have to put each number under the letter?
Well, I don't, because math describes reality and you can use mathematics to describe any reality. I don't do manipulations of maths, because you can literally, math is designed to be manipulated to describe anything. So it's a pointless exercise in my mind.
Yeah, well, I see. I only think I'm asked because people do use that, especially within the rabbis. They
well, yeah, I know, but I think
it's coming up with an interpretation. Now, I understand that you don't believe in it. That's fine.
Well, no, wait, but there is some value to that if you're very, very strict about it. Like, for instance, to the Hebrew, the number 7 means perfection. That's a social tradition, right? And if you have it repeated, it's really, really, really perfect. Let's see, I use the word really instead of saying 777, right? So, but that means the same thing. And if you stay with just that and you don't start going and 7 times this divided by that, is because you're just making it whatever you want as soon as you start doing that stuff, right? So when there's a person in the Bible and their age was 777, what that means is the person was really, really, really perfect. That's what that means. And that should be taken into consideration in the story. Like if someone's age is 365, and there's one of those, they're trying to say something there. But you can't start multiplying and dividing, adding and subtracting. As soon as you start doing that kind of thing, you're making it whatever you want it to. Like, what makes a person choose addition over subtraction when 2 numbers are just sitting side by side? Or multiplication. What made them choose multiplication?
I perfectly see your understanding in that, but that's done just not in multiplication. It's just done when it comes to interpretation. Just like you said, it does not mean this. Some people believe it does mean that. And I think that's where things get called confusions. When we say,
I agree.
This is not it. And we see that in all religion. Oh, this is, you did it wrong. It's out of context. You didn't put it in the right etymology. What? It makes things in hooray and cause confusions and, well, division, which is good. To some people is good. But
well, when I take a heavenly perspective, looking down at the earth, all of the earth belongs to the heavens. All of the people of the earth belongs to the heavens. And any kind of prejudice is a bad idea that we're employing out of fear and trying to survive.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's true. see. Yeah. No, but you said brain shifting of. Is that what you said? Shifting of the brain, or shaking of the brain?
It's like shaking your head. It's actually like someone grabbing hold of your head and shaking it for you.
Now, is this what God did, or this is the action that you're describing? What's going on?
The word there, bereshit. I mean, I could show it to you, or you could look it up, or whatever. I mean,
what you say. I'm just trying to get your.
It's deeper than just beginning. It's actually capital thing, and also like the capital of a pillar, right? The top thing, and also the head, like the head of a person,
right?
And it refers to something shaking the capital or head. So it's like
physical. It's what you're describing, physical or spiritual.
Yeah, well, it's a physical thing with spiritual implications. It's just like the word walk in well, it turns out to be walk in English. The Hebrew equivalent of that is to stretch the pudenda, the taint, the very, very bottom of your body between your legs.
I love
It
when
means
you
to.
talk about that stuff, Richard. Sorry.
But in order to stretch it, you'd have to move your legs. You see. So there's like implications to the literal, but it's a literal description, but there's implications.
Can you go into? That's my last question I've been asked. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
So I really prefer the word first in that, because when it comes to however you want to say it, shaking of the head or chief, beginning, when you say the word first, you really point out that is like there's nothing before that other than the place that it comes from, like, because that's got to, it's an action that's happening, but an action has to come from something. I like that that word in that instance.
Okay, so it's actually in and the don't exist. All right, there is no in the. That's just trying to doing their best to make it English. I'm not picking on them. They're doing their best. So it's actually Rashid, right? And it's the same as 72:18 Rosh, meaning to shake. Okay, so it means to shake the head. That's what it means, and there's the end of the root of it, Rosh. So, and then we go to the derivative word. It's the primary. You can say the first, but it leaves out the idea of the shaking. I mean, I can see where you can get Reshit as the first, but
not the first, but just first. So
okay, yes, fine. So, but in what way first? Because something could be first by being in the back.
But leaving out that it is origin, that can be problematic, is what I'm saying.
Well, it goes on to describe that it's origin, which is why they translated it the way that they did, as in the beginning. That's why they translated it that way, is because what it gets into in the days of creation. That's reckonable, okay? But what I'm saying is they were kind of at a loss, and without the etymology of the word, they just translated the first layer of it, first or beginning, right? But they leave out that it has a deeper meaning, a root word. That's why it says from the same as, from, meaning it was derived from, meaning to shake. It's the part of you that's most easily turned, most shaken. You'll find this idea also in the word repentance, whether literally or figuratively. Right, so it's the idea of shaking the head, the top, the capital, the band, the beginning, the capital thing, the chapter. it's that kind of an idea. So you can say in the beginning, and I can understand where a person gets that from, but it's or in the first place or in the first thing. You could say any of that, but it's really missing the principal idea. It's like if I made the sentence at the chapter of the Post, and then I just stopped. Well, what do you mean at the chapter of the Post? What happened or what was there? You're not telling me. You see what I'm saying? It's an incomplete idea because they just did not know when they were translated. They just did not know. Maybe it was an informational problem. I mean, it's easy for me. I just go to Blue Letter Bible, for goodness sakes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm cheating here. And
yeah, I just want to know, because we was arguing about this earlier. Is that subjective or objective?
Well, from what I can understand, everything is slightly subjective because I'm using my brain to understand it. Okay, but if there is an objective thing, that's just how it is, whether I like it or not. So I think this is closer to objectivity. Like, okay, if I say head, right? I mean the lead part of the body, the part that does the steering. That's the steering system for the body, right? That's what I always mean by head. Unless I'm talking about the head of an arrow, the head of a screwdriver, etc., etc., etc. See, it doesn't have a thinking part. See, now head just means lead part. So it doesn't mean the steering system. It just means the part that's in the front. So what do I mean by head? Well, if you don't know what someone means by head, you didn't have context for that because of sentence structure. Well, you can assume what you want, but you don't really know.
So it's duality. And this is actually the part that I was trying to talk about before, but the conversation goes wild sometimes. There is both.
Actually, DeFreak, I've had several of these conversations that you recommend I should have. They're on my channel. I talk to serious scholars, and when I present these ideas to serious scholars who know the language, they say one of just a handful of things. Some of them say, oh, there's a sect of us Jews that already look at it like that. I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Some of them say, well, that's an interesting thought. I think you're wrong, but I can see how you can read that sentence that way. Right. So they don't say, oh, you're way off in left field and there's no way to read it that way. That is never the response that I get.
And you probably wouldn't, because it depends on which scholar or rabbi you're speaking to.
Well, right. But when I say scholar and rabbi, I mean that, they're actually educated. They got sheepskins on the walls. They're serious about it. They're not casual whatsoever. And they're much more educated than I am. And frankly, when this reading frame was shown to me, I wasn't trying to justify the Bible against my reality. I was just whole cloth, silver platter, given a reading frame. And the fact that it works definitionally in all of these words, and I've yet to see it fail, and I mean over the course of thousands of words, I've never seen the reading frame fail, and the word doesn't mean what I expect it will mean in a language I can't read and I don't know.
What Jill put something in the private chat.
Who?
I think that's his name, Jill.
Jill's raging. That's not Jill.
That's Jay Pasick over there, the state of affairs guy.
Oh, he put something in the private chat. Oh, is that Jill, the guy that? Oh, I don't know what I'm talking.
Everybody's changing their names, Von Erich. I'm really Brick. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but it says he put it in. He might want to read it. I I let him read. But it says when God began. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, it can't be the singular monotheistic word God because it's a Hebrew plural, Elohim, which means powerful beings, and it could be as low of a powerful being as a governor of a city. By the way, so it's not defined like that, and you need context otherwise to understand what kind of I can't believe I can't say that word right now. Elohim it is. Okay, the im right there, it means plural. There's another form, Eloach, which means a singular powerful being. If it was trying to say one and only Christian God, it would be Eloach. It wouldn't be Elohim. So it's not even trying to say that. And frankly, for some Jews who know that, it's a problem, and they have to justify it saying, "Oh, it's the seven spirits of God," and that's why it's plural. But that doesn't really make sense either, because that's saying that each one of the parts is the whole, and that gets really weird. It's a composition fallacy.
The main issue was that dogmatically some people take that as justification that God is when they're arguing that God is the maker of everything, that everything is dependent upon God. That's what it means when they'll argue from that other translation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then they went back and they're like, actually, it's more phrased as when God began to create. So whether or not you take it as a singular or a plural, it's already kind of implied in there that like the earth was already basically of a state, but it wasn't. It was there, but it was of a different condition at the time, and that whatever is being brought up in this narrative is that it's being formed by whether it's a singular deity or multiple entities or whatever. That's right. Basically what they were.
But you said everything started from. You said everything started from God. You said at the beginning.
No, yeah, they were. The point is that the translation is it's actually better translated as when God began to create the heavens and the earth.
Okay.
Because a lot of people take the translation in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and they argue that everything was basically being created by God right then and there, like God was bringing forth everything.
Right. Which
come to find out that's not what the narrative is. That's not even what they meant in the original narrative either.
Yeah, and that would be defeating of the 6 days that are about to follow that little short idea right there. It would be defeating if in the King James, yeah.
So basically, what you said, when would be the better way to put it instead of in the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. And then also it's because if you notice, it's not saying that God is God, whether again going, being charitable to Richard's position on whether that's referring to a singular or a multiple, because like in Genesis 1, it does refer to a divine council. That the earth was already there. It was a complete chaos, and it's already implying that there was something there, but it was of a different condition, and then it's being manipulated.
Right.
Jay, have you heard me argue for bara versus kata bara?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so the English term abracadabra was popularized by Harry Houdini, who was Jewish, and he was actually speaking Hebrew when he said it.
Oh,
and
half Jewish or what? I thought he was half Jewish. He was.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
He knew it. He knew enough about the language to know what abracadabra meant. That's my point.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so the bara that we find in the Bible does mean to create, but it needs more qualification because it doesn't tell you what kind of create. Okay, so it's not just to create something whole cloth. It's also to create something out of existent materials. And to say bara without saying kara is to say that I did it out of existent materials. So if in the Hebrew it was trying to say made of nothing, the idea of ex nihilo, it should have been kata bara which was available at the time. That is abara karabara. I create from just speaking or nothing, which is, it's the magical claim, which is why Harry Houdini used it. I'm making something out of nothing. It's abracadabra, right? So we don't find the qualifying term kata in the text, which should tell us that the intention of the writer was not for us to think ex nihilo creation.
I would like to know chaos. What was going on for them to put that word in there? I would like to know the details.
What was going on?
Chaos. Isn't that? Did he say chaos?
Chaos wouldn't be a vacuum, right? Because a vacuum would lack chaos. In order to have chaos, you need things, and those things need to be disorganized and unusable, right? That's what chaos means. Maybe even violent. So
right. I said, with the way it's applied, the earth was. What was the earth was complete chaos. I would like to know.
Yeah, but it was there. But it was there. He wasn't. It wasn't making it. It wasn't. God wasn't creating it from whatever. It was already there, and it's being
if you had a total vacuum, it wouldn't be a chaos. It'd be boring as hell.
So basically, the way you read that text, that chaos wasn't created.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I read it as not even addressing the topic as to where materials came from. Okay. It's just not even a topic. It's not talking about that. Like if I say I have an imaginary Lamborghini, and trust me, I don't have a Lamborghini. If I say I have an imaginary Lamborghini with imaginary gasoline in it, and it's 125 octane, it's brand new gasoline, and it has a brand new set of Pirelli tires, right? Well, that all makes sense in the imaginary world. But if I say I have an imaginary Lamborghini and it has a full tank of real gasoline, does that make sense?
Mm.
So it doesn't make sense to say like the qualifier's formless and void to a non-existent thing. That only makes sense if the thing already exists. You can't put real descriptors on a non-existent. So I think the Bible is actually being quite clear against Christian traditions that there was something already there and it was in such and such condition. And formless and void mean without area distinction and not having any life on it. So it's saying it was a wasteland, a lifeless wasteland on approach.
You know what? I think
Which we do know the earth started out as a lifeless wasteland. We know that.
I think if you read the book of Jubilee, it goes into details of what you're describing. Either the book of Jubilee or the book of Shepherd of Hermas. It goes into details of what you was just describing.
Well, that's interesting. Jubilees and Hermas.
The Shepherd of Hermas. Yeah, the Shepherd of Hermas.
The Shepherd. I'll call it the Shepherd if you like that better. Okay. Well, I haven't read those. I can't promise you I will. I don't know what time availability is going to be.
You can listen to it on YouTube too, because they got the audio on YouTube.
Oh, neat. Thanks for the tip. So, in summary, I don't think it's wise to be dependent in historicity. I think that's actually a weak position, although people try to make it a very, very strong position. I think it's just generally a bad idea. Just for the cause that we have seen so many people lose a spirit life because of the lack or the disproving of the historicity or persuasive evidence to their mind. I think it's just a bad position to be in. And I think that if a person took Paul's advice to Timothy and really went into the division of the word, what's division? Well, it's separating. Well, if I separate the words, what do I get? I get individual words. Well, if I continue that, what am I going to do with an individual word? Well, look at where it came from. It's the only thing left to do. So I think anything other than that is either confirmation bias or a lack of commitment. And if they say they have commitment, and they're not doing that, I'd say it's intellectual laziness. And that's a pretty aggressive statement for me to make, but I think that would be the case. If I say I'm a serious student, but I don't look into the etymology of the words, well, how can you say you're a serious student?
Well, I can see I can see why you apply that intellectual laziness. I guess
well, I'm good at killing my own show, aren't I? I'm trying to keep it going, but you guys are not participating.
I mean,
well, I
I'm just sitting
appreciate it,
here.
man.
I really don't have anything to say about the topic. I'm just here for moral support.
No, I
love you. How are you?
Oh, if you're asking me, I'm doing well.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
He's just
how much have you dabbled in the waterless meal experiment?
Excuse me?
The waterless.
I'm asking Midnight how much he's dabbled in or is his discipline or interest. Not having there's an older, not ancient, but older Japanese saying, Americans are fat because they drink too much water. Well, everyone knows you don't get fat from drinking water, but what we don't know about that saying is that drinking water with your food replaces saliva and allows you to eat more. And I really recommend to anyone they don't drink liquids with their meals. It's a really bad idea.
And your saliva is actually the beginning process of the digestive process.
Yeah, it
So
introduces amylase,
you're
helping
not
break down
allowing
carbs.
exactly.
Hold up.
So you're bypassing all that. You're not breaking down the fats or the carbs as easily, and
Mostly for it's
there's
mostly for the
actually a lot of
carbs.
wisdom to it.
It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why cats have a hard time with grains sometimes, because cat saliva and even dog saliva does not produce. They don't produce amylase. So breaking down carbs comes down to being by the enzymes produced by the pancreas. It actually can contribute to diabetes in cats and dogs.
Oh, so the saliva breaks down carbs. Saliva breaks down.
Yeah, amylase helps break down simple sugars and carbohydrates, so it's
okay.
easier. It's easier, or it doesn't put such a load on the liver and the
Okay.
pancreas.
Well, I have a quick question for you, Richard. How about drinking before eating?
That would be absolutely fine.
Too much. Okay.
No, that'd be but here's the problem. You drank liquids, and it replaced some of your physical food, and later you're going to go, well, actually, you're going to start justifying, going, well, actually, I drank a lot of water before I can have a little more.
But what if the liquid isn't water?
What are you voting for? Scotch?
Contains water in it, so.
What if it's milk? What if it's like a meal replacement shake?
Yes. All that has to be taken into consideration, and all of it takes a little bit of rationality and personal application. That's true.
Do those products have a form of water in it? At least a percentage?
Oh, yeah. Is there a liquid we consume which contains no water?
Well, I don't think so. When we have to monitor,
I don't think so.
When we have to monitor clients' fluid intake, essentially their water intake, it's all their drinks, which includes the shakes, the meal replacements.
Yeah, I don't think you can get
Because
away
such
with
a
water
large
being
proportion of those things
elements.
is water.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I mean, hell, you can't even get away from water being in your body, considering you're made of 70% of it.
70%.
That's what I said.
82.1. It's 82.1. Come on, guys.
Okay, the worst possible drink, the most sugar-laden, unhealthy sports drink or shake of a drink, and it's still mostly water, because all that shit is just powder otherwise.
Oh, wow.
I always like I was
I
like,
really am asking if anyone can think of something that we drink that doesn't contain water. I can't think of something.
Literally nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't think of nothing.
Think of it.
Yeah, I can't. Milkshake.
Sorry, Jay, go ahead. Jay, you had a thing. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's fine. It
would have helped the conversation move forward, so I was hoping you would do it.
Nope. It was going to be some smart ass comment that would go nowhere.
Not from you.
Does all have? I was going to say. Nah, I ain't gonna say that.
I'll answer it for you. No, oil doesn't have water in it. They actually are phobic of one another.
Okay. You said it doesn't have water in it, right?
No, oil will generally float on top of water.
Right.
Yeah, it's a oil.
You can
Oil
mix
is
them with heat,
hydrophobic.
but
It's afraid of water, so to speak, to anthropomorphize it.
Right.
Prejudice.
You are water. I am oil. We cannot mix.
Actually, alcohol is a liquid that we consume that is not technically water. Even
No,
though
that contains water, not that it is water.
Yeah, no.
No, but alcohol is a liquid that
we can consume that contains no water. It's true. Yeah, so you guys come up with two things. Actually, alcohol and oil are both things that we drink and have absolutely no water in them.
Right.
Interesting.
You can drink pure alcohol or pure oil. You can.
Why the fuck would you want to drink pure oil? I mean, pure alcohol, I get. I mean, it'll kill you.
To help with comfort during.
Okay. It honestly depends on which oil you're drinking.
Let Sammy finish. You just interrupted him again.
Oh, sorry.
It's a laxative. Like, you can use it as a laxative, basically.
I mean, at that point, I'll just drink coffee.
What, magnesium?
That really helps.
Wait, were you talking about liquid magnesium?
No, just oil in general. Like, if you drank a quart of oil, you're not going to have much trouble passing anything.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about olive oil or like shit like that, yeah. But I'm talking about like drinking black oil or fossil fuel oil. That's what I told you.
No, that will kill you.
Okay, for public service announcement, don't drink fossil fluids. Don't do it.
Hey, Sammy, over here in the States a while back, they used to have these potato chips and they were low fat and they were made, I can't remember the term that was used, but they were made with a particular kind of, it was like an oil substitute. It was something that they did to the oil. And it was funny because when you bought the chips, on the back of it, it said, "Be careful not to consume too much due to anal leakage."
What?
Not even diarrhea. Like, I was expecting.
Wow.
Yo, where was this?
Diarrhea.
You stated this. Where was this?
Anal leakage?
Years ago. It was. I can't remember
because the oil would pass through you. It would collect at the bottom at the orifice. And it would have, it wouldn't be pure clean oil anymore, and then you can't retain it. You can't keep it in you.
Let me see if I can find.
The next time I run out of coffee, I'll sorry to interrupt.
just have a swig of oil.
Yeah, because I'm gonna need to ask family members about that. Cause I'm gonna laugh if they ate them potato chips.
Wow.
Did it happen years ago?
Olestra.
It wasn't that long ago.
Olestra.
Olestra. Oh, I never.
Yeah, high oleic. Yeah, anything with high oleic fat or oleic acids in it would contribute to. They basically found a way to add a high oleic acid fat or oil because that helps to reduce cholesterol, make them lower in cholesterol. But that Olestra
increases anal leakage.
Yeah, basically just whoops.
I didn't used to stain my undies. All of a sudden, I'm staining my undies. I don't know why.
But
they
my
take it off?
cholesterol is great.
Did they? Did they take it off the shelf, or they still sell
I
it?
don't know if they did. It says it's a synthetic fat substitute. It was used in some low-fat snacks and processed foods.
Wow.
It cannot be absorbed by the body, which means it passes through the digestive system without being digested, potentially causing gastrointestinal issues such as anal leakage and loose stools.
Fun.
Wow.
And medium chain triglycerides can do the same thing. You can actually buy medium chain triglycerides, which basically just is they derive it from coconut oil, and those will go right through you.
Well, the next time you're feeling constipated, just drink oil.
Oh no, I find a good liquid version of magnesium stearate to get things going.
That's nasty.
Oh no! Oh, that's nasty. You know, like Cleveland
Magnesium
Brown.
That's nasty.
It might be magnesium stearate or citrate. I can't remember which. I think you can use both. Both are pretty decent. I think both are pretty decent laxatives.
And where do you find that in food or some type of oil or
what, magnesium?
Yeah.
Magnesium. Well, magnesium is found in a lot of stuff
salt.
naturally, but magnesium citrate is. You can buy it in supplement form. You can order it on Amazon.
Speaking of laxatives, what do you think the Bible means when it says, "And his loins were loosened"?
He uncupped his balls.
I think
it means he crapped his pants.
He was.
I mean, doesn't
horny.
loins usually refer to your dick or something? I don't know.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think of loins as like genital area.
Maybe it
so
means he urinated in his
it's
pants.
like,
Yeah.
yes.
who does that apply to? What did that apply to? Abraham? Did it apply to Abraham when that context?
And his loins were loosened. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Old
Actually-
Testament. It might have been Abraham. I can't remember which character it was.
Actually, I think you might be onto something there, Richard. The phrase "his loins were loosened" is a biblical or literary expression often used to describe a strong emotion or physical reaction, usually one of fear, shock, or extreme distress. And what can we sometimes do when we're in fear, shock, or extreme distress?
Oh, you might
Piss or
be
shit
right.
ourselves.
We piss
No.
ourselves.
I wasn't kidding. I think
Shit
that's what it
us.
means. He wet himself or he crapped his pants. One of the two.
You're right. I mean, for a book that
Gave
says
himself
that
a
a
golden
woman
shower.
carries her baby in the thigh, we can't expect it to be that anatomically correct. But I'm pretty sure you don't shit from your loins.
It says it carried the baby in.
Well, I think it meant because of the loin cloth that was used in that area.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because it would loosen it, right? You'd have the added weight. You'd have either the added fluid or the added weight from shitting yourself would loosen your loin cloth. Yeah.
Does anyone know the verse about the baby being in the thigh of the woman?
You mean the thigh of the woman? The thigh will fall off. You talking about number? You talking about the test for the unfaithful wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's always problematic. That one's a fun conversation.
It says the thigh will fall off. Oh,
yeah, some of the translations say it that her thigh will rot off or her thigh will fall away or something like that.
No. There's basically says refers to the fetus being in the thigh.
I thought it was rot. The thigh will rot or something like that. But I could be.
Yeah.
I do remember something about a thigh though. If she's to know if she's cheating or has been dishonored.
Yeah, Numbers 5:21, 22 through 27. The thigh is part of the ritual and the test of the unfaithful wife, where it said that if she is guilty, her thigh will rot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I said. A thigh will rot. But then again, when the word rot, what does that mean though? But I mean, to change color or what rock like food or
yeah,
what?
it was to her, basically it was to say that her womb would become no good. She would be incapable of not having children.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to think.
That
How
was
did
that was
that?
I think that's essentially the meaning of that particular text, is that basically if she was guilty of infidelity, then bad stuff would happen to her reproductive organs, and then if she was found blameless from the test, then she would like basically immediately conceive.
Okay.
And it's probably a case, to be generous, it's probably a case of we interpret it into modern language as thigh, but it probably just referred to maybe a general area of a body, you know, where the womb did exist. But when we translate it, after all this time, it sort of comes out like thigh, but
In a couple of the
and so I
translations,
can make fun of that and say, "Oh, the Bible says babies come from the thigh," but it could very well just be.
from bunches of the explanations I've seen, when they would say thigh, from what I was told, they actually refer to the fetus, and when they say it will rot and fall away, they're actually talking about the fetus falling out. It's just their inadequacy to explain anatomy.
Oh, so you saying the
Sorry,
fetus?
you just dropped for one word that you said they're talking about the what?
The fetus. I think you said
Ah,
fetus.
the fetus instead of thigh. Yeah,
Wait,
okay.
so you're saying babies don't come from the belly button?
No, the stalk brings them. Come on.
Yeah, see the NRSVUE has it as and the priest shall take a handful of the grain offering and its memorial portion and turn it into smoke on the altar, and afterwards shall make the woman drink the water. When he has made her drink the water, then if she has defiled herself and has been unfaithful to her husband, the water that brings the curse shall enter into her and cause bitter pain, and her womb shall discharge, her uterus drop, and the woman shall become an execration among her people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she will be immune and be able to conceive children.
Oh, it says her uterus will drop. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they have it
I
translated as
just
yeah.
say, Jesus fucking Christ, that's harsh.
Wow.
Well, it gets worse when you consider the sand they were using was guaranteed to cause an abortion. So even if they had been faithful to their husband and he'd gotten her pregnant, it would still look like she was unfaithful.
Yeah, if they actually did that particular
So
thing,
it's
and it
just
was
a
actually performed.
convenient way for a dude to get rid of his wife if he'd had enough of her.
Almost, yeah. If it was actually done, using the methods that they were doing, yeah. If a person didn't actually respond to the dust that they were pulling off that floor, because it says they take dust from the bottom of the tabernacle of the temple floor, which that's nasty because people would be doing sacrifices and stuff, so it'd have all sorts of bacteria in it, and they'd throw that in there with this epith of grain, this portion of grain and stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If she didn't respond to that, she's got a constitution like a freaking kettle.
Mm. This was done in the temple.
Yeah, it's called
Sorry.
Yeah, it's concerning an unfaithful wife. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, if a man has had intercourse with her, but it's hidden from her husband, so that she is undetected, though she has defiled herself, and there is no witness against her, since she was not caught in the act. If a spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and he shall bring the offering required for her, 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour. He shall pour no oil on it, and put no frankincense on it, and for it's a grain offering of jealousy, a grain offering of remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance. Then the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. The priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. The priest shall set the woman before the Lord, dishevel the woman's hair, and place in her hands the grain offering of remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. In his own hand the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, if you have not turned aside to uncleanliness while under your husband's authority, be immune to this water of bitterness that brings the curse. But if you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, if you have defiled yourself in some man other than your husband and has intercourse with you, let the priest make the woman take the oath and the curse, and say to the woman, the Lord makes you an execution and an oath among your people, and the Lord makes your uterus drop, your womb discharge. Now this water that brings the curse enter your bowel, and make your womb discharge, your uterus drop. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen. Then the priest shall put the curses in writing and wash them off into the water, and blah 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 blah. Yeah.
And the pressed temple floor sweepings shall not be the reason for her abortion, for it is not what you put in your mouth that will kill your unborn baby, but what comes out of it.
Okay.
Sorry, I may have just added that part, but
right.
you get the gist.
Yeah, it says, this is the law in cases of jealousy, when a wife, while under her husband's authority, goes astray and defiles herself, or when a spirit of jealousy comes on a man and he is jealous of his wife, then he shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall apply this entire law to her. The man shall be free from iniquity, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. So basically, nothing happens to the guy. It's just basically a way of satisfying his curiosity as to whether or not she's
right.
actually been faithful or not.
Yeah, to basically, to put behind the spirit of jealousy that was put upon him. So,
but you notice there isn't one for a man. There
right.
isn't one
I was that's true about that. You're not going to find that in there. If a woman, yep, you're right about that. But this does it have anything in there when he blames her for something? Does he have to do anything if she's
no, because it says he's free of iniquity. No.
Oh, he's free from okay.
Yeah, because it's just basically to satisfy his cure. It's basically to satisfy. So basically, if it turns out that she is, free of blame, basically the curse does not take hold, then she's immune, and she will conceive. She will be able to have children.
Yeah, because it's like you blaming her. That's like almost like false witness. That's what I was like. Well,
no. In this particular case, there's no bearing of false witness at all. It's just the man shall be free from iniquity, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. So so if she's found if she's found fine, she's good. If she's found bad, that's the iniquity. But either way, the man is good to go.
Right. Well, like you said, it was to satisfy his curiosity. So
yeah.
That's just, and like you said, it's nothing for the man. That's something else. But
it'd be interesting if they had one like that. If you've stuck your dick in anything else other than your wife,
right?
If you've done this, rub this on your dick, and if you have, your dick's gonna fall off.
I don't know what you heard, Jay, but men don't.
Yeah, that would be something else right there. When you have Arena Bobbitt, what was her? Didn't she do the cut?
Yeah, she cut it. But the best part about Lorena Bobbitt is like in the flurry and the panic, she sort of jumped in the car and drove off, and then realized, oh, I'm still holding his cock.
Yeah, didn't she throw it out the window or something?
Proceeded to throw it out the window.
Threw it out the window. But the thing is, the thing is, they reattached it, but the guy was still a fucking asshole. Like I did it in porn after they reattached it.
Yeah, he did a porno because it was really unique. You got to see you got to see his erect dick, his erect reattached dick in action.
Oh my god.
What was it, like Franken penis or something like that?
Pretty much.
I don't know, but
I've never seen it, but
I've always said that cutting a dude's dick off is a good punishment for many crimes. So, I mean, he paid his due, kind of thing. He had his dick cut off, for God's sake. Like, if
I
he
mean, I remember
manages to
hearing about
get it
that. When I
sewed
was,
back on and make a porn with it, like,
I remember
I'm
hearing
not
about that when I was
against that.
like 11 or something. I was like, God damn.
She didn't get no time for that?
No shit.
Yes. Yeah, she did.
Oh, she
Yeah.
did? Okay.
Oh yeah, she did.
Probably not as much as a man would, but let's be honest.
And it turned out like it wasn't like, oh, she had razor sharp scissors and oh, I slipped. It was like she had to hack at that thing, you know. So it
Anyone else
was
feeling
not
uncomfortable right now?
necessarily premeditated, but it wasn't like the crime of passion that her defense tried to claim.
I probably would have completely died.
Oh, dude, I don't know how the guy survived. Like, wouldn't you bleed out?
And then sew it back on? Oh, my goodness.
Okay, so when a person is sexually aroused, certain things change, muscles, hormones, and blood starts filling the canals in the penile member. If you're not sexually aroused, however, it's just like a cut on your arm or whatever. So you can apply direct pressure as long as you're not sexually aroused. You should be fine.
And I do imagine it would go flaccid fairly quickly, but
you think it would?
I mean, if she did manage to get it off fairly quickly, there's going to be a lot of blood loss.
I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit!
I would never
This is
expect
awful
this on your channel,
conversation,
Richard.
and I do not want to participate. I do want to bring it back to a more
conversation. It's a
appropriate
conversation.
topic.
It's a perfectly valid conversation over a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Wait. This Brick. This is starting to look like you're having some penile fear here.
No shit.
I got this visual, and
why am I already?
why
am I craving a sausage right now?
I was thinking about Kransky's myself.
Sorry, Power. I had to get it out. I had to.
Like at least when we're talking the Lords, we're just talking about a little caca, you know.
Well, we could talk about the depictions of Yahweh
the past hour. What the fuck?
And ancient Jewish
nice
texts.
Sounds nice. Cut down the middle.
So that's what right?
Hey, Brick, you're gonna have to refresh, bro. It's just too nasty of a connection.
Yeah,
Brick, you're gonna have to refresh.
Oh, you nasty! You nasty! What the fuck is going on?
You've gone soft, Brick.
Okay, Richard. I have to remind you that
Hot Dog has a nickname.
Hey, hold on. I need to remind Richard of something. YouTube will only record the recent
12
hours. Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't care about that.
Okay.
I do.
I mean, you guys will still have the conversation and enjoy it in the moment, and whatever people are watching will still enjoy it. It's okay if it runs over; it doesn't matter.
All right, just a reminder.
No, I thank you.
Are they still limiting that? I didn't think they were even limiting that.
Yeah, 12 hours max.
Now, how is it people were able to do those 24-hour live streams?
No, you still can.
I think they were using OBS.
But they post it, don't they? They upload them, I swear.
I don't know.
I remember somebody did like a 24-hour live stream. It was like ridiculous. It was
Shoot, I have.
This one was for like specifically for a charity. It wasn't just because you went to bed and decided to have people run amok on your channel.
Like the other night. Well, like 4 nights ago.
Good.
That was a shit
There
show.
was
Jesus.
No real arguments.
Well, no irrational arguments anyway. That's the important thing.
That's right. We're all gentlemen.
Man, Pop just keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. Is his connection that bad?
All right,
I don't understand.
So yeah, I wanted to go back to the conversation about the loins instead of this other conversation that was.
You mean pooping and
I
peeing?
vote we do not. No more loins.
So you want to stop talking about penises and start talking about penises? Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about
we
caca.
can do it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Power. I was going to
Sorry.
ask about something he's got up
Biblical
there. Go ahead.
penises.
Sorry.
Biblical
Yeah,
penises.
so that was actually a reference to Belshazzar, the writing on the wall, that when the king, his countenance had changed, it was that his loins were loose and his knees smote against one another, is the way it's described. The context is actually there too, that it was probably that he pooped himself.
You said the king, was that Nebuchadnezzar?
Belshazzar, his son.
Oh,
Belshazzar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
he was
right.
the king. Yep.
Okay, so Space Miner writes, demolish. God is capable of supernatural action. Concerning the rotting thigh, do you have guidelines for determining supernatural action over necessity of reinterpretation?
It's an odd way of. Does
anyone else want to address that first?
I have no idea. They'd have to, for me, they'd have to rephrase. I don't understand the necessity of the interpretation.
Can you put that back up? Let me see.
Yeah, sure. So it's to me specifically, but anyone could answer to this and what they think the text is trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, because do you have a guideline for determining supernatural action over necessity of reinterpretation? That's the part I don't get. I don't know.
Okay. It's a bit of a clumsy sentence or question. I agree with you, but I think the spirit of the question is, which I think the spirit is more important than the actual words. I think the spirit of the question is, do I just, offhand, absolutely for the reinterpretation, dismiss all supernatural suggestions? The answer for me is yes. I see nothing supernatural in reality. I've never seen something supernatural. I think that I've only seen natural, actual things. So if it can have value, even if a person were, looking at it academically and saying, well, is any of this even possible? Then you have to dismiss supernatural right off the bat.
But you hold that there are spirits, aren't spirits don't they qualify in the category of supernatural?
I don't think so.
In that same context, is death supernatural?
Is death supernatural? I don't think so.
I mean, the character
everything that
itself would be just not that. I don't know. That's a weird question to ask.
Well. Let me rephrase it. Is the lack of life supernatural?
Well, from what I can glean from the Bible, the dead know nothing, and the God is not a God of the dead, but of the living. So it's talking about us having some kind of level of consciousness in order that it's our God.
So then absolute death would be outside of the norm, which would be nature.
No, it's not that it's outside of nature for something to stop working. In fact, if you look at entropy, everything stops working without interference.
Do birds go to heaven? Do plants go to heaven?
Well,
yeah.
Go to heaven, like that shit dies.
There is life source or whatever you call it, the spark, correct? Is that
you can claim that. That's an assertion.
I think the eventuality of biology is that we would discover what life is. Now, we don't right now know. We can only say, we see life doing A, B, and C. We can only say that, right? But I think eventually we would find out what is the spark of life when we use that. And that's very expressive, and we're kind of stuck with it. But I don't think it's accurate.
Well, so with that context, still, even if you take the context out, life cannot be supported without other forms of life. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
We eat things? Yeah. Okay.
No, but there are things. But there are things that eat sunlight. That is not life.
There are things
they're not eating another. There are plenty of beings that do not eat other beings to live.
That's true. There is a bottom of this chain.
Well, I don't know of that life form. What is
It's
that
called
life
a plant.
Well, no, plants actually take in nutrients, life.
No. But those nutrients are not alive.
That's right. They're eating the nutrients from the
So
dirt, and then they're photosynthesizing sunlight.
Well, that's
There's nothing.
That's the breathing. That's not them ingesting. But it again, so it does require.
No, but they do. Photosynthesize literally means turn into a fuel. They turn it into sugar.
Or excuse me, carbon dioxide. So they actually do need carbon dioxide.
In the process of turning their fuel, their sunlight into their fuel, so they can use it, they let off carbon dioxide as.
Okay, so
and you're just
eating,
sort of anthropomorphizing it. Sorry.
So of eating carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, of absorbing minerals out of the soil, out of absorbing water out of the soil, what of those things are already exhibiting life?
Well, it's not those things. It's the other things that allow, so void of all other life forms, a single life form will not exist by itself.
What life form does a plant need? That's the question. What other life form does it need?
Brick, without getting into recycling,
right?
You can totally take pure minerals, pure water, and pure carbon dioxide and feed a plant.
Called hydroponics.
No, there's microbes and like there's tiny little life forms that exist within the water and that.
Well, that's true, but the plant doesn't need those.
Yeah. The fact we can't get away from microbes being everywhere doesn't.
Because the little microbes, they actually breathe out carbon dioxide.
No, that's what I'd said, but there's no life in the carbon dioxide. You're talking about recycling.
Right.
The microbes recycle things. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying is without that environment,
Big love, William.
There is no life form that can exist in upon of itself.
You have to say continue to exist.
Right, yeah, because it will die eventually.
Well, and this is the point. There are like microscopic things, single and multicellular things that just divide. They don't sexually reproduce, and they just eat sunlight. So
what are we arguing here?
They don't require anything else, and they're already at the microbial level, so they're not relying